Kyoto Base City, Chaoyang District. RR Virus. Am I in the world of Swallowed Star? Sumu stared at the book in his hands, which read in January 2015 AD. The R-type virus evolved into its most terrifying variant known as the RR virus. Sumu closed his eyes and accepted the memories of his predecessor. The world's strongest Hong. The world's second strongest Thunder God. Limitless Martial Hall Thunderbolt Martial Hall the Great Nirvana. Memories flooded in making Sumu fully realize that this was undeniably the world of Swallowed Star. He was an earthling from another timeline struck by a golden beam of light from the sky and transmigrated into the world of Swallowed Star. The Sumu of this world had died after hitting his head on a table, his body now occupied by Sumu's soul. I wonder if you've transmigrated to my world. Sumu smiled, then fell into thought, his fingers tapping lightly on the table. This world is very dangerous. I'm just an elementary student at the Martial Hall, still far from enough. In the memories of his predecessor, he was of average talent, far inferior to the protagonist Luofeng, and was still only an elementary student at the Martial Hall. Of course, most of his classmates were also only elementary students. Intermediate students were rare, and advanced students could be counted on one hand. With such strength, he was too weak in this world. Any disaster would turn him into cannon fodder with no place to die. Going to the Martial Hall to train. Sumu stood up and left the room. Xiaomu, where are you going? His father Suming asked in confusion from outside. Today was a rest day. Sumu usually studied in his room. Since his talent in cultivation was low, he focused on academics, hoping to get into a good university. But Sumu knew that, in this world, getting into a good university was useless. Only pursuing martial arts was the best path. Dad, I'm going to the Limitless Martial Hall. Suming's age, appearance, and name were the same as his father's from his previous life, so Sumu called him Dad without hesitation. His current appearance was also exactly the same as before his transmigration. The difference was that, in his previous life, his mother was still alive. The mother of this body had been injured during the Great Nirvana period, suffering lasting effects, and had died a few years ago. Suming wanted to say more, but stopped himself. Go on. He wanted to stop Sumu from going to the Martial Hall to keep him focused on his studies, but in the end he couldn't voice his objection. No one didn't want to become a warrior, and he didn't want to stop Sumu either. Without saying much, Sumu followed the route in his memory to the Limitless Martial Hall, which looked like a giant beast crouching on the ground. Inside the Limitless Martial Hall, there were 3 buildings: the Elementary Student Teaching Building, the Intermediate Student Teaching Building, and the Advanced Student Teaching Building. As an elementary student, Sumu could only enter the Elementary Student Teaching Building. The Elementary Student Teaching Building was the most crowded, with people everywhere. Some were studying in the teaching halls, some were training outside, and others were testing their strength. Sumu walked into one of the large teaching halls. An instructor was demonstrating a set of movements similar to radio calisthenics, but more complex, designed to build strength. The students below followed along, and Sumu joined them, practicing diligently. This isn't right. After an hour of training, Sumu was puzzled. Normally, after an hour of training, he would be tired and need a long rest. Otherwise, he would overwork himself and damage his body. But now, after an hour of training, he didn't feel tired at all. Not only that, he clearly felt that his movements and punches were much smoother than before. To put it simply, his previous training was like constipation, and now it was like diarrhea. Sumu didn't know why, but since he wasn't tired, he naturally continued training. What Sumu didn't know was that while he trained, his body emitted a faint golden light, exactly the same as the light that had killed him. This light was invisible to everyone, including Sumu himself. After 3 hours of continuous training, Sumu finally stopped. He didn't stop because he was tired, but purely because he had a new idea. Let's go test my strength. Sumu walked to a corner of the training hall, where there was a punch force testing machine, used to measure strength. A long line was queued in front of the machine. Many elementary students were testing their strength, some even testing once a day, happy when their strength increased and sad when it decreased. Sumu queued up behind them. Suddenly a burst of laughter came from the front. Ha 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 ha. 309 kilograms. I've met the standard for an intermediate student. A figure rushed out joyfully like a happy rabbit. It's Li Rue, he can go to the intermediate student building now. I'm so jealous of him. I wonder when we'll reach the standard for intermediate students. Envious voices came from the people around. Sumu recalled. Once you reach the age of 16, you can enter the Martial Hall as an elementary student. To become an intermediate student, you need a strength of 300 kilograms and a speed of 15 meters per second. To become an advanced student, you need a strength of 600 kilograms and a speed of 20 meters per second. As for quasi-warriors and warriors, the requirements are even higher. Apart from Li Rue, no one else managed to exceed 300 kilograms. After queuing for more than 10 minutes, it was finally Sumu's turn. The last test was a week ago, and my strength was 238 kilograms. There's still a big gap to 300 kilograms. Although it's only a 62 kilogram difference, it's very difficult to improve through training alone. Standing in front of the punching machine, Sumu took a deep breath, gathering all his strength into his right fist, and was about to throw a punch. Suddenly a force from the left pushed Sumu 2 steps to the right, and he almost fell. Lu Zhan, what are you doing? Sumu looked at the person who pushed him, his eyes slightly cold. Sumu, get out of the way, I'll test first. Lu Zhan clenched his fist and sneered. If you're not convinced, fight me. Lu Zhan had previously clashed with Sumu over cutting in line. Sumu wasn't his opponent and had taken a punch from him which hurt for a month. Sumu remained silent. Lu Zhan's strength was close to 300 kilograms, and Sumu was not his match. Seeing Sumu remain silent, Lu Zhan grew even more smug. He waved his fist at Sumu, then took a deep breath and threw a fierce punch at the punching target of the strength testing machine. Bang! The punching target shook violently. Numbers appeared on the screen. 307 kilograms. Haha! 307 kilograms. Lu Zhan laughed triumphantly. He had known his strength exceeded 300 kilograms, yet he came to test just to show off. The surrounding trainees were envious, thinking he was another intermediate disciple. But that wasn't necessarily true. Li Rui had both speed and strength, so he became intermediate. Lu Zhan only had strength, not speed, so he remained a beginner. Lu Zhan only had strength, not speed, so he remained a beginner disciple. After the test, Lu Zhan stepped aside, crossed his arms, and looked at Sumu teasingly. Sumu, let me see if you've improved. Sumu remained silent, walked to the machine, and threw a full-force punch at the target, as if hitting Lu Zhan's face. Bang! The target shook violently again. Numbers appeared. 315 kilograms. 315 kilograms. Lu Zhan and Sumu both widened their eyes in disbelief. Lu Zhan couldn't believe Sumu's strength exceeded his own. Sumu couldn't believe that in just 1 week his strength had increased by nearly 80 kilograms. No, not a week. It must have been from the training just now. Sumu knew he hadn't trained much this week, focusing on studies. It was the 3 hours of training just now that boosted his strength by 80 kilograms. Did I bring some golden finger from my transmigration that changed my talent? Sumu could only think this way with no other explanation. Seeing Sumu's strength exceed 300 kilograms, the onlookers were envious again. Sumu glanced sideways at the stunned Lu Zhan, then suddenly threw a punch at Lu Zhan's left shoulder. Lu Zhan was caught off guard, sent flying, and fell to the ground, clutching his shoulder, shouting, "Sumu, what are you doing?" Sumu sneered. "You punched me before. This is payback." Though it seemed petty, Sumu didn't care. With power, he would take revenge immediately. Lu Zhan glared at Sumu with burning anger, but Sumu ignored him and left to queue for the speed test. Soon it was Sumu's turn. He dashed across the track. Final results 16. 1 millisecond. Haha. Intermediate disciple. Sumu smiled. Though being an intermediate disciple wasn't even a warrior, it was still far from the bottom on Earth, let alone in the universe, yet he was satisfied. The main thing was having hope to become stronger. He didn't know what golden finger he had, but as long as he could keep growing, that was worth excitement and joy. Then Sumu found an instructor, passed a simple test, and smoothly became an intermediate disciple. The internal test was simple and didn't take much time. Sumu returned home content. "You're back." Seeing Sumu return, Su-Ming nodded. Sumu didn't tell Su-Ming he had become intermediate, planning to wait until he became a quasi-warrior with benefits before revealing it. Back in his room, Sumu didn't study but had a new idea. "Since my strength has skyrocketed, do I have psychic power?" Sumu stared at the book in front of him, clearing all distractions, trying to move it with his mind. In the world of Swallowing Starry Sky, psychic masters were very powerful, especially on Earth, where their strength far exceeded warriors. "Rise! Rise!" After nearly 3 minutes, the book didn't move. Sumu sighed. "Do I have no talent as a psychic master?" His gaze fell on a piece of paper nearby. "Rise!" And the paper floated up. Sumu's eyes lit up. It wasn't that he lacked talent, but the book was too heavy for him to control yet. He was different from Luofeng. Luofeng had a dark golden orb that emitted psychic power. That was his talent. Sumu didn't have that kind of talent. He relied on golden light that slowly reshaped him, accumulating psychic power gradually, not instantly. Now that he had psychic power, Sumu began to research its uses and practice controlling it. At first a piece of paper, then a pen, then a book. The weight increased and Sumu's control became more skilled until he could fly various objects around his room. Good. Next goal is to keep training, improve strength, and reach the standard of quasi-warrior as soon as possible. Sumu planned his days, skip school, focus on training everything for cultivation. He would train both martial arts and psychic power, accumulating more trump cards to survive future disasters. Sumu knew Earth had many disasters. Although Luofeng would solve them, Sumu couldn't rely on him, as Luofeng couldn't save everyone. Some would die. Sumu didn't want to be a nameless pawn. Since he came to this world, he had ambitions. Transcend reincarnation, eternal immortality. His goal was the Hunyuan Lord, on par with Yuan, or even surpassing Yuan and Luofeng's achievements. In the following days, Sumu trained martial arts at the Limit Martial Hall during the day and psychic power at home at night. 2 weeks passed quickly. In the Limit Martial Hall, "You want to take the Advanced Disciple exam?" The examiner looked surprised. "If I remember correctly, you became intermediate only 10 days ago." "Yes, teacher, I became intermediate 10 days ago." Sumu nodded. He had no intention of hiding his talent. the more talented one is, the more attention and resources one gets. The internal test was simple, and becoming an advanced disciple didn't take much time. Sumu returned home content. Are you really going to take the advanced student assessment at the Marshall Hall? The examiner furrowed his brow slightly. Don't you dare lie to me. If you fall far short, don't blame me for teaching you a lesson. He had only been promoted to intermediate student at the Marshall Hall 10 days ago, and now he wanted to become an advanced student. Naturally, the examiner was suspicious. In 10 days to increase his strength by 300 kilograms and raise his speed to 20 meters per second would take an extraordinary genius. At any rate, the examiner had never seen it happen before. Rest assured, instructor. I am absolutely confident. How would I dare deceive you? Since Sumu dared to come, he was certainly not acting rashly. He had already tested himself beforehand, his strength, speed, and even neural reaction time had all reached the required standard. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to take the assessment. Very well. The examiner looked at Sumu deeply. Then come tomorrow for the assessment. The advanced student assessment was held only once a week, unlike the intermediate student assessment, which could be taken at any time. Thank you, instructor. Sumu registered, smiled, and left Jishin Marshall Hall. When he got home, Su Ming sat on a stool with a gloomy expression. Seeing Sumu return, he stared at him coldly, saying nothing. Sumu laughed wryly to himself. One look at Su Ming's face told him exactly what had happened. Su Ming must have already found out that he had not gone to school for the past 10 days. Su Ming knew nothing of his talent. He only wanted Sumu to study hard and get into a good university, so his absence from school naturally made Su Ming angry and resentful. Dad, Sumu said directly, I'm already an advanced student at the Marshall Hall now. Even though he had not yet passed the assessment, that did not stop Sumu from saying it. The reason I haven't been going to school is to devote myself entirely to cultivation. My dream is to become a martial artist, and now I can finally see hope. Su Ming was startled. You say you've already become an advanced student at the Marshall Hall? Sumu nodded calmly. Dad, something like this can be checked with just one question. I have no need to lie to you. I've only recently achieved a major breakthrough in cultivation, so I want to put all my heart into training. I'm confident I can become an official martial artist within 3 months. To cope with Su Ming, Sumu could only make bold claims. In fact, he was fully confident that he could become an official martial artist within a month. But since Su Ming would never believe that, he kept it to himself. Su Ming's expression softened a little. From his understanding of Sumu, his son had hardly ever lied, and he wouldn't go so far as to deceive him over something like this. If you really have talent for cultivation, then cultivate well. Su Ming said. How could he not know that being a martial artist was the best path, far more impressive than going to university and all that? But I will go to Jishin Martial Hall to ask. If you're not an advanced student there, humph. Of course, Su Ming was not stupid enough to believe Sumu completely. It was already late, tomorrow. He would go to Jishin Martial Hall to find out. Right now I'm indeed not one, but tomorrow I will be. Sumu chuckled to himself and returned to his room to continue training his telekinetic power. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A small dagger flew back and forth under the control of his telekinetic power. At his current level, even an ordinary martial artist probably couldn't block that dagger. After all, martial artists were only flesh and blood. As long as the dagger he controlled was fast enough, ordinary martial artists naturally could not withstand it. I should probably be able to kill a martial artist of the mid-warrior rank now. Sumu retrieved the dagger and said silently to himself. Telekinetic masters were indeed quite formidable in the early stages, possessing advantages that martial artists could hardly match. But once out in the universe, telekinetic masters and martial artists were on equal footing, each with their own strengths. The next day, Jishin Martial Hall. Assessment room. Sumu arrived early. By the time he got there, 2 people were already in the room, a man and a woman, both around 21 or 22 years old. Seeing Sumu, the 2 were slightly surprised. Sumu was clearly younger than both of them. He was not yet 18. A moment later, another person walked in around the same age as Sumu. Wang Hongxian. Sumu knew this person. The man was said to be a member of the Wang family, and was quite famous in the intermediate student teaching building with formidable strength. After all, coming from a wealthy family, it was only natural that Wang Hongxian at such a young age could already attend the Martial Hall's advanced student assessment. Right after Wang Hongxian entered, the examiner also walked in. Wang Hongxian, Zhang Chenghan Ning Sumu. The examiner read out the 4 names and nodded. Everyone is here, so let's begin the assessment directly. First we'll test strength. Wang Hongxian, you're first. Wang Hongxian walked to the punch force tester. His right fist traced an arc and slammed into the tester's target. The target shook for a moment and a number immediately appeared on the screen. 636 kilograms. Strength passed. The examiner nodded lightly and continued. Next, Zhang Cheng. Zhang Cheng walked over and slammed his fist into the target of the punch force tester. The final number displayed was 598 kilograms. Zhang Cheng's face darkened. 598 kilograms was only 2 kilograms short of 600, but it was precisely those 2 kilograms that caused him to fail the assessment. Zhang Cheng, you were nervous. The examiner shook his head. Zhang Cheng gave a bitter smile. He really had been nervous, which had kept him from unleashing his full strength. I can only try again next time. The examiner stopped paying attention to him. Third Han Ning. Han Ning was a young woman with a hint of valor in her features. She walked up to the punch force tester's target, took a deep breath and slammed her fist onto it. 611 kilograms. The examiner nodded. Last Su Mu. Everyone's gaze turned to Su Mu. After all, Su Mu was very young, and unlike Wang Hongxuan who had a great family backing him, Su Mu clearly lived in a low-rent apartment. The cultivation resources of the two were bound to be entirely different. If Su Mu could pass the assessment, it would prove that his talent was far higher than Wang Hongxuan's. The one watching Su Mu most closely was the examiner. Of everyone present, only he knew that Su Mu had passed the Martial Hall's intermediate student assessment just 10 days ago. Could Su Mu truly have increased his strength by 300 kilograms in 10 days? If you can do it, I will report your name to the higher-ups. You are qualified for greater and better training. The examiner thought to himself. Recommending a genius to the higher-ups would bring him benefits too. He had no grudge against Su Mu, so naturally, he would not mind recommending him. Su Mu walked to the punch force tester and threw a punch. 666 kilograms. 666 kilograms. Zhang Chang blurted out in disbelief. Even at his best, he had never produced a score that high. Good. You really didn't disappoint me. The examiner had already decided to recommend Su Mu to the higher-ups. Even higher than me. Even higher than Wang Hongxian. Wang Hongxian and Han Ning also turned to glance at him, astonishment visible in their eyes. Next is the speed test, still starting with Wang Hongxian. The examining instructor led the group to the running track and turned on the speed testing device. Because Zhang Chang had been eliminated, only 3 people took part in the speed test. Wang Hongxian 25 milliseconds, Han Ning 23 milliseconds, Su Mu 21, 1 millisecond. Congratulations, all 3 of you have successfully passed the assessment, and are now advanced students of the Martial Hall. The examining instructor nodded with satisfaction. Su Mu and the other 2 smiled and responded. Only Zhang Chang felt dejected, but he quickly composed his spirits. He would definitely pass next time. After the assessment, as everyone walked out of the examination room, Wang Hongxian suddenly said, Su Mu, please wait a moment. Su Mu halted. After watching the others leave, Wang Hongxian smiled and said, Su Mu, with your strength you are bound to become an official martial artist in the future. Su Mu was about the same age as him, yet he had already become an advanced student of the Martial Hall. Moreover, Su Mu's family background was clearly far inferior to his. He had achieved his present standing entirely through his own cultivation. As far as Wang Hongxian knew, anyone who became an advanced student of the Martial Hall at this age was as good as guaranteed to become an official martial artist unless some major accident intervened. Moreover, such people generally ended up with slightly greater strength than someone like him after becoming martial artists. Su Mu smiled. He too naturally believed he could become an official martial artist. I don't suppose you're interested in being my bodyguard? Wang Hongxian said calmly. Of course, that would only happen after you become an official martial artist and pass my trials. Once you agree, you won't lack for rewards. Once you become an official martial artist. Su Mu was taken aback. Become Wang Hongxuan's bodyguard? Why would I become your bodyguard when I could join Extreme Martial Hall instead? He was confident that by joining Extreme Martial Hall, he could obtain even more benefits than Luo Feng, the protagonist. Could Wang Hongxian possibly offer that much? I'm not even an official martial artist yet. Isn't it a little early to talk about that? Su Mu didn't reject him outright, but the intent of a tactful refusal was unmistakable. Wang Hongxian looked at Su Mu and smiled. Then think it over carefully. Becoming my bodyguard won't treat you unfairly. It will be greatly beneficial to you. With that, Wang Hongxian left without another word. He had only been making a casual offer. He didn't particularly need Su Mu as his bodyguard. If Su Mu was unwilling, then so be it. Would someone from the Wang family ever beg a bodyguard? Su Mu shook his head and headed straight for the advanced students' teaching building. In merely 10 days he had changed teaching buildings. If he told anyone, they wouldn't believe it. On the 4th floor of the advanced students' teaching building, the examining instructor, who had tested Su Mu, and the others came to see a middle-aged man with a square face. This man was the master of this extreme martial hall, Zhou Haohan. Hall master. Suppressing his excitement, the examining instructor said, Our extreme martial hall has produced a genius. A genius. Zhou Haohan's eyes brightened involuntarily. Who is it? Tell me then. If his extreme martial hall could nurture a genius, he too would reap considerable benefits. The examining instructor quickly answered, His name is Su Mu. Su Mu. Zhou Haohan repeated the name. It was the first time he had heard it. The examining instructor went on. He just passed the advanced student assessment of the Martial Hall. I looked into his age. He is not yet 17 and a half. Zhou Haohan frowned. Having passed the advanced student assessment at 17 and a half, he should be able to take the quasi-martial artist examination in another 2 or 3 years. He had entered Extreme Martial Hall at 16 and reached advanced student status at 17 and a half. That pace was indeed not bad. However, growth becomes harder the further one goes. Zhou Haohan's statement that Su Mu would need 2 or 3 more years before taking the quasi-martial artist examination was not underestimating him. It was based on normal data. If Sumu did not work hard enough, that time could be pushed even further back. By then Sumu would be at least 20 years old. Passing the quasi-martial artist examination at 20 could only be called decent, not genius. The examining instructor understood the meaning behind Zhou Haohen's words and laughed inwardly. Then he continued, just 10 days ago, he passed the intermediate student assessment, and his strength had only barely surpassed 300 kilograms at that time. What did you say? Zhou Haohen was startled and jumped up from his chair. You mean his strength increased by 300 kilograms within 10 days? That's right. The examining instructor nodded. His earlier shock had been no less intense than Zhou Haohen's. He had merely concealed it better. An increase of 300 kilograms of strength in 10 days. Zhou Haohen deeply understood what that meant. After all, Sumu had not yet begun cultivating genetic energy. In other words, Sumu's increase in strength came entirely from his talent. Let's not be hasty. After the surge of excitement, Zhou Haohen calmed down again. It's true that some people experience a period of explosive strength growth. We still need to see whether he can maintain steady growth. Some people only rise slightly before going quiet, never improving again. Only those who keep growing without pause can truly be called geniuses. The examining instructor nodded, knowing Zhou Haohen was right. How about this? Keep a close eye on him. If his strength continues to rise without stopping, come and tell me. Zhou Haohen gave the order. He was not planning to meet Sumu in person just yet. If Sumu were to sink into stagnation, wouldn't that be awkward? It was enough to have the examining instructor watch Sumu. As long as Sumu's strength kept growing, there would come a day when Zhou Haohen would go to see him. Sumu, unaware of all this, continued training just as he always had. Su Ming also made a trip to Extreme Martial Hall. After learning that Sumu truly had become an advanced student, he returned home satisfied. Of course, he was pleased that his child was outstanding. As long as Sumu could become a martial artist, attending university no longer mattered in the slightest. Sumu once again fell into a tranquil life of cultivation, following the same two-point route between home and Extreme Martial Hall every day. Apart from eating, drinking, sleeping, and other bodily functions, he cultivated nonstop. He cultivated both martial arts and psychic energy. All the while, the examining instructor reported his progress to Zhou Haohen. You say he tested his strength again yesterday. Reached 870 kilograms. Upon hearing the examining instructor's report, Zhou Haohen roared with laughter. Excellent, excellent. It seems he's still in his explosive strength growth period. Let's go see him. The quasi-martial artist examination is only 3 days away. Maybe he can go straight to take it. Zhou Haohen led the examining instructor to where Sumu was training. Instructor-teacher. Seeing that it was Zhou Haohen and the examining instructor, Sumu stopped what he was doing. Sumu. Zhou Haohen looked at Sumu with a warm smile. Go and test your strength. Yes. Sumu roughly understood why Zhou Haohen had come, so without wasting words, he walked up to the punching power testing machine and threw a punch. 900 kilograms. Exactly 900 kilograms. Good. Zhou Haohen could not help smiling. I've heard everything about you from Teacher Wu. In less than a month your strength has grown tremendously, and it hasn't stopped growing yet. You are a rare genius. Sumu said modestly, it's all because the teachers and instructors taught me well. Zhou Haohen waved his hand. A genius like you. That's not something I could teach. If merely teaching could create a genius like Sumu, the earth would have long been full of martial artists. In martial cultivation, talent and hard work must go hand in hand. Neither is dispensable. Talent especially is indispensable. In 3 days it will be the 1st of next month. The 1st of every month is the day of the quasi-martial artist assessment. Zhou Haohen said 3 days from now go to the limit hall and take the quasi-martial artist assessment. Even if you don't pass this time, after gaining some experience your chances of passing next time will be much greater. Of course I hope you can pass this very time. Once you pass the quasi-martial artist assessment you'll receive the genetic primal energy cultivation method. When the genetic primal energy cultivation method was brought up, Sumu's eyes lit up slightly. He was eager to see how much strength he could gain by cultivating it. That's not all. If you join the limit martial hall, by then there will be even more benefits. Zhou Haohen smiled mysteriously. As for what they are, you'll find out when the time comes. In any case, they definitely won't disappoint you. Sumu inwardly laughed. Zhou Haohen was trying to be mysterious with him, but how could Sumu not know what the benefits were? However, exactly how much benefit he could obtain still depended on how much strength he could gain during his first cultivation of the genetic primal energy method. The more strength he gained, the greater the benefits. When it came to nurturing geniuses, the limit martial hall would never be stingy. This was also why Sumu was willing to reveal his talent. If the limit martial hall were a place that envied the capable and resented the talented, Sumu certainly wouldn't have exposed his gift. Keep working hard. Try to raise your strength a bit more, and your speed a bit more within these 3 days. Zhou Haohen patted Sumu's shoulder. Cultivation is like sailing against the current. Don't slack off because of small achievements. Thank you for your instruction, instructor. Sumu said. Zhou Haohen laughed heartily and left. The assessment officer also smiled. Sumu, keep up the good work. 3 days flashed by in an instant. Sumu arrived outside a quiet residential complex called Yunshao Compound. The limit hall was located inside the compound. He presented his identity card and his limit Marshall Hall advanced student card. After the verification was completed without issue, a soldier on guard stepped forward. Sir, follow me into the compound. Don't wander around. Sumu naturally would not act rashly. This was the residence of martial artists with many experts around. The guards were also heavily armed. Acting rashly would be suicide. The soldier led Sumu to the front of the limit hall and Sumu walked in alone. The quasi-martial artist assessment was to start at 10 in the morning, so Sumu sat down in the limit hall and waited quietly. Besides him, a few others were also waiting on the sofas, but since none of them knew one another, no one spoke. They merely cast a few sidelong glances at Sumu because he was so young. After an hour passed, a middle-aged man walked over. All of you follow me for the quasi-martial artist assessment. Following the middle-aged man upstairs, they entered an extremely large martial training hall. More than a dozen martial artists looked over, one of whom was Zhou Haohan, the instructor at the very limit martial hall where Sumu trained. Soon after, a tall, imposing middle-aged man walked over. He was the master of the limit hall and chief instructor Cui Jin. He casually swept a glance over the crowd. Sumu and the other 10 felt their hearts tighten. The chief instructor's gaze carried no small pressure. First, Li Ji. Cui Jin took out an identity card and swiped it over a nearby device. A crystal-clear screen popped up showing a large amount of personal information. The punching power test comes first. Li Ji hurried to the punching power testing machine and drove a punch into the target. The target trembled slightly and a number appeared. 956 kilograms. Cui Jin nodded and continued calling the next names. By the time he reached the 5th name, it was Sumu's turn. The little fellow is so young. Seeing Sumu, the martial artists were slightly taken aback. Zhou Haohan laughed. His name is Sumu. He's not even 18 yet. He's a genius of our limit martial hall. Oh, the martial artists became interested in Sumu. If someone so young could pass the quasi-martial artist assessment, he was definitely a genius who deserved the limit martial hall's full support. Sumu stepped up to the punching power testing machine, took a deep breath, and slammed a full-strength punch into the target. Bang! The target trembled slightly. A number appeared on the screen. 1,024 kilograms. This kid has gained over 100 kilograms of strength in these 3 days. Zhou Haohan thought to himself. 3 days ago Sumu had been at 900 kilograms. Now he had reached over 1,000. This rate of improvement was hardly insignificant. Not bad. This kid is quite good. Zhou Haohan, you're really lucky. How did he happen to come from your limit martial hall? The group discussed and laughed cheerfully. A smug smile crept across Zhou Haohan's face, and he thought to himself, if you all knew that he gained 800 kilograms of strength in less than a month, you'd be even more shocked. But there was no need to say that to outsiders. He decided that once Sumu passed the quasi-martial artist assessment, he would report the matter to chief instructor Cui Jin. If outsiders learned about Sumu's talent, someone would surely try to recruit him. Such a genius was better kept in the limit martial hall. If Sumu were poached by another faction, Zhou Haohan's reward would vanish. All 11 quickly completed the punching power test. Only one failed to reach 900 kilograms, the other 10 all passed. After the punching power test came the speed test. Li Ji, you'll still be the first. Cui Jin said. Li Ji's speed was slightly slow, only 24.9 milliseconds. So he was eliminated. Li Ji smiled bitterly in resignation. When he was in good condition, he could barely pass 25 milliseconds. When he wasn't, he couldn't make it. It seemed he needed to train for a while longer. Sumu, Cui Jin called out. Once more it was Sumu's turn, and everyone paid even closer attention. Whoosh! The 60-meter track passed in a flash. 28.2 milliseconds. Sumu's speed was far above the passing standard. That was because he had deliberately trained his speed, as he had always felt that speed was extremely important. After the punching power test and the speed test came the neural reaction test. Cui Jin led the remaining 7 candidates into the neural reaction testing chamber. Inside the chamber stood a large and costly apparatus upon the floor, its front surface lined with dozens of muzzles resembling those of a Gatling gun. On the ground was also drawn a circle 3 meters and 6 decimeters in diameter. Zhang Xiao, you're first. After Li Ji was eliminated, Zhang Xiao became the first. As Zhang Xiao stepped into the circle, Cui Jin said, "You may not leave the circle. Once you do, it counts as failure. If your body touches a red light, points will be deducted." With that, Cui Jin pressed a red button on the neural reaction testing machine. Beep beep. Beams of red light swept toward him and rubber-tipped red bullets shot out from the muzzles. Zhang Xiao dodged left and right within the circle. After 1 minute, Zhang Xiao passed the test. After the next person went, it was Sumu's turn once more. This is the final test. I must succeed. Zhou Haohan thought to himself. Everyone's attention was fixed on Sumu. Red rubber bullets shot forth and red beams swept across the room. Sumu evaded swiftly within the circle, effortlessly dodging every attack. He seemed less like a man and more like a wisp of wind. Neither the red beams nor the rubber bullets could touch him in the slightest. This is microstep body movement. Cui Jin's eyes flew wide. Such fast reflexes. It's actually micro-step body movement. Heavens! To comprehend micro-step body movement at such a young age. What kind of talent is this? All the martial artists were stunned. Among them, not everyone had comprehended micro-step body movement. Most had not. In this regard, Sumu had already walked ahead of them. Micro-step body movement required talent as well as experience accumulated through battle after battle before one could comprehend it. Sumu had never been to the wilderness zone, so his combat experience could not possibly be abundant. In other words, he had comprehended micro-step body movement entirely through talent alone. How extraordinary must that talent be? Such a person had boundless prospects. Micro-step body movement. I truly underestimated him. Zhou Haohan was trembling with excitement. The stronger Sumu was, the happier Zhou Haohan became. After all, Sumu had come from his limit martial hall. As long as Sumu joined the limit martial hall, his rewards would surely be substantial. Impressive. Zhang Xiao, who had passed earlier, was full of envy. The gap between him and Sumu was far too vast. If Sumu wanted to kill him, he would not even have a chance to react. The minute passed quickly. Cui Zhen was dazed for a moment before announcing with a beaming smile. Within 60 seconds you did not touch a single red light, and were hit only 3 times. Your rating has surpassed the superior excellent level. After a pause, Cui Zhen continued. Sumu, I noticed your micro-step body movement is still a little stiff. You need more practice in actual combat. Sumu nodded. Thank you for the guidance, chief instructor. In truth, he had only comprehended micro-step body movement yesterday, and he had never experienced real combat, so he could not achieve perfect evasion. Otherwise, he would not have been hit even once. As for actual combat, there was no rush. The martial artist practical assessment would naturally provide it. Congratulations, you have fully passed the assessment. Cui Zhen smiled. Everyone watched Sumu with envy. Micro-step body movement. And judging by Cui Zhen's attitude, Sumu would certainly receive no small rewards. Cui Zhen had never spoken so much to any of the others. Sumu, next is the martial artist practical assessment. But passing that won't be a problem for you either. Zhou Haohan remarked. If one could fail the practical assessment even with micro-step body movement, the assessment would no longer be a test. It would be a death sentence. Old Zhou, you're really lucky to have met a genius like Sumu. Old Zhou, doesn't this call for a round of drinks? We're so envious of you. The other martial hall masters did not hide their envy in the least. Zhou Haohan laughed heartily. Easy, easy. Let's all have a drink. Sumu, you come too. Sumu nodded with a smile. He naturally would not refuse the chance to connect with these martial artists. After everyone finished speaking, Cui Zhen continued with the next candidate's assessment. Once the assessments were over, Cui Zhen led Sumu out of the neural reaction testing chamber and into the martial practice hall, where he retrieved several contract documents from a corner. This is the application contract for the martial artist practical assessment. The practical assessment naturally carried danger, so contracts had to be signed beforehand, declaring that any injury or death was not the responsibility of the limit martial hall. The candidates who passed naturally had no objections and all signed the contracts. Then Cui Zhen turned on a massive screen on which an article appeared. The Gene Primordial Energy Cultivation Method. This is exactly what I need. Sumu gazed at the cultivation method, his heart stirring with excitement. He had a premonition that cultivating the Gene Primordial Energy method would mark the true beginning of his rise in power. When you cultivate Gene Primordial Energy for the first time, the enhancement from absorbing cosmic energy is the greatest. You must seize this opportunity. Cui Zhen looked pointedly at Sumu and said slowly, Sumu, immediately test your strength after your first cultivation session, then tell me how much you have improved. That will determine your future prospects. Sumu nodded solemnly. The greater the improvement during the first cultivation, the more highly the limit martial hall would regard him, and the more benefits he would naturally receive. Go on, cultivate well. Cui Zhen patted Sumu on the shoulder. Everyone could clearly see how highly he regarded Sumu. Still, the others could understand. If they were in Cui Zhen's place, they too could not help but value a genius like Sumu. Come on, let's go drink. After Cui Zhen left, Zhou Haohan cheerfully invited the group for drinks. Since arriving in this world, Sumu had yet to taste alcohol. He joined the others for a hearty round of drinking before returning home. Su Ming was still out working and had not returned. After sobering up for a while, Sumu sat cross-legged on the bed, assumed the posture of the 5 hearts pointing to heaven, and began to cultivate. It is said that sensing cosmic energy for the first time is the hardest part. Sumu closed his eyes, calmed his mind, and began to sense the cosmic energy. Before long, Sumu perceived wisps of breath seeping through the soles of his feet, the centers of his palms, and the Baihui point atop his head slowly flowing into his body at an extremely gradual pace. I sense it. Sumu extended his consciousness and began to absorb the cosmic energy. The invisible and colorless cosmic energy was absorbed by his body cells, devoured wildly, while his cells underwent earth-shaking transformations. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. That evening, Su Ming returned home. He already knew that Sumu had passed the quasi-warrior assessment. Sumu had called him before he began drinking. Seeing Sumu sitting cross-legged on the bed cultivating, Su Ming did not disturb him, for this was also something Sumu had told him. The very first cultivation session was extremely important. Cosmic energy not only tempered and transformed the cells of Sumu's body, at the same time cosmic energy also entered Sumu's brain, causing his mental power to continue growing and strengthening. The night passed uneventfully. At 8 o'clock the next morning Sumu slowly opened his eyes. I wonder exactly how much strength I have gained. Sumu clenched his fist and had a rough sense of it. At least 2,000 kilograms, perhaps even more. The greater the strength increase, the more the limit Marshall Hall will value me and the more benefits I will gain. I can feel that my cells are still able to absorb energy. He could sense that his cells had not yet reached saturation and could continue absorbing cosmic energy. When he walked out of his room and saw Su Ming, who had not slept all night, Sumu called out, "Dad." Su Ming looked over. He did not know what Sumu was doing, but he dared not sleep. If anything happened to Sumu, he wanted to be able to react in time and call for help. "Dad, go and rest." "I'm fine." Sumu was deeply moved, but he was not good at expressing his feelings. Seeing that Sumu was all right, Su Ming smiled. "I still have to go to work." Sumu shook his head. "Dad, rest well. There is no need for you to go to work. I am already a quasi-warrior and the limit Marshall Hall has given me great benefits." Since he had not yet obtained the concrete benefits from the limit Marshall Hall, Sumu did not say anything reckless. Still, one thing was certain: the limit Marshall Hall would definitely pay a high price to recruit him. Even if the limit Marshall Hall did not want him with his talent, he would be a sought-after prize for the Thunder Marshall Hall, the military, or the HR Alliance. He had no fear of being unwanted. Thus Sumu was bold enough to let Su Ming stop working without worrying about having no money for food. Su Ming was stunned for a moment, then smiled. "All right, I'll take a day off today." Su Ming went to sleep and Sumu resumed his cultivation. He had awakened only for Su Ming's sake, or otherwise he could have kept cultivating all along. After cultivating for another 5 hours, his cells, having absorbed cosmic energy for the first time, finally reached saturation. Only then did Sumu head to the limit Marshall Hall. "Sumu, you were cultivating gene origin energy last night, weren't you?" Zhou Haohan stared at Sumu without blinking. "Come on, let's test your punch force and see how much strength you've gained." The two of them walked up to the punch force testing machine, and Sumu threw a full force punch at its target. Beep. Sumu and Zhou Haohan stared fixedly at the screen on the testing machine. 3543 kg. 3,500 kilograms. Zhou Haohan drew in a sharp breath. "If I'm not mistaken, during yesterday's quasi-warrior test, you only had 1,000 kilograms. In other words, after your first gene origin energy cultivation session, you increased by 2,500 kilograms. An increase of 1,000 kilograms already counted as elite. An increase of 2,000 kilograms made one a genius. An increase of 2,500 kilograms made one a genius among geniuses. Next, let's test your speed." Temporarily suppressing the excitement in his heart, Zhou Haohan took the initiative to turn on the speed testing instrument for Sumu. Final results: speed, 63 milliseconds. Neural response test. A perfect score at the advanced warrior level. "I'll report this to Chief Instructor Cui." Zhou Haohan hastily called Cui Zhen and told him Sumu's test results exactly as they were. "Take him to the limit Marshall Hall headquarters in Jingdu Base City." Cui Zhen said hurriedly, "I'll come over right away." Both of them were incredibly excited. A genius who could increase strength by 2,500 kilograms in the first cultivation session appeared only once every 2 or 3 years in the entire Jingdu Base City. In the central district, in front of the enormous main hall of the limit Marshall Hall, Sumu, Zhou Haohan, Cui Zhen walked over with a smile. "You two are here. Come in quickly." Sumu and Zhou Haohan went over and entered the main hall of the limit Marshall Hall after passing verification. Cui Zhen said in a low voice, "Sumu, I've even called the president over. You must give it your all and not let us down." "The president?" Both Sumu and Zhou Haohan were startled. The president of the limit Marshall Hall in Jingdu Base City was truly a major figure, said to be an expert at the intermediate war god level. An intermediate war god. Although there were many on Earth who were stronger than an intermediate war god, and one counted for nothing in the universe, for the current Sumu, this person possessed the strength to kill him in an instant with ease. The three entered a standalone villa together. Inside the standalone villa was a middle-aged man dressed all in black. When Sumu stepped in, his eyes happened to meet the man's, and in that instant Sumu felt as if he had fallen into a darkness from which he had no strength to resist. So this is an intermediate war god. Sumu was secretly shocked. Even if he were to use his mental power, the opponent could still easily kill him in an instant. Behind the middle-aged man in black stood 4 others, all of them extremely powerful. "Let's begin the test directly." The middle-aged man in black did not say much else. Someone immediately adjusted the machine, and then led Sumu through the tests. Punch force, speed, and neural response. None of them differed greatly from the tests before. The first absorption of cosmic energy increased punch force by 2,500 kilograms. The neural response test achieved a perfect score at the advanced warrior level. His body movement has reached the subtle level. He is still under 18. The middle-aged man in black could not help but smile. "Excellent, excellent." Cui Zhen and Zhou Haohan exchanged a glance. For this black-clad middle-aged man to say excellent twice was enough to show how satisfied he was with Sumu. "My name is Lu Qianjun. The middle-aged man in black gave his name. Here's a contract. Take a look at it. The printed contract was delivered in front of Sumu and he glanced at it. It included a standalone villa in Jingdu-based city startup capital of 100 million and 3 secret manuals. A body movement art, a guidance art, and an attack art, worth no more than 300 million. These are not the most important part. Lu Qianjun said with a smile, as long as you are willing to join our Limit Martial Hall, I will apply for a top-tier training contract for you from the Limit Martial Hall's global headquarters. A top-tier training contract from the global headquarters? The people behind Lu Qianjun as well as Cui Zhen and Zhou Haohan were all stunned. Sumu knew what a top-tier training contract was, but he still pretended to look at Lu Qianjun with a confused expression. Lu Qianjun smiled and explained our Limit Martial Hall has 2 major training camps, the basic training camp and the elite training camp. Signing a top-tier training contract means entering the basic training camp and receiving the very best training. The elite training camp, on the other hand, is the world's #1 training camp, also known as the War God Preparatory Camp. War God Preparatory Camp. Sumu feigned shock. Lu Qianjun was very pleased with his reaction, and continued, with your current strength of course you can't enter the elite training camp, but you do qualify for the basic training camp. As long as you perform well in the basic training camp and improve quickly enough, you will naturally be able to advance from the basic training camp to the elite training camp. Moreover, almost every trainee in the elite training camp has what it takes to become a war god. Sumu feigned even greater shock. Lu Qianjun smiled knowingly. He liked seeing these little fellows stunned. After being stunned, they would certainly agree to join Limitless Martial Hall and undergo training at the basic training camp. Once you go to the basic training camp, you will enjoy even more benefits, but you can only know what they are after you arrive. Lu Qianjun said calmly. He was not afraid that Sumu would refuse. If Sumu refused, it would be Sumu's own loss. Thank you, President. Without another word, Sumu signed the contract. He had already intended to join Limitless Martial Hall after all. It possessed the most resources and Hong controlled the greatest treasures. If not Limitless Martial Hall, where else would he go? Sumu was quite satisfied to receive a premium training contract. Go now. Lu Qianjun waved his hand. Keep working hard. All these benefits can only be enjoyed after you become an official martial artist. Only after becoming an official martial artist and obtaining martial artist privileges could one enter Limitless Martial Hall's internal network to select and purchase secret manuals. The startup funds would also be directly deposited into the martial artist account. After leaving the Limitless Martial Hall headquarters, Sumu returned home. Naturally, his first step was to move. He left the low-rent apartment and relocated to a villa. Afterwards, Sumu began cultivating without the slightest slack. 1 month later, Sumu and the other martial artists of Limitless Martial Hall boarded a train bound for Monster Town. On the large screen in the train car, the HR Alliance, the Huaxia Military Thunderbolt Martial Hall, and Limitless Martial Hall were all recruiting talent. Sumu had long since decided to join Limitless Martial Hall, so he paid no attention and quietly closed his eyes to rest. During that month, his strength had skyrocketed. Before coming to the martial artist practical assessment, he had tested his punching force once more. It reached 7777 kg, double what it had been before. On average, his strength had increased by more than 100 kilograms per day. That was absolutely terrifying. One had to know that a punching force of 8000 kilograms already counted as a low-tier war general's physique. Sumu was not far from 8000 kilograms now. Of course, he was still merely a candidate martial artist. Not even an official martial artist. On Earth, strength ratings were determined by battle achievements. Even if his strength reached 10000 kilograms without enough achievements, he would at most be rated as primary warrior rank. If he used his psychic powers, that force could exceed 30000 kilograms, the strength of a high-tier war general. However, Sumu was not ready to reveal his psychic powers for the time being. It was always good to keep a trump card in reserve for emergencies. In any case, relying on the martial path alone was enough to earn Limitless Martial Hall's high regard. The train came to a stop, and the many candidate martial artists filed out, spotting terrifying monsters howling in the distance. Then the officers on the platform began calling roll. When Sumu's name was called, he stepped forward to receive his combat uniform, combat boots, and Blood Shadow Warblade. After receiving their equipment, the group of candidate martial artists led by a soldier arrived before a monster town. Inside Monster Town were the weakest monsters, various beasts equivalent to human martial artists at the primary warrior rank. These monsters had low intelligence, but they were all extremely wild and bloodthirsty. The practical combat assessment lasted from 6 in the evening until 6 the next morning. Rumble. The gate of Monster Town opened and Sumu and the others entered. In a large building beside Monster Town, a room was filled with numerous screens that completely monitored Monster Town. Anyone who dared to kill one another would be shot on the spot. One of the many screens was locked onto Sumu. The president sent me to observe Sumu's combat ability and send the video back. Before the screens sat a somewhat gaunt, middle-aged man. If Sumu were here, he would recognize him as Bai Yen, a supervisor at the Limitless Martial Hall headquarters in Jingdu Base City. Lu Qianjun had arranged for him to come here mainly to watch over Sumu. Since Sumu was to be recommended to the basic training camp, his practical combat ability was naturally extremely important and could not be neglected. Old by your limitless martial hall, has recruited quite a promising prospect. A burly man with a scar across his face said, why do all the formidable geniuses go to your limitless martial hall? Old Wu, don't be envious. Our limitless martial hall has the world's #1 powerhouse. Geniuses admire the hallmaster, so isn't it only natural that they join limitless martial hall? Bai Yan looked rather pleased with himself. The scarred burly man shook his head. What a pity. If I could offer a higher price, I would definitely poach that kid Sumu from your limitless martial hall. The terms Lu Qianjun had offered Sumu were already extremely generous, and with the premium training contract added they had almost reached a limit. Even if other forces wanted to poach him, they could not offer more benefits. Unless someone could get Sumu directly into the elite training camp. But Sumu was still too weak. Entering the elite training camp was naturally impossible. That would only change if Sumu revealed that he possessed psychic powers. This kid's footwork is really skilled. Bai Yan and the scarred burly man stared at Sumu on the screen. Sumu was casually killing a monster with one slash, then cutting off its ear as a trophy. And his strength is also formidable. He's already at high warrior rank, isn't he? The more the scarred burly man watched, the more envious he became, but there was nothing he could do. After all, he's a talent nurtured by our limitless martial hall. Bai Yan chuckled. The scarred burly man curled his lip. Nurtured by your limitless martial hall. Keep on bragging. Sumu was clearly extraordinarily gifted. It had little to do with limitless martial hall's training. But that was only true for now. Once Sumu later entered the basic training camp or even the elite training camp, he would naturally receive outstanding training. Let's keep watching. The two continued watching the screens while chatting and laughing. Inside Monster Town, Sumu ceaselessly hunted monsters. With his strength, these monsters naturally could not hurt him. He also regarded this battle as an opportunity to temper himself. This was after all his first battle, and his first time witnessing so much bloodshed, so of course, he wanted to temper himself thoroughly. In the days ahead, such occurrences would be anything but rare. At 6 o'clock the next morning, a shrill wail spread across Monster Town. Everyone still alive in Monster Town walked toward the town's exit. Outside Monster Town, aspiring warriors streamed forth one after another. Some bodies were carried out. Others came away wounded. Still more crippled. A cruel world. Sumu kept silent. In the past, when reading the original novel, he had only witnessed the protagonist's blood-stirring battles. Only now, standing in this world himself, could he feel with visceral clarity how cruel and bloody it truly was. The brutality of the warrior practical assessment was at best the lowest order of cruelty. Once a warrior truly set foot into the wilderness, who knew how many would forever remain there? I must advance without end. Through the universe, the cosmic ocean, the origin continent, and Hunyuan space. Transcending everything eternal and indestructible. Sumu had died once before, and he did not wish to die again. His goal was not the distant stars and seas, but eternal indestructibility. The wounded and the dead were taken away, and the rest had their assessment results examined. Zhang He. 2 monster ears. Wu Jing. 3 monster ears. Wang Yang. Nothing. Finally, it was Sumu's turn. Everyone's gaze converged upon him. They all knew that Sumu had long been recruited by the Limit Martial Hall, and might even enter the legendary basic training camp. A man like this could not possibly go unnoticed. Sumu emptied the monster ears from his backpack into the metal pot, beside him, piling them high, and eliciting waves of amazement from the aspiring warriors around him. One Sumu alone was worth a dozen or 20 of them combined. The assessment officer counted them and smiled. 53. Sumu nodded and walked away. In truth, his tally was not merely 53. There were many monster ears he had simply not bothered to retrieve. Passing the assessment was enough. The number of monster ears did not matter. Still, he would not present too few. Since he had been recruited by the Limit Martial Hall too meager, a hall might make others question the hall's judgment. After passing the assessment, Sumu phoned Su Ming to spare him worry. Hearing that his son had passed the warrior practical assessment, Su Ming cried out with joy. After that, Sumu boarded the train once more and set off home. Meanwhile, the recording of his combat had also been delivered to the most influential figures of every major power. Outside Yunshao Residential District, Sumu was just about to head home when a man and a woman, both carrying the stern bearing of iron-blooded warriors, back straight and faces solemn, walked up before him. Sumu, hello. The woman extended her hand and introduced herself. I am Xiaoying from the Huaxia Military Department. This is my adjutant Pang Wenxing. Hello. Sumu shook hands with both Xiaoying and Pang Wenxing, looking at them with some puzzled uncertainty. Let's talk in the cafe next door, Xiaoying said with a smile. Sumu did not need to think it over. He had a rough idea why Xiaoying and Pang Wenxing had come. He nodded and followed them into the cafe. As Sumu had expected, once the three of them were seated, Xiaoying got straight to the point. Sumu, I expect you can guess why I have come. I am here to invite you to join the Huaxia military. You are a Huaxia citizen. If you join, I guarantee you will be trained to the highest standard. As for the contract between you and the Limit Martial Hall, we will pay the penalty fee. We will also resolve the special training contract for you, and it will not delay your entrance into the basic training camp. This includes your father. He will receive the finest protection as well as an easy well-paying job. Xiang had come with full sincerity. If you have any further conditions, name them, and we will do our utmost to satisfy you. I'm sorry. Sumu shook his head gently. I have no intention of breaking the contract. Putting aside everything else, the sole fact that the limit martial hall possessed Hong, the strongest being on earth, meant Sumu could never choose another force. Sumu knew perfectly well that Hong possessed overwhelming power that crushed everyone except the Thunder God, and he also controlled the greatest number of relics and secrets. Joining the limit martial hall was Sumu's best course of action. He had made his decision long ago and would not change it. After a pause, Sumu smiled again. But I am also a Huaxia citizen. If Huaxia ever faces trouble, I will certainly lend whatever small strength I have. Xie Ying smiled wryly. Very well. A pity we didn't discover you earlier. Sumu laughed quietly to himself. This had nothing to do with how early they found him. He had chosen the limit martial hall of his own volition. After a few casual exchanges, Xie Ying and Pang Wenqing left. No sooner had the two departed than a tall woman with a charming face walked over smiling. Sumu, hello. I am Wang Yushu of the Wang family. Hello. Sumu shook hands with Wang Yushu. Her purpose was the same as Xie Ying's. She too had come to recruit Sumu, and she offered conditions much like Xie Ying's. Finally, Wang Yushu added, Sumu, if you are willing to join our Wang family, any beautiful woman in our family will be yours to choose. Including me. A faint blush colored Wang Yushu's delicate face. Sumu's eyelid twitched. Now they were resorting to the honey trap. Admittedly, Wang Yushu was very beautiful and carried herself with elegance, but Sumu was no fool. He did not truly believe she was shy. She was definitely putting on a show to deceive him. I'm sorry. Sumu refused her gently. Wang Yushu bit her rosy lower lip, her eyes brimming with rippling emotion and a hint of melancholy. Won't you give it a little more thought? Sumu remained expressionless and shook his head. Women would only slow down the speed at which he drew his blade. Unless he found a woman who could make him draw faster and slaughter without restraint, he would not be moved by any other woman. With a soft, sorrowful sigh, Wang Yushu could only leave in helpless frustration. Sumu was finally able to return home in peace. Immediately he logged into the Limit Martial Hall's internal network. Limit Home. His personal information appeared on the screen. Sumu spotted the final section of his personal information at a glance. Currency balance 100,000,000 Huaxia coins. 100 million Huaxia coins. He could also select 3 secret manuals. A movement art, a guiding art, and an attack art, each priced no higher than 300,000,000 Huaxia coins. First purchase the 9-fold Thunderblade. Sumu had already made up his mind. The most powerful manuals on Earth. Number 2, the Spear Art World Annihilation created by Hong, and the Blade Art 9-fold Thunderblade created by the Thunder God. Sumu did not cultivate spear arts, so naturally, he could only choose the 9-fold Thunderblade. As for the rest, he never gave them any consideration. Only these 2 manuals were worthy of his choice. All the other manuals were too low level and did not meet his requirements. Purchase the first 4 layers of the 9-fold Thunderblade. Without hesitation, Sumu placed the order, paying 250,000,000 Huaxia coins. The full price for the first 4 layers of the 9-fold Thunderblade was 500,000,000 Huaxia coins. With 2-star contribution points, it could be purchased at half price for 250,000,000 Huaxia coins. Since this was his first time purchasing such a manual, the contribution point requirement was waived, and he was directly entitled to the most favorable price. Sumu had only purchased the manual of the 9-fold Thunderblade. As for equipment and such, he had not bought any yet. Once he entered the basic training camp, he would surely hunt monsters, and it would not be too late to buy equipment then. The next day, the manual for the 9-fold Thunderblade arrived. After receiving it, Sumu immediately began to cultivate. The 9-fold Thunderblade was renowned for its speed. With the fastest blade, it unleashed the most powerful force capable of destroying heaven and earth. The 9-fold Thunderblade also contained guidance techniques and movement arts. At the first level of the 9-fold Thunderblade, one could already unleash 1 4 times the power. When cultivated to the supreme 9th level, it could unleash 7 times the power. However, Sumu also knew that although the force manipulation method of the 9-fold Thunderblade was ingenious, it was still nothing remarkable across the entire universe. While Sumu was cultivating the 9-fold Thunderblade, at the airport of the capital base city, a phantom silhouette appeared above the airport and then descended. It was a giant flying saucer-shaped passenger aircraft, entirely deep blue. The cabin door opened and over a dozen figures walked down. Lu Chenjuan, the president of the Limitless General Hall of the capital base city, and his 4 subordinate managers were all waiting below to welcome them. A tall, thin, middle-aged man was the last to walk out. 1 day later, Sumu come to the Limitless General Hall. Someone from the headquarters of the Limitless Martial Hall has arrived to verify you. Cui Zhen's phone call came. Finally, they've come. Sumu put down his blade, walked out of the room, and headed to the Limitless General Hall at the fastest speed. Inside the enormous Limitless General Hall, there were only 6 people besides Sumu, each a major figure of the Limitless Martial Hall. Especially that tall, thin, middle-aged man. The pressure he gave Sumu was even greater than Lu Qianjuan's. Sumu also knew his name. The special envoy from the global headquarters of the limitless martial hall Hua Tianlang, a mid-level war god. Let's begin, Hua Tianlang said calmly. Because Sumu was only joining the basic training camp, he would not have to go through the troublesome tests like Luophone. As long as his physical fitness and age met the requirements, he could enter the basic training camp. In front of the punch force testing machine, Sumu tested his punch force once more. After a bang punch 8,432 kilograms. Already 8,400 kilograms. This is already the punching power of an elementary war general. He's not yet 18. His potential is limitless. Even Lu Qianjun and Hua Tianlang's eyes brightened, and they nodded with great satisfaction. Ever since obtaining the guidance technique of the ninefold Thunderblade, Sumu absorbed cosmic energy at twice the previous speed, so his strength naturally increased more and faster. Afterwards, Sumu tested his speed and neural reaction. Speed: 95 milliseconds. Neural reaction test: perfect at the elementary war general level, excellent at the intermediate war general level. He has already reached the level of an elementary war general. Not bad, not bad. He fully meets the conditions for entering the basic training camp. It's just that his training time has been too short, or otherwise, he might even have entered the elite training camp. Once you're at the basic training camp, as long as you pass the assessment, you can still enter the elite training camp. Hua Tianlang nodded with a smile. Sumu, congratulations. You have passed the assessment and joined the basic training camp. Go back and prepare. 10 days later I will take you to the headquarters of the limitless martial hall. Sumu said, yes. He understood that besides him there was another person who would also go to the basic training camp of the limitless martial hall. That person was also a genius. After returning home, Sumu told Su Ming everything about going to the headquarters for training. Although Su Ming was somewhat reluctant, he also knew that this was immensely beneficial to Sumu, so he would not stop him. Sumu patiently trained at home for 10 days. 10 days later, Sumu, Hua Tianlang, and another genius named Gu Yue, who was also heading to the basic training camp, boarded the passenger plane to the headquarters of the limitless martial hall. Completely different from the aircraft in my past life. Sumu thought silently as he rode the passenger plane. On the plane, Hua Tianlang told Sumu and Gu Yue about some matters concerning the basic training camp. To motivate the two, he also introduced some things about the elite training camp. After the passenger plane stopped, Hua Tianlang led Sumu and Gu Yue to the basic training camp. Like the elite training camp, the basic training camp also had a ranking board at its entrance, but it did not have that majestic black dragon statue. Moreover, the basic training camp had far more people. 3 or 4 times more than the elite training camp, as many as 788 people. Hua Tianlang led Sumu and Gu Yue into the elite training camp and arrived before a garden. This is where the students from the capital-based city live. Hua Tianlang pointed at the garden and said, there are more than 30 people inside. Teacher Hua. Just as he was speaking, a student walked out of the garden and saluted Hua Tianlang. Hua Tianlang nodded slightly. Wang Yizhao, these are the 2 new students, Sumu and Gu Yue. Hua Tianlang introduced the 3 to one another. Hello, you two. Wang Yizhao came from the Wang family and promptly greeted Sumu and Gu Yue, without the slightest hint of arrogance. Those who could come to the basic training camp, though they could not compare to the elite training camp, were still geniuses. Who knew if they might enter the elite training camp in the future? Naturally, one should win them over early. Wang Yizhao gave Sumu a significant look. He had actually received information from the Wang family and knew how terrifying Sumu's potential was. It could be said that many people believed Sumu was destined to enter the elite training camp. Unless there was enmity, such a person naturally should not be easily offended. Hello. Sumu and Gu Yue shook hands with Wang Yizhao. Alright, I still have matters to attend to, so I'll be going now. Wang Yizhao introduced some of the situation to Sumu and Gu Yue. Hua Tianlang said, don't worry, teacher Hua. I'll be thorough. Wang Yizhao was only too eager to interact more with the two and build good relations. Who knew if he might need their help in the future? After Hua Tianlang left, Wang Yizhao smiled and said, Sumu Gu Yue, let me tell you about the 2 questions you care about most. First, you must be concerned about how to enter the elite training camp. Sumu and Gu Yue nodded simultaneously. This was indeed the question they cared about most. Who wouldn't want to go to the elite training camp and receive better training? 2/3 of the elite training camp students were promoted from the basic training camp. Wang Yizhao said unhurriedly, and to join the elite training camp you must, within the 3-year term, have the strength to pass the A-level trial. An A-level trial. Sumu and Gu Yue were puzzled. In the elite training camp there is a trial tower that our basic training camp does not have. The trial at the lowest difficulty on the first floor of that tower is the A-level trial. Wang Yizhao explained. The trial tower's lowest difficulty trial. Gu Yue marveled inwardly, having no idea just how difficult the trial tower truly was. What kind of strength would one need to pass an A-rank trial? One's physical constitution must reach the intermediate war general level, Wang Yizhao said. Intermediate war general. Gu Yue drew in a soft breath and couldn't help stealing a glance at Sumu. It was said that Sumu's physical constitution had already reached the elementary war general level, far more formidable than his own. The next matter you're probably concerned about is the leaderboard of the basic training camp. Wang Yizhao continued. The leaderboard determines your rewards and your eligibility for the elite training camp. The higher you rank, the greater the rewards. On the last day of each month, the top 20 on the leaderboard may attempt the Trial Tower's A-rank trial. Those who pass will enter the elite training camp, while those who fail will remain in the basic training camp. What determines the ranking? Guyu asked hastily. The ranking is decided by battle achievements and punch force amplification level. Wang Yizhao said killing a low-level warrior class monster earns no battle points. Killing one mid-level warrior class monster earns 10 battle points. Killing one high-level warrior class monster earns 100 battle points. And killing one elementary war general class monster earns 1000 battle points. If you have 1000 battle points and a punch force amplification level of 1.5, then your total score is 1500. The total score determines how high you rank on the leaderboard. Guyu and Sumu nodded now, having a rough understanding of the basic training camp. Climb the rankings, break into the top 20, earn the right to take the A-rank trial, and upon passing enter the elite training camp. This then was the way of the basic training camp. Everyone who entered the basic training camp undoubtedly harbored the desire to enter the far more formidable elite training camp, for only by reaching that place could one be truly acknowledged and eagerly recruited by major powers across the world. Come, I'll take you to find a room and settle in first, then we'll go see the teacher. Wang Yizhao led the two into the compound where each of them selected a room. Although there were already more than 30 people in the compound, some vacant rooms remained. After all, the compound was quite spacious, so accommodating a few more people was entirely feasible. Afterwards, Wang Yizhao led the two to meet a middle-aged man of unremarkable appearance with only a right arm. Sumu Guyue, this is Teacher Chuluan. Wang Yizhao introduced Teacher Chuluan is the instructor for the 30-plus people from Jingdu base city. Teacher Chuluan is an elementary war god. Even though the basic training camp was not held in as high regard as the elite training camp, its instructors were still at the war god level. However, it was impossible to have one instructor for every few students as the elite training camp did. After all, the number of students in the basic training camp was truly overwhelming. Greetings, teacher. Sumu and Guyu bowed slightly. Chuluan nodded faintly and said to Wang Yizhao and Guyue, Wang Yizhao, take Guyu to meet the others first. I will assess Sumu's strength. He needed to know Sumu's current strength before he could tailor his instruction accordingly. After Wang Yizhao and Guyu left, Chuluan led Sumu to the training room. Attack me with everything you have. Sumu took a Blood Shadow War blade from the weapon rack beside him, activated the ninefold Thunder Blade, and charged at Chuluan. He was not afraid of harming Chuluan, for although Chuluan was missing his left arm, dealing with Sumu was a trivial matter for him. Even if Sumu were to unleash his psychic power, he would still be no match. Sumu struck again and again, yet Chuluan effortlessly parried every attack. Your foundational blade technique is solid and your cultivation of the ninefold Thunderblade is quite good, but there are still some problems. Chuluan then began to instruct Sumu. Sumu listened with great seriousness. In the past, he had always cultivated alone and had scarce real combat experience, so there were naturally some flaws in his blade techniques and body movement. Chuluan pointed out the flaws in Sumu's blade technique one by one, and Sumu learned quickly. Not bad. 2 hours later, Chuluan smiled. You may leave now. If you have any questions in the future, feel free to come to me anytime. After bowing, Sumu turned and left. Before he had taken a few steps, Chuluan called out, Sumu, remember, seek more real combat. Understood. Sumu nodded solemnly. Only real combat was the best way to temper oneself. No matter how well the teacher taught or how keen one's comprehension was, it was only through actual combat that one could improve more swiftly. I'll go hunt monsters tomorrow. Sumu mused as he walked. Up to this point, he had only one real combat experience, the martial artist practical assessment. The monsters in the martial artist practical assessment had also been too weak, so they offered little help in tempering Sumu. Just as he was mulling it over, Wang Yizhao walked over and smiled. Sumu, tonight the trainees from our Jingdu base city are hosting a welcome dinner for you too. Don't forget. All right. Sumu nodded in agreement. When evening came, all the Jingdu base city trainees in the basic training camp arrived, and Wang Yizhao introduced Sumu and Guyu to them. Among these people were those from ordinary families like Sumu and those from wealthy families. However, since everyone here was talented, no one would go so far as to be arrogant and overbearing, though a certain haughty bearing was still unavoidable. But since even Wang Yizhao treated Sumu and Guyu with courtesy, naturally no one was bored enough to provoke the two of them. The banquet drew to a close in a joyful, lively atmosphere. As Sumu walked back to his room, Guyu ran over and said, Sumu, I heard the basic training camp has replica gravity chambers that can increase gravity by up to 3 times. Cultivating gene energy inside them is faster than normal cultivation. That's right. Sumu nodded. However, we only get limited time in the replica gravity chambers. Only those with sufficiently high rankings can cultivate in them for longer periods. Sumu not only knew about the replica gravity chambers, but also knew that the elite training camp housed an ancient civilization gravity chamber that was even more impressive and provided far greater assistance to cultivation. He was already cultivating very fast, and if he trained in a gravity chamber, his speed would double, or even multiply several times over. However, he had just joined the basic training camp and ranked at the very bottom. Even with just the replica gravity chambers, he was limited to at most 3 hours of cultivation each month. Sumu was in no hurry to use the replica gravity chamber. He would wait until after tomorrow's monster hunt to cultivate. After bidding farewell to Guyue, Sumu returned to his room and began cultivating earnestly. The next day, Sumu and half of the basic training camp's trainees arrived together at City No. 1000. This city was teeming with monsters specially prepared for the trainees of the basic training camp. There was also a City No. 1001, where the monsters were even more powerful, prepared for the trainees of the elite training camp. Above City 1000, a dedicated satellite kept watch. Cadets were forbidden from privately trading monster materials and forbidden from killing one another. Sumu looked at a herd of triangular sheep not far away. Each of these triangular sheep was intermediate warrior level, but because they were so numerous, even an advanced warrior level martial artist could die if trapped among them. Kill. Without the slightest hesitation, Sumu charged straight at them with his blade. With his elementary war general level physique, he naturally needed more challenging opponents. He wasn't going to go after elementary warrior level beasts, was he? As for advanced warrior level beasts, if they appeared in a herd, Sumu would have a hard time dealing with them. That was why he started by training against a herd of intermediate warrior level beasts. With a wet thud, the head of one triangular sheep after another was cleaved off. Every stroke Sumu delivered sent a triangular sheep to its death. Yet the massed triangular sheep could do nothing against Sumu. They couldn't even touch his body. His speed and reactions were even more frightening than his strength. In less than 3 minutes, Sumu slaughtered the entire herd of several dozen triangular sheep. Real combat really is the best way to improve one's strength. Sumu then fixed his gaze on another group of beasts and charged. His figure wove through the monster, heard not a drop of blood clinging to his body as beast after beast toppled in succession. Through these battles, his blade technique and body movements continued to grow and advance. Thus the day came to an end amid Sumu's slaughter. Back at the basic training camp that night, Sumu immediately began cultivating. Thanks to the day's real combat, his nighttime cultivation brought him deeper insights, and his practice went more smoothly than ever. This was the benefit of real combat. Every strong practitioner was honed through seas of blood and mountains of corpses. No one could become a true powerhouse merely by cultivating behind closed doors. The next day, Sumu entered the simulated gravity chamber. 3 times gravity. He directly pushed the simulated gravity chamber to its limit. As threefold gravity pressed down on him, his breathing became a little short. But that was all. Threefold gravity was not enough to overwhelm him. Sitting cross-legged and cultivating his genetic energy, while absorbing cosmic energy, was as expected faster than usual. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. A pity. Sumu shook his head. The time was too short, but since he had just joined the basic training camp, there was nothing he could do about it. There is no need to care too much about the basic training camp. My main objective remains the elite training camp, Sumu thought to himself. The basic training camp was merely a springboard. He would not be staying here very long. The elite training camp was much more important. The elite training camp had many excellent resources that the basic training camp did not. If he could cultivate in the elite training camp's ancient civilization gravity chamber, adjusting the gravity to the very limit he could bear, his cultivation speed might even increase tenfold. The simulated gravity chamber's threefold gravity really wasn't much for Sumu. It couldn't be said to have no effect, but the effect was not particularly significant. In the days that followed, Sumu hunted monsters on odd-numbered days, and cultivated in the basic training camp on even-numbered days. 10 days after joining the basic training camp, his 9-fold Thunderblade successfully reached the first layer, allowing him to unleash 4 times his strength. Today I will kill you. In City 1000, Sumu looked at an enormous creature in the distance. It was a colossal mastiff the size of a house. Its body was covered in black fur, its eyes were savage, and the claws on its feet gleamed with cold light. An elementary beast general level monster, the black-furred steel mastiff. This was the first time Sumu had chosen to challenge an elementary beast general level monster. In truth, given his earlier strength, he had no need to fear an elementary beast general level monster. However, Sumu only set out to kill one after first cutting down large numbers of intermediate and advanced warrior level beasts and honing his blade technique and body movement to a higher degree. With the Blood Shadow battle blade in hand, Sumu appeared in front of the black-furred steel mastiff. The mastiff naturally noticed this tiny creature before it. In its eyes, each larger than a human head, ferocity and icy light flickered. With a roar, it lunged viciously at Sumu. Its enormous body crashed toward him like Mount Tai falling from above, both speed and power pushed to the absolute extreme. Facing a shadow that blotted out the sky, Sumu's expression didn't change. Only when the black-furred steel mastiff smashed down from above did his body move, slightly slipping out of the mastiff's landing range. At the same time, Sumu leaped up and slashed the Blood Shadow battle blade toward the mastiff's neck. 9-fold Thunderblade's second layer. 2 surges of hidden force exploded outward. With a wet crunch, the Blood Shadow battle blade hacked deep into the black-furred steel mastiff's neck, carving out an enormous wound as blood spurted like a fountain. Even so, the black-furred steel mastiff was not dead. Sumu kicked off its body, vaulted onto the top of its head, and brought the Blood Shadow battle blade down a second time, slicing an even deeper wound across the back of its neck. Boom! The black-furred steel mastiff's enormous form toppled over like a mountain collapsing or a pillar falling, sending clouds of dust into the air. 2 slashes had killed an elementary beast general level black-furred steel mastiff. Who is that? He killed an elementary beast general level black-furred steel mastiff in 2 slashes. I don't recognize him. It doesn't seem like there's anyone like him in the top rankings. Could he be a newcomer? In the distance, 2 basic training camp cadets who had witnessed Sumu's fearsome skill were both taken aback. It wasn't that no one in the basic training camp could kill an elementary beast general level monster, but apart from the few psychic masters, very few could do it as effortlessly as Sumu. He had killed the black-furred steel mastiff so cleanly and swiftly that it seemed as simple as eating and drinking. Actually, he could make it look this easy only because he truly had that kind of strength. His current punching force had already reached 11000 kilograms. Amplified by the first layer of the 9-fold Thunderblade, it was close to 16000 kilograms. In other words, Sumu's punching force had already reached the peak of an elementary war general-level martial artist. With his exquisite blade technique and body movements on top of that, killing a black-furred steel mastiff was naturally not difficult. After killing the black-furred steel mastiff, Sumu focused his attention entirely on elementary beast general-level monsters. Packs led by an elementary beast general-level monster, accompanied by large numbers of advanced and intermediate warrior-level beasts, were exactly his favorite targets. He could temper his body movement and blade technique in the monster pack while killing an elementary beast general-level monster and earning plenty of points. Why wouldn't he do it? As night fell, Sumu returned to the basic training camp together with the others. Sumu glanced at the leaderboard. He and Guyu were still at the bottom. Since they had just joined, their rankings wouldn't be calculated until next month, so they had no recorded points. But even if points were recorded, Sumu knew he couldn't make it into the top 20. After all, he had only been killing monsters for 5 days. 10 days fewer than the other trainees, a gap not easily closed. Moreover, he had not yet tested his punching force output level. Next month, I must enter the top 20, pass the A-level trial, and enter the elite training camp, Sumu said silently to himself. He still did not know how far the plot of Devouring Starry Sky had progressed, nor when the golden-horned beast would emerge to wreak havoc, so he had to improve his strength as quickly as possible. There was no time to lose. Sumu, this month we will begin competing for rankings. We must work hard. Guyu found Sumu. The two had entered together and were on good terms. He said, I already feel immense pressure. In his original Limit Martial Hall, he was also a genius. But here everyone was a genius. None weaker than him, so Guyu felt tremendous pressure. Pressure brings motivation. His rate of improvement had also quickened considerably. I need to work hard, Sumu said. Guyu said, I'll be satisfied as long as I can break into the top 500. Then he asked Sumu, what is your goal? You are stronger than me, you should be able to reach the top 200, right? Sumu smiled without answering. His goal was not the top 200 but the top 20. A new month began. Everyone's points reset to 0 and the rankings were recalculated. This time I will definitely make it into the top 300. I will hunt more monsters. Last time I barely missed the A-level trial, but this time I'll definitely make it. With their own goals, everyone started the brand new month. On the first day of the month, which was an odd-numbered day, Sumu trained quietly in the basic training camp. The next day, Sumu entered City 1000 to hunt monsters. Who is this Sumu? By the end of the second day, many people had gathered in front of the basic training camp leaderboard, all paying close attention to the rankings. Although the rankings in the basic training camp offered fewer rewards than those in the elite training camp, they were still a goal pursued by all trainees. Rank represented money, strength, and fame. No one could afford to ignore it. And on this very day, a name unfamiliar to most suddenly appeared at rank 83 on the leaderboard, Sumu. Sumu has broken into the top 100. Guiyue, also in the crowd, clenched his fist secretly. He and Sumu had entered the basic training camp at the same time. He was only ranked 673, while Sumu had already broken into the top 100. The gap was simply too great. So quickly Sumu has already broken into the top 100. Wang Yizhao took a deep breath. Sumu's name was already higher than his. He was only in the 250s. I must report to my family immediately. This Sumu absolutely must be courted with all our strength. I'll also introduce my sister to Sumu. This Sumu is new. He joined the basic training camp only 10 days ago. He's a genius of our Huaxia. Haha. Someone who knew Sumu laughed and everyone began to take notice of Sumu for the first time. His first month point ranking is already this high. Could he be a spiritual thought master? Someone asked in confusion. As everyone knew, spiritual thought masters killed monsters very quickly. Under equal strength, they were far faster than warriors. Most of those at the top of the basic training camp leaderboard were spiritual thought masters. If Sumu were one, then breaking into the top 100 in his first month would be understandable and acceptable to them. Haha. Sumu is not a spiritual thought master. He's just a warrior, Guyu said with a laugh. Not only that, Sumu is not yet 18. Not a spiritual thought master. Under 18. Heavens. A warrior broke into the top 100 in his first month. That's incredible. Truly amazing. Everyone marveled and trainees from various major powers hurriedly sent Sumu's information back to their organizations. Given Sumu's age and strength, everyone knew that his entry into the elite training camp was almost a foregone conclusion. Once he entered the elite training camp, as long as he didn't die prematurely becoming a war god was highly probable. A person like this had to be quickly courted no matter where they were. No one looked down on Sumu for being weak now. Since the leaderboard had been published, quite a few more people came to court Sumu. Originally only the Wang family and the Huaxia military had placed great importance on Sumu and tried to court him. Now forces all over the world were extending goodwill to Sumu, offering all kinds of conditions to win him over. Sumu remained completely indifferent. These conditions were trivial, no matter how much money they offered he did not care. Because there were many things money could not buy, and the one who possessed those things was the master of Limit Martial Hall, the world's #1 powerhouse Hong. Sumu's determination to join Limit Martial Hall would not change for anything. Only in this way could he obtain even greater benefits. Failing to recruit him, the major powers were not annoyed. They continued to have their trainees in the basic training camp get close to Sumu. Even if they couldn't recruit Sumu, they would at least build a good relationship with him. Having one more friend was always good. Sumu's ranking kept rising as time passed. 83, 77, 72. Each time he returned from hunting monsters, Sumu's ranking rose a few places, meaning he had killed more monsters, and that his strength was constantly improving. This Sumu. Could he be about to enter the elite training camp and rank in the top 20 right away? That's impossible. There are quite a few formidable people ahead of him, and the point gaps are not small. That's right. If he actually breaks into the top 20 on the leaderboard at once, that would set a record for the basic training camp. Before this, even the most talented genius had taken 3 months to break into the top 20 on the leaderboard. Sumu's ranking had been watched by everyone, tugging at their hearts. Time passed, and on the third to last day of the month, everyone returned from hunting monsters. This was the last monster hunt of the month. Killing monsters in the following 2 days would no longer earn points because those 2 days were reserved for the top 20 on the leaderboard to undergo the A-level trial. In other words, at this point, the rankings were almost settled with only the 10 p.m. settlement pending. 38. Sumu's final ranking is 38. Having just joined the basic training camp and ranked 38. If I remember correctly, he should be the second. I thought Sumu would only rank in the top 200. Guyu looked at Sumu's name with a wry smile. I was completely wrong. Fortunately, he didn't make it into the top 20, someone thought secretly with envy. If Sumu had directly entered the top 20, that would have been truly hard to accept. Everyone here was a genius. Why should he be so much stronger than us? 38 is also very impressive. Wang Yizhao was also looking at the rankings. Unfortunately, he focuses entirely on cultivation, and hasn't had much conversation with my sister. Wang Yizhao had introduced Sumu to his sister, and Sumu, unable to decline such enthusiasm, had gotten acquainted briefly. But it was only a brief acquaintance. His sister often came to chat with Sumu, but Sumu was devoted to training and took a long time to reply to each message. While many trainees were discussing, Sumu arrived at the testing room of the basic training camp. The testing room was where punching force output levels were measured. Before this, Sumu had never taken the test. In other words, according to the basic training camp's records, his punching force output level was still only 1. His point ranking, that is battle points multiplied by 1, had not changed. I want to test my punching force output level, Sumu said to the air above. Trainee Sumu, please begin testing your basic strength. A mechanical voice sounded as Sumu walked up to the punching force testing machine. He took a deep breath and first threw a normal punch. 14857 kg. That was close to the punching power of a mid-level war general. Trainee Sumu, please begin testing your maximum strength. The mechanical voice spoke again. Sumu threw another punch at the test machine's target. 31313 kg. Trainee Sumu, testing complete. Your punching force output level is 2.1. Just 3 days earlier, Sumu's 9-fold Thunderblade had broken through to the second level, allowing him to unleash 3 bursts of hidden force. His punching force output level naturally became 2.1. He top 20. Sumu smiled. With his points multiplied by 2.1, he could completely enter the top 20. The only ones who could stay above him were those spiritual thought masters who killed monsters extremely quickly. Sumu didn't need to compete for first place, so naturally he didn't have to contend with those spiritual thought masters. Of course, if he revealed his spiritual thought master talent, first place would be his for sure. The moment Sumu finished the test, the leaderboard outside, which had remained motionless, suddenly flickered. Sumu's ranking jumped from 38th to 13th in an instant. 13th? How could Sumu's points suddenly skyrocket by so much? He even went straight to 13th. How is this possible? Everyone was shocked beyond words. Breaking into the top 20 all at once was truly hard to believe. Damn. Could it be that he never tested his punching force output level before? Someone seemed to think of something and blurted out. Let me calculate. Another person did some mental math. His points were multiplied by 2.1, meaning his punching force output level is 2.1. He practices 9-fold Thunderblade. That's the power achieved at the second level. Second level of 9-fold Thunderblade. Ranked 13th in points, not yet 18. An absolute genius. Do you think he will pass the A-level trial and get straight into the elite training camp? That possibility is extremely high. The elite training camp. Everyone had complex expressions. The elite training camp they dreamed of. Some had studied for 3 years without entering and could only leave the basic training camp helplessly. Yet Sumu had been in the basic training camp for just over a month and already had the strength to enter the elite training camp. Even if he didn't make it this month, after one more month of training, he definitely would. Comparisons are maddening. Sumu paid no attention to the commotion outside. After finishing the test, he prepared to continue cultivating. Tomorrow he would have to take the A-level trial. He had to succeed this time, as Sumu didn't want to wait another month. As he walked out of the testing room, many people were standing outside. Sumu, you really surprised us. Wang Yizhao walked over and gave a thumbs up. Amazing, absolutely amazing. You entered the top 20 in your first month. You've broken the basic training camp record. Sumu, you are far stronger than me. Guyu also walked over. Sumu patted him on the shoulder and said, you work hard too. Guyu nodded vigorously, resolving to strive with Sumu as his goal. Sumu, hello, I am Enoch of the Balanis family. Pleased to meet you. Sumu, hello, I am Suchong of the Su family in Huaxia. Sumu, hello. One by one people came forward to greet and befriend Sumu. Everyone knew that Sumu's future was bright and boundless. There were even women who took the initiative to express their affection for Sumu. If Sumu was willing, something could happen right away. However, for tomorrow's A-level trial, Sumu decided to conserve his energy and maintain his best condition. At 10 p.m., the rankings were settled and Sumu was firmly in 13th place. At the same time, an email was sent to his account telling him to go to the elite training camp the next day for the A-level trial. The next day, Sumu arrived at the main gate of the basic training camp. The other 19 trainees came over one after another. All their gazes fell on Sumu. This genius who had just joined the basic training camp and was qualified to take the A-level trial before turning 18 naturally became the focus of everyone's attention. Sumu, you're here. Sumu. Some took the initiative to greet Sumu, but a few ignored him with a trace of provocation in their eyes. After all, everyone was a genius. Although Sumu appeared more formidable, making them truly convinced was not so easy. Several spiritual thought masters, in particular, had unfriendly looks in their eyes. Sumu ignored them. Who cared about their feelings? Sumu just needed to focus on his own affairs. Although their gazes were hostile, none of them came forward to provoke him. After all, Sumu's potential was plain to see. There was no need to clash with Sumu over a moment of anger. Before long, Hua Tianlong, who had brought Sumu to the basic training camp, walked over. He was the teacher leading everyone to the A-level trial today. Teacher Hua. Everyone bowed slightly to show respect. Hua Tianlang smiled, his gaze landing on Sumu. Sumu, you've really surprised me. He clearly remembered that it was he who had brought Sumu into the basic training camp. He hadn't expected that in such a short time Sumu would already be able to participate in the A-level trial. Moreover, there was a high probability he would pass. It had to be said that Sumu was absolutely a once-in-a-generation genius. After saying that, Hua Tianlang said no more and walked toward the nearby elite training camp. All of you follow me to the elite training camp for the assessment. The elite training camp stood right beside the basic training camp. Sumu and his companions followed Hua Tianlang through its main gate. Beyond the gate loomed a colossal black dragon sculpture 50 meters tall. Boundless darkness radiated from it, pressing down on them with suffocating force. Sumu remained utterly impassive. His spiritual will had already reached the level of an elementary war god, so the lifeless eyes of a black dragon could hardly frighten him. The others' complexions had turned somewhat pale. Hua Tianlang glanced at Sumu with a hint of surprise, having never expected Sumu to remain completely unaffected. It seemed Sumu was even more formidable than he appeared on the surface. Beneath the black dragon sculpture were rows of small display screens, each bearing a name. This was the Black Dragon ranking. Every trainee in the basic training camp had heard of the Black Dragon ranking. Sumu swept his eyes across the Black Dragon ranking. Luo Feng. At 56th place on the Black Dragon ranking, Sumu saw Luo Feng's name. Luo Feng has actually entered the elite training camp and he is ranked 56th. It seems he has been there for quite some time. Sumu thought to himself. If he had been more attentive to such matters, he could have learned about Luo Feng long ago. However, he focused wholeheartedly on cultivation and rarely encountered that kind of news, which was why he only noticed Luo Feng's information now. Following Sumu's gaze to Luo Feng's name, Hua Tianlang smiled. This trainee Luo Feng is truly impressive. In his very first month in the elite training camp, he reached 56th place, breaking the previous best record. Now he has climbed even higher. His progress is astonishing. Sumu, you should take Luo Feng as your target. I would like to see what rank you can reach in your first month in the elite training camp. Hua Tianlang had great expectations for Sumu, believing that Sumu would not be inferior to Luo Feng. Sumu nodded. Instructor, I will work hard. Let's go. Hua Tianlang led the group to a 9-story tower at the very core of the elite training camp. This tower is called the Ninefold Tower. It is where all trainees study and train, and some special training rooms are also located within. They entered the Ninefold Tower and took the elevator to the 9th floor. There a few cushions lay scattered about and some young men and women were sitting and chatting. Seeing Hua Tianlang arrive with people, one of them laughed. The basic training camp examinees are here. Haha, I wonder how many will pass this time. I too passed the assessment from the basic training camp and entered the elite training camp. The trainees chatted idly while watching Sumu and the others. Following Hua Tianlang, they entered a corridor lined with large rooms on both sides. Hua Tianlang said, Hazlitt, come with me first. Hazlitt was currently ranked first in the basic training camp. He followed Hua Tianlang into the innermost room, while Sumu and the others waited outside. What exactly is the A-rank trial? A trainee who, like Sumu, had entered the top 20 for the first time asked in English. Within 10 minutes slay 50 savage bulls of the elementary beast general rank. Dying or running out of time both count as failure. Another trainee who had participated in the A-rank trial explained. That difficult? Several newly promoted top 20 trainees changed expression slightly. For anyone capable of ranking in the top 20, killing a single elementary beast general rank savage bull was not too hard. Yet being surrounded by 50 such bulls was an entirely different matter. A slight carelessness could lead to injury or even death. Su Mu, a fair-faced trainee with blue eyes, smirked at him and said in clumsy Chinese, Do you dare to duel me one-on-one? Who are you? Su Mu knitted his brows. He had never met this person, yet the man wanted to wager a duel with him. Moreover, this was one of the people who had looked at him with hostility earlier. My name is Clement Polinas. Clement sneered. Let's bet 1 billion Huaxia yuan. Do you dare? Sumu was speechless. The Polinas family. Wasn't that the one hostile to Luo Feng? Besides, he truly could not produce 1 billion Huaxia yuan. In truth, many forces had tried to recruit him. Had he agreed to any of them, he could have received 1 billion Huaxia yuan. But he had refused every offer, so naturally none of them would give him a single penny. No bet. Don't you think this is childish? Sumu said expressionlessly. A grown man like you playing children's games. If you aren't embarrassed, I am embarrassed for you. Sumu had thoroughly rebuked Clement, though he naturally could not admit that he had no money for the bet. Clement's face alternated between ashen and flushed. With a cold snort, he fell silent. After a while, Hazlitt emerged. Hua Tianlang announced, Hazlitt failed the A-rank trial. Next, Wei Su. Wei Su and Hazlitt brushed past each other as he entered the room Hazlitt had just left. The trials proceeded one by one and the pass rate was extremely low. Wang Yizhao had once told Su Mu that of the 20 people participating in each A-rank trial, on average only 2 or 3 could pass. More than 2 hours later, it finally became Su Mu's turn. Humph. You won't pass either. Clement watched Su Mu's back coldly. He had taken the trial before Su Mu and ended in failure. Inside the dim room were 2 sofas, and upon the sofas lay azure helmets. Since this is your first time, let me introduce it to you. Hua Tianlang pointed at the azure helmet with a smile. This is a consciousness sensor modeled after the spatial equipment unearthed from the ancient civilization ruins. Through the consciousness sensor, you can connect to the virtual space mainframe. Once you put it on, you will enter a virtual world with 100% fidelity. The A-rank trial takes place in that virtual world. Sumu already knew all of this, yet he still listened carefully. Lying down on the sofa, he put on the azure helmet. In the next moment, Sumu appeared upon an endless silver plain. Although he had long known about the virtual space, truly stepping into it still amazed Sumu. Having read virtual reality online game novels in the past, it was impossible not to feel a longing for such a world. That is the trial tower. Hua Tianlang pointed to the only building in the virtual space. A 7-story tower adorned with carvings of all kinds of monstrous beasts. Now try moving your body, Hua Tianlang said. Sumu stretched a few times, already knowing the answer. My body seems weaker. Hua Tianlang nodded. All people who enter the virtual space have an identical physical constitution. A punching force of 10,000 kilograms, a speed of 150 meters per second, and neural reaction rated excellent at the elementary war general level. To pass the A-rank trial, you can only rely on your own comprehension of movement techniques and martial arts. As he spoke, they arrived at the entrance of the trial tower. Hua Tianlang pointed to a black stone pillar at the entrance. Name Sumu. Gender male. Identity basic training camp trainee. Trial tower level 1. The trial tower level is the number of floors you have cleared through the trial tower. The higher the floor, the higher your trial tower level. Hua Tianlang laughed heartily. By the way, the trial tower level also affects your ranking on the Black Dragon leaderboard. Sumu, work hard, I wish you success. He patted Sumu on the shoulder, and Hua Tianlang's figure vanished. A mechanical electronic voice echoed through the virtual space. Sumu, please choose your weapon and combat suit. Enter the trial tower within 1 minute of selection to undergo the A-rank trial. Various weapons and combat suits materialized before Sumu. He immediately picked the one best suited to him. 1 minute later, the space shifted and Sumu arrived on a vast boundless grassland. The mechanical electronic voice echoed again. Sumu, the A-rank trial requires you to kill 50 junior beast general grade savage bulls within 10 minutes. Death or timeout counts as failure. You have 5 minutes to prepare. Sumu had known all this long ago. He remained unfazed, his expression unchanged. 5 minutes passed swiftly. A rank trial. Begin. As the mechanical electronic voice fell, a horde of 3-meter-tall sturdy savage bulls appeared 100 meters ahead on the grassland. 50 savage bulls, each with a faint blood-red aura swirling around its horns, charged at Sumu in unison, their iron hoofs shaking the earth. A sight both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Facing so many savage bulls was enough to make one's heart tremble with fear at a single glance, let alone fight them. Gripping his blood shadow battle blade, Sumu stood motionless. Only when the bulls surged before him did he slash down with his blade, cleaving one bull dead. Then, with a slight shift of his body, he easily evaded the charges of the other bulls. While dodging, he struck again with his blade, killing another savage bull. His figure darted through the herd of savage bulls, and none of them could touch him. If Hua Tianlang could witness this scene, he would exclaim in utter shock, "Perfect level body movement." That's right, it was perfect level body movement. Body movement was divided into 4 levels: basic, subtle, perfect, and artistic conception. During the fierce battles in City 1000, Sumu had already elevated his body movement from the subtle level to the perfect level, breaking through together with the 9-fold thunder blade. His perfect level body movement allowed him to ignore any attack from the savage bulls, dodging among them with ease, while slaughtering one bull monster after another. That nameless golden radiance was constantly reshaping his talent and comprehension, making him ever stronger. The 50 savage bulls fell one after another, yet Sumu remained completely unscathed. Time taken 5 minutes and 3 seconds. All 50 savage bulls killed. A rank trial passed. Congratulations, trainee Sumu. The mechanical electronic voice sounded, and Sumu's figure left the virtual space trial tower along with the countdown. Congratulations, Sumu. Haha, you passed in just 5 minutes and 3 seconds. Hua Tianlang laughed heartily. Sumu, like him, was of Chinese descent, and Hua Tianlang was the one who had brought Sumu into the basic training camp. Seeing Sumu pass the A-rank trial, Hua Tianlang was naturally overjoyed. Thank you, instructor, Sumu said. Hua Tianlang waved his hand. What are you thanking me for? Haha, congratulations on joining the elite training camp. Hua Tianlang led Sumu out. Humph, he came out so fast. He must have been killed by the savage bulls. Clement watched Sumu walk out, sneering inwardly. He refused to believe that Sumu could have killed all 50 savage bulls and passed the trial in such a short time. Sumu has passed. Hua Tianlang looked at the crowd and announced. What? He passed. He actually passed in such a short time. The crowd had mixed expressions. They had all been cultivating longer than Sumu, yet Sumu had already joined the elite training camp while they were still in the basic training camp. The gap between people really was too vast. Sumu, congratulations. A few people offered their congratulations, but more remained silent, uttering not a word. They felt bitter and did not want to speak. Clement in particular had a livid face and was extremely displeased. Fortunately for him, Sumu had no money, otherwise he would have lost another 1 billion Huaxia coins to Sumu. After Sumu passed, the remaining 7 also took the assessment one after another. In the end, surprisingly, only Sumu passed and the other 19 were all eliminated. Hua Tianlang merely smiled at this result. It was perfectly normal. On average, only 2 or 3 people passed the A-rank trial each month, so even if no one in this batch had passed, it would have been expected. You all still need to work hard. Sumu entered the basic training camp later than you, and now he has already joined the elite training camp. Hua Tianlang looked at the others. I'd like to see if you can still be so arrogant and complacent in the basic training camp. To say that these guys were not arrogant and complacent would certainly be untrue. Even if they did not show it outwardly, they were definitely proud inside. Hua Tianlang took this opportunity to knock some sense into them, making them remember and work harder. Perhaps they would pass the A-rank trial next month. After the trial ended, Hua Tianlang led the group out of the corridor and into the spacious hall on the 9th floor of the 9-fold tower. Instructor Hua, how many people passed the A-rank trial this time? A female trainee in white training clothes with an elegant figure and fair, beautiful features asked with a smile. 1. Hua Tianlang replied. Only 1. Tisk, the quality this month isn't high. Who is it? Hearing Hua Tianlang's words, the other elite training camp trainees also looked over. Lu Qinglan, he comes from the same Jingdu base city as you. Hua Tianlang pointed at Sumu and said with a smile. His name is Sumu. Sumu. Everyone's gazes turned to Sumu, their faces filled with surprise. Such a young kid. Everyone present was over 20 years old, and Sumu did indeed look somewhat younger. Someone from my Jingdu base city. The woman in white training clothes who had asked earlier, Lu Qinglan, stood up. It seems our Huaxia has gained another trainee. Little Su, how old are you? Lu Qinglan asked, blinking. I'm quite grown. Sumu muttered inwardly. Hua Tianlang laughed. He'll turn 18 in half a year. So young. The crowd was even more astonished. To enter the elite training camp before 18, Lu Qinglan was especially shocked. Isn't he even younger than Luo Feng? Haha, I'll take him to handle the formalities first, Hua Tianlang said. The rest of you return to the basic training camp on your own. Lu Qinglan quickly walked over and said with a smile. I'll go with you. As they walked out of the Jiucheng Tower, Hua Tianlang asked, what codename do you plan to choose? You will officially join the elite training camp the day after tomorrow, June 1st, 2057. The first 4 digits of your code are 5706, and you can choose the last 2 yourself. Then 2,000 foot. Sumu said, casually, not caring much about it. Alright then, 570,600. Hua Tianlang laughed. Hua Tianlang smiled. The news of Sumu joining the elite training camp quickly spread across the world. The forces that had already known Sumu were even more amazed by his talent and strength, and stepped up their efforts to recruit him. Following Hua Tianlang and Lu Qinglan, they arrived at the Jingdu Pavilion. Lu Qinglan smiled and said, Sumu, with you joining our Jingdu Pavilion now, has 4 members in total. 4 people. Sumu raised an eyebrow slightly. That was quite a lot. As they entered the Jingdu Pavilion, 2 men were sitting around chatting. Lu Qinglan said, Senior brother Chu Chong, Senior brother Wang Junlong, we have a newcomer in the Jingdu Pavilion. Oh, a newcomer. Chu Chong and Wang Junlong looked over. Sumu recalled the rankings of the 2 men he had seen on the Black Dragon ranking. Chu Chong ranked 2nd on the Black Dragon ranking. Wang Junlong was slightly weaker, ranking 31st. Lu Qinglan was even weaker, ranking 79th. Of course, the weakest was himself, ranking 186th. After bringing Sumu to the Jingdu Pavilion, Hua Tianlang left. Sumu and Lu Qinglan walked over and Wang Junlong smiled. You're Sumu, right? I've heard of your reputation long ago. I've heard of your reputation long ago. Senior brother Wang, did you know Sumu long ago? Lu Qinglan asked in surprise. Wang Junlong nodded. Sumu joined the basic training camp last month. I didn't expect him to come to the elite training camp so soon. I thought I'd have to wait another 2 or 3 months. The Wang family knew Sumu quite well. After all, they lived in the Jingdu base city, and had always been eager to recruit him. He entered the elite training camp in just 1 month. Lu Qinglan sighed with emotion. Little Su, you're truly amazing. Back then I stayed in the basic training camp for nearly a year before passing the A-level trial and joining the elite training camp. 2/3 of the trainees in the elite training camp had come from the basic training camp, while most of the rest came from major powers. As for those like Luo Feng, they were extremely rare. By the way, Junior Sumu, how long did it take you to pass the A-level trial? Chu Chong suddenly asked. 5 minutes and 1 second. Sumu spoke up. It wasn't a secret, so he could tell them. 5 minutes and 1 second. Wang Junlong and Lu Qinglan were astonished. They exchanged a glance and Lu Qinglan murmured, could there be another Luo Feng? One Luo Feng had already made the major powers rush to recruit him. If another Sumu emerged, who knew how much frenzy it would stir? I'm really looking forward to what rank Junior Sumu will achieve in his first month. Chu Chong was slightly surprised, as well then said with a smile, Luo Feng ranked 68th in his first month. I wonder if Junior Sumu can surpass him. Sumu smiled and said, I'll work hard. Senior brother Chu Chong, Senior brother Wang Junlong, you two keep chatting. I'll take Sumu to his room. Lu Qinglan led Sumu to his room. Little Su, there is a trainee handbook on the computer in your room. Be sure to read it carefully. Also, you must strive hard to climb the Black Dragon ranking. The higher your rank, the better. Lu Qinglan instructed Sumu. Sumu nodded. He naturally understood the importance of the ranking. If Luo Feng hadn't ranked well and received resource training from the Limit Martial Hall, he would probably have been killed by his enemy Vulture, Liao, long ago. Although Sumu didn't have such an enemy, it didn't stop him from striving to improve himself, because he knew all too clearly that the disasters on Earth had not truly begun. The Golden Horn Giant beast, the New Alanshan family, and later the exposure of Earthling secrets. Each could be called a tremendous disaster for humanity. Sumu would not place his hopes on Luo Feng. He had to rely on himself to protect himself and his father. In his room, Sumu carefully read the trainee handbook. Although he knew some information, it was only a small part revealed in the original work. There was much content that the original work didn't mention, so Sumu naturally had to read it carefully. Ancient Ruins Gravity Chamber. This was what Sumu cared about most. He was already cultivating very fast. Absorbing cosmic energy allowed him to increase his strength by 200 kilograms a day, and this rate was still growing daily. If he cultivated under the extreme conditions of the Ancient Ruins Gravity Chamber, his training speed would be 10 times faster, granting him an increase of 2,000 kilograms of strength per day. How terrifying would that be? Moreover, the ranking on the Black Dragon ranking was somewhat different from that of the basic training camp. The points on the Black Dragon ranking were calculated by multiplying merit points by combat amplitude. Merit points were based on the number of monsters slain. An elementary beast general level monster was worth 1 merit point. A medium beast general level monster was worth 10 merit points. An advanced beast general level monster was worth 100 merit points. An elementary lord level monster was worth 1,000 merit points. Combat amplitude was the fist force release level multiplied by the trial tower level. Sumu's current fist force release level was 2. 1. His trial tower level was 1. 3, so his combat amplitude was 2. 73. Next month I must push my ranking very high. Sumu thought to himself. If his ranking were high enough to surpass Luo Feng's first ranking, he was sure to attract the recruitment of the Limit Martial Hall and sign a bigger contract bringing even more benefits. Such an opportunity absolutely could not be let go, because he knew that they were about to go to the Australian continent where there was Mist Island containing plant spirits and beneath Mist Island lay Babata. He wanted to obtain all of these things. Although it might seem like he was seizing Luo Feng's opportunities, he couldn't care less about that now. At worst he could compensate Luo Feng in the future. After reading the trainee handbook, Sumu entered the underground secret chamber to cultivate. There was not much time left for him. Every minute and every second had to be seized tightly. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the Chinese trainees held a banquet for Sumu as usual to welcome him. At the banquet, Sumu also met Luo Feng. "Junior Sumu, you're even younger than me. Keep it up." Luo Feng patted Sumu on the shoulder, as if seeing himself when he first entered the elite training camp. "As long as you rank high in your first month, you'll gain great benefits." Luo Feng thought of the contract he had signed and whispered to Sumu. "Remember, don't care about the wooing of other forces. You must join the Limit Martial Hall. The Limit Martial Hall has the greatest advantages. You'll know when the time comes." "Thank you for the reminder, senior brother Luo Feng. I understand," Sumu said with a smile. After the banquet ended, a blond young man walked over with a beaming smile. "William." At the sight of him, Luo Feng's brow furrowed. This was the very fellow who had challenged him right after he entered the elite training camp. Of course it ended with his victory and William's defeat. William had lost 10 billion Huaxia coins to him. Seeing William show up, he knew exactly what the fellow wanted. He was surely going to challenge Sumu. Losing to Luo Feng was one thing. He could just win the money back from Sumu. After all, Sumu and Luo Feng were both Chinese. Defeating Sumu would also make Luo Feng lose face. "Sumu, I'd like to spar with you," William said with a grin. "Let's bet another 10 billion Huaxia coins. Do you dare?" He wasn't playing any tricks this time. He stated his intention directly, and looked at Sumu provocatively. "If you don't dare, then forget it." Sumu's eyes narrowed slightly. Of course he dared to bet, but he didn't have the money. Before a challenge, the funds had to be transferred to the dedicated account of the challenge system. And after the challenge concluded, the total amount would be paid to the victor. Sumu simply couldn't produce 10 billion Huaxia coins, so the challenge naturally couldn't be arranged. Sumu heaved a quiet sigh. He was different from Luo Feng. Luo Feng had spent a long time hunting monsters in the wilderness, and had even stolen dragon eggs, earning a great deal of money. As for him, he had only hunted monsters in City 1000, hadn't yet revealed his psychic power talent, and had hunted for just over a month, earning less than 100 million. A 10 billion Huaxia coin bet was something he simply couldn't afford. Of course, if he were willing to join a major power, 10 billion Huaxia coins would be a trivial matter. "William, are you looking for another beating? If you've got the guts, bet with me." Luo Feng stared coldly at William. William sneered. "Luo Feng, I'm no match for you, and I'm not betting with you. I'm betting with Sumu. If he doesn't dare, then forget it." William was like a dead pig that doesn't fear scalding water. He no longer cared about losing face. Anyway, after losing to Luo Feng, he had often been mocked, so he didn't care about this either. Sumu was about to refuse. Without money, he had no choice. Seemingly catching the helplessness in his eyes, Luo Feng pulled Sumu aside and asked in a low voice, "Junior brother Sumu, do you want to bet with him?" Sumu nodded, then sighed. "But I can't come up with that much money. Are you confident you can beat him?" A flicker of interest crossed Luo Feng's face. Recalling his own challenge with William, he said, "William's swordsmanship is at a very high level." Sumu smiled. "Senior brother Luo Feng, a mere William is hardly someone I would take seriously. Saber technique, swordsmanship, spear arts, and movement techniques likewise had 4 realms: basic, proficient, perfect, and artistic conception. William's swordsmanship had reached the proficient realm. Sumu's saber technique too had reached the proficient realm. Although Sumu had trained for only a short time, his movement technique and saber art were improving rapidly. This was the result of the golden light reshaping his talent, and it continued to strengthen him subtly and steadily. So confident. Luo Feng looked at Sumu in surprise, wondering where this new junior brother, who had just joined the elite training camp, had gotten such confidence. After thinking for a moment, Luo Feng said, "Since you're so confident, I'll give you a hand. I'll transfer 50 billion Huaxia coins to you. Bet 50 billion with William. Last time I won 50 billion Huaxia coins from him. This time let him bleed even more." Since Luo Feng had put it that way, Sumu didn't stand on ceremony. He nodded and agreed. "All right, thank you, senior brother Luo Feng. Even if I lose, I'll pay back that 50 billion as soon as possible." Luo Feng laughed heartily. He had no doubt whatsoever that Sumu would repay the money. As long as Sumu was willing to join some influential organization, paying it back would be a breeze. Sumu and Luo Feng walked back. Sumu said coldly to William, "William, I heard you challenged senior brother Luo Feng before, and lost 50 billion Huaxia coins to him. I'll also bet 50 billion Huaxia coins with you. Do you dare to accept?" William's eyes darkened and his face turned extremely ugly. Sumu truly was rubbing salt in the wound. "I don't dare accept. You think you're Luo Feng too?" William growled. He couldn't believe he'd run into another genius like Luo Feng. Even if Sumu was as talented as Luo Feng, Sumu was still far too young, and certainly lacked practical combat experience. He was no match for William. "Then it's settled," Sumu said. "You too." Zhao Rua said helplessly. Why are you just like Luo Feng? Coincidentally, the challenge room was empty at the moment, so Su Mu and William went straight there. The news that William was betting 50 billion Huaxia coins with a newcomer quickly spread throughout the elite training camp. These newcomers are getting bolder and bolder. That's Su Mu. Does he think he's another Luo Feng? Humph, even Luo Feng back then might not have been able to beat the current William. During these 2 months, William has undergone intense training. A large crowd of elite training camp trainees gathered outside the challenge room. Su Mu and William had already entered the virtual space challenge chamber. After selecting weapons and combat suits, William turned cocky again. You pick the arena. Su Mu grinned. I heard that last time you lost 50 billion Huaxia coins to senior brother Luo Feng in the gymnasium. Then I'll choose the gymnasium too. You. William glared at Su Mu. Su Mu was deliberately provoking him. Let you act cocky for now. When you lose 50 billion Huaxia coins, you'll know what heartache feels like. Su Mu smiled non-committally. Who would win and who would lose would be clear soon enough. The virtual space scene shifted and a huge gymnasium appeared. William thrust his sword at Su Mu with incredible speed. Su Mu's body shifted slightly, dodging William's long sword in an instant. Then, with one saber stroke, he cut off William's head. One stroke, instant kill. Perfect level movement technique. William retreated from the challenge space in shock. Challenge. Su Mu wins. An electronic mechanical voice rang out on the 9th floor of the Ninefold Tower. Everyone standing outside was stunned. So fast. William was taken down in one move. We just got a Luo Feng. Could this Su Mu be even stronger than Luo Feng? The crowd found it hard to accept. One Luo Feng was already enough. Why did there have to be a Su Mu too? Did they even leave a chance for others? With a gloomy face, William walked out of the challenge room. Candace asked, William, why did you lose so quickly? Losing was one thing, but losing so quickly was truly hard to comprehend. He has a perfect level movement technique, William said through gritted teeth. He had trained for so many years and only just mastered subtle level movement to great mastery, yet Su Mu could already skillfully employ perfect level movement techniques. Comparing oneself to others is infuriating. Amazing. A perfect level movement technique. No wonder he could beat William. He's a true genius. As the crowd buzzed with discussion, Su Mu walked out with a smile. Having earned 50 billion Huaxia coins, he was quite pleased. Thank you, senior brother Luo Feng. Su Mu walked up to Luo Feng. Had it not been for Luo Feng lending him 5 billion Chinese yuan, he would never have won 5 billion himself. I never expected you to have mastered movement skills at the perfect level, junior brother Su Mu. Luo Feng sighed with emotion. His own movement technique had only just reached the perfect level. Senior brother Luo Feng, I'll transfer the money to you. Su Mu had already received 5 billion Chinese yuan from William, and he transferred 6 billion to Luo Feng. Consider that extra billion as interest. Junior brother Su Mu, what is this? Luo Feng stared at the balance message on his phone, astonishment written across his face. Su Mu smiled. Senior brother Luo Feng, if you hadn't lent me the 5 billion, I wouldn't have earned so much. Consider that 1 billion as a treat for a meal. Using a billion to buy a meal. You really are rich. Lu Qinglan pouted from the side. Su Mu smiled casually. Candace, William, and the others stared coldly at Su Mu and Luo Feng. This was already the second time they had suffered a loss at their hands. However, Candace did not come over to challenge him because Chu Chang, Shijiang, and others were nearby and would not stand idly by while they bullied Su Mu. Let's go. Candace led his people away. News that Su Mu had mastered a perfect level movement technique spread at lightning speed. In the eyes of high-ranking members of Earth's major powers, Su Mu's value had risen considerably. Chu Chang, representing the Chinese military, and Wang Juanlong, representing the Wang clan of Jingdu, both offered Su Mu extremely generous terms, but he politely declined them all. His decision to join the Limit Martial Hall would not change. After the challenge ended, Su Mu returned to his room and continued to cultivate. The next day, Hua Tianlang came to Jingdu Pavilion to find Su Mu. Su Mu, I'll take you to meet someone. Su Mu walked out of the cultivation chamber, looked at Hua Tianlang, and asked thoughtfully, Teacher Hua, who wants to see me? Hua Tianlang laughed heartily, then lowered his voice. Patrol Envoy Lu. Patrol Envoy, a being surpassing the war god, a planetary-level powerhouse. Su Mu had known he would meet the top brass of Limit Martial Hall, but he hadn't expected it to happen so soon. He had only displayed a perfect level movement technique. Could it be that Limit Martial Hall was already planning to sign him to a major contract? Patrol Envoy Lu is meeting you privately this time, Hua Tianlang said. From now on you will study under Patrol Envoy Lu. Su Mu was startled, then it suddenly dawned on him. Patrol Envoy Lu had probably taken a liking to his potential and wanted to personally become his teacher and instruct him. Su Mu naturally would not refuse. Even though he believed he would inevitably surpass Patrol Envoy Lu in the future, at present the latter was an existence beyond the war god, capable of crushing him with a single finger. Such a person was more than qualified to serve as his teacher and guide him. Following Hua Tianlang, he arrived before a fairly large villa. An elderly man who looked like a butler was waiting outside. Seeing Sumu and Hua Tianlang arrive, he smiled and said, "Teacher Hua, Sumu the patrol envoy is waiting for you inside. Please follow me." The butler led Sumu and Hua Tianlang into the villa. Inside, Sumu saw a middle-aged man with flowing long hair exuding a gentle feeling like a soft breeze brushing past. Patrol envoy Lu. Hua Tianlang bowed slightly and Sumu followed suit. Afterwards, Hua Tianlang left with the butler, leaving only Sumu and patrol envoy Lu in the villa. "Sumu, I will be your teacher. From now on you will study with me," patrol envoy Lu said calmly. "Just call me Teacher Lu." "Yes, Teacher Lu." Sumu naturally did not refuse. "Follow me." Patrol envoy Lu rose, and led Sumu into an underground chamber beneath the villa. "Pick up a blade and attack me with all your strength," patrol envoy Lu said. Sumu took a blood shadow battle blade from the weapon rack nearby, then launched a full-powered attack at patrol envoy Lu. He unleashed all his strength, perfect level movement technique blade arts infinitely close to the perfect level and the ninefold thunderblade, except for his spiritual telekinesis. Patrol envoy Lu stood motionless. When Sumu's attacks came at him, they were naturally neutralized by an invisible force. "Not bad." Patrol envoy Lu nodded. "But there are still quite a few problems." Sumu sheathed his blade and listened attentively. Patrol envoy Lu said, "Your movement technique has reached the perfect level, your blade arts are close to perfect, and your explosive power is also good. However, there are still many rough, unpolished spots." Patrol envoy Lu had keen, experienced eyes. He immediately saw that Sumu had trained for too short a time and lacked combat experience, leaving many deficiencies. He pointed them out one by one. An hour later, patrol envoy Lu said, "From now on days when you don't go out to hunt monsters, come here to study for an hour, then go practice in the ancient civilization gravity chamber for an hour." Sumu asked in confusion, "Teacher, I only have 1 hour of training time in the ancient civilization gravity chamber in total." He had just joined the elite training camp and ranked at the bottom. According to the rules, he only had 1 hour of training in the ancient civilization gravity chamber per month. "The rest of the time is my gift to you. Just go and cultivate." As a patrol envoy, Lu naturally had some privileges. Arranging over a dozen extra hours in the ancient civilization gravity chamber for Sumu was no big deal for him. "Thank you, teacher," Sumu said gratefully. In the replica gravity chamber, his cultivation speed was already quite fast. Once he went to the ancient civilization gravity chamber and pushed himself to his limits, his cultivation would only become even faster. "The June rankings are coming up soon. I hope to see you break the record Luofeng previously set," said patrol envoy Lu. The record Luofeng had set was ranking 68 in his first month. That is, patrol envoy Lu hoped Sumu's first month ranking would surpass 68th place. This way Sumu could get a contract equal to Luofeng's or even better. "Teacher, I will definitely work hard," Sumu said in a low, resolute voice. "Go ahead." Patrol envoy Lu waved his hand. Sumu walked out of the underground chamber and saw Lu Qinglan in the villa. "Senior Sister Lu." Lu Qinglan looked at him in surprise. "Little Su, why are you here?" "I came to study under patrol envoy Lu," Sumu replied. Lu Qinglan giggled. "Patrol envoy Lu is my uncle." Sumu suddenly realized. Both of them shared the surname Lu. He hadn't expected they were actually related. "Since you all know each other, why not stay for a meal before leaving?" A beautiful woman walked out and invited them. Patrol envoy Lu also said, "Let's have a meal together." Sumu stayed. After the meal, he returned to Jingdu Pavilion to continue cultivating. The next day, June 1st, a new month began. The days of hunting monsters and calculating rankings had arrived anew. Sumu had just joined the elite training camp, ranked 186. Therefore, he went out to hunt monsters on even-numbered days. On June 1st, Sumu did not go out to hunt monsters. Instead, he arrived at the ancient civilization gravity chamber. "Adjust gravity." He pressed a button on the wall. The gravity was soon adjusted to triple its original strength, but he had long adapted to triple gravity in the replica gravity chamber, so this level of gravity had no effect on him. 4 times, 5 times, 6 times. Up to 10 times gravity, Sumu finally felt his limit. Adding any more gravity would only harm himself. And so he cultivated under 10-fold gravity. Training at the limit was indeed far faster than usual. The cosmic energy he absorbed in 1 hour was worth 10 hours of ordinary cultivation. An hour passed in the blink of an eye and Sumu could only leave with reluctance. After leaving, he went to the lower floors of the Ninefold Tower. The 9th floor of the Ninefold Tower housed the gravity chamber, trial chamber, and challenge chamber. The lower floors each had their own various cultivation chambers which, although not comparable to the gravity and trial chambers, still played a significant role. Most importantly, the cultivation chambers below had no restrictions, unlike the gravity and trial chambers which were bound by strict conditions. After a full day of cultivation, the next day Sumu traveled to City 1001 adjacent to City 1000 to hunt monsters. The rules for hunting monsters in this city were the same as those in the basic training camp: no killing among teammates, and no private trading of monster materials. The monsters here are stronger and far more effective for training. Sumu's eyes gleamed as he entered City 1001. In City 1000, the strongest monsters were only at the initial beast general level. Here, however, initial beast general level monsters gathered in herds swarming everywhere in great numbers. There were even intermediate beast general level monsters, advanced beast general level monsters, and lord level monsters that rivaled human war gods. However, no one killed lord level monsters, for once a lord level monster was slain, and the achievement recorded one would be forced to leave the elite training camp. The elite training camp offered such generous conditions that even those who had long met the standards would cling to it, continuing to cultivate for as long as possible until graduation forced them to leave. Elsewhere there were nowhere near as many cultivation chambers as in the elite training camp, such as the ancient civilization gravity chamber. Kill! Sumu charged into the monster horde, and slashed down an initial beast general level monster with one stroke. In every battle he was perfecting his blade technique, correcting the flaws in his blade work and footwork that Patrol Inspector Liu had pointed out. His blade technique and footwork continued to become more rounded and more fearsome. Gradually his blade technique also began to approach the perfect level, while his footwork was completely consolidated at the perfect level, moving with effortless freedom. Meanwhile, Sumu's ranking on the Black Dragon leaderboard was slowly climbing. His ranking had always been the focus of attention. Unlike when Luofeng first joined the elite training camp, everyone now kept an eye on Sumu's ranking, wondering if he could surpass Luofeng's first month rank. After the first day of monster hunting, Sumu's ranking stood only at 158th place. Although this rank was not high, still no one dared to underestimate Sumu, because everyone knew that this was merely Sumu's merit score. He had only cleared the lowest difficulty of the first floor in the trial tower. As long as Sumu challenged the trial tower and passed higher floors, his score would grow enormously. After all, his current combat power amplitude was only 273. When Luofeng first entered the elite training camp, his combat power amplitude had been close to 4.5. Sumu's was much lower. With such a low combat power amplitude, which was bottom tier in the elite training camp, he could still rank in the 150s, proving that Sumu's monster-killing efficiency was extremely high. As his strength advanced continuously, Sumu's ranking also rose slowly. 158, 151, 145, 140-something. Every time he returned from monster hunting, Sumu's ranking climbed a few spots forward, which showed that the number of monsters he killed had increased. All his circumstances had long been clearly analyzed by others through his score on the Black Dragon leaderboard. His pace of advancement in monster hunting is unique throughout the entire elite training camp. Even Luofeng felt ashamed of his own inferiority. His progress was also rapid, but there was still a gap between him and Sumu. Time passed until June 28th. When the last day of monster hunting in June came to an end, and Sumu returned from City 1001. At this time his ranking on the Black Dragon leaderboard was 101st. Everyone had ended their monster hunting on this day. In other words, it was no longer possible to raise his ranking by hunting monsters. Only combat power amplitude could do that. If I remember correctly, junior brother Sumu's combat power amplitude is still 273. Luofeng said with a smile. He is about to take the test in the trial tower. Exceeding 273 will be effortless for him. That is to say, his ranking will definitely enter the top 100. And it is very possible he will surpass my first month ranking. Based on Sumu's monster hunting speed, Luofeng analyzed that it was a breeze for Sumu to clear the first floor of the trial tower. He just wondered how far Sumu could reach on the second floor. After all, Sumu had long comprehended perfect level footwork, while Luofeng had not comprehended perfect level footwork in his first month in the elite training camp. The area where Sumu lagged behind him was in fist force output level. When Luofeng entered the elite training camp, he had already practiced the ninefold Thunderblade to the third layer, achieving a fist force output level of 2.8. Sumu's ninefold Thunderblade, by contrast, was only at the second layer with a fist force output level of 2.1. Sumu arrived at the trial tower in the ninefold tower. Many people had also arrived, and some were watching the Black Dragon leaderboard. Go get him. Luofeng lightly thumped Sumu on the shoulder. Sumu grinned. He walked into the trial chamber, lay down on the sofa, put on the deep blue helmet, and entered the virtual space. Starting stage B of the trial tower's first floor, kill 100 initial beast general level savage bulls within 30 minutes. 100 terrifying savage bulls appeared, and Sumu roared with laughter as he charged at them. 7 minutes later. Time 7 minutes 8 seconds. You have killed 100 initial beast general level savage bulls. Stage B of the trial tower's first floor is passed. Do you wish to continue to stage C of the first floor? Yes. As Sumu passed stage B of the trial tower's first floor, his ranking on the Black Dragon leaderboard jumped from 101st all the way to 90th. He cleared stage B of the first floor in just 7 minutes. Could he possibly beat all the way to the third floor? Heavens! If that's really the case, he will definitely surpass the record Luofeng set before. Sumu remained unaware of the outside world speculation. He had already entered stage C of the trial tower's first floor. The objective of stage C was to kill 200 brood oxen within 50 minutes, 190 of them at the low-level beast general rank and 10 at the mid-level beast general rank. An even more terrifying and ferocious herd of brood oxen appeared, especially those 10 mid-level beast general brood oxen. They were so mighty and massive that just looking at them made one feel a sense of dread. Sumu's expression did not change. In City 1001A, he had killed monsters of the high-level beast general rank, and even fought a monster of the low-level lord rank. This virtual body could not compare to his real-world physical body, but Su Mu's blade technique, footwork, and force release were as solid as the real thing. Kill. With a squelch, one brood ox was killed, and then a second. Meanwhile, Su Mu shifted his feet slightly and dodged the charges of the other brood oxen. Even surrounded by so many brood oxen, he moved with fluid, effortless grace, and showed not the slightest panic. The main reason was that, although the brood oxen were many, their enormous bodies meant only a few could actually attack him. The rest could only watch from behind and wait until Su Mu had killed those threatening him before they could close in. 20 minutes later. Elapsed time 20 minutes and 36 seconds. Killed 190 low-level beast general brood oxen, and 10 mid-level beast general brood oxen. Stage C passed, and the first floor of the trial tower has been cleared. Congratulations, trainee Su Mu. As the mechanical voice sounded, the environment around Su Mu shifted, and he found himself in a boundless, enormous desert. This was the second floor of the trial tower. Outside. Look, his ranking has risen again. He cleared the first floor of the trial tower, and his trial tower rating is now 2.081. Even more impressive than Luofeng back then. The people before the Black Dragon leaderboard buzzed with discussion, all while sending reports to major powers around the world. Su Mu's name was destined to enter the hearts and minds of the major powers this very day. Inside the trial tower. Su Mu, congratulations on completing the first floor's trial. Next is Stage A of the trial tower's second floor. Your target is to kill 50 low-level beast general iron-armored scorpions within 10 minutes. Good luck. Rustle, rustle. One by one, scorpions with dark red carapaces crawled out from beneath the desert sand. Iron-armored scorpions were also low-level beast general monsters, but they were more troublesome than brood oxen. Because their bodies were smaller, a dozen or even 20 of them could surround Su Mu at once. Far harder to deal with than brood oxen. Trouble was relative, though. To Su Mu they were actually simpler. Brood oxen were too large. He could kill only one with a single stroke. Iron-armored scorpions were small, which meant he could cut down 2 or 3, or even more in one stroke. In any case, with his footwork, they could not hit him, and could only be helplessly slain. Barely 2 minutes and 50 seconds later. Elapsed time 2 minutes and 50 seconds. 50 low-level beast general iron-armored scorpions killed. Stage A of the trial tower's second floor passed. Congratulations, trainee Su Mu. Su Mu's ranking leapt forward once more, charging all the way to 69. 69. This rank is only one place below Luofeng's previous rank, and he can still keep pushing forward. He has already surpassed Luofeng. He's going to create a brand new record of his own. Luofeng was also watching, smiling with not the slightest envy in his eyes. The more powerhouses Earth has, the better off humanity will be. One day we will drive out all the monsters and restore Earth as humanity's home. At Inspector Lu's villa. Old Lu, you chose this disciple well. Inspector Lu's wife said with a smile. Su Mu came here every 2 days, so she had grown quite familiar with him. Haha. Inspector Lu laughed heartily, feeling that his spur-of-the-moment decision to teach Su Mu had been the right one. One day in the future, Su Mu might well stand shoulder to shoulder with him, and become a patrol inspector of the Limit Martial Hall. If he could raise a disciple who surpassed the war god level, he would be wholly satisfied. Lu Qinglan stood nearby and murmured to herself, little Su has already surpassed me. Inspector Lu's wife glanced at her, and suddenly said, Lanner, why don't I go speak to him for you? How about letting Su Mu court you? Lu Qinglan was stunned for a moment, then blushed deeply. Auntie, forget it. I'm much older than he is. What does that matter? Inspector Lu's wife chuckled. Maybe he thinks you're mature and elegant. You need to think it through clearly. He isn't strong yet, so I can still put in a good word for you. Once he reaches your uncle's power and status, countless women will be fawning over him and chasing after him. Then it won't be your turn. Take your uncle for instance. If I hadn't married him early on, and had waited until he became a patrol inspector to marry him, do you think he would still want me? Inspector Lu was speechless. How had the conversation drifted to him? He quickly said, yes, of course I would. Lu Qinglan's face grew even redder, but she stammered, then, I'll trouble you, auntie. As they spoke, Su Mu's ranking rose once more, reaching 60th. He had already passed Stage B of the second floor, and then he passed Stage C as well. In the end, Su Mu's trial tower rating settled at 3.2. On Stage A of the third floor, he had come very close to passing, but in the end close was still not enough. My blade technique is not yet perfect. After the failure, Su Mu reflected on the lessons of defeat. In footwork, he had already reached perfection. His blade technique was still a step short, unable to match that same perfection. It's over. Rank 43. Finally over. If he advanced any further, I wouldn't be able to accept it. Is the gap really that large? Before the Black Dragon leaderboard, the crowd buzzed with discussion. Su Mu's current rank was already higher than Luofeng's current rank. Luofeng was only 48th after all. No, why has his rank risen again? No sooner had they started discussing than the crowd suddenly realized Su Mu's rank had jumped forward once more. Someone immediately began calculating with the points. It's the fist force release level. His previous fist force release level was 2.1, and now it's 2.8. That exactly accounts for the increase in points. So he had never tested his fist force release level before. Good heavens. Indeed, after his failure in the trial tower, Sumu had gone ahead and tested his fist force release level. His ninefold Thunderblade had also reached its third stage, so his fist force release level was naturally 2.8. In other words, his combat amplitude had increased from 6.72 to 8.96. This was by no means a small improvement. His ranking finally settled in 37th place. 37th. As soon as this ranking was announced, it shocked everyone. It could be said that everyone still ranked above Sumu was nothing less than a war god level existence. They were ranked above Sumu not because their combat power amplification was higher than his, but because they had slaughtered more monsters than he had. In the early period, Sumu had been too weak and had not killed many monsters, so he could only temporarily remain below them. But by next month that might no longer be the case. For a genius like this, it was his rate of progress that was the most terrifying of all. Incredible. Report this immediately. Quick. 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 Send the news back at once. Luo Feng had already caused one shockwave, Sumu could clearly cause an even greater one. Why are both Luo Feng and Sumu Huaxia people? Someone sighed heavily. Why did all such geniuses have to be Huaxia people? How infuriating. Inside Inspector Lu's villa. I need to attend a meeting. After receiving the news, Inspector Lu told his friend's wife and Lu Qinglan that he had a meeting, then returned to his room linked into virtual space and entered a silver conference hall. Around the silver round table were 6 chairs. Apart from the head seat, which was empty, the other 5 chairs each bore a white-robed figure. Everyone Sumu's dossier is right here. His potential and talent are even greater than Luo Feng's, and his combat power amplification is ranked excellent. I suggest directly giving him the same treatment as Luo Feng. Inspector Lu said. Haha, old Lu, everyone knows that Sumu is studying under your tutelage. A voice chuckled. Sumu is indeed studying under me, Inspector Lu said coolly. But I recruited him not out of personal motives. You should all understand that he deserves treatment equal to Luo Feng's, or even better. The other 4 nodded. If Sumu did not possess enough talent and potential, Inspector Lu could never have offered him such high treatment, and the others would not have consented anyway. But obviously Sumu already had talent and potential that surpassed Luo Feng's. If they did not offer him generous terms, and he somehow learned of it, he might not hold the limitless martial hall in high regard. Everyone. Suddenly a figure coalesced in the head seat. Hall Master. The 5 inspectors hastily rose to bow. This figure was Hong, the Hall Master of the limitless martial hall and the strongest expert on Earth. None of them had expected Hong to personally grace the roundtable meeting because of Sumu. A treatment even Luo Feng had never received. This is the contract for Sumu. Take a look. 5 contracts descended from above. After reading them, the 5 immediately said they had no objections. Since Hong himself had come forward and spoken, what objections could they still have? Since there are no objections, Inspector Lu, go and carry this out. Hong said, before the life and death adventure begins, I will go to the elite training camp to meet the 2 peerless geniuses of our camp. With that, Hong's figure dissipated and vanished. The 5 inspectors also left the roundtable meeting. Inspector Lu walked out of the room and said to Lu Qinglan, Lan'er, bring Sumu to me, and tell him there is great news. Great news. Lu Qinglan's heart stirred. She seemed to think of something, stood up promptly, and ran out of the villa. I'll go right away. You're certainly eager, Inspector Lu's wife said with a light laugh. Dear. Inspector Lu looked at his wife and said, as for Sumu and Lan'er, you may mention it, but you must not coerce them. It all depends on them. Of course I know. We'll let fate decide. But it shouldn't hurt for me to act as a matchmaker. I don't believe Sumu would hold a grudge against me over such a small thing. Inspector Lu's wife laughed. Inspector Lu nodded and sat down. The moment Sumu left the trial room, he was immediately besieged by the crowd. Numerous trainees of the elite training camp desperately tried to curry favor with him and recruited him on behalf of the powers behind them. Move aside, all of you. Inspector Lu wants to see Sumu. Lu Qinglan's shout from outside drove the crowd apart. Then she rushed and grabbed Sumu and ran off. Inspector Lu. It seems Sumu is going to join the limitless martial hall. Alas, both Sumu and Luo Feng are joining the limitless martial hall. All the geniuses belong to the limitless martial hall. The rest felt helpless. When they heard Inspector Lu's name, they knew Sumu was beyond their reach. No other force could offer terms as generous as the limitless martial halls. The resources possessed by the limitless martial hall were beyond what other forces could imagine. Senior Sister Lu, thank you for rescuing me. After leaving the Juchong Tower, Sumu said with a chuckle. Did you think I was deceiving you? Lu Qinglan gave Sumu a soft glare. Come with me. My uncle truly wants to see you, and he said there is great news. Sumu's expression turned serious. Then let's go right away. We shouldn't keep Master waiting. Sumu had considerable respect for Inspector Lu. The other had indeed taught him a great deal this month. Sumu's footwork and blade technique had improved so quickly that much of the credit had to go to Inspector Lu. Without Inspector Lu's instruction, Sumu would probably have been eliminated as soon as he entered the 3rd floor of the trial tower. He would never have been able to cling to the final step or even nearly pass stage A of the 3rd floor. The 2 quickly arrived at Inspector Lu's villa. Sumu gave a slight bow. Master Madam. Inspector Lu rose. Come upstairs with me. Sumu followed at once. This is the contract the hall master personally drafted for you. Look it over. If you have no objection, sign it. Inspector Lu pointed at the contract before him, and said, if you have any questions you may ask me. Sumu picked up the contract and examined it carefully. Annual activity stipend of 7 billion huaxia credits. Sumu nodded. He knew the Limitless Martial Hall's activity stipends were very low. Even the supervisory envoy, the highest-ranked war god in the Limitless Martial Hall, received a salary of only 10 billion huaxia credits a year. Nevertheless, people did not join the Limitless Martial Hall for money, but for its resources. Sumu did not care about money either. With his strength, earning money was simple. This is given to me directly. Sumu pointed at one of the clauses in the terms, and looked at Inspector Lu in surprise. After the annual activity stipend, there was also 1 drop of jade marrow worth 30 billion huaxia credits directly given to Sumu without any conditions. Although jade marrow was not as precious as dragon blood, Sumu had not expected to receive it outright. Of course, it's written in black and white in the contract. You need not doubt its authenticity. Inspector Lu smiled. I'll be frank with you, the terms offered to you are considerably more generous than those offered to Luofeng. This was only natural. After all, as things now stood, Sumu truly did have greater potential than Luofeng. After receiving Inspector Lu's affirmative reply, Sumu said no more, and continued reviewing the other terms of the contract. Just as with Luofeng, the following clauses were the conditions set by the Limit Martial Hall for him. One could obtain certain rewards only by meeting certain conditions. Before August 1, 2057, achieving a combat power amplitude of 12 would entitle him to a full set of 9 series combat suit and weapons, a complete set of any one secret manual, and a portion of dragon blood valued at 80 billion. Before August 1, 2059, reaching a combat power amplitude of 16 would grant a full set of SS-grade combat suit and weapons, a portion of dragon blood valued at 80 billion, complete sets of any 3 secret manuals, and a set of Black God from the ancient civilization ruins. The rewards were generous, but the requirements were also extremely high, even higher than those placed on Luofeng. Set aside everything else. There is only 1 month left until August 1st. I have to go to the Australian continent for a life and death trial, and I must raise my combat power amplitude to 12 within this month. Sumu thought to himself, my current combat power amplitude is only 896. If I can reach the 4th level of the 9-fold Thunderblade, my fist strength release level would be 3.5. If my trial tower level also reaches 3.5, my combat power amplitude will exceed 12. I absolutely must achieve this goal. Have you made up your mind? Inspector Lu asked calmly. Yes. Without hesitation, Sumu signed his name. Though treasures like dragon blood and jade marrow were renewable, Sumu did not care. As long as they could rapidly enhance his strength, that was enough. Joining the Limit Martial Hall had always been his goal, so there was naturally no need for hesitation. After the contract was signed, Inspector Lu put it away and said with a smile, let's have a meal together. Consider it a celebration for you. Thank you, teacher. Sumu did not refuse. The 4 of them, Sumu, Inspector Lu's wife, and Lu Qinglan, dined together. After the meal, Inspector Lu's wife smiled and asked, Little Su, have you ever thought about your personal affairs? Personal affairs? Sumu was taken aback. Focused solely on cultivation, he had truly never considered such a matter. Young people should think about matters of the heart as well, not just cultivation. Inspector Lu's wife chuckled. Once emotional matters are settled, you can cultivate with a more peaceful mind, isn't that so? The ancients said cultivate oneself, regulate the family, govern the state, and bring peace to the world. Although you are still young, you have reached the age for romance. Back then your teacher and I were just like... Inspector Lu gave a light cough. Why had the topic turned to him again? He had fallen in love with his wife at a very young age, and precisely because of that, even now that he had attained status and position, he still had never had any contact with other women. After all, the two of them had supported each other through the great Nirvana era. Teacher's wife, right now, I only want to cultivate, Sumu said solemnly. Lu Qinglan's expression shifted slightly. Very well. Inspector Lu's wife said no more. After a few more exchanges, Sumu took his leave. Alas! Lu Qinglan sighed, a bitter smile on her face. Lanner, don't be anxious. Sumu only said he wants to cultivate for now. He hasn't explicitly rejected you. Inspector Lu's wife, however, remained unhurried. Sooner or later he will marry and have children. Ordinary people cannot match him. Only a fellow martial artist can walk alongside him. Female martial artists are rare to begin with, and truly formidable female martial artists are even rarer. Your chances are still very good. Spend more time with him and communicate with him. Everything will fall into place. Just like when your uncle pursued me back then, bringing me delicious food every day. Inspector Lu said, as it happens, the life and death trial is in August. Team up with him, go through battles together, and you can build feelings more quickly through combat, said Inspector Lu's wife. Lu Qinglan nodded. Sumu had no idea what they had been talking about. He had never imagined that the person his teacher's wife intended to introduce was Lu Qinglan. He had simply refused out of habit. For now, cultivation was the most important thing. After returning to Jingdu Pavilion, Sumu threw himself back into intense training. The next day, Sumu received a phone call from Inspector Liu. Sumu, go to the main entrance of the training camp. Your reward, the Jade Marrow, has arrived. Sumu hurried to the main entrance where a small car was parked. Trainee Sumu, this is your reward. A person stepped out of the car and handed Sumu a small briefcase. Sumu took it. Thank you. Afterward, Sumu carried the small briefcase and quickly returned to his underground cultivation chamber in Jingdu Pavilion. Opening the small briefcase, he found a wooden box inside. In the box was a test tube secured with foam containing a drop of milky white liquid. Though called a drop, if poured out it would still be as large as a finger joint. So this is the Jade Marrow. Sumu smiled. Although it is not as good as Dragon Blood, it is still worth 30 billion, and should have at least 1/3 of Dragon Blood's effectiveness. Sumu then opened the instruction manual beside it. The Jade Marrow was to be taken directly. Just drink it. I wonder how much strength the Jade Marrow can increase in me. Sumu thought to himself and drank the Jade Marrow in one gulp. He had expected some of it to stick to the walls of the test tube and had even prepared to lick it clean. Unexpectedly, not a single drop stuck, it all flowed into his mouth. When he first joined the elite training camp, Sumu's punch strength had already reached 15,000 kilograms. After this month's cultivation, his punch strength had surged by another 20,000 kilograms. When he tested yesterday, his punch strength was 35,000 kilograms. Such power was already the strength of a high-grade war general-level martial artist. His progress was immense. Apart from his natural talent, it was mainly thanks to the ancient civilization gravity chamber. Inspector Liu had granted him 10 hours of training time plus the 1 hour he already possessed, making 11 hours in total. Such progress was only natural. Next month his training time in the ancient civilization gravity chamber would be even longer and his improvement would naturally be even greater. As the Jade Marrow entered his belly, waves of heat arose from Sumu's lower abdomen and immediately swept through his entire body. This heat was not the kind that made one desperately want to vent it, but rather a very warm and gentle force that slowly tempered his body. Jade Marrow was different from Dragon Blood. The power of Dragon Blood was overbearing and the process of using it was painful and agonizing. Using Jade Marrow, however, did not cause such suffering. Instead, it produced an extremely comfortable sensation like sleeping wrapped in a blanket in spring. The power of the Jade Marrow slowly merged into Sumu's body and dark impurities gradually emerged on the surface of his skin. 5 hours later, the power of the Jade Marrow was finally fully absorbed. Sumu hurriedly took a bath to cleanse his body, then went to a small martial arts training hall in Jiucheng Tower. Bang! A fist slammed into the punching target of the strength testing machine, and a number appeared above 45321 kg, an increase of 10,000 kilograms of punching force. Very good. Sumu smiled. 1 drop of Jade Marrow had increased his punching force by 10,000 kilograms. If he had relied on his own cultivation, it would have taken him half a month. It saved him a full half month. 45,000 kilograms. That's the punching force of a high-level war general. Sumu thought, if I obtain Dragon Blood, as well my punching force will definitely reach the level of an elementary war god. With this, I'm even more confident about the life or death adventure on the Aozhou continent. The life or death adventure on the Aozhou continent was nothing special. Sumu's main concern was Wu Island and the plant spirits growing there. Let me test the attacking power of my mental force. Sumu rarely used his mental force, but he had never neglected its training. It was his greatest trump card, able to deliver miraculous results at critical moments. Whoosh! A flying dagger materialized in front of Sumu, and then shot toward the punching target of the strength testing machine at extreme speed. The handle struck the target while the blade tip faced Sumu himself. Boom! After the strength testing machine trembled, a number appeared on it, 146333 kg. A mid-level war god. Sumu nodded. This level of strength is still not enough for me to compete for the plant spirits on Wu Island, but I still have a month to improve, and there's the Dragon Blood. I must redouble my efforts in this final month. If he missed the plant spirits on Wu Island, he would miss out on a great deal. 1 step behind meant every step behind. Sumu had little time left. A fresh month had arrived, and he once again immersed himself in grueling cultivation. This time Sumu focused most of his energy on cultivating the Ninefold Thunderblade. As long as he could reach the 4th level of the Ninefold Thunderblade, he would surely make further progress in the Trial Tower, and achieving a combat power amplitude of 12 by then would be a breeze. For this, Sumu set aside even the task of killing monsters for a while. But even with casual monster hunting, his ranking was secure enough. No good. Still no good. Sumu swung his blade again and again, yet the 5th hidden force was always difficult to trigger. Nevertheless, he was not anxious. He knew that since he had transmigrated here, his talent and potential had undergone a tremendous change, so there was no need to rush. He would comprehend the power by simply going with the flow. Sumu was not anxious, but Luofeng began to worry. He had a contract just like Sumu requiring him to reach a combat power amplitude of 12 before August 1st to obtain those rewards. Thus Luofeng had a wild idea, challenging the many students of the elite training camp to sharpen himself through real combat against human opponents. Although hunting monsters could also improve combat ability, it clearly could not compare to fighting against people. In human-to-human combat, improvement came much faster. Luo Feng's first target was Sumu. Junior brother Sumu, I want to challenge you to a wager battle. Fearing Sumu might mistake this as a provocation, Luo Feng hastily explained, Junior brother Sumu, I only want to spar and compete with you. Nothing more. We only need to wager the minimum 1 billion. We won't wager points. Luo Feng wanted to use actual combat to raise his ninefold Thunderblade to the 4th level. Alright. Sumu nodded and agreed. He also wanted to try sparring with Luo Feng. With Sumu's consent, Luo Feng immediately submitted a challenge application. The two went to the challenge room and put on the consciousness sensors. On a high mountain, Sumu and Luo Feng stood facing each other. Both held blood shadow battle sabers, both practiced the ninefold Thunderblade, and both were geniuses of the elite training camp. Kill! The battle began. Sumu and Luo Feng rushed at each other, simultaneously slashing with their blood shadow battle sabers. With a bang, they both recoiled, then clashed together again. Radiant saber light blossomed without cease in collision after collision. Both Sumu and Luo Feng had perfect level movement techniques, and Sumu's movement was far more exquisite than Luo Feng's. However, Sumu did not unleash his full movement technique. Had he done so, he could cut Luo Feng down with a single stroke. Luo Feng wanted to use Sumu's strength to refine his saber art, but wasn't Sumu thinking the same? The two clashed in saber art again and again. Step by step, Luo Feng was pressed into a disadvantage, while Sumu studied the force mechanics of the ninefold Thunderblade during the fight. Luo Feng, who also practiced the ninefold Thunderblade, nevertheless gave him many insights. Sumu struck Luo Feng's body with his blade, sending him flying. Blood flowed from his chest and his virtual consciousness body perished. Taking off the consciousness sensor, Luo Feng said, I lost. Sumu smiled. His ninefold Thunderblade had broken through to the 4th level in that very battle. Junior brother Sumu, I'll take my leave now. Luo Feng was not bothered by his defeat and went to challenge others. Sumu meanwhile went to the trial room. Earlier he had failed at the final moment of stage A on the 3rd floor. Now he came with far greater power. Swish, swish, swish. He passed stage A of the 3rd floor smoothly. Then he immediately activated stage B of the 3rd floor. Stage B had more monsters, but before Sumu, who had broken through in the ninefold Thunderblade, they were still nothing to worry about. The monsters on the 3rd floor were golden vultures, flying monsters, and therefore even more troublesome. However, after Sumu's breakthrough, they could only be described as mediocre. In the end, Sumu's trial tower level was fixed at 3-9. It was only the final golden vulture of mid-level beast general rank that he failed to kill. Instead, it tore his body apart. Test the force exertion level. After the failure, Sumu said. A punching force testing machine materialized out of thin air, and Sumu threw a punch at it. 35123 kg. Force exertion level 3-5. Congratulations, trainee Sumu, your current combat power amplitude is 1365. This combat power amplitude had already surpassed the requirement of 12 in the contract. If my ninefold Thunderblade can rise to the 5th level, then my combat power amplitude will reach 16. After reaching a combat power amplitude of 12, Sumu grew even more ambitious. He wanted to push his combat power amplitude to 16 before the 1st of August. As long as the ninefold Thunderblade broke through once more to the 5th level, this goal would be easily achieved. However, his ninefold Thunderblade had just broken through. Accomplishing another breakthrough would not be easy. I might as well obtain the dragon blood and other rewards first. Sumu dialed a number in the contract and said bluntly, I am Sumu, a trainee of the elite training camp. My combat power amplitude has exceeded 12. I want my rewards. One moment, let me check. After a pause, the voice on the other end continued, Trainee Sumu, you have fulfilled the terms. Please tell me the combat suit, weapon, and technique manual you need. Sumu immediately reported the combat suit and weapons he had chosen long ago, as well as the manual of the ninefold Thunderblade he needed. The reward will arrive within an hour. You can receive it at the main gate of the elite training camp. The person on the other end hung up. Sumu walked out of the room with a smile. The dragon blood was almost within reach, and his strength was about to grow even more tremendously. It is said that dragon blood can double one's punching power, but I wonder if it is true. Walking out of the room, he happened to meet Lu Qinglan, who looked at Sumu, rarely seen outside, with surprise. Little brother Su, where are you going? I'm going to the main gate to pick something up. Sumu responded with a smile. I'll go with you to take a look, Lu Qinglan said. All right. Sumu did not refuse. After all, this was not a secret of great importance. Even if Lu Qinglan found out, it would be of no consequence. The two arrived at the main gate of the elite training camp, chatting casually. After a while, a large truck drove over. Sumu walked over unhurriedly. After completing the verification, he received a large code-locked case. Seeing Sumu carrying the large code-locked case, Lu Qinglan just looked on with slight curiosity and did not ask further. Back at Jingdu Pavilion, after exchanging a few words with Lu Qinglan, Sumu carried the large code-locked case into the underground chamber. He first opened the box containing the dragon blood, took out the test tube inside, which was 1/3 full of golden blood. Pouring out the dragon blood, he smeared it over his body, and began to wait for the intense pain to arrive. However, to his surprise, he felt no pain at all. He merely experienced some heat and numbness all over his body. How strange! Sumu muttered to himself. Hadn't it been said to be extremely painful? Could it be that the dragon blood he got was fake? If it were fake, he would have to go to the limit martial hall and demand an explanation. After 6 hours, the heat and numbness in his body disappeared. Sumu hurried to a small training room in the Ninefold Tower to test his strength as soon as possible. If it was fake dragon blood, he had to go to the limit martial hall right away. If he delayed, they might refuse to acknowledge it. Boom! He threw a punch at the target of the punching force tester. 83894 kg. It didn't double. Sumu looked at the number on the screen, smiled, and said, "But it's not fake dragon blood. It was only natural that his punching power did not double. If his punching power were only 20 or 30,000 kilograms, it would naturally double. But Sumu's punching power was already over 40,000 kilograms. Doubling it again would not be so easy. The greater one's strength, the more diminished the dragon blood's effectiveness. A punching power approaching 84,000 kilograms was already the strength of a junior war god, albeit just barely stepping into the junior war god realm. Next, Sumu tested his spiritual telekinesis attack. 251587 kg. Hiss. Sumu drew in a sharp breath. This power was already at the peak of the war god level. Haha. On this trip to Mist Island, I'm sure to obtain many botanical spirits. Sumu had long been planning for Mist Island, and now, he finally possessed the power to contend for the botanical spirits. If I could bring my combat power amplitude to 16, that would be even better. Reaching a combat power amplitude of 16 would allow him to obtain the Black God set from the ancient civilization ruins. It was precisely because of the Black God set that Liao survived under Luofeng, or otherwise, if he had tried to kill Luofeng, he would have been countered and killed long ago. I still have time. It's not certain that I can't raise my combat power amplitude to 16. Sumu said to himself in his heart. There were still nearly 20 days before the life and death adventure began. Although it would be quite difficult to cultivate the Ninefold Thunderblade to the 5th level within that time, it was not necessarily impossible. As long as he achieved that, even if his trial tower level did not break through, his combat power amplitude would inevitably exceed 16. It seems I must also emulate Luofeng and engage in a life and death battle. Sumu had originally not wanted to engage in life and death battles, but for the sake of breaking through he had no choice. However, the targets he challenged were entirely different from those Luofeng challenged. The targets he intended to challenge were the most elite students in the elite training camp. For instance, Chuchang Shijiang and the like. These individuals had all trained in the elite training camp for 3 or 4 years, each being formidable fighters with combat power amplitudes exceeding 12. Only by learning from them could Sumu make greater progress. Moreover, even when facing them, Sumu was not necessarily without the strength to put up a fight. Sumu's combat power amplitude was 13.65. Throughout the entire elite training camp, those with a higher combat power amplitude than his definitely numbered no more than 10, perhaps as few as 5 or 6. Even if some had higher combat power amplitude, the difference was limited. Sumu first arrived at the Jiangnan Pavilion. Junior brother Sumu, Shijiang Zhaorua and Luofeng were together, and all were astonished to see Sumu arrive. Sumu, like Luofeng, was a fanatical cultivator who rarely left the Jingdu Pavilion. Senior brother Shijiang. Sumu stated his purpose directly. I want to challenge you. Shijiang raised his eyebrow slightly, instantly understanding Sumu's intention. You want to imitate Luofeng? Sumu nodded. Shijiang frowned. Junior brother Sumu, forget it. It's meaningless. You'd better challenge someone else. Sumu was stunned for a moment, then suddenly understood. Shijiang was not unwilling to accept his challenge. Rather, he thought Sumu was too weak. He could defeat him in one move. Such a challenge would only result in losing money and naturally serve no purpose in tempering oneself. Zhaorua spoke from the side. Junior brother Sumu, senior brother Shijiang's combat power amplitude has reached 14. Luofeng also nodded. Junior brother Sumu, I have a list here. You can challenge the people I have challenged. That will be more effective in sharpening yourself. Only by sparring with those of similar strength could one better stimulate one's own progress. Whether one's opponent was too strong or too weak, it was of no help. After understanding what everyone meant, Sumu smiled and said, Senior brother Shijiang, rest assured my combat power amplitude is 13.65. What? Shijiang abruptly stood up, staring at Sumu in disbelief. Zhaorua's eyes widened too. Combat power amplitude 13.65. My God, how long have you been in the elite training camp? Luofeng was stunned, then gave a wry smile. He was still struggling to reach a combat power amplitude of 12, never expecting Sumu's amplitude to already exceed 13. It seems junior brother Sumu has already obtained the dragon blood. Based on his own contract, Luofeng guessed that the contract Sumu signed with the Limit Martial Hall could not be worse than his own. Is your combat power amplitude really 13.65? Shijiang asked in a deep voice. Sumu said calmly, Senior brother Shijiang, I know that if the gap in strength is too large, there is no tempering effect. I wouldn't be foolish enough to challenge someone who can instantly kill me, What meaning would that have? Haha. Hearing Sumu's words, Shi Jiang broke into laughter. Since your combat power amplitude is 1365, very well, I accept your challenge. His combat power amplitude was only a little higher than Sumu's, and the fight could be described as a well-matched duel. Naturally, Shi Jiang would not refuse. While tempering Sumu, he could also temper himself and earn money. A true case of one move yielding 3 gains. I'll send the challenge application right away. Sumu immediately returned to the Jingdu Pavilion and submitted his challenge application. Junior brother Sumu, junior brother Luofeng. You are truly more brilliant than the last. After Sumu left, Zhao Ruo gave a wry smile. I don't even know whether my combat power amplitude can reach 1365 when I graduate from the elite training camp. Luofeng clenched his fist. Junior brother Sumu has already made a breakthrough while I still haven't. I need to keep working hard. He knew that Sumu was surely striving for a combat power amplitude of 16, while for himself, he still needed to continue striving for 12. In the trial chamber, Sumu and Shi Jiang sat down together on the sofa. Senior brother Shi Jiang, please go all out. Sumu said. Don't worry, I won't hold back. Shi Jiang laughed heartily. If I held back, I might end up losing 1 billion to you, and I have no desire to lose money. The two exchanged smiles and put on their dark blue helmets. Battle. Begin. A cold mechanical electronic voice sounded. Sumu, gripping the blood shadow battle blade, collided thunderously with Shi Jiang, who wielded a long spear. How formidable. After a single clash, Sumu understood that there was indeed a gap between himself and Shi Jiang. The other's long spear struck like a venomous snake, flicking its tongue. Every attack was difficult for him to handle. As for footwork, Shi Jiang's footwork was even superior to his own. If Sumu guessed correctly, Shi Jiang's footwork had definitely entered the realm of artistic conception. However, Sumu was not entirely without the power to resist. Sumu's fist power exertion level was still slightly higher than Shi Jiang's. Shi Jiang's fist power exertion level was probably only 3, slightly lower than his. Bang bang bang. Sumu relied on his strength to maneuver against Shi Jiang while studying Shi Jiang's footwork. The artistic conception level footwork had many aspects he could learn from. After a round of exchanges, Sumu ultimately failed to evade Shi Jiang's long spear. The spear pierced through his neck and his body collapsed and dissolved. This junior brother Sumu is truly troublesome. Watching Sumu's body dissolve, Shi Jiang felt a secret shock. If I let him cultivate for another year or so, I'm afraid I will no longer be his match. His fist power exertion level is higher than mine, and his footwork has touched the edge of the artistic conception realm. As the voice announced his victory, Shi Jiang withdrew from the challenge space. Taking off his dark blue helmet, Sumu did not immediately challenge the next opponent. Instead, he returned to his cultivation room in the Jingdu Pavilion, carefully reviewed and absorbed what he had learned, and only then went on to challenge the second person. Those Sumu challenged were almost all ranked in the top 20 of the elite training camp. None of them were weak. These people were also more than willing to fight Sumu. After all, Sumu's rise had already become unstoppable. While he was still comparatively weak, they could still score a win against him. Once he grew truly powerful in the future, such an opportunity would no longer exist. Sumu continuously learned and summarized lessons from battle, and he frequently went to Inspector Liu for guidance. He even temporarily set aside the matter of hunting monsters. Even when he went to the wilderness, he focused mainly on studying saber techniques and footwork, with monster hunting taking second place. As a result, his ranking declined somewhat. Nonetheless, no one dared to underestimate his strength. Senior brother Chu Chang. Sumu sought out Chu Chang, the powerhouse who had once ranked first on the Black Dragon leaderboard. His strength in the elite training camp was absolutely among the very best. He was even more formidable than Shi Jiang. His combat power amplitude exceeded 15, and he had hopes of reaching 16 before graduation. Haha, junior brother Sumu, I've been waiting for you to challenge me. Chu Chang said with a smile after this period of challenges. Junior brother Sumu, your strength must have grown tremendously, hasn't it? Sumu did not stand on ceremony or feign modesty. He nodded in acknowledgement. Although he had not tested himself at the trial tower, he was certain that clearing the 3rd floor would pose no problem at all. The only question was how far he could go on the 4th floor. The two quickly arrived at the challenge room. Finding it empty, Sumu and Chu Chang each put on a dark blue helmet and entered the challenge space. The news of Sumu and Chu Chang's battle quickly spread throughout the elite training camp. Sumu and Chu Chang are fighting. Sumu will probably lose, but he's improved tremendously during this period. Chu Chang's combat power amplitude is among the highest in the elite training camp. It all depends on how long Sumu can hold out against him. Sumu's progress is simply too fast. All the trainees in the elite training camp were discussing this battle. Not only that, even many of the instructors in the elite training camp were talking about it. In terms of combat power amplitude, Sumu and Chu Chang had already surpassed most of the instructors. Thinking back to when I brought Sumu into the basic training camp, how little time has passed. Hua Tianlang sat together with several other instructors, and said with a wry smile, I'm afraid I'm no longer a match for him now. Haha, old Hua, I rather envy you. Once Sumu surpasses the war god in the future, you can still boast that he was your student. One of the instructors chuckled. Hua Tianlang hastily shook his head. I wouldn't dare say that. I never taught Sumu anything. As long as nothing unexpected happens to Sumu, he is bound to surpass the war god. I truly envy the talent of these young people. Many instructors shook their heads. Compared to Sumu, they might still have an edge in current strength, but in potential and natural talent they were far too inferior. Even the inspectors of the elite training camp were paying close attention to this battle. Even the various major powers were paying close attention to this battle. At the headquarters of the Limit Martial Hall, in a room resembling a spaceship cabin, a black-haired man sat cross-legged, his gaze like that of a deity. Before him floated a three-dimensional virtual projection in which two figures appeared. It was none other than Sumu and Shizhong's battle in the challenge space. This Sumu truly surprises me. The black-haired man smiled. His combat power amplitude is already incredibly close to 16. Perhaps in the future he will be able to fight side by side with me and Thunder God. His smile faded and the black-haired man's gaze turned slightly grave. The universe is boundless, and so is the peril. Humanity on Earth needs more powerful warriors. This black-haired man was none other than Hong, the strongest man on Earth and the Hall Master of the Limit Martial Hall. He knew many secrets, but precisely because he knew so much he understood all the more how insignificant humanity on Earth was in the universe. He had established the Limit Martial Hall in order to cultivate exceptional talent. Sumu's talent had completely captured his attention. Deep within the dense jungle, the battle between Sumu and Chuchong had reached a white-hot intensity. With every casual exchange, the stray power sent large stretches of trees toppling, while glinting blade light shimmered and struck terror into the heart. Sumu drove his blade straight at Chuchong's head, unleashing all his strength. Chuchong sidestepped, lightly evading the attack, while simultaneously swinging his own war blade towards Sumu's head. His movement technique had reached the artistic conception level, truly formidable to the point that Sumu found it difficult to deal with him. By a hair's breadth, Sumu also dodged Chuchong's strike, countering with a reverse slash aimed at Chuchong's abdomen. Chuchong blocked horizontally with his blade, shaking Sumu back. Moreover, Chuchong's fist force release level was slightly higher than Sumu's. This opponent completely suppressed Sumu, being slightly superior in every single aspect. For most of the fight, Sumu was on the defensive, and even his occasional counterattacks were shattered by Chuchong's forceful strikes. As Sumu continually retreated under the relentless attacks, wounds gradually appeared across his body. Fortunately, none of the wounds were severe, or Sumu would have had no choice but to concede. Even so, Sumu's defeat seemed already destined, immutable and inescapable. It was merely a question of how much longer he could hold on. Junior brother Sumu, yield. Chuchong bellowed, bringing down a slash with all his strength. Sumu dodged with everything he had, and in that instant, his movement technique surged to a whole new level, a wonderful sensation flooding his heart. Artistic conception level movement. Haha, but you still can't evade it. Chuchong showed astonishment. Sumu had actually broken through to the artistic conception level in his movement technique at this critical juncture. Just as Chuchong had said, however, the strike was too fast and too powerful. Sumu's newly attained artistic conception level movement indeed could not completely evade it. At best he could avoid his head, but his arm would be severed. If he lost an arm, he would no longer possess the strength to continue fighting Chuchong. Since I can't evade it, then I won't evade. Sumu licked his lips, his whole body's strength trembling. 1 surge of hidden force, 2 surges, 3 surges, 4 surges, 5 surges. The 4th fold of the 9-fold Thunderblade. Full power eruption. At the instant he swung his blade, a 6th surge of hidden force burst out from within his body, merging smoothly into his power. The 9-fold Thunderblade. 5th fold. Breakthrough. Slash. The blade light swept across, and Chuchong's body, along with his blade, was cleaved apart. I lost. Taking off his dark blue helmet, Chuchong looked at Sumu with an expression of immense complexity. He had lost. Lost to Sumu, who had broken through in the midst of battle. A breakthrough in battle, artistic conception level movement, the 5th fold of the 9-fold Thunderblade. Excellent. Hong smiled. Sumu was by far the most talented existence Hong had ever seen, without exception. His combat power amplitude can exceed 16 now. If that's the case, I'll go meet him in person and hand him the Black God. Hong had made his decision to summon Sumu personally. Sumu took off his dark blue helmet, looked at Chuchong and smiled. Thank you, senior brother Chuchong. Chuchong shook his head. What are you thanking me for? You won because your strength is great. I am inferior in skill, so I willingly concede. Chuchong sighed, inwardly realizing he would forever remain behind Sumu. With a genius like Sumu, once you fell behind, overtaking him again would be as hard as ascending to heaven. Nevertheless, after fighting Sumu, especially witnessing Sumu's mid-battle breakthroughs in body movement and the 9-fold Thunderblade, Chuchong faintly gained some insights. The two put down their dark blue helmets and walked out of the challenge room together. Seeing Sumu and Chuchong emerge, the people outside had complex expressions. They had long heard the announcement and knew that Sumu had defeated Chuchong. So young and already victorious over Chuchong, Sumu's future was truly boundless. Another existence beyond the war god. Someone suddenly remarked. The crowd fell silent. If someone with Sumu's talent could not become an existence beyond the war god, then there was even less hope for them. I have to work even harder. Luo Feng was also watching. He was not far from his own breakthrough. The news of Su Mu's victory over Chu Chong rapidly spread to all the major powers on Earth. Number 1 genius. He is absolutely the number 1 genius on Earth. What a pity. Why isn't he a member of our Belina's family? Win him over at all costs. Have the most beautiful girls in the clan pursue him. Even if they can't marry him, at least they can bear his child and bring his talent into our family. Every major power on Earth had its own ideas, but all of them were unanimous in wanting to win Su Mu over. Su Mu's rise was already unstoppable, so naturally no one was foolish enough to become his enemy. Inside Patrol Inspector Lu's villa. Haha, I truly chose the right student. Inspector Lu laughed. Perhaps in a couple of years, he'll be on equal footing with me. He had no doubt that with Su Mu's potential, Su Mu could also become a patrol inspector of the limitless martial hall. By then, with the bond between teacher and student, the two would find it far more convenient to accomplish anything together. Patrol Inspector Lu's wife glanced at Lu Qinglan, who was sitting silently to the side, and shook her head. Now that Su Mu had grown even stronger, the possibility of Lu Qinglan being together with him naturally grew even slimmer. Suddenly Patrol Inspector Lu received a phone call. Seeing the name on the screen, the laughing Inspector Lu abruptly turned solemn. Good. I understand. Inspector Lu hung up the phone. What's the matter? His wife asked hastily. Inspector Lu stood up and said the hall master wants to meet Su Mu in person, and told me to bring him over. The hall master? Hong. He's personally receiving Su Mu. Lu Qinglan and her aunt were utterly astonished. That was Hong, the world's number 1 expert, a godlike existence. And he was going to personally receive Su Mu. I'll go find Su Mu first and take him to meet the hall master. Inspector Lu did not dare to be sloppy. He quickly called Su Mu and told him to wait for him at the entrance to the elite training camp. Su Mu received Inspector Lu's call, and likewise dared not delay. He arrived at the entrance just as Inspector Lu was walking over. Master. Su Mu saluted. Inspector Lu nodded and said in a low voice, the hall master wants to see you. The hall master. Su Mu was startled, never expecting to have caught Hong's attention, but he quickly calmed down. This was not an unreasonable thing after all. The two got into a stretch luxury sedan. After 20 minutes they arrived at the true headquarters of the limitless martial hall. It was a giant spaceship-shaped building 10,000 meters long, with an enormous hatch dozens of meters wide. Although he had long known that the headquarters of the limitless martial hall was a converted spaceship, Su Mu was still deeply shocked when he saw it for the first time. Arriving at the entrance to the limitless martial arts headquarters, Su Mu was bathed in a beam of blue light. Student Su Mu, please enter. An electronic voice sounded. Inspector Lu smiled and said only a select few can enter the limitless martial arts headquarters. You've been recognized now. Su Mu smiled as well. Following Inspector Lu into the limitless martial arts headquarters, Su Mu saw that the interior facilities looked just like a real spacecraft, and he had long known that it was in fact a real spacecraft. Arriving at the lounge, Inspector Lu said wait here to be summoned by the hall master. The moment he finished speaking, a man in a crimson robe walked out. Student Su Mu, the hall master summons you. Go on. Inspector Lu urged. Su Mu immediately walked toward the crimson-robed man, and followed him to the door of a quiet chamber. Su Mu, come in. Hong's voice came from within. Su Mu walked in. Inside the reception room, a black-haired man sat cross-legged in silence with a cushion before him. The moment Su Mu saw the black-haired man, he felt as if heaven and earth had gone dark with not the faintest trace of light remaining. The black-haired man pointed to the cushion before him. Sit. Only when the black-haired man spoke did the darkness between heaven and earth fade and everything returned to normal. He truly deserves to be called the strongest person on earth. If the Hong of today were placed in the vast universe, he was indeed nothing special, but compared with Su Mu, he was overwhelmingly powerful. Even if Su Mu exhausted every trump card and all his strength, he could not withstand a single casual strike from Hong. Su Mu walked over and sat down, truly feeling as though he were facing a deity. Su Mu. Hong looked at Su Mu with a smile. Congratulations on exceeding 16 in combat power amplitude. Su Mu quickly replied, it's because the hall master trained me well. This was not flattery on Su Mu's part. The elite training camp had been built by Hong, and all the training facilities inside were also Hong's, so saying that Hong had trained them well was beyond dispute. Hong could be considered the invisible teacher of every student in the elite training camp. Without him no one would have improved so quickly, Su Mu included. According to the contract you signed, reaching 16 in combat power amplitude entitles you to a black god suit, Hong said. What is a black god suit? Su Mu asked with feigned confusion. The black god suit is an extremely defensive battle suit, produced in the ancient civilization ruins. Hong said slowly. Black god suits are extremely rare throughout the world. They can only be obtained by entering the ancient civilization ruins, and each person has only one chance to enter in their entire lifetime. Our limitless martial arts has a rule: anyone who directly receives a black god suit, as a reward, must when the time comes enter the ancient civilization ruins, and obtain another suit to sell to our limitless martial arts. I am giving you this black god suit now. In the future you must go to the ancient civilization ruins and obtain another black god suit. Free of charge, for our limitless martial arts. Su Mu nodded. He had known this all along, so naturally he had no objection. Besides, even if Hong had not said it, he still intended to go to the ancient civilization ruins of the Black God Suit. That place was of great importance to the Yunma Star inheritance. Deep down, Sumu did not really want to take away Luo Feng's opportunity because Luo Feng was one of his favorite protagonists in the novels he had read. If the world he had transmigrated into were not the world of Swallowed Star, but a world whose protagonist he detested, he would not blink at killing that protagonist, let alone seizing his opportunities. Yet Luo Feng was one of the protagonists he liked very much, so snatching his opportunity made Sumu feel a bit guilty. Still, leaving Earth required Babata's help, and Sumu could not afford to wait for Luo Feng to take his time. Take Luo Feng's opportunity now and repay him tenfold later. That was Sumu's plan. For the moment, the most important thing was still to increase his own strength. Hallmaster, I agree, Sumu said. Haha, good. Then I'll hand the Black God Suit to you right now. Hong produced a black glove and gave it to Sumu. Just put on this glove. It will automatically draw your blood. Once that's done, you'll be able to use it. The Black God Suit can change into any form. Thank you, Hallmaster, Sumu said gratefully. With this Black God Suit, he would be able to compete for more plant spirits on Mist Island. Go now. Hong waved a hand. Seeing Sumu once and speaking with him at length had already been more than enough. Sumu rose, bowed, and left the reception room. Afterward, Sumu followed Inspector Liu back to the elite training camp. How strange. Hong didn't notice that I possess telekinetic power. Sumu wondered, could my telekinetic power be special in some way? Hong had discovered Luo Feng's telekinetic power, causing Luo Feng to be hunted by Liao. Though in the end Luo Feng profited from it. Yet Hong had not detected Sumu's telekinetic power at all. That could only mean Sumu's telekinetic power was special. Unless he used it himself, even Hong could not discover it. Perfect. I didn't want to reveal my telekinetic power anyway, Sumu thought. Unleashing telekinetic power at a critical moment would produce the greatest effect. Sumu returned to his room, put on the black glove, and after it had drawn blood for 15 minutes, the Black God Suit fully merged into his body, and could change into any shape. Even an SS rank weapon could not cut through the Black God Suit. A short while later, another phone call came asking Sumu to go to the main gate of the elite training camp to pick something up. Sumu knew his other rewards had arrived. In addition to the Black God Suit, he was also entitled to a dose of dragon blood, as well as an SS rank combat suit and weapon. These rewards naturally could not compare to the Black God Suit, but they were still very good. Taking the dragon blood back to his room, Sumu used it for the second time. This time it only increased his strength by 15,000 kilograms. His punching force had reached a terrifying 110000 kilograms, already close to the punching force of a mid-tier war god. I should be considered an invincible war god now. Sumu muttered to himself. If he unleashed his telekinetic power and combined it with the Black God Suit, no war god on Earth should be able to rival him. Only those who had transcended the war god level could threaten him, and even they were not guaranteed to harm him. After all, he had the Black God Suit protecting his body, and as a telekinetic master he was quick on his feet. August 1st arrived before long. All the students of the elite training camp gathered on the grass in front of the Ninefold Tower. Today was the day of their outdoor life or death adventure, and also the day Hong was to visit the elite training camp. Junior brother Sumu, you went to see the hall master earlier, didn't you? Luo Feng asked quietly. He had guessed that Sumu had been taken away to meet Hong. Sumu smiled and winked at Luo Feng, confirming his guess. I really wonder what the hall master is like. At this moment Luo Feng greatly admired Hong. You'll know soon enough, Sumu said aloud, chuckling inwardly. Hong is also going to bring you a bit of trouble. With a piercing whoosh, a sonic boom ripped across the sky, and a blurred silhouette appeared above the elite training camp. A blood-red, triangular warplane materialized. The hall master is here. Quick, receive him. All the trainees and instructors wore solemn expressions, respectfully awaiting the arrival of this world's supreme powerhouse. The man of ultimate power and influence. The blood-red triangular fighter touched down. An Asian and a Caucasian emerged, first hovering in midair, flanking the cabin door of the blood-red aircraft. Then Hong, the black-haired man, appeared like a spear poised to pierce the heavens. His very presence plunged everyone into boundless darkness. Between heaven and earth, only this black-robed man remained. He was the supreme deity at the very center of heaven and earth. This batch of trainees from the elite training camp is not bad. Hong spoke, and the boundless darkness dissipated, light once again returning to the land. Hong glanced at Sumu, then his gaze settled on Luo Feng. With a single step, as if shifting through the void, he arrived beside Luo Feng. You are Luo Feng? Hong scrutinized Luo Feng, unable to hold back an exclamation. What formidable psychic power. Luo Feng's face changed dramatically, instantly dumbfounded. The others were equally stunned. Such formidable psychic power. Luo Feng turned out to be a psychic master. Sumu laughed inwardly. Here it comes. Trouble as well as opportunity. If not for Liao seeking trouble intent on killing Luo Feng might never have made his way to Mist Island. Of course, Luo Feng was the protagonist blessed by fortune. Even without Liao, some other reason would have driven him to Mist Island to claim his opportunity. After exchanging a few more words, Hong summoned Luo Feng. With such fearsome psychic power, Luo Feng had already reached the zenith of the war god realm. Naturally, he deserved an audience with Hong. I never thought Luofeng was also a psychic master. Terrifying. Does that mean Luofeng is actually more talented than Sumu? But Sumu is not a psychic master. Exactly. If the two truly fought, Luofeng could unleash his psychic power and likely obliterate Sumu in an instant. The crowd buzzed with discussion and admiration. Among them, Candace also relayed the news to Liao and his wife. A killing scheme targeting Luofeng was about to unfold on the Australian continent. At 9 o'clock that morning, nearly 200 people boarded the passenger plane bound for the Australian continent. Sumu settled into his seat, pondering. I know Mist Island lies within the Australian continent, yet I know not its precise whereabouts. No one knows where Mist Island truly resides. Even Luofeng and Liao had only chanced upon Mist Island unaware of its location beforehand. I have to follow Luofeng to find Mist Island. Sumu was anything but certain that he could locate Mist Island alone. Only by shadowing Luofeng could he hope to succeed. Left to his own devices, he might search for years without ever finding it. After all, the Australian continent was no small land. Finding Mist Island was hardly a trivial task. Yet were I to propose teaming up with Luofeng, he would surely refuse. Had Liao's vendetta not existed, Luofeng would certainly have grouped with Sumu. But with Liao in the picture, he would not agree. This is a vexing dilemma. Sumu mused inwardly. He had long deliberated how to overcome this obstacle, yet no answer came to him. For now, he could only take things one step at a time. If he truly failed to find Mist Island, it would only mean his fortune was lacking. There was no help for it. Junior brother Sumu, let's team up. Lu Qinglan beside him looked at Sumu with pleading eyes. Senior sister Lu, I wish to hone myself alone. Sumu shook his head. Even were there no matter of Luofeng, Sumu still would not join forces with another. He meant to forge himself upon the Australian continent. Here he could wage frenzied battles against beasts, hunt down lord-class monstrosities without a shred of hesitation, and rapidly elevate his strength. Very well. Lu Qinglan resigned herself to defeat. She knew she would only be a burden to Sumu. Several other people also invited Sumu to train together, but all were declined. As the airliner touched down and the cadets stepped onto Australian soil, Sumu noted the direction Luofeng was heading. Shouldering his backpack, he set off in the same direction. Sumu knew he couldn't shadow Luofeng indefinitely, so once he had followed him for a distance, and saw Luofeng curve away toward a different course, he ceased his pursuit. Knowing the general direction was enough. As long as he didn't stray off course, Sumu believed he had a fair chance of discovering Mist Island. Even if I never find Mist Island or obtain its spirit herbs, tempering myself here would still be worthwhile. Sumu composed himself and began seeking out monsters across the Australian wilderness to sharpen his skills. With his strength, even against a king-class beast beyond the war god rank, he could retreat if he couldn't win. Escaping alive was assured. A psychic master could flee underground, escaping beings beyond the war god level. This was the advantage of being a psychic. Go. A flying knife streaked through the heavens, reaping the lives of beasts one after another. Though Sumu's psychic power was exceptionally strong, he had never fought with it before. Thus his primary objective on the Australian continent this time was to hone the art of fighting with psychic force. Mastering psychic combat demanded practice. Only through proficiency could precision and destructive force be guaranteed. Haha, so this is what it feels like to fly. Sumu stood upon his flying knife, soaring through the sky. It was the first time he had ever taken flight, flying by one's own strength versus riding aboard a passenger jet. These were entirely different sensations. Obviously flying by one's own power felt far better. So many monsters. There are also over a dozen lord-class monsters. Sumu looked down at a valley below filled with all kinds of beasts, including more than 10 at the lord level. The Australian continent indeed lived up to its reputation as one of Earth's densest monster lairs. A sprawling land infested with beasts filled with countless horrors. Slaughter. Without a flicker of hesitation, Sumu dove into the swarm. The flying knife darted through the throng of monsters, while Sumu's body wove among them as well. Even as he slaughtered monsters with psychic power, Sumu never neglected his saber arts and movement. It was precisely within such swarming masses of enemies that one could best forge oneself. In City 1001 of the elite training camp, one who slew a lord-class monster would be compelled to graduate on the spot. Hence none were willing to take on such beasts. Slaying merely general-class monsters could hardly temper one's mettle to any significant degree. That said, this applied only to those of Sumu's stature. For the less capable, taking down general-class beasts was already a formidable task. A river lies here, and in its midst an island rests. Could this be Mist Island? Sumu was hardly a fool. Though he had no knowledge of Mist Island's precise location, he understood of course that it was a small isle. Thus, even as he hunted monsters, he kept an eye on the minor islets marked across his map. Whether it's Mist Island or not, let's go take a look. Sumu stepped on his flying dagger, floating above the water, heading toward the center of the lake. Mist Island. It really is Mist Island. Sumu gazed at the lake center shrouded in endless dense fog, and grew even more certain that this was Mist Island. Of course, there was also the possibility that this was not that Mist Island but merely another foggy place. Still, since it might be Mist Island, Sumu naturally wanted to go over and investigate thoroughly. Go! Sumu controlled another flying dagger, blasting it into the water to slaughter some of the monsters within. Humph, I'm not going into the water. The monsters in the water were far more troublesome than those on land, and there were many electric eels. Even with Sumu's strength, if he entered the water, he would likely face certain death. That is unless Sumu used the Black God suit. As he flew through the air, he kept driving his flying daggers into the water to slaughter the monsters, and streams of blood bubbled up from the depths. Having crossed the dense fog all the way, Sumu set foot on the island at the center of the lake. Towering ancient trees covered the island, as if he had stepped into a primeval forest. This is most likely Mist Island. Sumu looked around and found the lake island extraordinarily quiet. So quiet that it was eerie. On an ordinary island there would be the sounds of monsters, but here there were none. Clearly a hallmark of Mist Island. Even without monsters, Mist Island is still dangerous. Sumu cautiously advanced through the island. A spirit plant. Suddenly Sumu's eyes lit up as he discovered a spirit plant that looked like an ordinary weed. Actually, with Sumu's level of knowledge, he would not have recognized a spirit plant, and public information about spirit plants could not be found online. Even after he gained access to the war god level forum, the information he could find was extremely scarce. However, Sumu's teacher was Inspector Liu. He had asked Inspector Liu about information regarding certain rare treasures, and Inspector Liu naturally did not hide it and told Sumu. Among that information was detailed knowledge of spirit plants. The spirit plant before him was the so-called Millennium Black Crow Root. This name was of course made up by Hong simply to raise its prestige by adding the word millennium in front so that it could be sold at a higher price. 1, 2, 3. Sumu grinned as he searched for spirit plants. Neither Luofeng nor Liao had arrived yet. He was the only one here. Willow trees. 9 willow trees. Then Sumu spotted 9 enormous willows, each at least 1 meter in diameter, and the thickest one was 3 meters across. A millennium willow heart and a 10,000-year willow heart. Sumu stared at the 9 giant willow trees. I can handle a millennium willow heart, but a 10,000-year willow heart? Forget it. Sumu was self-aware. Even if he were an invincible war god, he could not deal with all the willow trees at once. Not to mention that beneath Mist Island there was also a Moyun vine. With Sumu's current strength, encountering a Moyun vine would mean certain death. Even the Black God suit could not save him. Even if the Black God suit could block 90% of an attack, the remaining 10% striking his body would be enough to crush him. Unable to deal with the largest willow, Sumu shifted his target to the smaller willow trees nearby. Obtaining 1 millennium willow heart would still be a good haul. Come on! Sumu drove his flying dagger at the nearest willow. With his power as a peak high-level war god and psychic master, even if he could not win, he could still escape without any problem. The willow thrashed madly, lashing countless branches at Sumu. At the same time, deep underground, around 15,000 meters down within a thick layer of rock. Target detected. Mental aptitude 25. In a dim hall, a black figure. A child about 1.45 meters tall with 2 horns on his forehead and blood-red eyes. Suddenly materialized. I originally planned to use Muya crystals to lure Earth's geniuses here for testing, but I never expected someone with a mental aptitude of 25 to come on his own. A mental aptitude of 25 is nothing special in the universe, but on Earth, it makes him an unparalleled, peerless genius. In 50,000 years, I have finally waited for a suitable person. The aptitude of Earth's humans is truly too poor. The black-robed child sighed. Initiate the plan. Lure him over. Sumu had no idea that Babata had already noticed him. Right now, he only wanted to obtain a millennium willow heart. Boom, boom, boom. Sumu continued to attack the giant willow, and he was just about to break through its trunk, when even more branches shot over from the distant 3-meter diameter Willow King, blocking all of his attacks. Damn it! Sumu was speechless. With only one person, he truly had a hard time dealing with these willows. If he had one more person to help, he would handle the largest Willow King while the other dealt with the smaller willows. He could easily obtain the Millennium Willow Heart. Unable to overcome the willows, Sumu simply retreated and mused to himself. Since I can't do it alone, I'll find Luofeng. With an extra Luofeng after helping him kill Liao, all the spirit plants on Mist Island will be mine and Luofeng's. Sumu thought of finding an ally, and the best ally would be Luofeng. However, Sumu had no idea where Luofeng was right now, so he could only wait until Luofeng arrived at Mist Island before making his next move. Sumu continued searching for other spirit plants and temporarily gave up on those willow hearts. The smell of rice. He sniffed slightly, catching a faint aroma of rice. Following the rice fragrance into the water, Sumu saw a white translucent crystal. A Muya crystal. Sumu was greatly astonished. According to the storyline, the Muya crystal should not have appeared yet. It was not supposed to appear until later when Luofeng came to Mist Island for the second time. This Muya crystal is clearly meant to lure me. Could it be that Babata has taken a liking to me? Of course, Sumu knew that the Muya crystal was bait thrown out by Babata. Since you're trying to lure me, I might as well throw myself into your arms. Sumu swam over, grabbed the Muya crystal, and put it into his backpack. Sumu had no reason to abandon Babata. The inheritance of the Yunma Star Master would be of great help to him in dealing with the Golden Horn giant beast. Moreover, if he wanted to leave Earth, he would have to rely on Babata. After taking the Muya crystal, Sumu continued downward. After diving for a while, his arm accidentally brushed against a rock, and a sharp pain shot through his arm. Sumu hastily looked over and saw a blood-red shard wedged in a crevice of the rock beside him. A scarlet mixed copper mother fragment. So it really was Babata's doing. Sumu chuckled inwardly. Babata thought he was the one luring Sumu, but little did he know that Sumu was simply following Babata's lure. It could be said to be a case of Zhou Yu punishing Huang Gai. One willingly strikes and the other willingly takes the beating. After obtaining the fragment of Scarlet Chaos Copper Mother, Babata activated a guiding suggestion aimed at Sumu. Sumu had already intended to visit Babata anyway, so he followed the suggestion all the way down without hesitation. The two of them could not have been better matched. One side willing, the other eager, and they cooperated without a single hitch. Before long, Sumu arrived 15,000 meters underground before a dust-covered half-open hatch. At the entrance to the hatchway, Muya crystals lay in a row stretching from the passage all the way to its end. Without the slightest hesitation, Sumu walked in, picked up the crystals one by one, put them into his backpack, and pressed deeper into the corridor. When he reached the end of the passage, Sumu had gathered more than 200 Muya crystals. Then on the wall at the end of the passage, he saw 9 enormous fist imprints and a colossal corpse. Even though he had long known what lay here, Sumu was still profoundly shaken. This was the overwhelming might of a cosmic powerhouse. What he had only known of before, he was now witnessing with his own eyes. To hear of it 100 times is not as good as seeing it once. What a terrifying corpse. Sumu walked past the body, avoiding its gaze, and continued forward until he saw 6 more corpses. Beat. Light blazed to life in the dim hall. Babata appeared, eyes bright with joy. Sumu, I have waited 50,000 years. And now at last I have found you. Sumu was speechless. That line sounded a little strange. It would have been more fitting if you were a stunning beauty. You? Who are you? 50,000 years. You're telling me you've waited 50,000 years for me? Sumu played along, feigning overwhelming shock and disbelief. Yes, it's been 50,000 years. Sumu, come with me to pay homage to my master. Babata walked ahead. After pretending to hesitate for a moment, Sumu followed. They entered an octagonal hall where Babata pointed at the floor and commanded, open. The ground trembled and slowly split apart. Babata said, it will be a while before you can see my master's body. Sumu, you must have many questions now, right? Sumu feigned a nod. That's right. Then Babata began introducing herself, recounting the story of Yunma Star, and describing the invincible power of its master. Sumu also put on a Best Actor performance, displaying all manner of shocked expressions, while his eyes brimmed with reverence for Yunma Star. Kneel. A crystal coffin appeared, revealing the body of the master of Yunma Star. Babata roared at Sumu. Sumu didn't mind Babata's attitude, knowing that Babata had been driven half-mad by being sealed away for so long. Besides, he was indeed on the verge of receiving the inheritance of the master of Yunma Star, and kneeling to pay his respects to the master was only fitting. Sumu knelt at once. Babata asked Sumu, are you willing to accept my master as your teacher? Become the new master of Yunma Star. Receive the inheritance of my master Huyen Bo. To make Sumu agree to become a disciple, Babata excitedly launched into a long series of stories, most of them centered on how astonishingly powerful the master of Yunma Star had been. After she finished, Babata said, if you accept the master, you will receive the many treasures he left behind. If you refuse, I will have to kill you to protect the master's secret. Sumu rolled his eyes inwardly. This trick of mixing threats with bribery was certainly well practiced. I am willing. Sumu naturally had no reason to refuse. After kowtowing 8 times, Sumu officially became Huyen Bo's disciple, and the new master of Yunma Star. This is the basic weapon the master left for you, the arc blade disc. Babata handed Sumu a half-moon-shaped disc. Both the arc blade disc and the Duntian shuttle were basic telekinetic weapons. Luofeng had obtained the Duntian shuttle, so he had sold the arc blade disc. Now that Sumu had the arc blade disc, there was no need for him to go to Hong to purchase the Duntian shuttle. Sumu accepted the arc blade disc, and Babata continued, when you reach planet level, the master left you the Black God suit, the arc blade disc, Muya crystals, a spatial ring, and his inheritance. But you haven't reached planet level yet. Don't be anxious though. A single Muya crystal is enough to let you step into the first rank of planet level, and then you can formally cultivate the master's inheritance. Of course, I will also cultivate a Moyun vine for you. After everything had been arranged, Babata gave Sumu a black wristband inside which all sorts of treasures were stored. Afterward, Babata followed Sumu back to Wu Island. I still need to get my hands on those spirit plants, Sumu thought to himself. I can trade spirit plants with Hong for a smart fighter. With Babata around, Sumu didn't need anything else, but a smart fighter was still worth trading for. No sooner had he appeared on Wu Island than Sumu spotted Luofeng. Senior brother Luofeng. Sumu greeted him with a smile. Junior brother Sumu. Luofeng stared at Sumu in sheer astonishment, not expecting to see him here at all. Facing Luofeng, Sumu felt a little sheepish since he had just taken away an opportunity that should have belonged to Luofeng. Babata Luofeng's brain domain width is not low either. Could he join Yunma Star and receive Yunma Star's inheritance as well? Sumu communicated with Babata. Yuma Star currently has only me. But if Yuma Star is to grow and prosper, it can't rely on me alone. We'll need more hands. Don't you think? Babata said this Luo Feng's brain domain width is 21. It's not as high as yours, but here on Earth, he can be counted as one of the top geniuses. What you said is reasonable. Rebuilding Yunma Star will certainly require other people, and this Luo Feng is barely qualified, I suppose. But the resources left by the master are only enough to nurture one person. There isn't enough to train anyone else. This Luo Feng can only receive part of the inheritance, not cultivation resources. Although the inherited secret arts were also important, as long as Luo Feng joined Yunma Star, Babata would not begrudge teaching them to him. However, Babata was unwilling to part with cultivation resources. Those had to be reserved for Sumu. Haha, just give him the inherited secret arts, Sumu laughed to himself. As for cultivation resources, he would find some way to compensate Luo Feng later. Compared with the original story, Luo Feng had obtained Yunma Star's inheritance much earlier, and perhaps his future would undergo some changes as a result. Senior brother Luo Feng, have you just arrived at Wu Island? Sumu asked. Luo Feng nodded. He had indeed just arrived, and before he could explore Wu Island, he had already found Sumu. Sumu smiled. Wu Island is a wonderful place. It's full of spirit plants. Spirit plants? Luo Feng was puzzled, having no idea what spirit plants were. Sumu explained them to Luo Feng. Luo Feng was delighted. Such wonderful things really exist. Sumu nodded. At the center of Wu Island, there are 1,000-year willowwood hearts and 10,000-year willowwood hearts. But I can't handle them alone. Why don't we join forces and go? Luo Feng nodded eagerly. Of course, no problem. Sumu brought Luo Feng to the enormous willow trees. Looking at these giant willows, Luo Feng was stunned. No wonder such magical treasures as the 1,000-year willow heart and the 10,000-year willow heart can be nurtured here. Sumu smiled. There are far too many miraculous treasures in the universe. The 1,000-year willow heart and the 10,000-year willow heart are nothing special. Luo Feng nodded. Sumu continued, I'll go and keep the biggest willow king occupied. You attack the ordinary willows, cut open their trunks, and get the willow hearts. Luo Feng hesitated for a moment, then said, Junior brother Sumu, I am a psychic. Better let me deal with the Willow King. I can control flying daggers, and even if there is danger I can escape quickly. Sumu blinked. A flying dagger shot toward the largest Willow King, instantly causing countless willow branches to dance through the air. Luo Feng was astonished. Junior brother Sumu, you. Actually, I am also a psychic. Sumu said with a chuckle. Junior brother Sumu, you have hidden yourself far deeper than I have. After a moment of stunned silence, Luo Feng burst into laughter. Same to you. Sumu said, alright, let's attack these willows first and get the willow hearts. We'll talk about it later. Sumu stepped onto a flying dagger and flew toward the largest Willow King. The black god suit covered his body as the flying daggers struck the Willow King without pause. Luo Feng also erupted with full force. Not daring to be slow, he furiously attacked an ordinary willow. 5 minutes later, he split open a willow trunk and obtained a 1,000-year willow heart. Another 5 minutes passed and Luo Feng split open a second willow trunk, obtaining another 1,000-year willow heart. Sumu flew back. Luo Feng looked at Sumu in confusion. There were still 7 smaller willows and 1 large willow. Were they supposed to stop now? Sumu smiled. Take the 1,000-year willow hearts first. After strengthening ourselves, we'll attack these willows again. Luo Feng's eyes lit up. Sharpening the axe does not delay the cutting of firewood. After using the 1,000-year willow hearts, their strength would increase and dealing with these willows would be all the easier. Alright. Luo Feng handed a 1,000-year willow heart to Sumu. Sumu continued, pierce the shell of the 1,000-year willow heart and drink the liquid inside. Remember, do not swallow the shell. Understood. Luo Feng nodded repeatedly. The two immediately went underground, dug a pit, and consumed the essence of the 1,000-year willow heart. Although Sumu had Muya crystals, the 1,000-year willow heart was still quite useful. It could help him increase a considerable amount of strength. He pierced the shell of the 1,000-year willow heart. Green, translucent liquid flowed out. Sumu opened his mouth and drew the green liquid in. Instantly, an incomparably soothing sensation swept through his heart, far more comfortable than consuming jade marrow. The power of the essence refined every cell of his body, and his physique continually strengthened and grew. Half an hour later. Babata, how much strength did I gain? Sumu asked Babata through his consciousness. Babata sat on a gigantic throne and smiled. It doubled. Sumu's eyes lit up. Originally his strength had been more than 120,000 kilograms, close to a mid-tier war god. If it had doubled, wouldn't that mean 250,000 kilograms? This was already power approaching a high-tier war god. In other words, the peak of the 8th level apprentice rank. Sumu flew out of the underground pit and Luo Feng flew out as well. The two smiled at each other, both aware that their strength had skyrocketed. Let's continue attacking the willow spirit plants, Sumu said. The two flew toward those willow spirit plants once more. With their enhanced strength, they could obtain a 1,000-year willow heart every 3 minutes on average. And because Sumu had mentioned the spirit plants, Luo Feng had not exposed his location to lure Liao over. Thus until now Sumu and Luo Feng were still the only two people on Fog Island. 20 minutes later, all the 1,000-year willow hearts had been collected by Sumu and Luofeng. At last only the Willow King remained. The Willow King was already wounded by Sumu's attacks, and with Luofeng's help it took only 4 minutes to cut open the Willow King's trunk. The 10,000-year Willow Heart was then in their hands. Ha ha ha. The two looked at each other and laughed. Let's notify the Extreme Martial Hall, Sumu said. Luofeng nodded. The two had already obtained the best treasures. For the rest, they still had to leave some soup for the Extreme Martial Hall. Otherwise how could Sumu trade for treasures from Hong? What was more, there was a Mayun vine that even Sumu could not handle, and it could only be dealt with by Hong. Sumu immediately got through to Inspector Lu on the phone. Sumu, you are on a life-and-death adventure in the Australian continent. Why are you calling me? Inspector Lu asked with a smile. Sumu said, Teacher, I have discovered spirit plants. Spirit plants? Inspector Lu was astonished. Sumu smiled and said, I'm telling you first, teacher. Please report it to the Extreme Martial Hall for me. After all, Inspector Lu had taught him a great deal, so Sumu naturally wanted to give him some benefit. If Inspector Lu made the report, he would naturally receive a larger share. Alright, I'll report it immediately. Stay safe. After saying that, Inspector Lu hung up. At the same time, a figure arrived on Fog Island. It was Liao, the man pursuing Luofeng. He had stumbled upon Fog Island by accident. It's Liao. Killing intent flickered in Luofeng's eyes. If not for Liao's black god suit, he would go out and kill Liao right now. Sumu suddenly said, Senior brother Luofeng, do you want to kill Liao? He has the black god suit. Luofeng was helpless. Of course he wanted to kill Liao. If Liao did not have the black god suit, he could kill him for certain. But with the black god suit, he could do nothing to Liao. Of course, with his current strength, Liao could do nothing to him either. Sumu said with confidence, Senior brother Luofeng, go out first and attack Liao. Then pretend to be outmatched and flee. Leave the rest to me. Luofeng glanced at Sumu. Alright. Luofeng flew out and shouted, Liao die. Liao gave a cold snort as the black god suit covered his body. Luofeng, the one who dies will be you. After the two fought a great battle, Luofeng pretended to be no match and vanished into the ground. That damn psychic. Liao raged. If Luofeng had not been a psychic and had not escaped so quickly, he would have killed Luofeng long ago. Just then a flying dagger suddenly swelled in Liao's pupil, drove into his eye and shredded his head. Liao, dead. The black god suit's defenses were powerful, but Liao in his pursuit of Luofeng naturally could not cover his eyes with the black god suit. Thus Sumu found his opening. Most importantly, he had been guarding against Luofeng all along. If Luofeng attacked, he could react in time. Unfortunately, he had no idea that Sumu was also there. He had not guarded against Sumu hiding in the shadows, and so disaster struck. He died at Sumu's hands. Junior brother Sumu, I owe you a great deal. Luofeng flew back laughing heartily. Liao, even at death, probably never imagined who it was that killed him. Sumu said, even without me, Senior brother Luofeng, after training for a while longer, you'd kill Liao as easily as slaughtering a chicken. By the way, Liao is wearing the black god suit. Now that he's dead, just take the suit and use it. This? Luofeng hesitated. The black god suit was such a precious item that he genuinely could not bring himself to accept it. Sumu said, Senior brother Luofeng, there's no need to stand on ceremony. Once we're back in the base city, I still have some things to give you. Sumu had his own black god suit and Babata had one as well, so naturally Sumu was not reluctant to give Liao's black god suit to Luofeng. This was in a way some compensation to Luofeng for having taken his opportunities. After all, the golden horned beast in the future would probably belong to Sumu as well. If he did not compensate Luofeng, it would delay Luofeng's cultivation progress too much. Alright then. Luofeng smiled wryly and put away the black god suit. The two continued to search for spirit plants on Fog Island. 2 hours later, a purple-red triangular fighter appeared above the island. Two figures flew out of the fighter, Inspector Lu and a man with a golden mask. Sumu and Luofeng walked over. Greetings, inspectors. The only people here are from our Extreme Martial Hall. All the spirit plants on the entire Fog Island now belong to our Extreme Martial Hall. Inspector Lu said coolly. Sumu and Luofeng exchanged a glance. The two of them had already gained quite a lot, so leaving the rest to the Extreme Martial Hall was no problem. Inspector Lu and the golden masked man certainly knew that Sumu and Luofeng had kept some hidden, but they didn't see fit to press the matter. By reporting the matter of the spirit plants, the two had already made a contribution to the Extreme Martial Hall. If they were forced to hand over everything they had obtained, that would be going too far, and would inevitably provoke their resentment and disgust. Leave the rest to us, Inspector Lu said with a smile. Sumu nodded. Then Senior brother Luofeng and I will take our leave. Sumu knew that the Mayun vine was about to emerge, so he had better make a quick escape. Come into the fighter. Inspector Lu led Sumu and Luofeng into the fighter, then he and the golden masked man began searching Fog Island. Moments later, Fog Island shook violently. Two enormous tentacles shot out, one lashing toward Bing Shan, and the other toward Inspector Lu. Whoosh, whoosh. The two men flew quickly into the fighter, which fled at tremendous speed. The rest is for Hong to handle. Sumu smiled faintly. This Mayun vine was not as good as the one Babata had prepared for him, so naturally, he didn't need to give it much thought. Giving it to Hong was fine. Bing Shan sent the video of the long vine back to the Extreme Martial Hall. It was a long time before Hong arrived. Not bad, not bad. Hong smiled at Sumu and Luofeng. These two young men were the most gifted trainees of the Extreme Martial Hall. Not only highly talented but also exceedingly fortunate. Luofeng, your telekinetic power has already reached the peak of the war god level, hasn't it? Hong said. With your strength you can be called an invincible war god. Luofeng replied, Hall Master flatters me. Luofeng cast a barely perceptible glance at Sumu beside him, knowing that Sumu's strength was probably even greater than his own. Even Hong did not know that Sumu possessed telekinetic power, so Luofeng naturally said nothing more about it. After exchanging a few words, Hong made his move, subdued the Mayun vine, and swept up every last spirit plant on Fog Island. This time all the spirit plants on Fog Island belonged to the Extreme Martial Hall. Hong had also obtained the Mayun vine, putting him in an excellent mood. In the elite training camp of Hongning Base City, the other trainees were still braving life and death adventures on the Australian continent, but Sumu and Luofeng had already returned. I wonder what junior brother Sumu wants to see me about. Luofeng arrived at Sumu's room in Jingdu Pavilion. Have a seat. Sumu poured Luofeng a cup of tea. Luofeng took a sip and couldn't help asking, Junior brother Sumu, you called me here, saying you had something very important. Sumu nodded. Senior brother Luofeng, beneath Fog Island, I obtained an inheritance from a great figure of the universe. It is the inheritance of an immortal powerhouse. A great figure of the universe. An immortal powerhouse. Luofeng looked utterly dumbfounded. Sumu knew that he didn't understand, but he didn't mind. He took out a computer he had prepared long ago, opened the materials on it, and said, Take your time reading. Luofeng studied it seriously and drew in a sharp breath. In the universe, I'm only at the 9th level of apprentice. There are also planetary levels, stellar levels, cosmic levels, domain lord levels, world lord levels, and immortal deities. Good heavens! These materials struck Luofeng's mind with tremendous impact. The mysteries of the universe had revealed only the tip of the iceberg before his eyes. After reading it all, Luofeng could not settle down for a long time. Once he had calmed, Sumu continued. What I inherited is the inheritance of the Master of Inma Star. The Master of Inma Star was an immortal deity in the universe. He is a supreme powerhouse among immortal deities. Babata hastily added in Sumu's mind. Sumu laughed to himself. Huyenbo could hardly be considered a supreme powerhouse among immortal deities. However, he did not refute Babata. Instead, he continued speaking to Luofeng. Are you willing to join Inma Star? Once you join Inma Star, I'll also give you a portion of those inheritances. Countless times better than any cultivation method on Earth. Of course I'm willing. Luofeng nodded without the slightest hesitation. Having seen how mighty the universe was and how weak he himself was, Luofeng naturally understood how precious an inheritance from a great figure of the universe was. Sumu smiled and handed Luofeng some things that Babata had prepared. Naturally, he did not hand over all the inheritances. Even if Sumu agreed, Babata would not. But with these things, Luofeng's strength would already be enough to soar. Senior brother Luofeng, you must remember, even if you are a telekineticist, don't neglect your physical training as a warrior. Sumu warned him with the utmost gravity. I understand. Luofeng said with deep emotion, Junior brother Sumu, I truly don't know how to thank you enough. Sumu shook his head. There's no need to thank me. Sooner or later we will step into the universe and we must have enough strength. We are all humans of Earth and all Chinese as well, so it's only natural that we support each other. Not only did he teach Luofeng these things, Sumu even wanted to teach Hong and Lei Shin some things because they were the main force in dealing with the Golden Horned Beast. Since he had obtained the Inma Star inheritance, the method to deal with the Golden Horned Beast could no longer follow the original plot. Even if he did follow the original plot, success was not guaranteed, for even the slightest mishap could lead to failure. Therefore, from the moment he received the Inma Star inheritance, Sumu had been calculating how to deal with the Golden Horned Beast. After a while, Inspector Liu called to say that Hong wanted to summon Sumu and Luofeng. The two swiftly arrived at the headquarters of the Limitless Martial Hall. Is this spaceship real? Seeing the enormous spaceship headquarters, Luofeng was astonished. Of course it is real, Sumu said with a smile. It just cannot be used. Sumu, you need to gather more materials so that I can build a spaceship, and we can leave Earth for the universe, Babata reminded him. We can't stay on Earth forever, can we? I understand. Sumu nodded. He understood the importance of this matter even better than Babata. Only by leaving Earth could it be considered the true beginning. Sumu's current strength naturally was not yet top tier on Earth, but he believed he could soon reach the apex. Once the Golden Horned Beast was dealt with, it would be time to leave Earth. If he could venture into the universe before the Golden Horned Beast disaster broke out, he might gain greater confidence in dealing with it. However, all of this had to be taken slowly, planned carefully, and not rushed. Seated in the lounge of the Limitless Martial Hall, Bing Shan and Inspector Liu were both present, also waiting for Hong's summons to exchange spirit herbs for treasures. After a few casual words, it was Sumu's turn. Sumu, the Hall Master summons you. Sumu was no stranger here. He walked into the reception room with practiced ease and sat down across from Hong. Hong smiled at Sumu. This time you and Luofeng discovered Mist Island, reported it to the Limitless Marshal Hall, and enabled me to obtain the Cloud Vine. I'll give you a 15% share. You can use these spirit herbs to exchange for whatever treasures you need. Hong waved his hand and a three-dimensional virtual projection appeared before Sumu, showing categories such as secret manuals, weapons, aircraft, and combat suits. Sumu's target was only the aircraft. He didn't lack secret manuals, and his were even better. As for weapons, the Arcblade disc was enough for now, and Hong couldn't produce anything better. The Duntian shuttle could stay for Luofeng. His combat suit was the Black God set, more than sufficient. His goal was the aircraft. You have 15 stars in total, Hong said. Because the majority of the spirit herbs had ended up in the private pockets of Sumu and Luofeng, his allocated share was considerably smaller. But for Sumu it was more than enough. I want this Chenkuan-class intelligent aircraft, Sumu decided directly. Hong was taken aback. You're spending all your stars on an aircraft. In Hong's view, this was a move where losses outweighed gains. Although an aircraft was useful, how could it compare with secret manuals and weapons? Sumu's vision was too short-sighted. Sumu said, I'll take the Chenkuan-class intelligent aircraft. Hong said no more. It was Sumu's money, and Sumu would make his own decision. After all, Hong would not lose out. Hall Master, I'd also like to make a trade with you. Only after purchasing the Chenkuan-class intelligent aircraft did Sumu reveal his true intention. You want to trade with me? Do you still have spirit herbs hidden away, kid? Hong chuckled. He was certain Sumu and Luofeng had kept some for themselves, but he wouldn't be petty. When the water is too clear, there are no fish. There was no need to nitpick over such things too meticulously. If it were him, he would certainly have kept some hidden as well. What do you want? Bring out what you have to trade, Hong said. Sumu said, Hall Master, I'm not trading with spirit herbs. Rather, these are some warrior cultivation methods I unexpectedly obtained beneath Mist Island. Warrior cultivation methods. Hong's eyes lit up. Their cultivation experience had all been derived from various ancient civilization ruins. Could there also be an ancient civilization ruin beneath Mist Island? Sumu brought out some knowledge of warrior cultivation from the universe that Babata had prepared long ago, which did not involve the inheritance of the Yunma star. Babata was reluctant to give up the Yunma star inheritance unless Hong joined the Yunma star. But Hong was still too powerful now, and Sumu had no intention of revealing the Yunma star inheritance yet, so he only provided some basic knowledge. These basics were absolutely of great help to Hong. Hong looked at the materials Sumu had given him with doubt, but as he read his tone became excited. There is actually such a way to exert force. How could one even cultivate in such a way? In the universe, a 9th rank apprentice could achieve a force level of 10, while the highest force level Earth humans had reached was only 7, the 9-fold Thunderblade created by Thunder God. Needless to say, Hong was incredibly excited when he saw these materials. The aid they provided to his strength was by no means negligible. Sumu, what you've given me is a priceless treasure. After Hong calmed down, he looked at Sumu in disbelief. These things were insignificant in Babata's eyes, but to Earth humans they were indeed priceless. Go on, what do you want in exchange? Hong said. Based on what Sumu had given him, its value absolutely exceeded 100 stars, and Hong would agree to anything in exchange. Sumu said with a smile, Hall Master, I want 2 things. First, I want that ancient civilization gravity chamber in the elite training camp. With that ancient gravity chamber training in it every day, Sumu's improvement would reach an extremely terrifying level. No problem, Hong agreed without hesitation. Second, I need ancient civilization spaceship wreckage. A large amount of wreckage. Hong glanced at Sumu in puzzlement. What use could he have for those things? There was plenty of ancient civilization spaceship wreckage. Even 10,000 tons for Sumu was nothing. Sumu did not elaborate and continued. I'd also trouble you, Hall Master, to procure more spaceship wreckage for me. The more the better. Hong nodded. That's no problem. I can approach the major nations and various factions to gather a large batch of spaceship wreckage for you. With Hong personally intervening and spending a little money to buy spaceship wreckage, no one would refuse him face. Then I'll trouble you, Hall Master, Sumu said with a smile. With the spaceship wreckage and ancient civilization gravity chamber settled, next came the time for Sumu to cultivate and Babata to build the spaceship. Sumu still had other plans in mind. Sumu, you're welcome to come to me for more trades in the future. Hong wore a smile, knowing that Sumu must still possess even deeper warrior cultivation knowledge, or it only depended on whether he was willing to take it out. Don't worry, Hall Master. If I need anything, I'll certainly come to you first, Sumu said. However, Hong probably no longer had anything Sumu needed. Oh, Hall Master, there's also this. Sumu took out a black glove. The Black God set. You don't want it anymore. Hong was puzzled. The Black God set's defense is still very formidable. Sumu said, This is a Black God set I obtained. I already have one, so I'll return this to you, Hall Master. Consider it paying back the Black God set I borrowed before. Having received the inheritance of the Yunma Star Master, Sumu naturally had no need to go to the ancient civilization ruins where the Black God set was obtained. That place was also part of the Yunma Star, and it was merely a trial ground of the lowest difficulty. There was no need to waste time there. Hong put away the black god set. As long as Sumu returned the black god set, Hong did not care where it had come from. After the transaction was completed, Sumu left the reception hall and Luofeng went in to trade with Hong. When Luofeng had also finished trading, the two temporarily returned to the elite training camp. Junior brother Sumu, the hallmaster, has arranged for me to return to Jiangnan Base City as an inspector. I'm afraid I'll be leaving before long. Luofeng smiled and said, actually, with your strength, junior brother Sumu, you are more than qualified to serve as an inspector. Sumu shook his head. I still have other things to do. I don't want to be tied down in one place. All right. Luofeng did not press the matter. Come to Jiangnan Base City for a visit sometime. Sumu smiled and nodded. Sumu, you should cultivate first and break through to the planetary level in both the martial artist and psychic paths. Babata said, only when you reach the planetary level can it be regarded as the true beginning. Only at the planetary level can you obtain the citizenship of a cosmic nation. At the apprentice level, one had absolutely no status in the universe, nor could one obtain citizenship. Then I'll break through as a psychic first. Sumu said. His psychic power had already reached the peak of the 9th rank of the apprentice level. There was no secret technique on Earth that could enable a breakthrough to the planetary level, so if he wanted to break through, he could only rely on himself. But with the help of the Yunma star inheritance, breaking through naturally posed no difficulty. Babata gave Sumu a secret art called the 9-9 Spirit Tempering Art. Once he cultivated it completely, he would break through to the planetary level. The secret art had 81 steps in total, and each step required an hour and a half. Sumu went to the underground chamber, sat down cross-legged, and began cultivating the 9-9 Spirit Tempering Art. Within his sea of consciousness, a colossal star river vortex slowly revolved, unceasingly condensing and contracting inward, gradually turning into a sphere that resembled a planet. The sphere absorbed all his psychic power, continuously refining and gathering it. When the planet was fully condensed, that would be the moment Sumu stepped into the planetary level as a psychic. Done. All 81 steps of the 9-9 Spirit Tempering Art were completed. The planet revolved slowly in Sumu's sea of consciousness, and an invisible force spread outward. What is this? Sumu was astonished. Beside the planet in his sea of consciousness, a golden mass of light had abruptly appeared. His eyes shot wide open. This was the very golden light mass that had blasted him to death and carried him across worlds. The golden light mass radiated a brilliant splendor, and thin strands of golden aura seeped into his soul and physical body. Sumu had long known that he must possess some kind of golden finger, or otherwise he could not have cultivated so quickly. He just had not expected that his golden finger was the golden light mass that had killed him. Moreover, only at the planetary level could it be seen. The golden light diffusing from the golden mass had transformed his body and soul, giving him psychic talent, and allowing him to cultivate at an astonishing speed. So it was you imperceptibly enhancing my talent and bloodline. Sumu finally understood why he who had once been frail could cultivate so fast. Sumu suddenly thought of something. The 9 Tribulation Secret Codex, a secret art created by Zhuoshan that could continuously elevate one's genes, allowing human genes to reach the genetic level of certain rare and heaven-defying races in the universe. Could this golden light also be elevating his genes? Not only that, it seemed to be tempering the origin of his soul. Heavens! Sumu had originally intended to search for the 9 Tribulations Secret Codex, but he had never imagined that what he possessed was more precious than the 9 Tribulations Secret Codex. Since that was so, the 9 Tribulations Secret Codex would be left for Luofeng. The 9 Tribulations Secret Codex could only be cultivated by one person. It was impossible for a second cultivator to exist. Phew! Sumu opened his eyes. Babata asked success. Sumu nodded. Babata laughed heartily. Since you have succeeded, formally accept the inheritance of the Great Master. No hurry. Sumu shook his head. I'll first raise my martial art aside to the 1st rank of the planetary level. Babata nodded. Right, martial cultivation cannot be put aside. You are now at the peak of the 8th rank of the apprentice level. Use that 10,000-year willow heart of yours to reach the peak of the 9th rank, and then I'll teach you how to break through to the 1st rank of the planetary level as a martial artist. As for the distribution of the willow hearts, Sumu took the 10,000-year willow heart, while all the remaining 1,000-year willow hearts were given to Luofeng. After piercing the outer shell of the 10,000-year willow heart, and swallowing the liquid within, Sumu's physique effortlessly reached the peak of the 9th rank of the apprentice level. Afterward, Babata taught Sumu a set of movements similar to a Daoyin technique. Once Sumu completed the sequence, his dantian burst open with a thunderous boom, and a miniature planet condensed within his dantian. This planet displayed the color of primordial chaos covered with gray mist, like an ancient star that had endured endless ages, vast and primeval. Let me see what your special ability is. Babata examined Sumu's dantian and said in surprise, it's actually a chaos body formed by the convergence of 8 attributes. Chaos body? Sumu frowned slightly. He vaguely remembered that Luofeng's special ability was the metal attribute Vajra body. Babata said special abilities in the universe are mainly divided into 8 types: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, and light. What you have is the extremely rare chaos body formed by the convergence of all 8 attributes. I never expected your talent in the martial path to be this outstanding as well. Babata clicked his tongue in amazement. It was clearly the first time he had seen talent like Sumu's. The reason he knew about the Chaos Body was the inherited knowledge from the Yunma Star Master, just as he knew about the Golden Horn Giant Beast. He knew of it, but he understood very little. So there are such benefits after all. A hint of delighted surprise appeared in Sumu's eyes. With both his martial artist and psychic paths breaking through to the first rank of the planetary level, the golden light mass trembled slightly and actually sent Sumu a message. He could use the power of the golden light mass to nurture avatars. This was just like the Golden Horn Giant Beast's avatar talent. The difference was that for him, every time both the martial artist and psychic paths broke through one rank, he would gain an opportunity to nurture an avatar. In other words, he already had one opportunity to nurture an avatar. Haha, then I don't have to seize Luo Feng's Golden Horn Giant Beast after all. Sumu had originally planned to take over the Golden Horn Giant Beast's body, but now it seemed unnecessary. It was better to leave the Golden Horn Giant Beast to Luo Feng. Even without taking over the Golden Horn Giant Beast, he still possessed an avatar ability, and a far more formidable one at that. You may now formally receive the Great Master's inheritance, Babata said. First I will guide your consciousness into the private virtual space I have built for you. Sumu's consciousness arrived atop a towering cloud-piercing peak. Beneath him lay an unfathomable abyss, while above hung a colossal planet filling 1/3 of the sky. Follow me. Babata waved a hand and a blood-red castle materialized behind him. Inside the castle's cultivation room surrounded by enormous bookshelves, Babata said, "You are now at the planetary level. The secret manuals I prepared for you are planetary level, covering both martial artists and mentalists. You must cultivate all of them. Do not be lax in any." Sumu nodded. He had originally intended to cultivate both the martial artist and mentalist paths without letting either fall behind. The avatar secret art he had obtained also required both cultivation paths to break through one stage before he could earn a single chance to create an avatar. Therefore, neither the martial artist path nor the mentalist path could be set aside. My master's attainments in the mentalist path were even higher, so there are more mentalist manuals here. Babata said they are mainly divided into the control volume, the illusion volume, and the miscellaneous volume. One by one Babata introduced them to Sumu like a teacher who devotes every effort to instructing a disciple. Sumu listened earnestly. He would not grow complacent merely because he knew a little of the original novel's content. The original had only given these arts a brief mention. His cultivation would still have to rely on this far more detailed explanation. And so Sumu settled down to cultivate with peace of mind. I wonder when the Golden Horn Giant Beast will arrive. Sumu only knew that the Golden Horn Giant Beast had come from beyond the sky. As for exactly when it had arrived or where it had fallen, he could no longer recall clearly. After all, when he had read the novel back then, the author had brushed over such matters in a single line. Naturally, Sumu had only given them a glance and never taken them to heart. If he had known that he would transmigrate into the world of Swallowed Star, he would definitely have memorized its millions of words until they rolled off his tongue. Still, Sumu had a rough idea that at least 2 or 3 years remained before the Golden Horn Giant Beast emerged and caused catastrophe. More than 2 months of peaceful life passed. As Sumu cultivated cross-legged, a miniature planet appeared simultaneously in his sea of consciousness and his dantian. His martial artist and mentalist paths reached the second stage of the planetary level at the same time. How are you cultivating so fast? Babata was utterly puzzled. Are Earthlings' aptitudes really this strong? According to his plan, even if he force-fed Sumu's advancement, Sumu would need 3 years to reach the star level. If he cultivated by building a solid foundation, it would take Sumu 50 years to reach the star level. Naturally, his training for Sumu followed the solid foundation method. Besides absorbing the energy of Muya crystals and tempering his mental power, Sumu also had to practice saber arts body movement, and the mentalist, control, and illusion volumes. Even so, Sumu had taken only 2 months for both his martial artist and mentalist paths to reach the second stage of the planetary level. Babata began to wonder whether Sumu was even an Earthling. Or was it that Earthling's potential simply had not been unlocked? Paying no attention to whatever Babata was thinking, Sumu arrived at the headquarters of the Limit Martial Hall. I want to see the Hall Master, Sumu said. Ever since trading with Hong, Sumu had been granted permission to freely enter and leave the Limit Martial Hall headquarters. Sumu wants to see me. Hong's eyes lit up. Is he here to trade with me again? Haha, bring him in. Ever since receiving the martial cultivation knowledge Sumu had given him, Hong, though still at the 6th stage of the planetary level, had grown enormously in power, so much that he could easily slay the self he had been 2 months ago. One must understand that since the great Nirvana, Hong's strength had never increased so dramatically. It was easy to see how vital the knowledge Sumu had given him truly was. In the reception hall, Sumu met Hong once more. You've reached planetary level. Hong was astonished. He had not expected that after 2 months Sumu would already be planetary level. On Earth, that made him a counselor-level figure above War God. Sumu smiled slightly. Hall Master, I need information on various ancient civilization ruins. As he spoke, he produced another document on martial cultivation. Hong flipped through it and smiled. Information on ancient civilization ruins. Of course, no problem. Information on ancient civilization ruins was not worth much to him. What Sumu gave him was the most precious thing. The two swiftly completed the transaction, and Sumu left the Limit Marshall Hall headquarters. That kid definitely still has good stuff on him. Hong knew Sumu was carrying treasures, but he never entertained the idea of killing him to seize them. One who could become the #1 person on Earth naturally had his own pride. Of course, if he had known how precious the treasures Sumu carried truly were, he might have changed his attitude. This is it, no. 12 Ancient Civilization Ruin. Sumu looked through the materials on various ancient civilization ruins and locked on to no. 12. Most of the other ruins had already been explored. Even if Sumu went, he would not gain anything from them. Earth also had 3 deadly forbidden ruins. They were no. 1 Ancient Civilization Ruin, no. 12 Ancient Civilization Ruin, and no. 31 Ancient Civilization Ruin. No. 1 was a mechanical race starship. No. 31 belonged to the insect race. Neither was something Sumu could afford to provoke at his current stage. Only no. 12 contained a Black Dragon Mountain Empire starship. The very ship that Luofeng relied on to leave Earth in the original novel. Sumu could only rely on that starship to leave Earth and head into the immense boundless universe. Whoosh! The black triangular Chenquin-class intelligent fighter shot out of Hongning Base City like a phantom and plunged into the sea. No. 12 Ancient Civilization Ruin is 3300 meters beneath the seabed. Babata scanned the area and arrived before the wreckage of an enormous warship. Wildly excited, he shouted, "This is a mothership. Haha, my guess was right. We should be able to leave Earth even faster." Babata longed every moment to leave Earth to head into the universe, and to enter the virtual universe. He was going crazy from being cooped up. Inside the enormous starship, Babata grew even more delighted. So it's this one, the Black Dragon Mountain X-81 model starship that my master destroyed with a single blow back then. In contrast to Babata's excitement, Sumu was far more composed, because he had long known exactly what this thing was. If I repair this starship a little, perhaps we can leave Earth. Babata quickly said, "We absolutely must get it." Sumu arrived before the passage leading into the starship. The passage, more than 30 meters long, was lined with lasers of immense power. At the end of the passage stood a huge gate. "This is for you." Babata took out an axe-like tool. "First use your mental force to throw the Julie Ding beneath the gate. We'll need it to open the gate later." Babata said, "With your current strength you cannot open the gate at the end of the passage. You can only rely on external force." Sumu did exactly as Babata instructed. His mental force lifted the Julie Ding and tossed it beneath the gate. As it passed through the corridor, countless lasers shot out, but none could harm the Julie Ding. "The rest is up to you," Babata said, "but with your abilities, getting through this laser passage should not be a problem." With a thought from Sumu, the arc blade disc flew out and revolved around him. Countless curved blade fragments whirled and assembled into a giant egg encasing Sumu inside it. Whoosh! The giant egg shot toward the laser passage. Dense lasers blasted against it, but none could break through the egg's defenses. Sumu reached the end of the passage in front of the massive gate. Then, using the Julie Ding, he lifted the enormous gate and stepped into the spaceship. "Haha, we're in." Babata laughed. "Now let's go to the command room, insert the signal transmitter into the AI system interface, and I'll break through this ship's AI." Sumu entered the dark command room. As soon as he stepped in, the lights of the top-level command room came on. A human planet-level warrior and a planet-level psychic have intruded. Threat level: weak. Proceed. Eliminate. 3 pitch-black robots with blood-red crystal eyes flew out and came at Sumu. Sumu remained expressionless. He controlled the arc blade disc to protect himself, knowing that these robots were made of special materials. He could not even break through their defense, so he did not waste any strength attacking them. A moment later, Babata cracked their wireless command signals, and the 3 robots became Sumu's private possessions. Sumu went to the top command room where there were 4 black-robed men. He paid them no attention because they had died many years ago. But those 3 guards, when the wind blew, only their robes turned to dust. They themselves had not died and still remained. Babata explained, "These 3 are liquid silver guards equipped with AI and extremely expensive." Afterwards, Babata instructed Sumu to insert the signal transmitter into the interface. Sumu did not move but asked, "If this spaceship has a self-destruct system, can you solve it?" "This?" Babata was startled. "I almost forgot. Systems like this usually come with a self-destruct program." "Damn it." Babata was secretly alarmed. If the self-destruct system was really triggered and he could not handle it, wouldn't he lose face in front of Sumu? After all, he had always considered himself a teacher and senior, instructing Sumu and behaving very arrogantly in front of him. After all, as an intelligent life form that had once followed an immortal powerhouse, Babata still carried a sense of superiority even after accepting Sumu as his master. If there is a self-destruct system, then we cannot use brute force intrusion or many things will be damaged. Babata pondered. But the AI of this kind of system is very low level. It won't stump the great Lord Babata. Give me 3 days and I will definitely solve it. Having just lost a little face in front of Sumu, Babata wanted to quickly win it back. As long as he knew there was a self-destruct program, he knew how to deal with it. "Keep it up. I'll wait for your good news. I'll go back to cultivate first. Contact me when it's done." Sumu piloted the Chenquin-class intelligent fighter away, leaving Babata there, to handle the spaceship systems. 3 days passed very quickly. Sumu, I've got it. Babata contacted Sumu saying excitedly the spaceship is preserved very well. Since I didn't use brute force cracking, many parts remain intact. Give me 2 months and I can completely repair this ship. Then we can leave Earth and enter the universe. Babata was very excited, but Sumu smiled calmly. Everything was going according to his plan. Wasn't the reason he had snatched Luo Feng's Yunma Star opportunity exactly so he could enter the universe ahead of time? As for Luo Feng's losses, he would slowly make it up to him later. Sumu certainly would not let Luo Feng suffer. Once he entered the universe, he could buy a few star-level slaves and bring them back. Dealing with the Golden Horned Beast would then be a simple matter. Then take this spaceship away. Repair it slowly, and once it's done we'll leave Earth and take a tour of the universe. Sumu said. Once you enter the universe, first obtain citizenship in the Hailongshan Empire, then set up an account in the virtual universe. Babata planned meticulously for Sumu. Entering the universe for the first time required utmost caution. After all, Sumu was only a minor planet-level warrior with no citizenship in any cosmic state. If someone discovered he came from a small place, he might be seized and made a slave, and the entire Earth would be deemed a slave planet. The universe was cruel, dark, and cold. While Babata repaired the Hailongshan X-81 spaceship, Sumu cultivated diligently. By the way, Babata, do you have any treasures I can exchange for a large sum of money once I go to the universe? Sumu had thought of something. Without money in the universe, he could not get by. In the original story, Luo Feng had sold the Arc Blade Disc to obtain a large amount of money. But now the Arc Blade Disc was Sumu's primary weapon, so of course, he could not sell it as Luo Feng had done. If he sold the Arc Blade Disc, he would no longer have a powerful psychic weapon to use. The Duntian shuttle was with Luo Feng. Once in the universe, one indeed cannot do without money. Babata was also troubled by this problem. Then why not sell the 3 robots and the liquid silver guards? It was true that the 3 robots and the 3 liquid silver guards could be sold, but their value was still far too little compared to the money Sumu wanted. Because the things Sumu wanted to buy were far too many. Star-level slaves. A high-end detector. These 2 were essential because Sumu knew that after the Golden Horned Beast calamity, the Nualanshan family would still come. Sumu wanted to intercept them before they could enter Earth, so they would never even have a chance to touch Earth. Only this way could Earth's safety be guaranteed as far as possible. Sumu did not want to turn things as perilous as Luo Feng had in the original story. If he was even one step slow, a major problem could occur, so he had to take precautions in advance. 2 months later, Sumu's psychic power broke through to planet-level rank 2. He was currently breaking through as a warrior. As long as his warrior cultivation also broke through to planet-level rank 2, and with Babata having already repaired the Hailongshan X-81 spaceship, Sumu could set foot in the universe. Another chaotic planet condensed in Sumu's Dantian. A ring of dim gray light spread outward from Sumu's body. Domain. Babata shrieked. Correct. It is a domain. The fusion of spiritual telekinesis, genetic origin force, and will gives rise to a domain. Planetary level 2nd stage, and he already controls a domain. Heavens! Babata was stunned into vacant disbelief. Even at the most glorious height of Yunma Star, there had never been a peerless genius who grasped a domain at planetary level 2nd stage. He looked at Sumu in disbelief, wondering why this Earth native, a man who by all reasoning should possess little talent, could astonish him time and again. Nothing worth being surprised about. Sumu smiled faintly. First I'll return to Jingdu Bay City to see my father. Then we'll go and see the universe. Whoosh! The Qingqing-class smart fighter tore across the sky and reached Jingdu Bay City at tremendous speed. Sumu did not intend to cause any commotion, so he slipped home unnoticed. Before he even reached home, Sumu's spiritual telekinesis sensed a beautiful woman leaving his house. Sumu was stunned. Was his father finding him a stepmother? Sumu didn't mind such a thing at all. After all, his mother had already passed away. The living still needed to live on. With his help, his father could live for a very long time. Surely he couldn't be expected to go without a woman's company for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. Sumu chuckled inwardly. I'll ask about it in a moment. Only after the woman left did Sumu return home. Seeing Sumu back, Su Ming was naturally overjoyed. Sumu asked with a mischievous smile. Dad, I just saw a beautiful woman leaving our house. Tell me, did you find me a stepmother? Su Ming was taken aback for a moment, then laughed and scolded. You little brat, what nonsense are you talking? Sumu laughed heartily. Dad, don't be shy. Your son is formidable now. You deserve any woman you want, and I won't stop you from finding one. Su Ming glared fiercely at Sumu. I told you it's not what you think. Then what is it? Sumu asked teasingly. Su Ming sighed, sat down and said, After you made a name for yourself in the elite training camp, quite a few women came to me, and all of them were beautiful. But I know they came with ulterior motives. If I weren't your father, do you think anyone would come looking for me? Sumu looked Su Ming over. Even if I weren't your son, Dad, with your handsome looks, it's only natural for women to throw themselves at you. This was no empty boast from Sumu. Su Ming was indeed good-looking. Even before Sumu had transmigrated, people had already tried to play matchmaker and build bridges for him. They came to see me and it was hard to refuse since they all have some backing. Su Ming smiled wryly. But how could I possibly give you a stepmother with impure motives? Su Ming was no fool. He knew those women sought him mainly because of Su Mu, using Su Ming's influence to get Su Mu to do things for them. Su Mu understood Su Ming's concerns and grinned slyly. Dad, since they're delivering themselves to your doorstep, just accept them. It's not as if you'll be at a loss. Su Ming was stunned. Su Mu continued. As for me, you don't need to worry. If those women treat you well, even if they have their little schemes, I don't mind giving them some benefits. At worst, it's just like paying for a nanny for my own father. Su Ming had been single for so long and all the friends around him had families of their own. He didn't have Su Mu's cultivation talent, and Su Mu couldn't keep him company forever. Someone had to be with him, right? Whether one woman or even several accompanied Su Ming. Even if they harbored ulterior motives, Su Mu didn't mind. For Su Mu believed he could make them never dare to betray him. Since I'm going to the universe this time, I'll bring Dad an unregistered helmet for the virtual universe. Su Mu thought to himself. If Su Ming refused to find a woman, then he could let him play games in the virtual world. You brat, my affairs are none of your business. Su Ming shot Su Mu a glare. On the other hand, you should get married. Give me a grandson to hold and I won't feel lonely. Su Mu was speechless. He hadn't expected that even after transmigrating, he'd still be pressured into marriage. He quickly changed the subject. Dad, I came back this time to tell you that I'm going into seclusion for a while. You won't be able to reach me during this period. How long will the seclusion last? Su Ming asked urgently. I don't know. Su Mu shook his head. But Dad, rest assured. There's no danger. I simply need to go into seclusion to break through in cultivation. As he spoke, Su Mu took out a robot. I'm giving this robot to you. If anyone makes trouble, have the robot beat him up. Su Ming couldn't help laughing. Who would come to cause trouble for me? Since Su Mu had become famous, countless people flattered Su Ming. All of them major figures he had never had the chance to meet before. Who would dare to make trouble for him? Although only Hong knew that Su Mu had reached planetary level, outsiders still thought Su Mu was inferior to Luofeng. Even so, Su Mu was widely acknowledged as the next person most likely to reach planetary level. No one would be brainless enough to cause trouble for Su Ming, unless they could be certain Su Mu was dead. After making things clear to Su Ming, Su Mu stayed with him for 2 more days. Then, stepping onto his arc-blade disc, he flew up to an altitude of 10,000 meters and took out the Hailongshan spaceship. Set off. Destination, Qiulong Star. Babata shouted joyfully, and Su Mu smiled as he entered the Hailongshan spaceship. Today, November 19th, 2057. Earth's humanity officially steps into the universe. Exterior simulation 100. Babata smiled and activated the exterior simulation. Instantly, the boundless starry cosmos appeared before Su Mu like a dream. The sea of stars. I'm coming. Su Mu laughed heartily. In his previous life, people often said, my journey is the sea of stars. Su Mu never imagined that he would one day truly set foot on that starry sea and wage war across it. He firmly believed that one day he would truly conquer the sea of stars and transcend it. Boundless ambition swelled within Su Mu's heart. 10 seconds until the spaceship reaches light speed. 10, 9, 8. The starry sky blurred and the spaceship abruptly vanished from the original universe, entering a dark universe where only faint points of light remained. We'll arrive at Qiulong Star in nearly 10 days. Babata said. During this time, focus on your cultivation. Su Mu nodded. He had also placed the ancient civilization gravity chamber inside the spaceship so he could cultivate at any time. 9 days later, the spaceship decelerated to a stop and emerged from the dark universe. A colossal planet wreathed in colorful light appeared before Su Mu's eyes. It was Qiulong Star. Babata piloted the spaceship, accepted Qiulong Star's docking guidance signals, and arrived at its berthing harbor. The hatch opened and Su Mu appeared at Qiulong Star's berthing harbor with 2 liquid silver guards. Flowing silver guards. Which family's young master is this out to gain experience? Having flowing silver guards as bodyguards. I'm dying of envy. At the sight of the flowing silver guards, the onlookers murmured among themselves, all guessing that Su Mu was a young master sent out to gain experience by some formidable power. This too was what Babata had instructed Su Mu to do. Su Mu did not even hold citizenship in any cosmic nation. If he had not pretended to come from an impressive background, no doubt many would have set their sights on him. Once the flowing silver guards appeared, who would still dare to cause him trouble? After all, though the flowing silver guards were not powerful in offense, they could hold even a universe-level expert at bay for a while. No small feat. Honored sir, welcome to Qiulong Star. A man over 3 meters tall, whose face closely resembled that of an ordinary earthling, came forward and handed Su Mu a translucent silver card. This is your docking permit. The fee is 600 black dragon coins per year. Anything less than a year is charged as a full year. Su Mu nodded, took the docking permit, and tossed over a Qianwu coin. One that Babata had given him. Keep the change. A Qianwu coin. The man hurriedly caught the Qianwu coin, his face glowing with delight. A single Qianwu coin could be exchanged for 13 or 1400 black dragon coins on the black market. He really is a young master from a great power. Seeing Sumu casually fling a Shenwu coin and wave off the change, the crowd became all the more convinced that Sumu's status was extraordinary. Escorted by the flowing silver guards, Sumu flew for half an hour before reaching the colossal boundless Cholong city. With the flowing silver guards protecting him, naturally no one was foolish enough to rob him, so he reached Cholong city safe and sound. Once inside Cholong city, Sumu did not spare a moment to marvel at the exotic humanoid races. Instead, he hastened to the administrative tower of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire stationed on Cholong Star. He needed to obtain citizenship in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire first. In this era, what respectable person didn't hold an imperial citizenship? I wish to become a citizen of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Sumu entered the administrative tower and said this to a beautiful woman with a fox's tail and ears. If that beauty ever went to Earth, who knew how much turmoil she would bring? For 50 Black Dragon coins, he obtained citizenship in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire with the greatest of ease. Afterwards, Sumu went to the Virtual Universe Company in Cholong City, opened an account there, and also bought several anonymous consciousness sensing helmets. Having found a safe place, Sumu entered the virtual universe. Tisk tisk. Appearing in an ancient city, Sumu quietly marveled. In his past life, he had so yearned to play a virtual game like this. He never imagined his dream would actually come true. However, in this life, he would certainly not be playing games. This vast, boundless universe had far too many things more interesting than games. With his talent and potential, he naturally had no need to lose himself in drunken fantasies within the virtual world. Babata put out a notice for me. I want to sell the Black Dragon Mountain X81. Sumu said. This was something Sumu had decided long ago. First sell the Black Dragon Mountain X81. That antique starship, then use the money to buy a ship of comparable performance. With the remaining money, he would buy slaves and detectors. Babata had no objections to this either. Of course, the most important thing was to turn limited resources into money and purchase what one truly needed. The Black Dragon Mountain X81 was an antique relic, and Sumu was no antique collector, so there was naturally no need to keep it. Babata wasted no time in posting the sale notice for the Black Dragon Mountain X81. Before long, someone contacted Sumu through the virtual universe. After having Babata screen the candidate, Sumu chose a buyer who had offered a bid of 12 billion Black Dragon coins. Let's trade in the docking port on Cholong Star, Sumu told the other party. He would not feel at ease trading anywhere else. What if the other party harbored ill intentions and killed him to seize his treasure? As for the docking port of Cholong Star, it was extremely safe. No one dared to make a move there. I'm in Cholong City right now. I'll come to you immediately, the other party replied. Sumu smiled. He hadn't expected the buyer to be right in Cholong City. It saved him a great deal of time. Sumu arrived at the docking port first. Soon a middle-aged man in noble robes with a single vertical line between his brows flew over, accompanied by 2 stellar-level 7th-rank bodyguards. Seeing the flowing silver guards beside Sumu, the splendidly robed middle-aged man's eyes brightened. Someone who could employ flowing silver guards as bodyguards. The Black Dragon Mountain ship was certainly not a fake. Hello, I am Noseburn Krell. Noseburn took the initiative to extend his hand, expressing goodwill. Sumu smiled and extended his hand as well. I'm Sumu. Come, let's first take a look at this ship. Sumu led Noseburn on a tour of every part of the Black Dragon Mountain X81. From the inside out, though he had seen pictures and videos before, only when he saw it with his own eyes did Noseburn feel even more satisfied. Let's trade right away, he said. All right. Sumu smiled and gave Noseburn a bank account number. The bank in question was a small institution called Not Bank. There was no helping it. The Cosmic Star River Bank required 100 million Black Dragon coins just to open an account. Since Sumu did not have that much, he could only open an account at a small bank first, planning to transfer the money over later. Noseburn was refreshingly straightforward, quickly completing the transaction with Sumu. Then he said, Brother Sumu, I'll go take a spin first. Make yourself at home. Noseburn boarded the Black Dragon Mountain X81, in high excitement, taking the ship for a joyride across various routes. Sumu, carrying the enormous sum of 12 billion Black Dragon coins, headed to the starship sales base nearby. The ships docked in the port were not just visiting vessels. There were also starships being sold on Cholong Star. Sir, what model of starship would you like? A beautiful woman with white wings on her back, like an angel from Earth's Western mythology, asked Sumu. Following what Babata had looked up for him, Sumu said, I want a C5, class Black Dragon Mountain H23. This type of ship had performance comparable to the Black Dragon Mountain X81 from before, only its material was an alloy. Not as good as the X81's, and it certainly lacked the antique value of the Black Dragon Mountain X81. But for Sumu it was completely sufficient. His requirements were not high. As long as it could navigate the universe, that was enough. Hearing Sumu's request, the angelic beauty's eyes brightened. Sir, the Black Dragon Mountain H23U require costs 583 million Black Dragon coins. Sumu sighed inwardly. It was dozens of times cheaper than the Black Dragon Mountain X81. Truly, an antique was an antique. Its value could not be measured by performance. 500 million Black Dragon coins, and I'll take one, Sumu bargained. The angelic beauty smiled wryly. Sir, that's not how you bargain. I can't reduce it by that much. At most I can take off 33 million. Less than that and it's impossible. Fine then, 550 million black dragon coins. Sumu nodded in agreement. Sir, please come this way. We'll inspect the goods and make the payment over here. The angelic beauty hastily led Sumu to complete the transaction. After successfully purchasing the Heilung Mountain H23, Sumu turned back to Chilong City. He first transferred all the money he had deposited in Knot Bank to the Cosmic Galaxy Bank. At Knot Bank he had been a major client, but with the Cosmic Galaxy Bank he could better showcase his status and position, making it easier to bluff others. Actually, I don't think you need to buy a detector for now, Babata said. The master concealed the coordinates of the Earth region. No one can get in. Just in case. Sumu of course would not tell Babata that Earth would definitely be discovered. There's no need for a top-tier detector either. Just get one with a large detection range that can spot C-class spaceships. Seeing Sumu's firm resolve, Babata did not try to dissuade him, and instead recommended you can buy the Boat 7 detector. It meets your requirements and isn't expensive. Only 100 million Heilung coins. Then I'll take this one. Sumu went to the detector shop in Cholong City, and following Babata's recommendation bought a Boat 7 detector. Before heading back he would first scan Earth with it, and perhaps he might even discover the golden horned beast. After that he would place the device on the moon. When the Nualanshan family arrived, he could easily spot them and deliver a thunderous strike. However, the golden horned beast had not yet appeared, and there was still a long time before the Nualanshan family arrived. Next I should go buy some slaves. Sumu then went to the slave market. Sir, what kind of slaves do you need? We have every kind of slave here. Everything you could ask for. A chubby man with green ears came up beaming. Whether you want beautiful ones or powerful ones, martial artists or psychic masters, we have whatever you desire. Sumu glanced over the slaves with their clearly marked prices. Slaves below planet level generally cost around 10 Heilung coins, with prettier ones selling for a bit more. Planet level slaves were not expensive either. A 9th order planet level psychic master cost only 100,000 Heilung coins. Someone like Sumu, who was at the 2nd order of the planet level, was worth only about 5,000 Heilung coins. That aura over there. It's so powerful. Sumu sensed a formidable aura and looked over. It was a group of star-level slaves, both male and female. The green-eared man hastily introduced those are star-level slaves. A 1st-order star-level warrior costs 1 million Heilung coins. A 4th-order star-level warrior costs 20 million Heilung coins. A 7th-order star-level warrior costs 500 million Heilung coins. An 8th-order star-level warrior costs 2 billion Heilung coins. A 9th-order star-level warrior costs 5 billion Heilung coins. Psychic masters cost 3 times as much as warriors. I still have more than 11.3 billion Heilung coins. Sumu calculated his funds. To deal with the golden horned beast, a 4th or 5th-order star-level slave is more than enough. Sumu was not yet planning to deal with the Nualanshan family. For one thing, they would not arrive for a long time. For another, his current funds could not afford enough people to use against them. I'll buy 1 7th-order star-level warrior, and 1 7th-order star-level psychic master, Sumu told the green-eared man. The green-eared man's eyes lit up. This was huge business, a full 2 billion Heilung coins at once. Give me a 5% discount too. Sumu looked at the green-eared man. No problem, the green-eared man quickly said. Sumu smiled. Then throw in 5 1st-order star-level psychic masters, and 300 9th-order planet-level slaves. The green-eared man hesitated, frantically calculating in his mind. 5 1st-order star-level psychic masters came to 15 million Heilung coins. 300 9th-order planet-level slaves came to 30 million Heilung coins. Altogether, giving them to Sumu would cost him less than 50 million Heilung coins. Fine. The green-eared man agreed. I want that batch. Sumu pointed, sweeping up the entire group of beauties with foxtails and fluffy ears. When buying slaves, of course, you should pick good-looking ones. These planet-level and 1st-order star-level slaves couldn't be counted on to fight, so all that mattered was that they were beautiful. No problem. The green-eared man naturally had no objection. Beautiful slaves were plentiful. Even if they were worth a bit more than ordinary slaves, it was hardly by much. As for the 2 7th-order star-level slaves, Sumu chose carefully. In the end, he selected 2 members of the Lanwen clan. Beings who looked much like Earth humans with pale blue mystic patterns, the size of a thumbnail on the left side of their faces. Naturally, they were also 2 great beauties. Far from detracting from their beauty, the pale blue patterns made them appear even more eerily enchanting. You really didn't buy a single male slave, Babata remarked, speechless. There were 307 slaves in all, every one of them a beautiful woman. Not a single man. Sumu smiled. Though he had no interest in doing anything to these slaves, buying some beauties to feast his eyes on was also fine. Let's go to the docking port to complete the transaction. So Sumu said. The green-eared man had no objection and immediately went with Sumu to the docking port, where he handed over 307 control chips for the slaves. Sumu also transferred the payment to the green-eared man. Everything was settled. All of you come in. Sumu led the slaves into his new spaceship. You two, what are your names? Sumu looked at the 2 7th-order star-level slaves of the Lanwen clan. Master, I am Lanwan Luali. Master, I am Lanwan Siddika. The two quickly introduced themselves. Sumu nodded. From now on you two will be in charge of the others. Yes. Sumu let them find their own quarters, then returned to his room. The spaceship entered the dark universe and headed toward Earth. It will take nearly 10 days to travel through again. I'll go to the slaughter ground of the virtual universe to hone myself. Sumu entered the virtual universe once more. Something's wrong. When he entered the virtual universe, he did not appear on a street but in a stretch of dark starry space. Sumu could not help but be greatly alarmed. He knew that the virtual universe had been created by the origin ancestor, so by all rights there should be no problems at all. Little one, don't panic. A gentle voice sounded, and before Sumu appeared a man in a white robe, somewhat lean with a smile on his face. The man's smile carried a perfection beyond compare. Just seeing that smile filled Sumu's heart with endless tranquility, and his earlier panic vanished completely. His eyes more than anything bore the mighty power of knowing all and perceiving all. It was as if heaven, earth, the universe, and every living being revolved around him. May I ask who you are? Sumu asked. In truth, he already had a vague guess about the white-robed man's identity. Who else could alter the rules of the virtual universe besides that suppressed supreme being of humanity? Sumu simply could not understand why he had attracted that man's attention. It was far too incredible. My name is Yuan, said the man in white robes. So it really is him. Though Sumu had long suspected that the white-robed man was ancestor Yuan, hearing it from his own mouth still filled him with immense shock. The supreme powerhouse suppressed by the primal universe's originating will now appeared before him. Sumu was at a loss for words. Although Sumu's goal was to surpass ancestor Yuan, and even to surpass another greater figure, Yuan. He himself was not even worth an ant in their eyes. He had no idea how he had attracted ancestor Yuan's attention. What does he want with me? Ancestor Yuan examined Sumu. As the creator of the virtual universe, he naturally understood it profoundly. His true body was suppressed and could not appear in the primal universe, but within the virtual universe he could still exist. He often wandered there, yet no one could see him. Even Chaos City Lord and Axe Founder could only see ancestor Yuan if he was willing to let them. Earlier, when Sumu first entered the virtual universe, he had already attracted ancestor Yuan's attention, because he discovered that Sumu's consciousness was completely different from that of anyone else entering the virtual universe. At first sight of Sumu's consciousness, he faintly sensed a supremely mysterious power within it. An enigma he simply could not comprehend. He knew that anything beyond his understanding must be an exalted existence transcending the primal universe. Therefore, when Sumu entered the virtual universe for the second time, ancestor Yuan made a rare appearance to meet Sumu in person, and even told Sumu his true name. He had a premonition that Sumu might harbor extraordinary secrets. Perhaps the turning point for the human race, or even the opportunity to shake off the shackles of the primal universe's originating will. Senior Yuan. Sumu saluted respectfully, pretending not to know Yuan. May I ask what business you have with me? Yuan smiled at Sumu. I came here to take you as my disciple. Are you willing to bow to me as your master? What? Become ancestor Yuan's disciple? Sumu was stunned. His original plan had been to follow a path similar to Luofeng's. Enter the virtual universe company through the universe genius battle, attract Chaos City Lord's attention, and become his disciple. Because it was a completely feasible path. As long as he displayed enough talent, he could definitely attract Chaos City Lord's attention. He never expected that ancestor Yuan would appear personally and want to take him as a disciple. Didn't that mean he would become Chaos City Lord's junior brother? In the future, he might even become Luofeng's senior uncle. I am willing to become your disciple, Sumu said. Yuan smiled. Don't you want to ask what abilities I possess? Sumu said seriously. I have never heard of anyone who could pull a newcomer of the virtual universe into this space. You must be a great figure of the virtual universe company. Becoming your disciple is my fortune. Ancestor Yuan smiled softly. He could be called the founder of the virtual universe company, so he was certainly a great figure of the virtual universe. Very well, I'll accept you as my disciple, said Ancestor Yuan. However, due to certain reasons, I cannot teach you in the primal universe. Only in the virtual universe. Sumu knelt without hesitation. Your disciple Sumu pays respects to master. If he still hesitated when he could have Ancestor Yuan as his master, Sumu would have slapped himself. Rise, Ancestor Yuan said, and Sumu stood up involuntarily. Since you are now my disciple, and you have just reached the planetary level, I will give you some trivial benefits. Ancestor Yuan said, your training in the killing field will be free of charge. Sumu was overjoyed and saluted respectfully. Thank you, master. Sumu had very little money to begin with, and training in the killing field was exorbitantly expensive. Fortunately, he had become Ancestor Yuan's disciple. If you encounter anything you don't understand, you can ask me anytime. As long as you enter the virtual universe, you can contact me. Ancestor Yuan said, matters outside the virtual universe will be up to you. Within the virtual universe, I will do my best to teach you. Ancestor Yuan was suppressed. This was merely a wisp of his consciousness. Since he had nothing else to do, he naturally didn't mind using it to teach Sumu. If Sumu was truly special and could be trained successfully, even if Ancestor Yuan could not be rescued, humanity would gain another brave general. Even if teaching Sumu failed and Sumu couldn't even become an immortal, it would still be no loss to Ancestor Yuan. Go and cultivate well. Ancestor Yuan vanished and Sumu appeared on the street. Ancestor Yuan. Sumu took a deep breath. He hadn't expected such a huge gain from his second venture into the virtual universe. Babata to the killing field. Sumu headed there to cultivate. Since it cost nothing, he could train to his heart's content. While Sumu was cultivating in the virtual universe, a colossal island shrouded in clouds was encircled by endless serpentine lightning. This was Thunder Island, also known as Immortal Island. All immortals of the Virtual Universe Company resided on Thunder Island within the virtual universe. At the highest point of Thunder Island stood a majestic palace enveloped in chaotic air currents. Within the palace there were no servants, only a man in golden armor with a dignified countenance. Chaos. Ancestor Yuan's figure clad in white robes appeared. Master. Chaos City Lord. The man in golden armor was startled and hastily bowed. In the entire human race, only a handful of people, Chaos City Lord Axe founder and a few others, could contact Ancestor Yuan, and usually it was Ancestor Yuan who initiated contact. If Ancestor Yuan didn't want to see them, he could stand right before them and remain invisible. Chaos City Lord was deeply shocked, wondering what major matter warranted Ancestor Yuan's personal appearance. Could it be that something had happened to Ancestor Yuan's true body, suppressed by the primal universe's originating will? Chaos City Lord's heart tightened. Ancestor Yuan was both master and father to him. Naturally, he wished no harm to befall Ancestor Yuan. Don't worry, said Ancestor Yuan calmly. I came to tell you that you have a new junior brother. Junior brother. Chaos City Lord was dumbfounded. Ancestor Yuan waved his hand, and the image of Sumu honing himself in the killing field fully appeared before Chaos City Lord. It's him. His name is Sumu. Chaos City Lord looked at Sumu in surprise. Sumu's current strength was only planetary level, and even among planetary level cultivators he was one of the weaker ones. The Virtual Universe Company recruited countless planetary geniuses stronger than Sumu. He truly couldn't understand why Ancestor Yuan had taken a liking to Sumu. Ancestor Yuan continued. I will teach him within the virtual universe. As for matters outside the virtual universe, you will need to look after him. Yes, Master, I understand. Chaos City Lord understood that Sumu must possess something special, otherwise Ancestor Yuan would not have taken him as a disciple. Within the slaughter field, Sumu configured opponents of escalating strength, slaughtering and battling without rest to temper his power. Babata stayed at his side, offering advice and fine-tuning the strength of each adversary. An opponent who mirrored him in every way yet was a hair stronger was precisely the finest rival he could ask for. And so 9 days passed in the blink of an eye and Sumu returned to Earth. He first parked the spacecraft at an altitude of 10,000 meters, beyond the reach of Earth's detection instruments. Returning to the ground, Sumu had Babata install the Boat 7 detector. What do you wish to detect? Babata was utterly baffled, unable to fathom what Sumu intended to do. Sumu smiled faintly. The golden-horned beast. What? Babata was greatly alarmed. Are you saying there is a golden-horned beast on Earth? Exactly. Sumu did not conceal it. Set up the detector and have it sweep the oceans in particular. The moment any trace of the golden-horned beast appears, inform me immediately. Babata was intensely curious. How do you know there is a golden-horned beast on Earth? That is a secret. Sumu smiled mysteriously. Of course he could not tell Babata that he was a transmigrator who had read the original novel. Even if he did, Babata probably would not believe him. The golden-horned beast. The golden-horned beast. Babata grew animated. If it is a newly emerged golden-horned beast, you can absolutely use your teacher's secret art of soul possession to seize its body. Its potential is far greater than the Lonka race body your teacher possessed. Sumu answered casually, let us talk about it. Once the golden-horned beast's trail is found. Sumu was not planning to possess the golden-horned beast. He had a different idea. The golden-horned beast was better left for Luofeng to possess. He only needed to create a golden-horned beast avatar. Though he would thereby forego the beast's various inherited secret arts, Sumu did not mind. He wanted only to use the golden-horned beast avatar to comprehend the golden origin law with no intention of raising the beast itself. It was this human body of his that he truly wished to cultivate. Because his body had been remade by that cluster of golden light, Sumu was unwilling to abandon it. He had an inexplicable premonition: if he abandoned this body, then even after seizing the golden-horned beast and walking the path Luofeng had once walked, he would in the future fall far short of the achievements of City Lord Luo. He had to walk his own path. He could not blindly follow Luofeng's path. He was himself and Luofeng was Luofeng. The two were after all different. A path that led Luofeng to success would not necessarily do the same for him. Still, there was no need to rush such matters. At least before entering the initial universe, he could walk Luofeng's path for a while. After entering the initial universe, starting from the choice of the Chaos Stele, he would have to take a different direction. Sumu first returned to Jingdu Base City to let Suming know he was safe. Seeing that Sumu was safe and sound, Suming only asked a few questions of concern and said nothing more. Afterwards Sumu arrived at Jiangnan Base City. Luo Feng had become the patrol inspector of the Limit Martial Hall in Jiangnan Base City. With the Black God suit in hand, he no longer needed to undergo the trial at the No. 9 ancient civilization ruins, so he had remained in Jiangnan Base City cultivating in peace. Thanks to the Yunma Star inheritance, Sumu had given him Luo Feng's cultivation advanced at an extraordinary pace. Senior brother Luo Feng. Sumu gave Luo Feng a call. Junior brother Sumu. Luo Feng, who had been chatting with Su Xin, was surprised. I called Uncle Ming earlier and heard that you had gone into seclusion. Luo Feng was curious, wondering what seclusion Sumu had undertaken. Sumu chuckled. Let us meet and I will explain in person. I have already arrived in Jiangnan Base City. Junior brother Sumu, come to my home. Mingyue compound. I will come out to welcome you. Luo Feng said hurriedly. I am already here. Sumu hung up the phone. Luo Feng said a word to Su Xin and immediately came to the main gate of Mingyue compound. Inspector Luo. The guard at the gate saluted Luo Feng. Luo Feng nodded. Seeing Sumu standing at the entrance, he hurried over. Junior brother Sumu, long time no see. Come inside. Luo Feng led Sumu into his family's villa. Junior brother Sumu, this is my girlfriend Su Xin. Su Xin, this is the junior brother Sumu I told you about, who has helped me enormously. Luo Feng made the introductions and Sumu shook hands with Su Xin. Seeing that Sumu and Luo Feng had matters to discuss, Su Xin made to leave. Sumu smiled. Sister-in-law, no need to leave. It is nothing major. Su Xin then sat down quietly and listened from the side. Sumu sat on the sofa and smiled at Luo Feng. Senior brother Luo Feng has already reached the planetary level. Both Luo Feng's cultivation as a warrior and as a psychic had broken through to the planetary level. He was highly talented to begin with, and with part of the Yunma Star inheritance obtained ahead of time, his strength naturally grew faster than in the original story. In the original story, he should have been trapped in the No. 9 ancient civilization ruins at this point. I must thank you, junior brother Sumu, for the inheritance you gave me. Luo Feng said gratefully. Sumu shook his head, thinking to himself, those were originally yours. I am the one who has taken advantage. Senior brother Luo Feng, I was not in seclusion this time. I left Earth and made a trip to a star called Cholong Star. Sumu said. Left Earth. Cholong Star. Luo Feng and Su Xin both widened their eyes. These are 2 consciousness link helmets for the virtual universe. Sumu took out the unregistered consciousness link helmets. You can use these to connect to the virtual universe. After instructing them in the use of the helmets, Sumu said, the main reason I came this time is to give these consciousness link helmets to you. Next, I have one more question for you, senior brother Luo Feng. What is it? Luo Feng asked quickly. I want to take you away from Earth into the universe. Are you willing to go? Sumu asked with a solemn expression. Leave Earth and go into the universe. Luo Feng was astonished. Su Xion's expression changed slightly. Yes, the universe is dangerous, but we Earth humans will eventually set out into it. Sumu said, so I want to take a few people out to see it first. You senior brother Luo Feng are among the first batch. Of course you don't need to rush. Take your time and give me your answer after you have thought it through. With that, Sumu stood up. Next I need to visit the Hall Master. Sumu flew away directly. Luo Feng watched Sumu leave, never imagining that Sumu had actually been out in the universe. Su Xian. Luo Feng looked at Su Xian, beside him, flames burning in his eyes. Now that he had reached the planetary level, there was almost nothing of significance left on Earth. Life was far too tranquil. But Luo Feng was not a man content with tranquility. He yearned to roam the vast, boundless universe, to wage fierce and fervent battles among the stars. Go! I support you. Su Xian understood the longing in Luo Feng's heart, and clasped his hand. Sumu has given you such a precious opportunity. If you don't go, I'm afraid you will bitterly disappoint him. At Hongning Base City, at the headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, Sumu met Hong. Hong chuckled and scolded. Kid, you've reached planet level. I was planning to give you an inspector position, but you up and vanished. I heard you were in secluded cultivation. Where did you actually go? Tell me honestly. Hong didn't believe for a second that Sumu had been in seclusion. Sumu must have gone somewhere to stir up trouble. I left Earth and went to the universe. Sumu answered truthfully. What? Hong was shocked. You left Earth? Sumu nodded. Ancient civilization ruins, no. 12 was actually a spaceship. After I repaired it, I took a spin around the universe. Sumu took out a virtual universe consciousness sensing helmet. Hall Master, this is a consciousness sensor linked to the virtual universe. Use it to learn more about the universe first. I'd like to take you into the universe after a while. Hong's potential was enormous, and he had treated Sumu well, so Sumu was willing to nurture him. The virtual universe. Take me off Earth. Hong stared deeply at Sumu. Sumu said in a low voice, Hall Master, Earth is very weak. This time I went to Cholong Star and bought a large number of slaves. Even the weakest of them is at the 9th rank of planet level. Hong's eyes showed shock. A batch of slaves. The weakest are all 9th rank planet level. Earth hasn't been discovered by the strong beings of the universe yet. If it is, even a single star level expert could reduce all of us to slavery. Sumu said coldly. For Earth and for ourselves we must become stronger. Hong nodded seriously. Sumu, give me another consciousness-sensing helmet. I want one for Lei Shin. He is also a powerhouse of Earth and qualified to know about the universe. Sumu brought out another consciousness-sensing helmet. He didn't know Lei Shin, but since Hong had asked he naturally wouldn't refuse. Babada, I want to take Hong and Lei Shin into the Yunma Star, as well, and teach them the cultivation knowledge of Yunma Star warriors. Sumu said to Babada in his mind. How can that work? Babada shook his head repeatedly, and said scornfully, my Yunma Star doesn't accept just anyone. Are they qualified? Sumu said indifferently, one who can master a domain at planet level. Hong has even mastered a twofold domain. Do you still ask if they're qualified? Are you serious? Babada jumped up, eyes wide. Why would I lie to you? Although Lei Shin had not yet mastered a domain, Sumu was definitely not lying about Hong having mastered a twofold domain. As long as they were given the cultivation knowledge of Yunma Star and sent to train in the universe, they would become stronger even faster. Fine. Geniuses like this are certainly worthy of joining Yunma Star. Babada grinned from ear to ear, all his earlier displeasure gone. He truly cherished his master, and he deeply loved the Yunma Star as well. The original Yunma Star had been destroyed and a new Yunma Star had to be rebuilt. Reforging the glory of Yunma Star was Babada's unshirkable duty. Babada, don't be stingy with secret arts. Sumu said. Secret arts are dead, but people are alive. To rebuild Yunma Star you have to be willing to give. Only by giving can you gain. Do you understand? Babada rolled his eyes. Now you're lecturing me. Aren't you just trying to get me to teach Luofeng more secret arts? Sumu chuckled. Babada was always stingy and unwilling to teach Luofeng the most important secret arts of Yunma Star. Sumu understood his thinking, but he didn't agree with it. The Yunma Star was already finished. If they wanted to restore its glory and carry forward Huyen Bo's legacy, how could they be so miserly and hide away what they had? Luofeng has great potential and a boundless future. Babada, if you don't win him over early, you will definitely regret it. Sumu said. I don't believe that, Babada said. But since he has joined Yunma Star, after all, take him to kowtow to my master, and I will pass one secret art to him. Sumu quickly replied, good. This was exactly what he had been waiting for Babada to say. He wanted to teach Luofeng the body possession secret art, and the golden horn giant beast was prepared for Luofeng. Afterward, Sumu went to see Inspector Lu and gave the teacher who had once instructed him a consciousness-sensing helmet and some cultivation methods. Inspector Lu watched Sumu leave with a complicated gaze, never imagining that this student of his had already wandered through the vast universe. Sumu returned to Jingdu Base City, bought a large house and settled the slaves he had purchased there. After finishing all this, he peacefully cultivated, waiting for replies from Luofeng and Hong. If they were unwilling to go out into the universe and train, Sumu would not force them. But Sumu believed that all of them would go. Hong, Luofeng and Lei Shin had all been forged in battle. None of them would give up a chance to become stronger, and none would be content with a peaceful life. 3 days later, Hong, Lei Shin and Luofeng arrived together at Jingdu Base City, and stood outside the enormous villa Sumu had newly bought. Please come in, all three. 2 beautiful women with furry tails and ears greeted them at the door. The 3 of them drew in a sharp breath. Sumu had told them he bought slaves, and the weakest were at 9th rank planet level. But seeing it with their own eyes was naturally vastly different from merely hearing about it. This was, after all, the first time they had encountered other human races from the universe in reality, and they were full of curiosity. Still, since they had all entered the virtual universe and possessed strong mental fortitude, they managed to keep from changing expression. As they entered Sumu's villa, beautiful female slaves were everywhere, each with a powerful aura, and the 3 could not help but change expression. Luofeng couldn't help muttering, "Why are they all beauties? Is there no man?" Hong glanced at him and laughed. Sumu is young and hot-blooded. It's normal for him to have a few more women. Luofeng secretly rolled his eyes. A few more. This was several hundred beautiful female slaves. Even feudal emperors were not this outrageous. The harems of those feudal emperors were far inferior in quality to Sumu's slaves, and they certainly had nowhere near so many exotic, stunning beauties. Which feudal emperor had ever had beauties with long tails? There were even some with wings. When they reached the reception hall, Luofeng and the other 2 all changed expression dramatically. Behind Sumu stood 2 beautiful women with blue runic markings on their faces. The auras emanating from their bodies could easily crush the 3 of them. If these 2 wanted to kill them, they would die in an instant. Come sit. Sumu pointed at the sofa beside him. The 3 came over and sat, and beautiful female slaves immediately served tea. Sumu pointed to the blue-marked lorry and blue-marked sticka behind him and smiled. One of them is a 7th-rank star-level martial artist, and the other is a 7th-rank star-level spiritualist. Luofeng, Hong and Lei Shin were all aghast. At the 7th order star level you are still only slaves. Sumu looked at the 3. I think you should all understand weakness is the original sin. If we are weak, even if we do not provoke anyone, someone will come and bully us. Lanwan Luali and Lanwan Siddika wore complicated expressions. They were weak and they had not provoked anyone. Yet they had still become slaves. Weakness is the original sin. That sentence was reality. Now an opportunity to grow stronger lies before you. Sumu said, beneath Wu Island I obtained an inheritance. One that came from the great undying deity, the master of Yunma Star. I ask you now, are you willing to join Yunma Star? Except for Luofeng, who already knew about the master of Yunma Star, Hong and Lei Shin were completely in the dark. Undying deity, Lanwen Luali and Lanwen Siddika were stunned and horrified. The legendary undying deity. The entire Hailongshan Empire had only 2 undying deities. Their own master had actually obtained the inheritance of an undying deity. We are willing. Of course we are. Hong and Lei Shin spoke up in quick succession. Sumu waved a hand, and the crystal coffin of Huyen, Bo master of Yunma Star, appeared. What a terrifying aura. Luofeng and the other 2 recoiled in fear. He is Huyen Bo, the master of Yunma Star. If you wish to join Yunma Star, kneel and acknowledge him as your master. Sumu said, once you have acknowledged him as your master, I will teach you the core inheritance of Yunma Star. Without any hesitation the 3 knelt and paid homage to their master. A single kowtow for the inheritance of an undying deity. They would do it 1,000 times, 10,000 times. After they kowtowed, Sumu put away the crystal coffin of the master of Yunma Star, and said inwardly, Babata, this should be enough now, right? It's enough. Babata snickered. Sumu. Hong began. Senior brother. Sumu was taken aback. No need to call me senior brother. He had never cared about titles. Hadn't he always called Luofeng senior brother? Senior brother Sumu, you have given us such a tremendous favor. It is only natural that we call you senior brother. After saying it once, Hong began to get used to it. You are our senior brother. That's right, senior brother Sumu. Lei Shin also said solemnly. Senior brother Sumu. Even Luofeng had changed how he addressed Sumu. Sumu was resigned, but since they insisted on calling him senior brother, he could not be bothered to stop them. Then from now on we are fellow disciples of the same sect. When we go out into the universe to train, we should naturally support one another. Of course, the 3 said in unison. Sumu waved a hand and handed over the cultivation knowledge Babata had long since prepared. Go back and cultivate for a while. Once your strength has improved, we will go into the universe to gain experience. Sumu said, if there is anything you do not understand, you can come and ask Babata. Sumu also summoned Babata and introduced him. He is the intelligent life form left behind by the master of Yunma Star. His name is Babata. You must call me Lord Babata. Babata said proudly. Luofeng, Hong and Lei Shin exchanged glances. It was Luofeng who spoke. Senior brother, we would like to stay here for a while. Is that all right? With such a golden opportunity to receive Babata's guidance, they naturally would not let it slip away. Of course, no problem. Sumu said, I will arrange accommodations for you right away, and send dozens of beautiful women to serve you. The 3 said in unison, then forget it. Better leave them all for you, senior brother. Sumu laughed heartily, and so Luofeng, Hong and Lei Shin took up residence at Sumu's place. Their strength was growing at a phenomenal pace. Sumu's strength grew even faster, because Sumu had an even more terrifying teacher instructing him. That teacher was none other than Yuanzu. Yuanzu had not had much to do in the first place, spending every day wandering through the virtual universe. Once he gained a disciple like Sumu, he naturally taught him with all his might. Half a month later, Jia Yi, the mightiest expert of the Huaxia nation, arrived at Sumu's door, and was welcomed inside. Sumu about that. Jia Yi, thoroughly shaken by the force under Sumu's command, said with a wry smile, on behalf of the Huaxia nation, I would like 1 virtual universe consciousness sensing helmet. Of course, no problem. Sumu simply gave Jia Yi 2 consciousness sensing helmets. Jia Yi accepted the helmets in a daze. Sumu laughed. I am a Huaxia person after all. If you had come to me earlier, I would have given them to you long ago. Thank you. Jia Yi rose, gave a military salute, and left carrying the 2 consciousness sensing helmets. Sumu had been a Huaxia person in both of his lifetimes, so he naturally took special care of the Huaxia nation. As for other countries, he could not be bothered with them. It was not as if he depended on them. Of course, he would not seek them out to make trouble either. And so Sumu cultivated on Earth for another 2.5 months. 3 months had already passed since his last return to Earth. Sumu, a major discovery. Babata found Sumu wild with joy. What discovery? Sumu asked at once. A golden-horned giant beast. It might be the golden-horned giant beast you talked about. Babata was excited. He waved his hand and a light screen appeared before Sumu. On it was shown a dark deep seabed. Lying there was an unremarkable black oval giant egg about 12 meters in diameter, covered in weeds. This egg emanates a powerful life aura. Babata said an egg this enormous simply should not exist on your Earth. An egg 12 meters in diameter was as tall as a 4-story building. Even the largest monster on Earth could not produce an egg of such size. And I have observed for a long time, monsters have attacked this egg, but none of them could bite through its shell. If anything might be nurturing a golden-horned giant beast, it can only be this egg. Babata was beside himself with excitement. A golden-horned giant beast. If it really is a golden-horned giant beast. Oh heavens. Babata had followed Huyanbo for more than 60 million years, but had never seen a golden-horned giant beast. Even information about golden horn giant beasts was pitifully scarce. Let's go take a look first. Sumu immediately left Jingdu Base City and headed for the depths of the Pacific Ocean. He soon arrived before the giant egg. Sumu waved his hand and the weeds and mud covering the egg vanished, revealing its extraordinarily mysterious golden markings. This is definitely the egg of a golden horn giant beast. The instant Sumu saw the giant egg, he was certain. It was unquestionably the egg of a golden horn giant beast 100%. Even the largest dragon egg on Earth was barely 1 meter in diameter, completely incomparable to this giant egg. Golden horn giant beast. Sumu grew excited as well. He immediately contacted Luofeng. Luofeng, come to the depths of the Pacific Ocean at once. I'll send you the coordinates. Luofeng had already returned to Jiangnan Base City and was discussing marriage with Su Xian. After the wedding, Luofeng would leave Earth to train and seek adventure in the universe. When he suddenly received Sumu's message, Luofeng did not hesitate. He piloted his fighter at maximum speed toward the coordinates Sumu had given him. Luofeng approached Sumu, staring at the enigmatic colossal egg before him. Astonished, he asked, "Senior brother, what is this?" "The egg of a golden-horned beast." The egg of a golden-horned beast. Luofeng was dumbfounded. He had never even heard of any golden-horned beast. "Luofeng, you've long since mastered the soul possession secret art to perfection, haven't you?" Sumu pointed at the golden-horned beast egg and said, "Now you are going to possess it." "What? Possess it?" Luofeng was utterly shaken. It took him a moment to calm down before he said, "Senior brother, I still want to remain human." Luofeng was deeply attached to his human form and had no desire to become some kind of monster, no matter how powerful that monster might be. Sumu smiled. "Luofeng, would I ever harm you? Once you possess the golden-horned beast, you'll understand my purpose. If you want to be human again, it's very simple. When the time comes, use the golden-horned beast's innate avatar ability to nurture a human body. You couldn't avoid being human even if you wanted to. Earthling identity was also crucial as it concerned Zuoshanku. Naturally, Sumu would not let Luofeng give it up. Of course, senior brother would never harm me." Luofeng answered at once. He had absolute trust in Sumu. Even if Sumu wanted to harm him, why go to all this trouble? Sending a single slave under his command would be enough to slaughter everyone on Earth. Why would he need to scheme so elaborately? "I'll possess it right now." Luofeng no longer hesitated. He also had a vague premonition that this was a great opportunity. He immediately contacted his family and told them he had something important to do. Thereupon Luofeng began to perform the soul possession secret art. Although Luofeng did not inherit the soul seal in this life, the golden-horned beast is even weaker. It has not even been born yet. There should naturally be no problem for him to possess it. Sumu watched in silence. Babata sighed in indignation. "Sumu, why didn't you possess the golden-horned beast? This is a golden-horned beast. Why did you give it to Luofeng?" "Don't be impatient, Babata." Sumu smiled. "Once Luofeng succeeds, you'll understand. I certainly won't lose out." Babata was still fuming and refused to believe that Sumu had any hidden trump card. One day later, a ripple came from the golden-horned beast's egg. "Senior brother, I've succeeded." "Good. Don't rush. Slowly absorb the memories of the golden-horned beast and continue gestating inside the egg. I'll look after your family." Luofeng slowly absorbed the golden-horned beast's memories as he gestated in the egg. Sure enough, Sumu had not deceived him. The golden-horned beast possessed an innate avatar ability, so he could still condense a human form. Luofeng was still Luofeng. Luofeng, continue gestating in the egg and wait to be born. I'll take Hong and Lei Shen to see the universe first. Once you are born and condense a human form, I'll bring you there too. Sumu said this to the giant egg. He also needed to wait for Luofeng to emerge before he could take a drop of blood or a scale from the golden-horned beast to nurture an avatar of his own. Just as he finished speaking, Babata said, "Sumu, someone in the virtual universe is looking for you." Sumu nodded and immediately left the bottom of the sea to enter the virtual universe. The one looking for him was Yuanzu. "Master." Sumu stood respectfully before the man in white robes. Yuanzu looked at Sumu and smiled. "You have now been cultivating under me for half a year. I've arranged a small task for you that will let me see the results of your cultivation. There will be a reward once you complete it." "What task?" Sumu asked at once. Yuanzu waved his hand and a star map appeared before Sumu. Yuanzu pointed to one star on the map and the star continued to enlarge. "This star is called Bazimo Star. It lies within the Hailongshan Empire where you are not far from Earth. I'll give you 1 year. You must rely only on your own strength to kill every star pirate on this planet. Not one is to be left alive. Remember, the star pirates on this planet have 2 leaders, both at the stellar level. 2 stellar-level pirate leaders." Sumu's gaze turned solemn. After those 6 months of grueling cultivation on Earth, both his warrior and spiritualist cultivation had advanced to the 6th rank of the planetary level, and he had also mastered his domain to the 3rd layer. He had fought many times in the duel arenas of the slaughter ground and built a fearsome reputation. He could now be considered essentially invincible at the planetary level, and many powers had come to court him. The 2 sacred lands for major organizations and 16 great families of the Hailongshan Empire had all extended olive branches to Sumu in hopes of recruiting him. Naturally Sumu did not accept. He possessed the inheritance of the master of Yunma Star, and enjoyed Yuanzu's personal guidance. Why would he need to join any of those factions? Nevertheless, being invincible at the planetary level was just that, invincible at the planetary level. It did not mean he could defeat a stellar-level opponent. A stellar-level powerhouse was 10 times stronger than a planetary level one. Besides, since this task had been arranged by Yuanzu, it naturally would not be simple or easy. First I'll go to Bazimo Star and investigate thoroughly before making a move. Sumu had a plan now. Yuanzu's description had been vague, so he naturally needed to investigate the situation before acting. It's time to head into the universe as well. Hong and Lei Shin have long been impatient to go. If not for the need to investigate the golden-horned beast's egg, he would normally have set out into the universe a month ago. Hong Lei Shin, we depart tomorrow. We'll leave Earth and head for Cholong Star. Sumu sent the message to Hong and Lei Shin. Afterwards, piloting an intelligent fighter, he arrived at Jiangnan Base City, and met Su Xin along with Luo Feng's parents and younger brother. Senior brother Sumu, what about Luo Feng? Su Xin looked at Sumu with a face full of worry. Luo Feng had left yesterday after receiving Sumu's message, but now only Sumu had come back. They were all afraid that Sumu had brought bad news. Sumu smiled. Uncle Auntie Su Xin and Luo Hua, rest easy. Luo Feng is perfectly safe. He was very fortunate. He won the recognition of a great figure in the universe and is now receiving that great figure's inheritance. Sumu could not directly tell them about the golden horned beast because even if he did they would not understand. So he simply fabricated an imposing story about a great figure. Since they had all entered the virtual universe before, they were not entirely ignorant of the great beings of the universe. That great figure's inheritance is vast. Luo Feng will need 2 or 3 years to absorb it all, so he won't be able to return for 2 or 3 years. Sumu said with a solemn expression, this is the opportunity that will change Luo Feng's fate. We understand. Su Xian took a deep breath, though she still felt somewhat reluctant to part with him. Sumu continued, but none of you need to worry. Even though you cannot see Luo Feng, you can still stay in contact with him. Sumu arranged for Babata to leave a basic AI with Luo Feng so that Luo Feng, Su Xian and the rest could communicate. Hearing that they could stay in contact, Su Xian and the others were relieved. As long as Luo Feng was alive, everything else could be worked out. After assigning some bodyguards for them, Sumu left. This is the starry cosmos. Gazing at the vast sea of stars rendered by the full-scale outdoor simulation, Hong and Thunder God were both filled with profound awe. We humans of Earth have always yearned to set foot into the starry cosmos. I never imagined we truly would. Hong was deeply moved. For this we have senior brother to thank. Without Sumu he would never have entered the universe. Indeed, many thanks, senior brother, Thunder God echoed. Sumu shook his head, thinking to himself, even without me Luo Feng could have led you both into the starry cosmos. 10 days later the spacecraft arrived at Cholong Star. Sumu brought Hong and Thunder God into Cholong City with Lanwen Lori and Lanwen Stika at his side. Lanwen Lori was a 7th-order star-level spiritual thought master, whom Sumu kept around to protect himself. As for the other 7th-order star-level warrior Lanwen Stika, Sumu intended to leave her with Hong and Thunder God. The two of them were still far too weak. They truly needed a bodyguard. Since Sumu had brought them this far, he naturally didn't wish to see them die out there. All the formalities are finished. Sumu asked with a smile. All done. Hong and Thunder God nodded in unison. They had just completed the procedures for joining the Chenwu Dojo, and from now on they would make their home within it. Even though they already possessed various secret arts, the Chenwu Dojo was still an excellent proving ground. After all, it was the only force in the entire Chenwu Cosmic Kingdom that could openly accept disciples. These are 2 bank cards issued in your names. Sumu handed them cards from the Universe Galaxy Bank. Each one holds 300 million Black Dragon coins. Hong and Thunder God stared at Sumu, utterly stunned. Having learned a great deal in the virtual universe, they naturally understood what 300 million Black Dragon coins signified. A 7th-order star-level warrior slave was worth a mere 500 million Black Dragon coins. Since you'll be living at the Chenwu Dojo on Cholong Star, you'll need money. Take them. Don't be coy with me. Sumu tossed the cards into their hands, and continued, I'm also leaving Lanwen Stika behind as your bodyguard. As for Lanwen Lori, I'm taking her with me. I still have another planet to visit. Train hard at the Chenwu Dojo. I hope that the next time I see you, you will have grown even stronger. Given the talents of Hong and Thunder God, Sumu believed that as long as the two didn't fall, they were absolutely destined to flourish at the Chenwu Dojo on Cholong Star. After all, they had emerged from Earth's age of catastrophe, battled mighty monsters, and risen to become the most powerful beings on their home world. Sumu had complete confidence in every one of their abilities. Moreover, both of them were blessed with considerable fortune. They were not the sort to meet their end easily. With that, Sumu departed without hesitation, boarding the spacecraft and heading for Bazmore Star. Sumu, what are you going to Bazmore Star for? Babata was utterly puzzled. Bazmore Star is still a month's journey away. What could possibly be worth going there for? Sumu naturally wouldn't speak of Yuanzu, but he couldn't say nothing at all. There's a band of space pirates there. I'm gonna wipe them all out. Why would you go out of your way to provoke space pirates for no reason? Babata said angrily, even the weakest pirate crew must have a star level being holding it together, or otherwise they couldn't even fly from planet to plunder. Your current strength may be invincible at the planet level, but that doesn't mean you can casually provoke star level powerhouses. Besides, a pirate crew is never just one person. It's hundreds, thousands, or even more. I have my own plans. Sumu said, once I've annihilated this pirate band, I'll reap enormous benefits. Babata was still furious. He felt that with Sumu's talent quietly cultivating was more than enough. There was no need to chase after something so inexplicable. If Sumu were done for, wouldn't he be condemned to loneliness once more? Relax. It'll be fine. Sumu patted Babata's head. Babata bared his teeth. Show some respect for Lord Babata. A month later, the spacecraft emerged from the dark universe, appearing above a dusty yellow planet. Let's go. Sumu and Lanwen Lori flew down into the dusty yellow planet. The mission Yuanzu had assigned to Sumu required him to rely on his own strength. Thus, he couldn't allow Lanwen Lori to lend a hand. Otherwise, Lanwen Lori alone would likely be enough to slaughter all the pirate gangs on this Bazmor star. But Yuanzu had only said no outsiders could help. He hadn't said anything about bringing a bodyguard. Sumu brought Lanwen Lori along, merely refraining from letting her act. Should he ever encounter danger too great to resist, at the very least Lanwen Lori could save his life. Even if that caused the mission to fail, Sumu wouldn't care. Staying alive was of utmost importance. Completing the task was naturally of secondary concern. He slipped into Bazmor star without being detected by anyone, because for this mission Sumu had purchased a shielding device on Chilong star. Unless Bazmor star possessed a detection instrument capable of sensing cosmic level beings, no one could discover him. Sumu refused to believe that the pirates on Bazmor star would be willing to splurge on such a precious detector. That would be a detector even more precious than the boat Type 7 Sumu had bought. Alighting upon a tall mountain, Sumu said, Babata, activate your detector. Babata himself also carried a detector. The very device that had sensed Sumu's talent and potential. It was a detector from the Yunma star, exceedingly formidable, except that its range was relatively small, covering only a radius of 20,000 meters. Within 20,000 meters, there's not a single person, Babata said. Only some small animals, none of which even compare to the weakest monsters on Earth. Sumu nodded. Stepping onto his arc blade disc, he skimmed close to the ground, using his own power to extend Babata's detection range. Nothing here. Nothing. Nothing here either. Babata relayed reports one after another. Sumu was baffled. If there was truly nothing here, what were the space pirates looting? Were they robbing mud and stones? A small pirate crew like this usually captured the planet's inhabitants and sold them as slaves. Had everyone already been sold off? As they flew on with lingering doubts, Babata suddenly announced, I've detected life auras. 2 planet-level 8th order beings are hunting down a planet-level 7th order being. Sumu could see it without Babata's warning. 2 extremely obese humanoids with 4 ears were pursuing a 3-meter-tall man whose left arm was like rock. They're of the Malert race and the Rock Arm race, Babata said. Sumu had seen Rock Arm beings at the slave market on Chilong star as well. It was said their arms were their natural gift. Exceedingly formidable. This Rock Arm one is likely a native of Bazmor star, while those 2 Malert are the pirates. Sumu formed a hypothesis but didn't directly strike to kill them. Instead, with a whoosh, he flew over. Stop! 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 His booming voice thundered into the ears of all 3. Involuntarily, they came to a halt, their gazes dazed and vacant. Sumu flew over to the 3 dazed figures. All of them had already fallen under his illusion. The master of Yunma star had walked the path of a spiritual telekinetic controller, but he also possessed an extremely deep understanding of illusion arts. Sumu had spent a considerable amount of time on the illusion chapter he left behind. When it came to using illusion, Sumu did not dare make any other claim. At least in this region of the Hailongshan Empire, very few planet-level experts could remain unaffected by them. Among that handful, one would still have to count Hong and Lei Shin, 2 men with exceptionally high mental fortitude. Tell me clearly, what are your origins, and what is going on here? Sumu pointed coldly at the Yenbi clansman. You first. My name is Hangi Yenbi. I am the strongest being on this planet. We were living peacefully here, but half a year ago, a spaceship suddenly descended from the sky, rounded up my people, and kept them as slaves. Hangi Yenbi spoke in a language Sumu could not understand, but with Babata's translation, Sumu comprehended what had happened. Then the 2 Malite clansmen also said, we are members of the Beige Star Pirates. We discovered this planet by accident, and the chief said to herd all the natives into captivity, enslave them, and sell them to slave merchants. All 3 of them had revealed all the intelligence they had, including the strength and composition of the Beige Star Pirates. You 2 kill each other. Sumu said to the 2 Malite clansmen. Without the slightest hesitation, one cut off the other's head with a saber, and the other used a sword to shatter the heart of the man who had killed him. Within the illusion, Sumu was their god. Controlling their life and death was effortless. First, I need to destroy their ship. Sumu silently contemplated a method. The Origin Ancestors' task for him was to kill everyone in the Beige Star Pirates. Not one could be left alive. If they took advantage of their ship to flee, Sumu would probably fail to catch them no matter how hard he chased, and the task would naturally be considered a failure. Sumu glanced at Hangi Yenbi, paid him no further heed, and vanished from before him. Hangi Yenbi regained consciousness with no idea what had happened. He stared in astonishment at the corpses of the two Malite men, who had been pursuing him, unable to understand why they had suddenly killed each other. Hangi Yenbi did not dare remain where he was unsure whether more people would still come after him, so he flew away swiftly. Following the direction indicated by the two Malite men, Sumu flew to a towering mountain. At the summit of the towering mountain sat an immense spaceship entirely black like a gigantic shuttle. "This is a B-7 class ship. Much worse than your ship," Babata said, wagging his head. Sumu smiled. If he had not sold that ancient relic of a ship, how could he possibly have afforded his current one? For a star-level expert to be able to afford a B-class spaceship was already quite impressive. The Beige Star Pirates were not a formidable pirate group either. Since they made their living by plundering people and selling them into slavery, they naturally could not afford too luxurious a ship. "I detect 2 star-level auras inside this high mountain. One at the 2nd order, and one at the 4th order," Babata reported. "It looks like those 2 star-level leaders of the Beige Star Pirates are probably inside this mountain," Sumu said, extremely curious. "But what are they doing inside a mountain?" The Beige Star Pirates had established 6 holding camps on Bazimo Star, and their subordinates had all been sent to those 6 camps to guard and suppress the native slaves. As for the 2 leaders, they had remained behind inside the Great Mountain. The 2 Malite clansmen Sumu had killed had not known what their masters wanted to do, nor had they dared to ask. Still, those 2 are truly fearsome. One is a 2nd order star level and the other is a 4th order star level. I really am no match for them. With Sumu's strength, he could at least put up a fight against an ordinary 1st or 2nd order star level expert. But the great leader of the Beige Star Pirates was a 4th order star level, far more powerful than Sumu. If a 2nd order star level and a 4th order star level joined forces, Sumu would not be their match either. The task the Origin Ancestor had given him was indeed not so easy to accomplish. No wonder even the Origin Ancestor had given Sumu a full year to finish the task instead of asking him to complete it right away. The Origin Ancestor knew that it was absolutely impossible for Sumu to finish it immediately. He had assigned Sumu this task only to temper and train him not to deliberately make things difficult. "Forget it. Let's deal with their ship first." Sumu said to Babata. "Babata, I'll leave it to you." "No problem." Babata thumped his chest and assured him the Great Lord Babata can take care of a tiny little ship with ease. "Don't get discovered," Sumu warned Babata, lest that fellow grow too arrogant. "Just watch, the AI system of a mere B9 class ship is nothing but a little toy in my eyes." This was not Babata bragging. Even the AI system of that old C-class antique ship had been unable to stop Babata, let alone the AI system of this insignificant B-class ship. Sumu had originally thought of ordering his own ship in the sky to fire a cannon and blow up the Beige Star Pirate's ship, but after thinking it over he decided not to do so. A mosquito is still meat no matter how small. This ship could also be sold or given to Hong and the others, so it was better to keep it. Babata quickly invaded the spaceship's AI system. Completely unnoticed, he had taken over the AI system in less than 5 minutes. "Done," Babata said smugly. "Very good," Sumu said. "For the time being, don't alert them. Let them think their ship is still their own. Let's go into the mountain and see what those 2 are up to." Steering the arc blade disc, Sumu cut through the rock layers and easily entered the mountain below the spaceship. "They're 100 meters ahead. Be careful not to let them notice you," Babata said. With the help of Babata's detector, as long as the 2 leaders did not see Sumu with their own eyes, they would not be able to discover him. Inside the mountain peak was a vortex. 3 meters in diameter, it revolved slowly, radiating an aura of boundless light. Before the vortex stood 2 Malite clansmen. "Boss, are we just going to stand here watching?" The Malite clansman on the left said, his face full of unwillingness. "The treasure is right in front of us, yet we can't do anything. We can't even enter. If you ask me, we should sell it. We can't have it, so why not turn it into money?" The Malite clansman on the right snapped coldly. "Stupid. Sell it? To whom? This is the legendary World Master's world. If we dare to leak this news, we will die on the spot with no place to be buried." The supreme leader of the Beige Star Pirates was also helpless. How he wished he could sell this information for money, but he dared not. With his star-level strength, he could only bully the natives on Bazimo Star. In the universe, he was far from impressive. Anyone who learned of this information would kill him first. How could he dare leak even a trace of it? Both of them wore faces full of unwillingness. To see a treasure yet be unable to obtain it, unable even to enter its gate, was truly one of the greatest agonies in life. A Realm Lord's world actually exists. Babata was utterly astonished. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. A Realm Lord's world. Sumu also gazed at the vortex, silently thinking, Master must know about this Realm Lord's world. He was certain that Yuanzhu had known a Realm Lord's world existed here, which was why he had arranged for Sumu to come here for this mission. As for how Yuanzhu had known, it was probably because those 2 had let it slip in the virtual universe and he had overheard them unintentionally. Yuanzhu did not know the affairs of the original universe, but the virtual universe was his territory. "I must kill them in an instant." Sumu stared at the 2 leaders of the Beige Star Pirates. From their conversation, it was not hard to tell that no one else knew the secret of the Realm Lord's world, except the 2 of them and himself. They did not dare leak it either, therefore as long as he killed them the secret would belong to him alone. I am not yet their match. To kill them I still need to cultivate. Sumu narrowed his eyes, pondering possible methods. If I can advance to star level, killing them will be like slaughtering chickens, but there is no way I can reach star level in a short time. Then there is only the second method. Comprehend the laws of the universe. As long as Sumu could comprehend a shred of the laws of the universe and cross the threshold, even those 2 star-level powerhouses would be instantly annihilated by him. With the laws of the universe plus the triple domain, the 2 leaders of the Beige Star Pirates absolutely could not withstand even a single strike from him. In fact, Sumu had been doing his utmost to comprehend the laws of the universe, and he had dabbled in every one of them. He would not follow the path of Luofeng from the original novel. He wanted to comprehend the 8 fundamental laws: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, and light, as well as the fundamental laws of time and space. The 10 laws would merge into one, attaining the supreme chaos law. Of course, that was only his ultimate goal. What mattered most now was to comprehend the first law and cross the threshold of its fundamental origin. Previously, Sumu had been committed to comprehending the fundamental metal law because he wished to nurture a golden-horned beast avatar. The golden-horned beast was perfectly attuned to the fundamental metal law. However, Sumu had still not comprehended it, and he was even completely at a loss. He knew it was because his cultivation realm was too low. If he could reach star level, he should be able to comprehend the fundamental laws with ease. I'll switch to another one now. Sumu stared at the vortex portal that radiated brilliant light, and from it, he sensed the aura of the fundamental law of light. In the past, comprehending the fundamental metal law had been all imagination without any reference. But now the aura of the fundamental law of light was right before his eyes, so Sumu unhesitatingly decided to comprehend the fundamental law of light first. As long as he could comprehend a shred of it, he could easily dispose of these 2 pirate leaders. The 2 leaders of the Beige Star Pirates had no idea that there was also Sumu behind them. Light. In life, light is everywhere. Sunlight, moonlight, starlight, lamplight, it is omnipresent. Light speed is also the ultimate speed in the universe. Surpassing the speed of light would leave the original universe and break into the dark universe. Sumu stopped paying attention to anything else, concentrating wholly on comprehending the fundamental law of light. If only he had a secret technique to learn comprehending the fundamental law, might be somewhat easier. Comprehending it out of thin air was indeed rather difficult. Time passed. 5 days, 10 days, 1 month, 2 months. One day, 3 months later, Sumu suddenly faintly sensed a strange energy fluctuation. This energy fluctuation was filled with infinite light. Intangible, seemingly non-existent, yet truly real. Sumu had only to touch it slightly to perceive a shred of the fundamental law of light. Just as Sumu reached out to touch it, Babata shouted loudly, startling Sumu awake. Sumu, wake up, wake up. They are about to leave Bazimo Star. Sumu abruptly woke with a start. Though he had been interrupted by Babata, he was not the least bit angry because he already knew how to touch the fundamental law of light. His chaos domain had also easily reached the 4th level. They're leaving. Sumu stood up. Sure enough, the 2 leaders before the vortex had long since disappeared. Babata quickly said, "They've gathered a large number of slaves, probably to take them away and sell them. If you don't stop them, they're going to fly away." Once they left, no one knew when they would return. Sumu's mission deadline was only 1 year, and already more than 4 months had passed since Yuanzhu assigned him the task. "In that case, let's go kill them," Sumu said calmly. Babata asked gleefully, "You succeeded in comprehending it?" Sumu shook his head. "Still a trace short, but enough to kill them." As he spoke, he stepped on the arc blade disc and swiftly left the mountain, appearing outside. Sure enough, the members of the Beige Star Pirates were stuffing large numbers of Rockarm clansmen into the spaceship, planning to take them away and sell them. In at most another minute, the Rockarm clansmen would all be aboard the spaceship, and then it would start and leave Bazimo Star. Kill! Sumu did not hesitate. With telekinetic power controlling the arc blade disc, countless arc-shaped blades danced across the sky, forming a thin ring with razor-sharp edges. The arc blade disc had a total of 3 forms. The first form could be cultivated once one's telekinetic amplitude reached 10. The second form could be cultivated with a telekinetic amplitude of 28. The third form required reaching the universe level, possessing comprehension, and having a telekinetic amplitude of 45 before one could cultivate it. After this period of intense cultivation, Sumu's telekinetic amplitude had reached 40, so displaying the arc blade disc's second form, the blade disc, was well within his ability. The ring blade disc tore through the air, slashing toward the second leader of the Beige Star Pirates. Faintly carrying a trace of light upon it, the ring blade disc moved at extreme speed, like a beam of light cutting across the sky. With a squelch, the second leader of the Beige Star Pirates had his head severed, blood spurting from his neck. Immediately after, the ring blade disc turned in midair and slashed toward the supreme leader. "Get away!" The supreme leader's eyes blazed with fury as he chopped at the ring blade disc with his saber, blocking its attack. As befits a 4th-order star-level expert, Sumu praised as the ring-shaped blade disc suddenly transformed into countless tiny curved blades, striking at the Grand Chief from every direction, above and below, from all quarters simultaneously. The Grand Chief likewise revealed his peerless strength. A single war saber in his hand formed a watertight defense, while he thundered in Sumu's direction, "Who are you?" Sumu had no intention whatsoever of answering. Bolstered by the fourfold domain, the countless blades seemed suffused with a faint luster, their speed dazzling to the point of vertigo. Schlick! Caught off guard, the Grand Chief failed to block in time. A blade carved across his arm, flinging a thread of crimson. His motion slowed by a beat, and that single beat was enough to tip the scales of battle. Wound after wound bloomed across the Grand Chief's body. In the end, his head, much like the second chief's, was cleaved off by the arc blade disc. He died without ever learning who Sumu truly was, or why Sumu had come for his life. Run, run. Seeing both their Grand Chief and second chief decapitated, the remaining Beg Star pirates stampeded into the starship, desperate to fire up the engines and flee planet Bizimo. Babata, Sumu said evenly, "Haha, these fools have no idea that this ship long since ceased to be theirs." Babata roared with laughter. "Seal the hatches for me. Once you're in, you won't be coming out again." Clang. The hatches locked tight, yet the starship stayed put, refusing to take off. "Why is this happening? Ah, damn ship! Take off! Take off! Take off!" But no matter how they shrieked, the ship would not take off. Rather, it was their heads that took flight. "Spare us! Spare my life!" Some knelt begging for their lives, but Sumu naturally showed them no mercy. His mission was to wipe out every last member of the Beg Star pirates. It was only after the Beg Star pirates present had been slain to the very last that the rock-armed tribesmen finally came to their senses. A god has delivered us. The god slew the demons." They dropped to their knees, one after another, kowtowing to Sumu without end, moved to grateful tears. "You may leave." Sumu relayed his words through a translation device into their native tongue. The rock-armed tribesmen kept kowtowing ceaselessly. Only long after Sumu had vanished did they finally take their leave. As for Sumu, he headed to the 6 slave bases where the enslaved were penned. His mission was to annihilate every member of the Beg Star pirates, and each slave base had Beg Star pirates garrisoned there. Sumu naturally would not let a single one slip away. After purging the Beg Star pirates from all 6 slave bases, Sumu returned to that mountain once more. Standing before the vortex, Sumu sensed the aura of light radiating from within. Babata remarked this should be a realm lord who walked the path of the fundamental law of light. Sumu reached out and touched the vortex. A blast of radiance erupted. Sumu was hurled backward. So that's how it is. Though sent flying, Sumu showed not the slightest dismay. A smile instead graced his face, because he now understood how to enter this realm lord's world. It was actually rather simple. One had only to grasp a wisp of the fundamental law of light to step inside with ease. The 2 chiefs of the Beg Star pirates would in all likelihood never comprehend the fundamental law of light for their entire lives, and so could not enter this realm lord's world. They were innately barred. Sumu had already touched a wisp of the fundamental law of light, so this was naturally no difficult feat for him. 2 days later, once more Sumu stood before the vortex and reached out to touch it. This time no obstruction whatsoever impeded him. After a dizzying spin, Sumu appeared in a world overflowing with light. Successor detected entering. Strength 6th order planetary level. Age 18. Criteria met. Trial commencing. A cold voice devoid of emotion reverberated above, and a crystal sphere the size of a basketball manifested before Sumu. "A trial? An inheritance?" Sumu asked, startled. "What trial?" Before Sumu a streak of light flashed and a sword condensed entirely from light appeared. Gazing at the light flowing within the sword, Sumu felt as though he were watching time itself flow past. The light firmament sword. One of the warrior's 9 divine weapons. Babata's eyes flew wide. The warrior's 9 divine weapons. The light firmament sword. Sumu's gaze hardened slightly. He recalled that in the original story Luofeng had wielded a weapon in his early phase called the Yenshin weapon, which was one of the controller's 9 divine weapons. Governed chiefly by the fundamental law of gold with the fundamental law of space as a supplement. Controllers had their divine weapons and warriors and illusionists naturally had theirs as well. The light firmament sword was one of the warrior's 9 divine weapons. Governed chiefly by the fundamental law of light with the fundamental law of time as a supplement. Execute the first art of the light firmament sword within 1 year to pass the trial. A voice utterly devoid of feeling issued from the crystal sphere. Sumu knitted his brows. Babata quickly added, "The light firmament sword has 10 arts in all, hailed as the 10 arts of the light firmament. Even the first art is tremendously difficult. None but a star-level genius can gain true mastery." Damn it! Sumu was dumbfounded. He was only at the 6th order planetary level. What if I can't execute the first art of the light firmament sword within a year? Sumu looked at the crystal sphere. Death. The crystal sphere spoke a single icy word. Sumu's brow knit deeper. "Babata, can we leave this godforsaken place? No way out." Babata smiled wryly. "This is plainly an inheritance left by a realm lord. He must have prepared cards to play against you. If you can't do it, you'll certainly die." Sumu had nothing to say. In truth, even this realm lord could not have imagined that the inheritance he left behind would one day be undertaken by a planetary-level cultivator. To his thinking, anyone capable of comprehending the fundamental law of light would be at least a star-level expert. and a gifted one among star-level experts no less. Allowing such a person a year to execute the first art of the light firmament sword, though extremely difficult, was not entirely beyond reach. Yet no one could have foreseen that a mere planetary level would have set foot across the threshold of the fundamental law of light. It could only be said that Su Mu's talent was far too outstanding, which in a sense had inadvertently turned into a trap of his own making. Since I can't leave, I'll focus on comprehending the first art of the light firmament sword, and while I'm at it, glean something of the fundamental law of time. Su Mu retrieved the light firmament sword and took it in hand. The light firmament sword was exceedingly light, as though it had no real existence. Like Su Mu was genuinely holding naught but a beam of light. With the sword in hand, Su Mu said, "Connect to the virtual universe." Babata was puzzled. Rather than devote yourself to comprehending the first art of the light firmament sword, why are you going to the virtual universe? Su Mu answered, "I have my own plans." He went to the virtual universe precisely to find the ancestor. Having already finished the task the ancestor had set, Su Mu, of course, had no intention of being bashful about the reward the ancestor had promised. In the virtual universe. "Master, I have completed the task." Su Mu contacted Yuan Zhu. "You little rascal, you've come to ask for a reward, haven't you? Isn't that Realm Lord world reward enough for you?" Yuan Zhu said with a smile. Su Mu let out 2 dry laughs. A Realm Lord world was one thing and Yuan Zhu's reward was another. Naturally, they had to be kept separate. Moreover, even with the Realm Lord world as the reward, he had to pass a trial to obtain it. If he failed, he would die. It was not something he got for nothing. Su Mu recounted the trial inside the Realm Lord world to Yuan Zhu. Yuan Zhu nodded. "Since that Realm Lord world likely contains a secret method of the origin law of light, I'll reward you with a foundational secret method of the origin law of time." Yuan Zhu waved his hand and a crystal-clear book materialized in the air before Su Mu. On its cover were the words "sand between the fingers." "Go and comprehend it." Yuan Zhu smiled. "If you can comprehend even 3/10 of sand between the fingers, performing the first supreme move of the Guangxiao sword will be no trouble at all." "Thank you, master." Su Mu bowed respectfully. This was a secret art of the origin law of time. Although it was only the most basic one, it was more than enough for Su Mu. Sand between the fingers was a sword art perfectly suited to the Guangxiao sword. The first supreme move of the Guangxiao sword was also named Sand of Time. Su Mu held sand between the fingers and began to read it. Babata was utterly astonished. "Where did you get this book?" Up until now he neither knew about Yuan Zhu, nor about many of Su Mu's secrets. "Lucky me, I found it on the road." Su Mu replied with a chuckle. Babata rolled his eyes. Naturally, he didn't believe a word of Su Mu's nonsense. "This new master of mine has so many secrets," Babata thought to himself. Su Mu knew that the golden-horned beast existed on Earth, then came to the Spazimo star for a mission, and now suddenly produced a secret art for comprehending the origin law of time. Sand between the fingers. One matter after another left him unable to see through Su Mu. In his heart, a reverence for Su Mu began to grow. One that even he himself had not noticed. Originally, Su Mu had merely been a native of Earth, and Babata had never really thought much of him. In his view, if Su Mu could reach the Realm Lord level in this lifetime, that would already be impressive. Becoming immortal was completely out of the question. But now Babata suddenly felt that Su Mu was far from ordinary. In the future, he might even become an immortal god or surpass his original master Huyen Bo. Of course, this was only in Babata's subconscious. He himself was unaware of it. Both sand between the fingers and sand of time share a certain implication. Time flows through one's fingers and vanishes like grains of sand. However, the first supreme move of the Guangxiao sword is primarily based on the origin law of light, with more of its essence resting on light itself. Su Mu comprehended with great care, holding the Guangxiao sword, as he gradually practiced sand between the fingers. A month after Su Mu devoted himself to this comprehension. Earth, the bottom of the Pacific Ocean. The golden-horned beast's huge egg trembled violently, then cracked open. A black monster covered in slime emerged from the egg. The golden-horned beast, born into the world. However, unlike the original story, this golden-horned beast was Luofeng. Naturally, he would not bring catastrophe to Earth. The golden-horned beast had also emerged a bit earlier than in the original story, probably because Luofeng had been cultivating inside the egg. To nurture an avatar, I need to be at a higher level than the avatar itself. My human body is at the second order of the planetary stage, so I must first raise the golden-horned beast to the second order of the planetary stage before I can condense an avatar. Luofeng began devouring the eggshells. The monsters on Earth were about to face a bloody massacre. Su Mu knew nothing of these matters. Since Luofeng could not enter the virtual universe, Su Mu naturally had no way to communicate with him. Still, he occasionally met with his father Su Ming just to let him see that he was safe and sound. He also met with Hong and Lei Xin in the virtual universe. The two had indeed done well for themselves at the Chenwu Dojo in Shillong City. Their strength had improved considerably compared with when they were on Earth, and Lei Xin had even comprehended a domain. And so another 2 months passed. "Master." Su Mu met Yuan Zhu in the virtual universe. "Do you have any questions?" Yuan Zhu asked. "Yes, a few questions." Su Mu voiced the doubts in his mind regarding the origin law of time and the origin law of light. These were questions he had held inside for a long time, ones he could not answer for himself for the moment. Usually when Sumu had a question he would not go directly to Yuanzu. Only problems that he could not solve after a long time would he bring to Yuanzu. This way he could both temper his own abilities and avoid wasting too much time on a single doubt. Since he had a master, of course he should rely on his master. Otherwise why bother taking a master in the first place? Let me first explain the matter of the origin law of light. Yuanzu began to teach patiently. In that place blazing with light, Sumu held the Guangxiao sword and thrust it out. The sword light shimmered as if time itself were flowing along the blade before vanishing. Successfully performed the first supreme move of the Guangxiao sword. The crystal sphere spoke. Congratulations. You have passed the assessment and may obtain all the inheritances of my master realm Lord Yunguang. So he was called Realm Lord Yunguang. Sumu had never heard the name. Babata checked and said he was a realm lord of the Filu Cosmic Kingdom and he disappeared over 1,000,000 years ago. The world of light vanished. Sumu set his feet upon solid ground and could not help silently marveling at the wonder of realm lords. They could actually construct a world within their own bodies. All of my master's inheritances are here. A spatial ring appeared before the crystal sphere. It was not an intelligent life form like Babata, but merely an intelligent system, mechanically executing its master's orders. Sumu took the spatial ring and extended his mental energy into it. There were quite a few treasures inside. We're rich, rich, ha ha ha. Babata shouted excitedly. These treasures, while not as good as what your master left you, can be obtained without meeting any strength requirements. These are real treasures and they can be turned into money immediately. With these treasures you can cultivate to your heart's content, and raise the Moyun vine to your heart's content. Babata barely calmed himself down. By the way, there must still be cosmic crystals in this world. You need to dig them all out too. Sumu smiled as well. This time's gains were undeniably substantial. He had obtained Realm Lord Yunguang's inherited insights into the law of light, acquired sand between the fingers, obtained the Guangxiao sword, and won numerous treasures. What is this? Babata searched through the many treasures, and produced a palm-sized semi-transparent irregular object. From this irregular object Sumu faintly sensed a trace of aura that made his heart tremble. What is this thing? Sumu looked at the crystal sphere and asked. I don't know either. The crystal sphere wobbled twice as if shaking its head. My master Realm Lord Yunguang lost his life because of it. My master once roamed the outside world and explored a secret realm with his friend, where they discovered this object. A great battle erupted as a result. Though my master slew the enemy, he was gravely wounded, so he could only leave his final legacy here. So it was for this object that Realm Lord Yunguang had lost his life. Sumu took the irregular object. It was as light as a feather, bearing almost no weight, much like holding the Guangxiao sword. Could this be another treasure that combines time and light? Sumu pondered silently. He connected his consciousness to the virtual universe and searched it for information about the irregular object. Of course he found nothing. Even Realm Lord Yunguang had been unable to find any records about it. As a mere planetary-level cultivator, Sumu naturally could not hope to uncover anything useful either. Master, I have passed the trial. Sumu sent a message to Patriarch Yuan and along with it simulated the irregular object for him to see. With Patriarch Yuan's vast knowledge, he ought to know what this object was. Sumu had just been about to leave the virtual universe when Patriarch Yuan appeared, and said with a smile, comprehending the first ultimate technique of the Guangxiao sword in 3 months. Not bad. The first ultimate technique of the Guangxiao sword was something only a gifted stellar-level cultivator could comprehend, yet Sumu had mastered it while still only planetary level. Even in Patriarch Yuan's eyes, Sumu could be considered a promising prodigy. Thank you for the praise, master. Sumu chuckled. This thing. Patriarch Yuan flicked his finger, and the irregular object appeared before him, slowly rotating. Keep this with you. It will be of great use in comprehending the fundamental laws of light and time. Master, what exactly is this? Sumu pressed. You are still too far from it for now. Even if I explained, you would not understand clearly. Patriarch Yuan shook his head. All I can say is that it is related to the beast god. Once you learn what the beast god is, you will know what this is. Beast god? A violent storm surged through Sumu's mind. Patriarch Yuan thought he did not know what the beast god was, but in truth he did. Beast gods are born universe masters with treasures all over their bodies and naturally born fused laws. In the original work, Luofeng comprehended the path of the metal space beast god, the fused path of the fundamental law of metal and the fundamental law of space. Could this irregular object have been left behind by the time-light beast god, which embodies the fusion of the fundamental laws of time and light? Heavens! If this is true, then wouldn't I be able to directly nurture a time-light beast god avatar? Sumu was overwhelmed with excitement, completely unable to restrain himself. No matter how formidable the golden horn giant beast was, it could never compare to the time-light beast god. If it were possible, Sumu naturally wanted to create a time-light beast god avatar. Comprehending the fundamental laws of time and light would then be as simple and effortless as eating and drinking. He could even comprehend fused laws. Sumu's ambition was the fused laws, merging the 10 fundamental laws into one to form the law of chaos. Sumu trembled with excitement. Fortunately Patriarch Yuan had already left and was no longer paying attention to him, otherwise, he would definitely have seen that Sumu knew about the beast god. Sumu left the virtual universe, still unable to contain his excitement. No, I can't get too excited. It isn't certain yet whether I can truly nurture a time-light beast god avatar. The golden cluster of light in his sea of consciousness was powerful, but that was after all the time-light beast god, and he was still far too weak. He might not be able to truly nurture it. Even if he could, who knew how long it would take to nurture such a terrifying entity? Of course, as long as he succeeded, spending a few thousand or even 10,000 years would be worth it. That was a beast god. Sumu, what's wrong? Babata was curious and puzzled, not knowing why Sumu had suddenly become so excited. It's nothing. Sumu calmed down. By the way, Babata, have you calculated the value of these treasures? Yes. Babata said about 10 trillion universe coins. Above average among realm lords. Not bad, but we can't sell them carelessly. Sumu said. Right, no reckless selling. Babata quickly agreed. Your strength is still too weak right now. Any one of these treasures, if taken out, would only arouse others' killing intent and bring you no benefit at all. However, you can dig up some universe crystals from this world and sell them. As long as the amount isn't large, it won't attract much suspicion. Once you reach stellar level, I'll have a way to help you dispose of these treasures without any danger. Sumu smiled. Then I'll first break through to stellar level. As for this thing, let's see whether it can be nurtured. Sumu held the irregular object in his hand and gathered his will upon it. A wisp of golden spiritual light floated out from between his brows and merged into the irregular object. It works. Sumu was overjoyed. As long as the golden spiritual light could merge with the irregular object, it meant it could be nurtured into his own avatar. After that, Sumu dripped a drop of his blood onto it, and it was also absorbed by the irregular object. Once the blood was absorbed, Sumu immediately felt a faint connection between himself and the irregular object, and he also learned how long it would take for the time-light beast god to be nurtured. 3 years. Only 3 years. I can nurture the time-light beast god in just 3 years. Sumu found it hard to believe. He had been prepared to spend thousands of years or even 10,000 nurturing it. Yet it could be done in only 3 years. He was only at the 6th rank planetary level, far too weak. The only reason he could succeed in nurturing it in such a short time was the wonder of the golden cluster of light. Moreover, as his strength increased, this time would be shortened even further. Babata, dig out some universe crystals. Sumu put the irregular object away and said, no problem. Babata manipulated the Mayun vine and dug out a huge chunk of universe crystal more than 10,000 cubic units in size. Too much won't do. 10 cubic units should be about enough, Sumu said. Okay. Babata immediately cut the huge chunk of universe crystal into 10 small blocks of 1 cubic unit each. 1 cubic unit of universe crystal is worth 1,000 universe coins, and 1 universe coin is worth roughly 3300 Shenwu coins. That is to say, 10 cubic units of universe crystal could be exchanged for 33 million Shenwu coins. Converted into black dragon coins, that would be over 40 billion black dragon coins. That number was not small, but neither was it too large. After all, an antique spaceship could sell for 12 billion black dragon coins. But any more than that would be too much. After all, he was only planetary level. Even if he pretended to have powerful backing, once the wealth was great enough, it would still drive greedy people to take desperate risks. If he took 10 cubic units of universe crystal out to sell, people would only think it was pocket money given to him by whoever stood behind him. Carrying the 10 directions universe crystal and the inheritance he had just received from Yunguang Realm Lord, Sumu boarded the spacecraft and set out into the cosmos. After he left, the gateway to Yunguang Realm Lord's world closed and turned into a speck of dust. No one would ever know that a Realm Lord's world lay hidden there. As the spacecraft traveled through the dark universe, Sumu finally examined the inheritance left by Yunguang Realm Lord. Mainly his insights into the law of light and his secret arts. Yunguang Realm Lord's ambitions had never been great. He merely wished to attain immortality through the law of light. Unfortunately, fortune did not favor him. He found a treasure, but it cost him his life. This secret codex of light refraction is quite good. Sumu discovered an exceptional secret art. A movement art that relied on the law of light to move multiple times within an extremely short distance, like light striking a mirror. It could also be used to gain deeper comprehension of the law of light. Sumu then looked through the other inheritances left by Yunguang Realm Lord. Although this Realm Lord had not been particularly powerful, he was still accomplished, and at the very least what he left behind was of considerable help to Sumu. Set aside the matter of origin laws for now. Focus first on raising cultivation. Once I reach star level, comprehending origin laws will be much faster, and the time beast god clone can be nurtured more quickly. Sumu temporarily focused most of his energy on raising his cultivation. Once he reached star level, that would be the time for him to truly show what he could do. After a month of traveling through the dark universe, Sumu arrived once again at Sholong Star. Inside a private dining room in Sholong City. 43. 5 billion black dragon coins have already been transferred to you. A plump old man who looked like a dwarf from an Earth novel said with a genial smile. It was he who had completed the transaction with Sumu for the 10 Directions Universe Crystal. I can make a tidy profit this time. The dwarf-like old man laughed to himself, while secretly speculating about Sumu's identity. Being able to produce the 10 Directions Universe crystal meant that Sumu likely had a realm lord behind him, and one who was rather fond of him at that. Pleasure doing business. Sumu smiled. If you have universe crystals in the future you can come to me. The dwarf-like old man added Sumu's virtual universe ID and left. Sumu chuckled inwardly. Once I reach star level I won't need you anymore. Once he reached star level he would dispose of all his treasures. And he would do it in the safest way possible. No sooner had the dwarf-like old man left than Hong and Lei Shen walked into the private dining room one after another. Senior brother. Both of them greeted Sumu with smiles. Sumu nodded and gestured for them to sit. I'm planning to go back to Earth. What about you two? Are you coming with me? Nearly half a year had passed since they had last left Earth, and Sumu still wanted to return and see how Luofeng was doing. Hong and Lei Shen exchanged a glance and Hong shook his head. Senior brother, we're not ready to go back yet. Training here tempers us better and our strength improves faster. Back on Earth, the two had been the first and second strongest, but with no challenging goals left their strength had stagnated for a long time. After entering the universe they had entered another period of explosive growth. Hong reached the 7th stage of the planet level. Lei Shen reached the 8th stage of the planet level. Especially after they displayed their domain power, the Chenwu Dojo came to think highly of them and began to groom them. It was already preparing to transfer them to the Chenwu Dojo headquarters in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, and they might even be sent to the Chenwu secret realm of the Chenwu Universe country. With such a golden opportunity they naturally would not give it up easily. Sumu was not surprised. After all, in the original work Hong became a universe master and Lei Shen a universe venerable. They were hardly lacking in potential. What they lacked was simply a little more opportunity. If they could get into the Chenwu secret realm it would be an absolute blessing for them right now. Senior brother, if you joined the Chenwu Dojo you would probably be promoted straight into the Chenwu secret realm, Lei Shen said with a smile. They knew exactly how powerful Sumu was. The three of them had occasionally sparred in the virtual universe and even the two of them combined were no match for Sumu. I won't go. Sumu shook his head. His goal was the virtual universe company and he intended to find a way to get Hong and Lei Shen into the virtual universe company as well. After all, he was now the disciple of the primordial ancestor and essentially already a member of the virtual universe company, so of course, he should recruit talent for the virtual universe company. By the way, I transferred 10 billion Black Dragon coins to each of you. Use them to buy cultivation resources. Sumu said. To Sumu, who commanded vast wealth, 10 billion Black Dragon coins meant nothing. Once he reached star level, he would not even bat an eye if he gave the two of them 10 billion Shenwu coins. Thank you, senior brother. The two were not ones to stand on ceremony. They knew that if Sumu gave them money, he would never take it back. Train hard. Earth still needs us all to protect it. Sumu smiled. After the three of them had a meal together, Hong and Lei Shen left. Sumu set off once more and arrived on Mars 10 days later. There was a mining base on Mars with some dark iron metal. It was of little use to Sumu at his current level, but he took it anyway, planning to feed it to Luofeng's golden horned beast. Luofeng. Back on Earth, Sumu contacted Luofeng, who was still hunting monsters. Senior brother. Upon seeing Sumu, a trace of joy appeared in the golden horned beast's cold and savage eyes. Luofeng's golden horned beast had already reached the 7th stage of the planet level, and his Earth-human clone had also begun to take shape. In just over a year the Earth-human clone would finish forming and he would finally be able to truly step into the universe. Here's some metal. Eat it and you'll advance even faster. Sumu handed the dark iron he had brought from Mars to Luofeng. Luofeng said happily, thank you, senior brother. He naturally knew that devouring metal was the fastest way to increase his strength. Oh, and I need to cut a bit of scale from you, about the size of a fingernail. Sumu said. Although he was already nurturing the time beast god clone, a golden horned beast clone was still a viable choice. Once he reached star level and obtained the quota for a second clone, if he could not find a stronger clone, he would cultivate the golden horned beast clone first. Go ahead, senior brother. Luofeng said without any hesitation. Sumu controlled the curved blade disc and cut a fingernail-sized scale from Luofeng's body. To the golden horned beast's massive frame, this was not even a drop in the bucket. Good. Continue cultivating and form your Earth-human clone as soon as possible. Hong and Lei Shen are improving very quickly, so you should enter the universe soon as well. Sumu gave Luofeng a little pressure. Don't worry, senior brother. I won't slack off. Luofeng said solemnly. Sumu nodded, sword into the air, and returned to his home in Jingdu Base City. Next I must focus entirely on cultivating to the star level. In the world of Lord Yunguang, Sumu had focused on comprehending the finger sand and Guangxiao sword, leaving his gene energy and mental power uncultivated, causing his cultivation to stagnate for 3 months. Now he intended to cultivate at full speed, lifting himself to the star level as quickly as possible, retrieving the initial funds Hubo had left for him and selling off Lord Yunguang's treasures. You have comprehended the essence laws of light and time, and your domain has reached the 4th stage. Your foundation is already very solid, so from now on we can use the cramming method to elevate you. Babata said. Within a year at most you can reach the star level. Previously Babata had refused to use the cramming method on Sumu because he believed Sumu's foundation was weak and needed to be solidified, otherwise the path ahead would be arduous. But now since Sumu had crossed the threshold of 2 major essence laws at the planetary level, and possessed a 4th stage domain, Babata felt that no planetary level warrior could claim a firmer foundation than Sumu. In fact, Sumu's foundation was even steadier than most star-level warriors. Since that was the case, there was no need for slow, steady cultivation. Raising him to the star level as quickly as possible was the right course. Muin crystals and all kinds of treasures purchased on Chelong Star were used on Sumu one after another. Combined with his own practice, his realm advanced with astonishing speed. After merely half a year, both his martial path and mental power had reached the 9th stage of the planetary level. However, breaking through from planetary 9th stage to the star level would still take considerable time, as it was a leap between major realms. Sumu, I have something to tell you. Babata chuckled. Sumu looked at him. What is it? It's about your father. Babata continued. Sumu's eyes turned cold. Could someone have dared to bully Su Ming? It's not what you're thinking. Babata said. Your father is currently holding hands with a woman and taking a stroll. Sumu was startled for a moment, then smiled. It seems father has finally let go. That's good. Having a woman by Su Ming's side put Sumu at ease. At the very least, his father would no longer be lonely. Still, I should have her looked into. Sumu snapped his fingers. Babata have the Limit Martial Hall, the Thunderbolt Martial Hall, and the Chinese military all investigate that woman. Though Sumu had never shown his full strength openly, the elites of the world already recognized his power. Within the Limit Martial Hall and the Thunderbolt Martial Hall, he wielded authority equal to that of Hong and Thunder God. Haha, no need to say anything. I already had someone investigate her thoroughly. Babata smiled and waved his hand. A light screen appeared before Sumu, revealing information about that woman. The woman was named Fu Wan, a lone warrior who lived in the same neighborhood as Su Ming. Their feelings had grown slowly through daily acquaintance. She has no significant background. That's the best case. Even if she does have some hidden motives, it doesn't matter. After reading the information, Sumu nodded, at least certain that Fu Wan was not dispatched by some clan. As for her personal motives, Sumu didn't really care. When a woman gets together with a man, there is always something she wants. Cars, houses, a bride price, or something else. In this world, few couples come together purely for love. Even love, to speak bluntly, is itself a kind of pursuit. Father didn't even tell me about this. Since he didn't say anything, I'll go see him. Sumu smiled and stood up. I'll invite this Fu Wan to a meal and meet her face to face. This would also quietly warn her. Having ambitions was acceptable, but she needed to know her limits and not overstep. Sumu walked out of the cultivation chamber and unhurriedly came up behind Su Ming and Fu Wan. The two were indeed strolling hand in hand, chatting and laughing. Ahem ahem. Sumu deliberately cleared his throat. Su Ming and Fu Wan turned around. Su Ming suddenly became flustered and muttered, Muir, what are you doing here? Sumu smiled. I was just taking a stroll and happened to run into you too. Having seen the world before, Fu Wan was somewhat embarrassed but still said generously, So you're Su Ming's son, Sumu, right? Sumu nodded. Yes, I am. Your father always said he had an outstanding son. Fu Wan looked him over. He certainly looks impressive. Sumu narrowed his eyes. Did this Fu Wan not know who he was? Dad, auntie, since we've run into each other, let's go have a meal and chat together. Sumu suggested. Fine. Su Ming nodded. He had originally planned to introduce Fu Wan to Sumu after a while anyway. Since Sumu had discovered them early, Su Ming was only briefly embarrassed. After the meal, the three had had a pleasant conversation and Sumu was fairly satisfied with Fu Wan. Auntie Fu Wan, since this is our first meeting, let me give you a small gift. Sumu handed Fu Wan a wood spirit. What is this? Fu Wan clearly did not recognize the wood spirit. Dad, you explain it to Auntie Fu Wan. I still have some business to attend to, so I'll head off now. Sumu winked at Su Ming and left. Su Ming finding a woman was merely an insignificant interlude, and it did not hinder Sumu's cultivation. 3 months later. Condense. The 9 planets in his sea of consciousness converged and an immense star appeared. Mental power, star level. No sooner had his mental power broken through than the 9 planets in Sumu's Dantian also condensed into a single star. In that moment, both his mental power and martial path broke through to the star level. Sumu received another opportunity to nurture a clone. Sumu, now that you've broken through successfully, I'll share another piece of good news. Your junior brother Luofeng's Earthling clone has also been nurtured successfully. Babata said with a smile. The Golden Horn giant beast's strength was greater than in the original story, so Luofeng naturally nurtured his clone faster, succeeding in just 9 months. When Sumu broke through to the star level, the Time Beast God clone, he was nurturing shortened its gestation time by half a year, leaving only 22 months until it could be successfully born. 9 months to reach the star level. What a waste. Sumu sighed. Babata was speechless. It took only 9 months to break through from planetary 6th stage to star level. That is already incredibly fast. Previously, Babata had planned for Sumu to take 50 years. Sumu shook his head without explaining further, but it only strengthened his determination to join the Virtual Universe Company. If he became a core member of the Virtual Universe Company, he would be able to soak in nutrient pods. As long as one reached the first stage of a certain realm, the nutrient pod could propel them straight to the 9th stage, saving an incalculable amount of cultivation time. I've reached star level, so it's time to collect the money. Sumu rose to his feet and looked at the sky outside. With the proceeds from selling Realm Lord Yunguang's treasures, I'll see whether I can create an avatar that comprehends the spatial source laws. Sumu could nurture a golden-horned beast avatar, but he chose not to because he wanted an avatar that could comprehend the spatial source laws. To him, the golden-horned beast was not what he truly wanted. It was only a spare tire. He would keep it for now, and if no better option appeared, he would use it to fill the gap. Who could have imagined that the golden-horned beast would one day be reduced to a spare tire? Sumu Luofeng is here to see you. Babata had barely spoken when Luofeng flew over. Senior brother. Luofeng smiled and bowed. Thank you, senior brother. Sumu waved his hand. Luofeng, are you ready to go into the universe? Luofeng hesitated for a moment and said, Senior brother, can we wait a little? Could I go into the universe after Su Xian and I hold our wedding? Before Luofeng possessed the golden-horned beast, he and Su Xian had already been discussing marriage. It had merely been delayed by the possession affair. Now that his human body had been nurtured, he naturally wanted to marry Su Xian. After all, she was the woman he had always loved. Of course, there's no problem. Sumu smiled. It was not a big deal, so naturally he did not refuse. 10 days later, after Luofeng's wedding concluded, the spaceship left Earth. Senior brother, where are we going? Luofeng looked at the deep starry sky simulated on the exterior view, and couldn't help asking excitedly. To Black Dragon Star, the capital of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Sumu replied. Hong and Lei Shen were currently at the Chenwu Dojo on Black Dragon Star. Sumu was going to send Luofeng there to train with them. Sumu could not take care of Luofeng forever, but Luofeng was still too weak now. His human body was only at planet level 2nd stage. If he acted alone, he might run into danger. So it was better to let him stay with Hong and Lei Shen and also hire a few bodyguards. Then there would be no major problem. After traveling through the Dark Universe for more than 40 days, the spaceship finally arrived at Black Dragon Star. After getting off the spaceship, Hong and Lei Shen walked over. They had long since learned that Sumu and Luofeng were coming, so they had arrived early to welcome them. Senior brother. The two greeted Sumu first, and then Lei Shen patted Luofeng on the shoulder. Junior brother Luofeng, you're finally here. Luofeng gave a wry smile. Something came up, so I couldn't help it. Hong and Lei Shen both knew that Sumu had taken Luofeng out to take care of something, but they did not know the specifics. Still, it was certainly something of tremendous benefit to Luofeng. The two did not envy Luofeng or resent Sumu because of this. Their mental states were both extremely strong. They could only feel grateful for Sumu's kindness, not harbor negative emotions. First, let's get Luofeng's citizenship in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, Sumu said. Without citizenship, it would be hard to get by. Getting Luofeng's citizenship was handled with ease. Afterward, the four of them went to the Universe Star Riverbank on Black Dragon Star. I want to make a transfer, Sumu told the receptionist at the Universe Star Riverbank. Please enter your account number. The receptionist smiled. Sumu entered Huyan Bo's account number, instantly sending tremors through the Universe Star Riverbank, just as in the original novel. After all, a 5-star account was rarely seen even on Black Dragon Star. Not once in many years. Under the personal reception of the bank's manager, Sumu withdrew the 10 billion Shenwu coins Huyan Bo had left him. 10 billion Shenwu coins is quite a lot for a star level. Babata said gloomily. But you obtained all the treasures of Realm Lord Yunguang. Wealth exceeding 10 trillion universe coins. In comparison, 10 billion Shenwu coins counts for nothing. Babata could never have imagined that the disciple taken in by its master would be so fortunate to the point that the 10 billion Shenwu coins in Huyan Bo's star-level account could not even stir a ripple. Sumu smiled and went to another section of the bank, the self-service channel. I want to consign items for sale, Sumu said to the AI there. Dear 5-star customer A0, 1 service fee will be charged for consignment sales, the AI said. Sumu sent over the information on the treasures. Please confirm the transaction location. Chenwu Sector, Black Dragon Mountain Star, Field, Black Dragon Star, capital of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Please sign the contract. After the contract was signed, Sumu waited quietly on Black Dragon Star. During this time, Luofeng also joined the Chenwu Dojo. Sumu believed that Luofeng could also carve out a remarkable achievement at the Chenwu Dojo. This life's Luofeng was growing faster than the Luofeng of his previous life. 3 days later, Sumu completed the transaction with the people sent by the Universe Star Riverbank. He received 83 trillion universe coins. 10 trillion universe coins. Tisk TSK. Babata said. Who could have imagined that a mere star level like you would possess the entire fortune of a realm lord? Sumu also laughed. With so much money, he could handle things much more conveniently. Babata transferred 10 billion Shenwu coins to Luofeng, Hong and Lei Shen each. Sumu said. Okay. Babata immediately completed the transfer. Transferring 30 billion Shenwu coins was only a little over 9 million universe coins. For Sumu, who possessed more than 10 trillion universe coins, it was truly no more than pulling out a single hair for them. But with each of them receiving 10 billion Shenwu coins, they would be able to improve faster. If not for the events about to happen, Sumu could have transferred them even more. Hong has received a transfer of 10 billion Shenwu coins from Sumu. Lei Shin and Luo Feng did not have an AI for the time being, only Hong had a simple AI, so he was the first to get the news. What? 10 billion Shenwu coins. Hong saw the transfer notification, counted the long string of zeros, and could not help drawing in a sharp breath. 10 billion Shenwu coins equaled over 10 trillion Black Dragon coins. Even on Black Dragon Star, the capital of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, that absolutely placed him among the wealthiest people. Hong immediately told Lei Shin and Luo Feng, and the two also saw the transfer notification. 10 billion Shenwu coins. Damn! Lei Shin's eyes almost popped out of his head. In the virtual universe, Sumu met with the three of them. Seeing that the three were about to speak, Sumu waved his hand. Don't say anything sentimental. I called you here to arrange another matter. Luo Feng and the other two smiled wryly. Senior brother, what is it? You should know Earth is currently unowned. To keep anyone from accidentally discovering Earth and coveting Earth's humans, I plan to make Luo Feng the Lord of Earth. In the original story, Luo Feng was the Lord of Earth, and even after becoming a universe master, his title was Galaxy Lord. Sumu did not want to take that title from him either. Me Lord of Earth. Luo Feng was dumbfounded. Such a thought had never even crossed his mind. Hong and Thunder God exchanged a glance but said nothing, for the Lord of Earth would hardly be either of them. Whoever Sumu appointed would take the role. Yes, you are to be Lord of Earth. Sumu said, on Halong Star there is a place where one may apply to become Lord of Earth. I have already given you all the information on Earth. Go apply to become Lord of Earth yourself. I will pay whatever it costs. Earth is currently unowned, which makes it an easy target for covetous eyes. Once discovered, it will bring no small amount of trouble. Once you become Lord of Earth, even if Earth is discovered, those people will not dare to act recklessly. Luo Feng snapped back to his senses and said hurriedly, Senior brother, it is you who should be Lord of Earth. No. Sumu waved his hand, cutting off whatever Luo Feng was about to say, and said solemnly, Lord of Earth is not merely a title, but also a responsibility. I have appointed you, so accept it. It has always belonged to you. Luo Feng smiled bitterly. How could it possibly have originally belonged to him? Sumu evidently would not explain. Alright, consider this matter a task I have assigned you. Just complete it perfectly. Alas! Luo Feng let out a bitter sigh. Then I thank you, senior brother. Sumu nodded. The identity of Lord of Earth had always been Luo Feng's. Naturally, Sumu would not seize it. Not only that, he would not take any of Luo Feng's other fortunes either. Sumu had assigned the task, so Luo Feng could do nothing but resign himself to completing it. Sumu meanwhile was checking various messages in the virtual universe. His assets had surpassed 10 trillion cosmic coins, equivalent to 10 Hunyuan units, qualifying him to become a 3-star client of the Cosmic Galaxy Bank, and 3-star clients were eligible to participate in the Qianwu Universe Kingdom's triennial low-tier auction. In the original story, it was at the Qianwu Universe Kingdom auction that Luo Feng had purchased the Yenshin weapon and the skin fragments of the Mo Sha race. Sumu had another chance to nurture an avatar, so he too wanted to visit the Qianwu auction, hoping to encounter avatar materials imbued with spatial attributes. The Qianwu auction begins in another month, Babata said. Then I shall first go into secluded cultivation for a month. A month passed by swiftly. Luo Feng smoothly purchased Earth and became its lord. The Qianwu auction officially began as well. Senior brother, when you attend the Qianwu auction, you must tell us all about it. Luo Feng said with a smile. Yes, indeed. This Qianwu auction actually requires 3-star client status just for admission. 10 trillion cosmic coins. Throughout the entire Hailongshan Empire, not many people possess that much wealth. And this is only the lowest tier auction. Thunder God was overcome with emotion. On Earth, they had been the wealthiest of men. Upon arriving in the universe, they had instantly become paupers, still a world away from even the minimum threshold for the auction. We will have our day too. We just need to keep striving unceasingly. Hong remained utterly composed, as such was his state of mind. Sumu stepped into the teleport point and was transported to the Qianwu Universe Kingdom. Upon a landmass floating amid the clouds stood the most dazzling edifice, the auction hall. Sumu teleported to just outside it. So many powerhouses. Sumu took his place at the back of the line, collecting his number plate amid the crowd, and felt the terrifying pressure all around. Humans of every description walked beside him. Each and every one a 3-star client. Apart from those lucky enough to become 3-star clients like Sumu, most 3-star clients were realm lords. In the outside world, Sumu had never seen a living realm lord. Sumu queued until he reached the very front. Hello sir. Welcome to this Qianwu auction. This is your seat number. Sumu accepted a black token with his seat number on it. QAQ 23333. This token number. Sumu was rather speechless. Entering the auction grounds, he found his seat. A colossal seat 6 meters wide and 10 meters high. After a considerable wait, a bald old man with a black tortoise shell on his back appeared at the center of the auction hall. Welcome everyone to this session of the auction. I thank the Virtual Universe Company, the Giant Axe Arena, the Universal Mercenary Alliance, the Cosmic Galaxy Bank, the Universe First Bank, and the Qianwu Universe Kingdom for their strong support. As always, it is I, Old Barto, who will preside over the Chenwu auction for you all. The number of participants in this session is 1473829. Alright, enough idle talk. The auction now officially begins. The first auction item, a mechanical race starship. Old Barto gestured with a finger, and a colossal screen appeared beside him. On it was a ring-shaped starship. Splendid and magnificent, its razor-sharp edges capable of slicing through a planet with ease. Tisk tisk, another mechanical race starship. Babata said the no. One ancient civilization ruin on your Earth is a mechanical race starship. Once you reach universe level you can go claim it. Sumu said flatly, I don't want it. Babata was puzzled. Why? That one belongs to Luofeng, Sumu said. Babata fumed. Why are you giving everything to Luofeng? Why should that be his? Sumu smiled. Don't flare up. You will understand in the future. In fact, even you were meant to be Luofeng's. Sumu cast a sidelong glance at Babata and laughed inwardly. Having declared he would not take Luofeng's fortunes, he naturally would not. Sumu believed his own fortunes would never be inferior to Luofeng's. He possessed the golden orb of light, could obtain the time beast god, and could even be taken as a disciple by the origin ancestor. This fortune was already countless times superior to Luofeng's. There was simply no need to vie with Luofeng over something like a mechanical race starship. He would not even take the 9 Tribulations' secret art. Even the Star Tower, he could forgo it. The only thing Sumu found truly hard to part with was probably the Lai Yuan art left behind by Yuan. But the Lai Yuan art was still far off. There was no need to consider it now. Even as they spoke, the mechanical race starship was sold under the hammer, fetching a final price of 720 Hunyuan units. Next is the first batch of auction items. On your auction tokens you can see information about the 1,000 items about to go under the hammer. Old Barto smiled and said the first item, the life fruit. The life fruit. Babata quickly interjected, Sumu, you should buy it. A life fruit is equivalent to a realm lord's life and it has tremendous uses. Sumu shook his head. I'm not buying it. His goal was not set on this at all. He would save his money to see if there was anything he needed. There was absolutely no need to buy a life fruit now. If he bought the life fruit and something he needed appeared later with him short by exactly that sum, he would truly be angry enough to vomit blood. Babata was utterly perplexed, unable to fathom what kind of treasure Sumu was after. Sumu did not bother to explain himself at length. What he sought could only be found by chance. Batch after batch of treasures was auctioned off, yet, from beginning to end, nothing Sumu wanted appeared. Among them there were indeed a few treasures related to space. For instance, a divine weapon that combined the Earth origin law and the space origin law, but Sumu did not place a bid. He already had the Guangxiao sword, which was more than enough. There was no need to buy too many things for now. 10 days passed. All 50 auction lots, 50,000 items in total, were sold. Here it comes at last. I hope the grand finale offerings include something I want. Sumu listened as Old Barto announced that the final 100 items were now up for auction. These final 100 auction lots were all extremely precious. One could even call them unique, and every single one had a starting bid of 0. The first item alone sold for a terrifyingly high price of over 7,000 Hunyuan units. The second item was far cheaper yet still fetched a price of 6 Hunyuan units. One treasure after another was sold. Babata said, Sumu, even if the thing you want does appear, I'm afraid you won't be able to afford it. I know. Sumu sighed softly. Luofeng had been lucky enough to encounter the skin of a Mo Sha clan member, and it was an incomplete skin at that. Even if Sumu did encounter a Mo Sha clan skin, the likelihood of it being incomplete was almost 0. In all probability it would be complete. A complete Mo Sha clan skin cost at least several hundred Hunyuan units. Even if Sumu sold everything he owned, he could not possibly afford it. Next is an exceedingly rare item. Old Barto gave a beaming smile and pointed his hand. On the screen beside him, a purple object as soft as silk appeared. This is a soul fragment from the Ziji Soul Clan. Old Barto went on. The Ziji Soul Clan is an incomparably unique soul-type life form. This is a complete soul fragment from the Ziji Soul Clan. If you purchase it, you will surely be able to comprehend the profound mysteries of the soul from it. The universe teems with countless life forms, flesh and blood life forms, mechanical life forms, energy life forms, soul life forms, and so on. Luofeng's Mo Sha clan avatar was an energy life form. It had only an energy core and no soul, so it could completely disregard soul and mental attacks. The Ziji Soul Clan Old Barto spoke of, however, was another extremely special kind of life. A soul-type life form. Soul-type life forms are the exact opposite of energy-type life forms. They have only an ethereal, intangible soul and no physical body at all. A soul-type special life form. Sumu abruptly thought of someone. Dongbu Shuiying. Dongbu Shuiying had cultivated precisely the Soul Dao and attained the rank of Hunyuan Lord, allowing him to divide into countless avatars, deathless and indestructible. In some respects, Dongbu Shuiying was even more remarkable than Luofeng. Although the swallowed star world had no origin law of the Soul Dao had always been a great Dao, and most sentient beings devoted themselves to studying it. The Soul Seal created by Huyen Bo, the master of Yunma Star for enslaving people, was in fact also a form of research into the Soul Dao. It is actually a soul fragment from the Ziji Soul Clan. The ZG Soul Clan is the most terrifying race among all soul-type life forms. Haha, I want this ZG Soul Clan soul fragment. Perfect for comprehending the soul. With the ZG Soul Clan soul, maybe I can rely on it to become an immortal. Transfer all my money over. Listening to the excited discussions around him, Su-Mu's expression darkened slightly. With such a small sum of money on him, it was absolutely impossible for him to win the ZG Soul Clan soul fragment at auction. Sure enough, the moment old Barto announced the start of bidding, the price on the bidding token in Su-Mu's hand instantly leapt from 0 to 100 Hunyuan units. Damn it! Su-Mu was speechless. How could he possibly compete? Setting him aside, even most realm lords could not compete in such a bidding war. This ZG Soul Clan soul fragment was clearly prepared for the immortal gods. This ZG Soul Clan soul fragment will probably soar to over 1,000 Hunyuan units. Babata said, once your master acquired a soul fragment at an auction. A Qing Soul Clan soul fragment slightly weaker than the ZG Soul Clan. How much did master spend to acquire it? Su-Mu pressed. 1,700 Hunyuan units. Babata said. Su-Mu could not help giving a wry smile. If a Qing Soul Clan soul fragment alone cost 1,700 Hunyuan units, then a ZG Soul Clan soul fragment far stronger than the Qing Soul Clan would have to cost more than 2,000 Hunyuan units. 2,000 Hunyuan units. Where could he possibly find that much money? Alas! Su-Mu sighed. It could only be considered a great regret in life to encounter something he wanted to buy yet be unable to afford it. If he missed this ZG Soul Clan soul fragment, it would be extremely difficult to find another like it again. He could only watch helplessly as the bidding price kept climbing. 200 Hunyuan units. 300 Hunyuan units. 400 Hunyuan units. Su-Mu gritted his teeth and directly contacted Yuan Zhu, sending him a message. Master, I want to borrow money. The only one who could help him now was Yuan Zhu. No one else could. Yuan Zhu's figure appeared beside Su-Mu, a smile on his face. He cast a casual glance and said with a smile, do you want to bid on this ZG Soul Clan soul fragment? Apart from Su-Mu, no one could see Yuan Zhu or hear his voice. Yes, master, I want this ZG Soul Clan soul fragment. Su-Mu gave a wry smile. I truly cannot produce that much money, so I have no choice but to be shameless and ask my master for a loan. Yuan Zhu nodded. I can lend you the money, but it will not be given for free. There must be conditions. Please tell me, master, Su-Mu said quickly. I will give you the money, and in the future I will also assign you a task. As long as you complete that task, this money will be regarded as your reward for completing it. Yuan Zhu said flatly, if you fail to complete that task, you will need to repay me 100 times the sum I lend you. Are you still willing to borrow? Su-Mu answered without the slightest hesitation. I am. Whether he borrowed or not, Yuan Zhu would assign him tasks anyway. He might as well take this as an advance payment of his reward. If he truly could not complete the task Yuan Zhu set for him, it would only prove that he was worthless. In that case, repaying Yuan Zhu's loan 100-fold would be only natural. Very well, bid away. The money will reach your account after the auction ends. With that, Yuan Zhu vanished. By now, the auction price of the ZG Soul Clan soul fragment had already climbed to more than 800 Hunyuan units. 2,000. Without hesitating any longer, Su-Mu entered 2,000 Hunyuan units directly on the bidding token in his hand. A stir swept through the hall as the price abruptly shot up to 2,000 Hunyuan units, agitating the crowd. Su-Mu, what are you doing? Have you gone mad? Where would you get that much money? If you deceive the Qianwu auction, you will lose your life. Babata's expression changed drastically. Babata, stay calm. Su-Mu's expression remained composed. Babata fumed. How can I stay calm? That's 2,000 mixed element units. If you bid without the funds to pay, do you think the Qianwu auction house will let you off? Toying with the Qianwu auction house would only invite immense disaster upon oneself. Even an immortal like Hubbot would never dare such a thing. I dared to bid, so naturally I have the money to pay. What are you panicking about? Su-Mu said. Babata was taken aback. You have the money? Of course. Su-Mu nodded. Do you think I dare deceive the Qianwu auction house? Am I that foolish? Babata paused for a moment, then nodded. Su-Mu was indeed no fool. Many of the things Su-Mu did seemed incomprehensible to Babata, but in truth, he had never failed at anything he set out to accomplish. Very well, I'll trust you this once. Babata had no other choice but to believe in Su-Mu. Su-Mu directly raised the bid to 2,000 mixed element units. But that still didn't intimidate everyone. Someone kept pushing the price higher. 2,010 mixed element units. 2,100. Without hesitation, Su-Mu added another 90. He's determined to win it. Forget it, a soul fragment of a violet gold soul race wouldn't do much to elevate me anyway. In the end, the soul fragment of the violet gold soul race was hammered down at 2,100 mixed element units purchased by Su-Mu. The moment the bid was confirmed, Babata exclaimed in shock. Su-Mu, your Universal Star River bank account has just received 2,100 mixed element units. Babata couldn't believe it. Su-Mu had actually obtained 2,100 mixed element units. Where on earth did he get them from? Su-Mu grinned. Babata, I told you before. Stay calm, don't panic. Babata was speechless. How could I not panic? I nearly thought you'd lost your mind. Well, I've finally bought what I wanted. Sumu no longer cared about what was auctioned next. After the auction concluded, the Virtual Universe Company delivered the soul fragment of the violet gold soul race that Sumu had purchased to Black Dragon Star. Inside the room, Sumu opened a small chest containing a jade-colored box. Inside the box lay a purple object 100 million times thinner than a cicada's wing. He gently pinched it, feeling no weight or texture whatsoever, as if it didn't exist at all. Truly miraculous. Sumu marveled. This was a soul-type life form, pure soul with no physical body. Who on earth could have slain this member of the violet gold soul race? Nurture. A spark of golden light split from Sumu's brow and descended upon the soul fragment of the violet gold soul race. Ha! Can be nurtured to maturity in less than 2 years. This violet gold soul race soul fragment is indeed no match for the Time Beast God. After all, the Time Beast God was unique in the primordial universe. Only one existed, and only when it perished and another received its inheritance could a new Time Beast God be born. The violet gold soul race, although rare, was still a race with a few individuals scattered about. In terms of rarity, it could not compare to the Time Beast God. Of course, Sumu also knew that some special life forms in the primordial universe existed uniquely across the entire universe, some of which were soul-type beings. But he couldn't very well wait around for such extraordinarily rare life forms, could he? The primordial universe might even be destroyed before he ever encountered one. Having a violet gold soul race member was already satisfying enough for Sumu. As for an avatar for comprehending the laws of space, he would have to think of a way once he reached the universe level. By then he would already have joined the Virtual Universe Company. Within the company there were bound to be items similar to the Emosha race fragment or even better ones. He would just need to exchange contribution points for them. Alright, all preparations are complete. Next up is the Universe Genius Battle. Leaving the violet gold soul race avatar to nurture, Sumu entered cultivation, awaiting the birth of his 2 avatars and the arrival of the Universe Genius Battle. However, because Sumu had altered some of the original storyline's events, there was still a considerable period before the Universe Genius Battle. He didn't know exactly how long, but at least 6 years remained. The Qianwu auction was held once every 3 years, and the auction Luofeng attended was the one 6 years later. Only after that auction would the Universe Genius Battle begin, marking Luofeng's true rise to prominence. Sumu focused peacefully on cultivating, comprehending the laws, and mastering the use of the Guangxiao sword, without raising his genetic origin energy or spiritual telekinesis. There was no need to waste time enhancing those things right now. Once he entered the Virtual Universe Company, he could simply soak in an energy pod. Comprehending the fundamental laws was what truly mattered. One day a spaceship, after traveling through a wormhole, unexpectedly entered the void region, where Earth was located. The people of the Nualanshan family had arrived. Why does this planet have an owner? Bro Nualanshan, who had entered the void region, purchased intelligence on the area. There were only 2 life planets here. One would take 2 years and 8 months to reach, while the other would take 136 years. Damn it! Why does it have an owner? Bro Nualanshan was so furious he could vomit blood. He had stumbled into the void region by accident, expecting to reap a fortune, only to be told that the nearest life planet was already claimed. The other life planet was even farther away. No, even if it's claimed, I have to go take a look. Bro finally gave in to his greed. He simply couldn't bear not visiting Earth. What if he happened to discover some treasure there? Sumu was unaware that the Nualanshan family had already entered the void region. However, the Bote Type 7 detector placed on the moon remained in constant operation. The moment the Nualanshan family arrived, he would know. Sumu wasn't afraid of the Nualanshan family anyway. With his current wealth, he could afford to buy even universe-level slaves. Aside from the family founder Nualanshan himself, everyone else in the family was nothing. And once Nualanshan learned that Earth housed the Zerg, he would never dare set foot on it. In fact, in the original storyline, if Nualanshan had been bolder and come to Earth in person, the history of Earth might have been rewritten. After a year of quiet cultivation, it's time. Sumu smiled as he entered the virtual universe. Babata asked, "Have you made up your mind?" "Of course." Sumu nodded. "Cultivating in isolation brings no benefit. I need constant combat. True life and death battles." "Very well, I'll sign you up for the star-level life and death battle at the Giant Axe Combat Arena." Babata swiftly completed the registration for Sumu to participate in the life and death battle at the Giant Axe Combat Arena. A life and death battle meant 2 people fighting in reality, and the battle would only end when one of them died. The Giant Axe Combat Arena would broadcast the battle live, and also pay both participants an appearance fee. Sumu was a first-rank star level, so naturally he registered for the star-level life and death battle. There were countless star-level powerhouses in the universe, and many of them registered for life and death battles. Thus, the moment Sumu signed up, a battle was immediately arranged for him. Unlike life and death battles at the universe level, domain lord level, or even world master level, star-level battles were not fought in reality but in the virtual universe. Because there were too many star-level fighters, fighting in reality was too troublesome, so the battles were held directly in the virtual universe. That did not mean, however, that participants in star-level life and death battles could not die. Once one entered a life and death battle, one of the 2 combatants was bound to die. That was indisputable. The only difference was that the loser in a star-level battle would be executed by the giant axe arena rather than killed by the opponent. After registering, Sumu came to the Virtual Universe Company branch on Black Dragon Star. He had to come here to link into the virtual universe for his battle. If he lost, he would be killed immediately by an expert from the giant axe arena. "You are Sumu." A 5-meter-tall man covered in scales gave Sumu a cold look, his powerful aura pressing down on him. This man was a 9th-rank star level. "I am Sumu." Sumu was not intimidated by his bearing. "Follow me." The man led Sumu to a room, pointed at it, and said, "Go inside." Sumu pushed open the door and walked into the room. Was 10 meters long and 10 meters wide. When you connect to the virtual universe here, you will directly enter Arena No. 9527 of the Black Dragon Mountain continent. The man said coldly, "If you win, you will continue to fight here in the future. If you lose, I will personally execute you." Sumu nodded. He had long known all this. Bang! The door slammed shut. "Tisk, what a terrible attitude," Babata said, curling his lips. Sumu smiled nonchalantly. "He thinks I have a 50% chance of dying, so naturally, he won't have a good attitude toward me. Even if I win this match, I might die in the next one. The further I go, the lower my chances of survival become. They naturally have no need to be polite to a dead man, unless I can win 1,000 consecutive matches and become a star-level giant axe warrior." Babata snorted. "That's because they don't know your strength. In the entire Chinwu Universe country, there may be people better and more powerful than you, but in a small place like the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, no one among first-rank star-level fighters is your match." Sumu had absorbed no genetic energy, and tempered no psychic power for the entire year, so he had remained a first-rank star level. Babata could not figure out what Sumu really intended to do, but judging by his past conduct, his actions always seemed unreasonable at first glance, yet turned out to be highly effective. Sumu linked into the virtual universe and appeared on a vast, massive battle platform. "Choose your weapon, battle suit, and space ring." A cold voice sounded in Sumu's ear. Unhurriedly, Sumu chose his equipment: an arc blade disc, the Guangxiao sword, a space ring, and gear such as a battle suit, shield, and war boots. These things would stay with him for a long time. Around the battle platform were rows of seats, much like the stadiums of his previous life, but those seats were largely empty. That was only natural. After all, this was just his first battle, and his opponent had fought at most 3 or 5 matches. There was simply no reason to attract attention. He didn't wait long. 10 li ahead of Sumu, a one-eyed man appeared, short and as skinny as a wooden stick. The universe had all kinds of people. As long as they were humanoid, they were regarded as the human race. Sumu had long stopped being surprised by such oddities. "Mater, kill him. Come on, Mater." Voices came from the spectator stands. The sparse few spectators were all friends of Mater. True enough. If they weren't friends, who would be bored enough to watch a fight like this? "Humph, you should have called Luo Feng and the others over to cheer for you." Babata snorted. Sumu smiled. No need to disturb their cultivation. Sumu and Mater stood facing each other, waiting for a cold voice to announce, "Life and death battle. Begin." The words had barely fallen when an arc-shaped blade slit open Mater's skull. Mater. Dead. The cheering in the spectator stands abruptly ceased. Sumu exited Arena No. 9527 of the Black Dragon Mountain continent in the virtual universe. This was Sumu's first life and death battle. Next, at a pace of 5 battles a day, he began a frantic winning streak. 10 consecutive wins. 50 consecutive wins. 100 consecutive wins. 300 consecutive wins. 500 consecutive wins. Sumu's reputation gradually spread, and more people came to watch his life and death battles. Sumu's appearance fee also grew higher and higher. Naturally, the money he earned for the giant axe arena grew as well. Boring. After 1,000 consecutive wins, and earning the title of star-level giant axe warrior, Sumu shook his head. These opponents were all too weak. Not one of them could put even a bit of pressure on him. True geniuses won't join life and death battles, and the people behind them won't allow it either. For example, a star-level fighter who has comprehended a hint of the law is an extremely treasured existence in every faction. When they go out to train, they have hordes of bodyguards. How could they possibly be allowed to participate in a giant axe arena life and death battle? Sumu's plan to temper himself through giant axe arena life and death battles had essentially failed. Still, he killed quickly every time, so it didn't waste his cultivation time. It was at best a distraction during breaks from training. "You could actually go take the Apprentice Mercenary Assessment of the Universe Mercenary Alliance," Babata suggested. "It can let you experience some life and death danger." Sumu shook his head. No rush for now. Taking the Apprentice Mercenary Assessment of the Universe Mercenary Alliance had crossed his mind, but in the end he rejected the idea. Because he wanted to go together with Luo Feng. Only when Luo Feng took the assessment in the World Master world of the Thunder World Master would the world within a world appear, allowing Sumu to gain enormous benefits. If he went alone, the world within a world would absolutely not appear, and it would merely be an utterly ordinary training experience with no great benefits to gain. Hence Sumu simply chose not to go. "My time beast god avatar is almost ready to be born. It's a good time to go back to Earth and take a look." Having made his decision, Sumu immediately contacted Hong Leishan and Luo Feng, asking if they wanted to return to Earth. "It's time to go back. We've been out for too long," Hong said. Although he could see his family in the virtual universe, he still wanted to go back for a visit. Luo Feng naturally had no objection, and so the group once again set off on the road back to Earth. More than a month later the group returned to Earth. This time everyone had made tremendous progress. The four of them, Sumu included, parted ways, and returned to their own homes. After meeting with Suming, Sumu arrived on the moon. On the pockmarked lunar surface, Sumu took out the gestating avatar of the Time Beast God and waited patiently. In just 2 more days, the Time Beast God would be fully gestated. I really wonder what the Time Beast God actually looks like. Sumu's heart was also filled with anticipation. Once the Time Beast God was born, his speed of comprehending the fundamental laws would become even faster, and he might even comprehend the fused law of the light fundamental law and the time fundamental law. 2 days passed by swiftly. The originally irregular object began to transform, enveloped by layers of golden halos, within which a phantom silhouette slowly condensed. What is this? Babata was horrified, having never seen anything like it before. The phantom silhouette was a strange avian beast, with a dragon's head, its body covered in white translucent scales. Each scale evoked a sense of the passage of time and radiant glory. So that irregular object was actually a scale of the Time Beast God. Sumu finally understood what it was. A moment later a strange beast covered in scales appeared before Sumu and Babata. It was in no way ferocious. Rather, it exuded an ethereal, breathtaking beauty. The beast's eyes radiated profound serenity, as if it had witnessed all things in the universe. From the birth of the cosmos to its annihilation, nothing could stir even the slightest ripple in its gaze. Sumu exchanged glances with the Time Beast God avatar, a trace of a smile in both their eyes. At the same time, Sumu learned of the Time Beast God's innate talents. The Time Beast God was a born universe master wielding the fused fundamental law of time and light, and possessed 3 innate talents. The first was Light Flash, representing the fundamental law of light. This was the ultimate speed talent. When the Time Beast God, a universe master, executed Light Flash, even the universe strongest could not match its velocity. It was the fastest speed apart from space teleportation. The second talent was Time Kingdom, representing the fundamental law of time. By casting Time Kingdom, one could create a realm where time was completely under the caster's control. Within the Time Kingdom, Sumu could freely control the speed of time's flow, even reversing it. The degree of control varied according to his mastery of the fundamental law of time. The third talent was Resurrection, formed by the fusion of the fundamental laws of time and light. That's right, it was resurrection. The Time Beast God could reverse time and resurrect itself. Unfortunately, even the Time Beast God with the resurrection talent ultimately fell. Sumu sighed inwardly. All the innate beast gods had been slaughtered. After all, their bodies were full of treasures. The beast gods still alive in the universe now were merely acquired beast gods who had inherited the teachings of the ancestral god sect. As for how the Time Beast God's power increased, it was different from the golden-horned beast, which relied on bloodline and the Devour talent. The Time Beast God, however, had no Devour talent. Its growth relied entirely on bloodline, the kind that could sleep its way to the Universe Master realm. Of course, giving it treasures related to time and light could also accelerate its growth. After all, it was a born Universe Master, naturally extraordinary. However, beast gods could only ever be Universe Masters. It was impossible for them to become the Universe strongest. This was both their gift and their shackle. I wonder whether my Time Beast God avatar, after being tempered by the power of the golden light orb, can break through the shackles of bloodline. Sumu looked up at the sky. The source will of the original universe had not appeared to stop him from condensing the Time Beast God avatar. Was it because it didn't know, or was there another reason? Retract. With a thought, Sumu drew the Time Beast God avatar into the golden light orb within his sea of consciousness. This was also where Sumu differed from Luofeng. Luofeng's true body was actually the golden-horned beast. His human body was the avatar. Sumu, however, had his human body as the true body and the Time Beast God as the avatar. Next, I just need to wait for the Violet Soul Race avatar to be born. In less than half a year, the Violet Soul avatar would be born. At that time, comprehending the soul would bring a terrifying surge in his spiritual power. Sumu temporarily returned to Earth. After staying on Earth for a month, Luo Fenghong and Lei Shin left Earth again. Sumu did not go with them. He knew that members of the Nuolanshan family would soon arrive. Earth already has an owner. If you don't want to die, you'd better not come. Sumu's gaze turned slightly cold. He hoped that the first batch of the Nuolanshan family would not court death. Earth now had an owner. If they still came, Sumu would personally send them on their final journey. Time passed. Earth remained peaceful. During the month since Luofeng and the others returned, they had taken the opportunity to slay the 2 Emperor-level monsters on Earth and killed quite a few King-level monsters as well. Now the strongest monsters on Earth were only equivalent to 2nd or 3rd order planet level of humans, and they were extremely scarce in number. As for ordinary monsters, they did not kill them, leaving them as whetstones for humanity. With the help of Luofeng and the other 2, humanity also began to formally engage with the universe. Previously, Sumu had only helped the Huaxia nation, while Luofeng and the others helped the entire world. Sumu merely watched it all without interfering in the slightest. Luofeng was the Lord of Earth, so such matters were naturally his concern. After another 2 months or so, the Violet Soul Race avatar was finally conceived as well. A bodiless purple specter hovered before Sumu. If brought to Earth, it would absolutely deserve the title of Ghost. Soul-type life forms are truly miraculous. Sumu tried attacking the Violet Soul avatar with his arc blade disc, but the blades passed straight through it without harming the Violet Soul in the least. Only when energy intensity reached a certain limit could one destroy the Violet Soul avatar, otherwise only soul attacks could work. And the Violet Soul Race were natural masters of the soul. It possessed 3 innate talents. The first was the offensive talent, Soul Sword, turning the soul into a giant sword to destroy the enemy's soul. The second talent was called Incarnation. It could split into countless soul incarnations, each possessing 70% of the original Violet Soul's power. It was excellent for both escaping and exploring secret realms. This talent is amazing. Sumu was overjoyed. In the future, he would inevitably explore all kinds of cosmic secret realms. With the Incarnation talent, he could send incarnations to dangerous places first and venture deeper only after assessing the level of danger. The third talent was called Spirit Metamorphosis. This talent could alter the essence of a soul. The soul essence of every race in the universe was different. Yet the Violet Soul Race could transform into the soul essence of most living beings except for a few special life forms. Both avatars and all 6 innate talents were extremely useful. Certain races in the universe were indeed formidable. Aside from being far too few in number, they surpassed the human race in every respect. Yet precisely because their innate talents were so powerful, it was impossible for them to be numerous. If the Purple Extreme Soul Race were as numerous as humanity, there would be no such thing as the 6 peak races. The universe would belong solely to the Purple Extreme Soul Race. After the 2 avatars were born, Sumu continued his secluded cultivation on Earth. He guessed that if the Nualanshan family could not resist the lure of greed, they would come within the year. Sure enough, less than half a year had passed. Sumu, I have detected a spaceship arriving. Abada exclaimed in shock. He was absolutely astonished. He had never expected that a spaceship from the outside world would really arrive in this void region sealed off by his master. What was more, Sumu had already been prepared well in advance. They were indeed moved by greed. Sumu sneered inwardly. He had always known that the Nualanshan family, even if they knew Earth had a master, would still be unable to resist greed and come running. After all, this had once been an ownerless, life-bearing planet. What if its master was too weak? What if it contained treasures? What if, carrying all kinds of wishful thinking, Bulyo Nualanshan still came? Since you have come, you might as well stay here forever. Sumu had no intention of allowing them to investigate any information about Earth. In the original story, the Nualanshan family had discovered the Golden Horn giant beast and the mechanical race's spaceship, and thus had even alarmed Nualanshan, the founder of the Nualanshan family. However, that fellow was timid, afraid that the bug race's mother nest on Earth would erupt, so he did not dare to come personally. Because of Sumu, the disaster caused by the Golden Horn giant beast had not occurred this time. Thus, as long as they did not discover the mechanical race's spaceship, the Nualanshan family's follow-up forces would not come. Li Nasi, Sumu called out. Master! A woman bowed before him. She had emerald green pupils, a pair of translucent wings growing from her back, and a curvaceous figure, like an elven queen from an Earth fantasy novel. Go and kill them. Sumu pointed to one of the spaceships on the screen. This Li Nasi was a universe-level first-order slave Sumu had purchased for 13 trillion Black Dragon coins, equivalent to 13 billion Shenwu coins. He had bought her precisely for this moment, and to deal with others in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire who were curious about Earth. A universe-level first-order powerhouse guarding Earth was more than enough, as long as Earth's secrets were not exposed. Yes, master. Li Nasi piloted the spaceship toward the approaching Nualanshan family vessel. As the 2 spaceships approached, Li Nasi flew out of the spaceship and stood coldly in outer space. Universe level. A universe-level powerhouse. The Nualanshan family members were utterly terrified. Bulyo Nualanshan was frightened out of his wits. How could he have imagined that Earth actually had a universe-level powerhouse? If they had known earlier that Earth had a universe-level powerhouse, they would never have come. Even if you gave them 100 times more courage, they would not dare. Without saying a word, Li Nasi punched Bulyo Nualanshan's spaceship. The entire vessel exploded on the spot, and the Nualanshan family members inside were struck by the mighty force, dying in an instant. Not a single one survived. A disaster for Earth had thus been resolved quietly by Sumu, and no one knew about it. Because Earth had a master and its secrets were not exposed, Bulyo's death did not cause even the slightest stir within the Nualanshan family, let alone draw the attention of the family founder Nualanshan. Everything was calm. Sumu merely glanced at the matter for a moment before once again sinking into comprehension of the origin laws. The Time Beast God Avatar comprehended the origin law of light and the origin law of time. The Purple Extreme Soul Race Avatar cultivated the soul. Sumu's main body comprehended the origin law of metal and the origin law of space. As for other origin laws, Sumu had not yet dabbled in them, but he would do so in the future, just not now. For the moment, the most important thing was to prepare for the universe genius battle. Only by joining the Virtual Universe Company could he obtain what he wanted. That meant he had to make a stunning debut in the Universe Genius Battle, surpassing Luo Fengbolin and every genius of the past, becoming an invincible genius for 10 million epochs, or even hundreds of millions of epochs. A new Qianwu auction came around. Su Mu attended once again and did not buy anything he truly wanted. Only some lank fruits for cultivating the Moyan vine. One day, Su Mu met Luo Fenghong and Lei Shen in the Virtual Universe. Senior brother. Luo Feng said. We encountered a domain lord-level expert named Ming Yu. He is a member of the Virtual Universe Company. As long as we join the Virtual Universe Company as external members, we can purchase a bloodline evolution agent to evolve the bloodline of us Earthlings. Senior brother, why don't you join the Virtual Universe Company as an external member too? We'll recommend you. Su Mu shook his head. No need. I don't need a bloodline evolution agent. The golden light sphere had been continuously evolving his bloodline, only the process was somewhat slow, but Su Mu did not mind. In the swallowed star world, time was an extremely cheap commodity. He had plenty of it to wait for the golden light sphere to slowly change his genes. Very well. The three did not say more. Su Mu was full of mystery in their hearts. Luo Feng then said, Senior brother, we are planning to take the apprentice mercenary assessment of the Universe Mercenary Alliance. Will you come? I'll come. Su Mu smiled inwardly and nodded. I haven't been active on Earth for quite a while. I can go and take a look. All right, senior brother. See you at Kanglan Star. Lei Shen laughed. Su Mu nodded, exited the virtual universe, left Earth, and first registered for the Universe Mercenary Assessment. Afterwards, Su Mu arrived at Kanglan Star. A water blue planet with a diameter of 32,000 kilometers. Senior brother. Luo Feng and the other two came over greeting Su Mu with smiles. Su Mu looked at the three and smiled. You have all improved greatly. Lei Shen had reached star level 3. Hong was star level 2. Luo Feng had even reached star level 5. Clearly, with some help from Su Mu plus their own trials, they were all stronger now than in the original story. If 4 people from Earth can enter the top 1,000 of the Qianwu Universe Nation in the Universe Genius Battle, that should be quite interesting, right? Su Mu laughed inwardly. However, if all 4 really entered the top 1,000 in the Qianwu Universe Nation, Earth would probably attract a lot of attention. Su Mu did not worry about that. Earth's secrets now were the mechanical race's spaceship and the bug race's mother nest. As long as he could enter the top 1,000 of the entire universe in the Universe Genius Battle, no one would dare touch Earth. Haha, our team might not be as gifted as the geniuses of those major organizations, but we're still pretty impressive, Hong said with a laugh. Each of the 4 had brought 2 9th-order star-level slave bodyguards. In total, the group consisted of 12 people. 8 were 9th-order star-level, and the remaining 4 were Su Mu and his companions. This was arranged by Su Mu for when competing for treasures within the realm within a realm, the more people the better. Of course, no matter how many they brought, they could never match the great powers who could muster tens of thousands of 9th-order star-level fighters combined. Thus Su Mu didn't bring extra guards. 2 per person was enough. Let's go. The 12 arrived together at the Cosmic Mercenary Alliance headquarters. The Thunder World is right there. A staff member pointed to a solitary villa, surrounded by heavy guards. A realm lord's world could be concealed within a single grain of sand or stone, so seeing the villa didn't surprise them much. It only deepened their awe at the wonders of realm lord powerhouses. Su Mu's group of 12 entered the villa, ascended to the 2nd floor, and opened a door. Beyond it lay something resembling a shimmering stream of flowing foam. Go on in, the gatekeeper said coldly. Holding hands, the 12 stepped into the glowing, bubbly light. After a dizzying whirl, they crashed onto the ground below. An endless black desert. So this is the Death Desert, recorded on the map we purchased. Lei Shen exclaimed in shock. The Death Desert is a forbidden zone of the Thunder World. Su Mu said calmly, let's leave this place first. The 12 shot into the air and sped off into the distance without encountering any trouble, smoothly escaping the Death Desert. 10 days later, each of them had obtained a horn from an iron-horned rhino. They then set out for Wind Thunder Canyon, the only place where the second mission target of the Apprentice Mercenary Assessment, Wind Hornstone, could be found. Su Mu didn't place much importance on the Cosmic Mercenary Assessment. If he had been alone, he would have gone straight to Wind Thunder Canyon long ago. Whether he completed the Apprentice Mercenary Assessment didn't matter at all. What truly mattered were the treasures within the realm within a realm. If it weren't for those treasures, he wouldn't even have come here. A month later, the group reached Wind Thunder Canyon. Within the canyon, they spent over a month searching for wind horn stones. Then one day the entire Thunder World suddenly began to tremble. Like a massive earthquake back on Earth, yet far more terrifying. What's going on? What's happening? Look over there. Tens of thousands of star-level fighters witnessed a mountain range split open, torn apart into a colossal rift that revealed a cave entrance resembling a black hole. Half embedded in the mountain range, half deep within it, unspeakably dreadful. What is this thing? Everyone's eyes widened. A faint smile appeared on Su Mu's face as he casually glanced at Luo Feng beside him. So this was Luo Feng's fortune. If he had been here alone, he believed this thing would never have opened. This is the entrance to the realm within a realm. Su Mu spoke up. Realm within a realm. Luo Feng and the others looked at Su Mu. Sumu explained, realm lords create realms within realms usually to hide their treasures. There must be countless treasures inside this one. Let's go. We're going in. Tens of thousands of star-level fighters flew into the realm within a realm and Sumu's group followed. After flying inside, Sumu and his group immediately separated from the other teams and arrived at a desolate, uninhabited area. Senior brother, what should we do? Everyone looked at Sumu knowing he was the backbone of the team. Sumu grinned. Brothers, this is our great fortune, ha ha ha. Luo Feng and the others were stunned. There are cosmic crystals everywhere down below. Sumu waved his hand. 5,000 meters directly beneath us, there's a massive deposit of cosmic crystals. Cosmic crystals. There are actually cosmic crystals. Dig fast. Everyone grew excited. As they began digging eagerly, Sumu thought to himself, Babata, did you detect them? Detected them, Babata quickly replied. There's a kind of smooth stone imbued with the power of thunder. What do you want that for? Don't worry about it for now. Have the Cloudvine go dig. Focus all its effort on excavating thunderstones. You can dig up a few cosmic crystals as a side job. Sumu laughed heartily. No one would ever guess that I have a cosmic-level Cloudvine. With his immense wealth, Sumu had naturally never neglected nurturing the Cloudvine. Back on Earth, he had already cultivated it to the peak of the 9th order star level. After entering the Thunder World, he had secretly evolved the Cloudvine to cosmic level. With a cosmic level Cloudvine and the detector he had prepared in advance, he was going to take at least half of the Thunder Realm Lord's treasure. Otherwise, wouldn't this entire trip have been for nothing? The excavation speed of a cosmic level Cloudvine was comparable to tens of thousands of star level fighters combined. Sumu had the Cloudvine excavating thunderstones, while Luo Feng and Hong also had their own Cloudvines. They mainly dug for cosmic crystals. They stayed underground the whole time, never surfacing. With the aid of Sumu's shielding device, no one else's detectors could locate them. Time passed. Half a month later. Ha ha ha, if it weren't for Senior Brother's shielding device, we could never have dug cosmic crystals in peace without fighting even once. Luo Feng couldn't contain his excitement. In just half a month we've collected a total of 430,000 cubic meters of cosmic crystals. That's equivalent to over 1.4 trillion Qianwu coins. Dividing 1.4 trillion Qianwu coins equally, each of the four would receive over 300 billion Qianwu coins. Sumu secretly laughed to himself. Babata curled his lips. If we hadn't been distracted by digging up those thunderstones, we could easily have unearthed tens of millions of cubic meters of cosmic crystals. Even while distracted by excavating thunderstones, the cosmic level Cloudvine still managed to dig up 3.5 million cubic meters of cosmic crystals. As for thunderstones, there were even more. Because no one else knew the purpose of thunderstones, Sumu had reaped an incredible bargain excavating nearly 30 million thunderstones. And this was despite Sumu not knowing where the thunderstones were distributed, having spent much time on detection. While Sumu and the others were diligently digging underground at the center of the realm, within a realm stood a castle of deep azure. Countless bolts of electric light permeated the castle, attracting the gaze of countless people nearby. Ha 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 ha. A booming laugh echoed across heaven and earth. Welcome everyone to the realm within a realm. I have been waiting for this day for 10 million years. Above the castle, beams of light converged, forming the virtual image of a plump, white-bearded old man, who gazed down at the more than 10,000 people below. Little ones, you've come here because you want to obtain the treasure, right? The white-bearded old man waved his hand, and a massive screen appeared displaying all kinds of precious treasures. No. 1. The triple-secured bank account where the complete set of spatial secret art inheritance crystal balls is deposited. No. 2. The master's personal bank account. No. 3. Domain Lord Tier Bloodline Serum. In total 68 kinds of treasures and 312 items, with the lowest being 5th order Origin Force weapons. Heavens! So many treasures! Everyone who saw the treasures on the screen had reddened eyes and gasped heavily. Getting a single treasure would make them the richest person in some small star system. Do you want these treasures? The white-bearded old man smiled. Then trade them for thunderstones. The white-bearded old man waved his hand, and exchange prices appeared behind each treasure. The spatial secret art inheritance crystal ball required 10 million thunderstones. The deposit bank account required 8 million thunderstones. The domain Lord Tier Bloodline Serum required 3 million thunderstones. The weakest 5th order Origin Force weapons were each 100,000 thunderstones. Go get thunderstones and exchange them. The white-bearded old man laughed heartily, providing photos and distribution maps of the thunderstones. Immediately everyone inside the world within worlds and those outside went insane. So many treasures were comparable to those of a relatively poor immortal. In a backward place like the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, who could resist? Countless people rushed in all directions, setting out to search for thunderstones. Someone is coming. Babata, who was overseeing the excavation work, said to Sumu, "It's a small team." Sumu's expression shifted slightly. Could the newcomers at this time mean that the Thunder Lord's intelligence had started stirring up trouble? Capture them. Sumu gave the order. The Cloudvine casually extended a single tendril, wrapped it around the small team with ease, and dragged all 10 people before Sumu. Speak. Did you come here to dig for thunderstones? Sumu stared coldly at the 10 people before him. The 10 people were bound tightly by the cloud vine's tendrils, unable to move and utterly horrified. They had no idea how there could be a cosmic-level cloud vine inside the world within worlds. This was far too terrifying. Yes, we came to dig for thunderstones. One who seemed to be the team leader replied. Hand over the thunderstone distribution map. Sumu barked. The 10 people were baffled. Hadn't everyone already seen the thunderstone distribution map? Was it really necessary to make such a fuss and rob them for the map? Although bewildered, they obediently handed the thunderstone distribution map to Sumu under the life-threatening coercion. Kill them. Having obtained the thunderstone distribution map, Sumu gave the order coldly. The cloud vine's tendrils strangled them all to death on the spot. Haha. With this thunderstone distribution map, and the main outside forces not yet inside this place is now my world. Sumu couldn't help but laugh. All his effort in specially cultivating the cloud vine had been worthwhile. He would recover the cost of nurturing it 100 or 1,000 times over. I've already dug this spot. I've dug this area too. This place, closest to us, I haven't dug yet. Then let's go to this place. With the thunderstone distribution map, Sumu immediately locked onto the nearest area he hadn't yet excavated. Luo Feng Hong Lei Shin. Sumu summoned the 3 who were still mining cosmic crystals. Senior brother. The 3 looked at Sumu in confusion. Sumu smiled slightly and explained to them the matter of the thunderstones and the many treasures. What? So many treasures? The 3's eyes reddened to their hearts pounding uncontrollably. Leave the thunderstone digging to me. Sumu said. You know a man named Mingyu, right? Luo Feng nodded. He contacted us before asking us to find treasures in the world within worlds. Sumu said. We'll need his help next. Millions of troops had entered the world within worlds and would seal off the castle. Even Sumu couldn't force his way through, so he still needed outside help. I understand. Luo Feng was sharp and immediately knew what to do. I'll contact Lord Mingyu right away. Leaving the task of contacting Mingyu to Luo Feng, Sumu continued excavating frantically with the group and the cloud vine. With the thunderstone distribution map, Sumu's digging efficiency reached a terrifyingly high level. On average, he could dig up 5 to 6 million thunderstones per day. And if anyone dared to compete with him, the cloud vine would kill them without mercy. Very soon 10 days passed. Let's go exchange for treasures. Sumu smirked, planning to make one huge ruthless move. Senior brother, how many thunderstones do we have? Lei Shin couldn't help asking. Sumu grinned. Nearly 90 million. Hiss. Everyone drew in a sharp breath. They had also learned about the treasure exchange. The most precious spatial inheritance crystal ball was only worth 10 million thunderstones. 90 million thunderstones was enough to redeem every single treasure. Senior brother, will there be any problems? Even the normally calm Hong felt his scalp tingle. If they really exchanged for all the treasures, it would undoubtedly cause a massive uproar. It's fine. Sumu led everyone and flew to outside the Thunder Castle. Sure enough, many people were guarding the place, not allowing outsiders easy entry. Luo Feng, I'll leave this to you. Sumu said to Luo Feng. It was time for Luo Feng to step in. Luo Feng walked over and negotiated with the coalition forces outside the Thunder Castle. Behind him stood Mingyu, representing the Three Axes Mountain, one of the 4 great organizations of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Without much effort, Luo Feng easily handled it and led everyone into the coalition forces. People kept coming and going outside the Thunder Castle. Most were pretending to go in and exchange treasures, while very few genuinely exchanged anything. Therefore, of the 312 treasures, no more than 10 had been redeemed so far. Sumu watched for a while, then put on his battle suit, covering his head with the helmet, and entered the Thunder Castle without attracting any attention. Inside the Thunder Castle, in a cold, dim, ancient chamber. What do you wish to exchange, little one? A low voice sounded. Do you have thunderstones? These past days many people have come here but had no thunderstones to exchange. Of course I have thunderstones. Sumu waved his hand and a pile of thunderstones appeared on the ground. Haha, good. A white-bearded old man walked in from outside the house. Finally, a little one who truly has thunderstones. What treasures do you want to exchange? The white-bearded old man looked at Sumu with a smile. I want to exchange for all the treasures except the spatial secret method inheritance crystal ball. Sumu said calmly. The account for the spatial secret method inheritance crystal ball was a fake, so of course he wouldn't take it. What did you say? The white-bearded old man's eyes bulged. I said I want to exchange for all the treasures. Sumu repeated himself, handing over a spatial ring. Take a look and you'll know. The white-bearded old man took the spatial ring, swept his divine sense over the thunderstones inside, and his expression changed. How can you have so many thunderstones? Mind them, of course, Sumu said coolly. The white-bearded old man gave Sumu a deep look, then smiled. Fine. Since you've brought enough thunderstones, I will naturally hand over the treasures. But why don't you want the space inheritance crystal ball? Sumu was speechless. If it were real, of course he would want it. If it were fake, why would he want it at all? Buy it just to make myself angry. Heh. Sumu smiled without answering. After all, he could hardly tell the white-bearded old man that he knew the space inheritance crystal ball was fake. Take it. The white-bearded old man gave Sumu a spatial ring in return. Sumu swept his divine sense over it. Sure enough, all the treasures were inside. Many thanks. Sumu clasped his fists in salute and left with the spatial ring. Watching Sumu's departing back, the white-bearded old man narrowed his eyes slightly. After 10 million years of solitude, leaving with a master like this doesn't seem so bad. He must have a great secret on him. But since he has exchanged away every treasure, things are going to get interesting for everyone else. Let me add some fuel to the fire. After leaving Thunder Castle, Sumu led Luofeng and the others quickly out of the Allied camp. Senior brother, how did it go? Once they reached an underground spot in a desert outside, Luofeng couldn't help asking. In the Allied camp, everyone had held it in and now they could finally ask. Done. Sumu said only 2 words. Haha, senior brother, incredible. Now apart from the space inheritance crystal ball, nothing else is left. By the way, senior brother, why didn't you exchange for the space inheritance crystal ball? The others looked at Sumu in puzzlement. The space inheritance crystal ball was a priceless treasure, more valuable than all the other treasures put together. Because it's fake, Sumu said calmly. Everyone was puzzled. How did you know it was fake? I never imagined thunderstones could have such a use. How did you know? Babata asked in Sumu's mind. He finally understood why Sumu had been mining thunderstones. But he still couldn't understand it. Thunderstones were a product of the realm within the realm, and Sumu had never set foot there before. How could he know that thunderstones could be exchanged for treasures? Because I can foretell the future, of course. Sumu was spouting nonsense. Babata naturally refused to believe it, but he asked no further. In his heart, however, he felt a bit more awe towards Sumu. A riot might break out outside soon. Let's just stay here quietly and wait to leave the realm within the realm. Sumu calmly knew that because he had exchanged away all the treasures, chaos was inevitable in the realm within the realm. It was better to lie low. He was not worried about his own safety, however. For one thing, he had confidence in himself. For another, he knew that the intelligent white-bearded old man of the Thunder Realm Lord had already followed him and was hidden inside the Thunder secret art he had exchanged for. The old man had been alone for 10 million years and definitely did not want to go on being lonely. Since Sumu had also displayed his power, he would surely follow Sumu out of the realm within the realm. Yet Sumu would not accept the Thunder Realm Lord's inheritance. The inheritance would be given to Lei Shin. Sumu would not compete with him over a mere Thunder Realm Lord's inheritance. Sure enough, as Sumu had expected, once all the treasures were exchanged away, everyone in the realm within the realm suspected one another, each thinking that someone else had taken them. The original alliance collapsed, and a world-shaking battle erupted, blood flowing like rivers. Sumu, Luofeng, and the others stayed underground the whole time, occasionally mining cosmic crystals while keeping a close eye on the situation above. The fighting dragged on for over 10 days, and only after the final space inheritance crystal ball was exchanged away did it barely die down. In those 10 days of battle, at least 400,000 to 500,000 people had died. Time to leave. After observing the situation above, Sumu and the others reappeared and slipped back into the ranks of the Sanfu Mountain force. The Sanfu Mountain people were displeased with Sumu and his companions. After all, they had not shown up during the great battle and only came out now, making it obvious they had been hiding. However, since Sumu and the others represented Mingyu, the Sanfu Mountain people, though displeased, did not let it explode. They filed through one by one and left the Thunder Realm. Take out your spatial rings. We're checking your spatial rings. Outside, the Thunder Realm people were inspecting spatial rings. The high-ranking members of the major powers absolutely would not allow so many treasures to disappear without a trace. Sumu exchanged glances with Luofeng and the others before handing over their spatial rings. Inside the rings were only some cosmic crystals and extremely low-grade weapons. Go. After the inspection found nothing unusual, they were allowed to leave. The group quickly boarded their spaceship, sped into the dark universe, and headed for Cholong Star. Ha ha ha. Mission accomplished. We've hit the jackpot. Inside the spaceship, the group could not help laughing loudly. Only at this moment could they laugh out loud. Earlier they had been on tenterhooks the whole time because true safety had not yet been confirmed. Sumu smiled as well. The reason he dared to be so audacious was that he had his own confidence. Although the Time Beast God clone was not of the space type, it naturally possessed an inner world. Sumu had stored all the treasures in the clone's inner world, so the people of the major powers naturally could not detect anything. All the treasures are here. Everyone choose something useful first. Sumu took the treasures out of the Time Beast God clone's inner world. Whatever is left over and useless I'll sell. Babata calculated that all these treasures together could be sold for over 600 trillion universe coins. That is over 600 Hunyuan units. The Thunder Realm Lord was far better off than the Yunguang Realm Lord. His wealth was comparable to that of a slightly poor immortal. I'll take this Thunder Secret Art. Lei Shin was the first to choose, picking the Thunder Secret Art. I don't want the rest. The cosmic crystals I mined are enough. Hong also selected a single treasure and took nothing more. Luofeng did the same. They all felt they had done nothing, so they were too embarrassed to take many things. A symbolic single treasure was enough. Sumu did not say much. He immediately contacted the Universe Galaxy Bank to sell the treasures. 5 months later, he sold them all, receiving a total of 621 trillion universe coins. That is 621 Hunyuan units. Babada transfer 10 billion universe coins to each of Luofeng and the others. Sumu said, then added quietly, transfer another 10 billion to Luofeng. Tell him not to say anything. Sumu, are you really going to transfer that much money to them? Babada felt reluctant. Together that's 40 trillion universe coins. Hong and Thunder God each got 1 billion universe coins and Luofeng got 2 billion. It's just a little money. Sumu shook his head. Babada, don't be stingy. Without them we wouldn't have gotten so many treasures. Babada curled his lip, unconvinced. They didn't put in any effort at all. How could we have failed to get so many treasures without them? Sumu didn't bother explaining. Was he supposed to tell Babada that without them the realm within the realm would never have appeared? This was an opportunity belonging to Luofeng and the other two. Sumu had used it to make a fortune, so naturally he gave them a larger share. A mere 40 Hunyuan units was nothing to dwell on. In the future Sumu could earn far more with ease. Babada, you need to set your sights farther. Sumu smiled. You were with the master of Yunma Star after all. Don't be so petty. Babada was speechless. If the master of Yunma Star were still alive, a mere 40 Hunyuan units would indeed be nothing he cared about. But wasn't the master of Yunma Star dead? After receiving news of the transfer, Luofeng and the other two came to the house Sumu had bought in the virtual universe to find him. Take the money and cultivate well. Something major is about to happen. Raise your comprehension of domains and laws as quickly as possible. Sumu said to the three. The Universe Genius War was held in the virtual universe. Every contestant's genetic primal energy and spiritual power were exactly the same. All at the 9th rank of the star level. What was tested was domains, law comprehension, combat experience, and so on. Something major is going to happen. The three exchanged glances, not knowing what it could be. It's something very good. You'll know when the time comes. Sumu smiled, left the virtual universe, and continued comprehending domains and laws. Time passed and a new session of the Chenwu auction began. At the auction, Sumu bought a Yenshin weapon. Luofeng bought a Yenshin weapon and skin fragments of the Masha race. Hong and Thunder God had also gained the right to participate in the Chenwu auction, and each bought what he wanted there. After purchasing the Yenshin weapon, Sumu continued to comprehend the Gold Origin Law and the Space Origin Law through it, waiting for the Universe Genius War to begin. Huaxia Calendar, March 9th, 2066. Virtual Universe. Above Black Dragon Mountain Island. Suddenly over Black Dragon Mountain Island in the night sky, an enormous black proclamation, edged with light, appeared out of thin air. Cosmic Humans Peak Genius War. Once in 10,000 years. It is about to be held. Everyone in the virtual universe saw this colossal black proclamation. Naturally Sumu, Luofeng, and the others were no exception. Even those not in the virtual universe immediately entered it after being told and saw the floating proclamation. Sumu gazed at the enormous floating proclamation and murmured inwardly, finally it's here. It could be said that in the original story Luofeng entered the virtual universe company through the Universe Genius War, and was able to achieve what he did later only after being nurtured by the company. If he hadn't gone to the virtual universe company, he would still have had no problem becoming a world master, and through hard work there was hope of becoming an immortal, but he would never have become as powerful as in the original story. The virtual universe company had extremely abundant resources, and that was also why Sumu had been waiting for the Universe Genius War all along. Once you joined the virtual universe company, as long as you displayed your talent, the company would spare no effort in nurturing you. Even though alien races might covet you and secretly plot against you. Whoosh! A white-robed figure appeared beside Sumu. Master! Sumu hurriedly bowed to Yuanzu. Yuanzu had taught him often, and Sumu had long since come to regard him with great respect. Do you still remember that I lent you money and asked you to complete a task? Yuanzu looked at Sumu with a smile. Of course I do. A thought crossed Sumu's mind as he smiled. Master, you're not telling me to take first place in the Universe Genius War to complete the task, are you? First place is not hard for you. Yuanzu knew exactly how strong Sumu was. The only thing he didn't know was that Sumu had a Time Beast God clone and a Ziji Soul Clan clone. But Yuanzu was perfectly clear about Sumu's comprehension of domains and origin laws, and Sumu had never concealed it from him. Yuanzu knew that with Sumu's strength, winning first place in the Universe Genius War was entirely achievable. Sumu smiled confidently. His hard work had not been in vain. Of course Yuanzu's teachings had also been indispensable. I want you to win first place using only the Gold Origin Law and the Space Origin Law. Yuanzu looked at Sumu. This is the task I'm giving you. There was no doubt that Sumu's most profound comprehension lay in the Light Origin Law and the Time Origin Law. His Gold Origin Law and Space Origin Law were comparatively weaker only when set beside his comprehension of the Light Origin Law and the Time Origin Law. Compared with other geniuses, they were naturally not much weaker. Understood. Sumu nodded solemnly. Winning first place with the Light Origin Law and the Time Origin Law was simply effortless for him. Using the Gold Origin Law and the Space Origin Law would still have a tempering effect. There was no helping it. His understanding of the Light Origin Law and the Time Origin Law ran so deep that even Yuanzu had praised it. I'll be waiting to hear your good news. Yuanzu disappeared. Sumu bowed in the direction where Yuanzu had left and said silently in his heart, Master, I will definitely free you from the suppression of the primordial universe's origin will. Sumu's gaze turned once more to the huge floating proclamation, his eyes filled with resolve. Babata, sign me up. Sumu spoke. Haha, sign up. Of course we have to sign up. The Universe Genius War. You must take first place. Babata was ecstatic. He knew Sumu's strength extremely well, and was filled with confidence that Sumu would take first place. What did it matter that the universe had 1008 universe nations and endless geniuses? Who could possibly be Sumu's match? If Sumu truly took first place, that would be far more impressive than Babata's original master Huyenbo. Sumu immediately filled in the registration information and signed up. Luo Feng and the others also completed their registrations. Senior brother, we have to give it everything this time. Luo Feng looked at Sumu, flames of passion burning in his eyes. Of course. Sumu smiled faintly. Uncle Su, Uncle Hong, Uncle Thunder God and Daddy. Go for it. Luo Feng's daughter Luo Han smiled and waved her little fist. That's right. A daughter. Perhaps because Sumu had altered some of the plot, Luo Feng and Su Xian still had 2 children, but they were not the original 2 sons. Instead they were a pair of boy-girl twins. The elder brother was named Luo Hai and the younger sister was named Luo Han. All Sumu could do was say sorry to the vanished Luo Ping. 1 month after registration for the Universe Genius Battle closed, the complete list of participants was released. In total, over 820 billion star-level contestants from the Qianwu Universe country had signed up to compete. These 820 billion star-level individuals, however, were hardly remarkable compared to the entire star-level population of the Qianwu Universe country. Countless others had simply chosen not to participate. Nevertheless, those who dared to register possessed at least some real strength. The Universe Genius Battle consisted of 2 phases. In the first phase, the top 1,000 from each universe country would be selected. In the second phase, the top 1,000 from every universe country would engage in a final showdown to determine the ultimate top 1,000 of the entire universe. With over 820 billion contestants, the Qianwu Universe country's competition comprised both preliminary elimination and arena battle. The preliminary elimination phase was meant to weed out the vast majority of star-level contestants. Of the 820 billion, only 100,100 would remain. The 820 billion were partitioned into 100 world battlefields with over 8.2 billion people in each world. These 8.2 billion plus people would slaughter one another, and 1,001 would be selected based on accumulated points. The first-ranked contestant advanced directly, while the remaining 1,000 would enter the arena battle against qualifiers from other world battlefields. The entire process would last for a considerable span of time. Then I'll simply kill my way to first place. Sumu had no intention of taking part in the arena battle, so securing first place outright was the best course of action. Since his goal was, after all, the championship of the Universe Genius Battle, there was naturally no need to hold anything back. After the registration deadline passed, the day arrived. May 16, 2066 by the Huaxia calendar. The date of the Qianwu Universe country's preliminary elimination. Sumu, Luo Feng, and the others stood together waiting to be teleported by the virtual universe. Good luck, everyone. Sumu smiled. In this lifetime, everyone was somewhat stronger than in the original story. As long as they were not unfortunate enough to encounter a true expert, securing a top 1,000 spot in their respective world zones should not be a problem. A crisp voice resounded, mass teleportation imminent. Countdown. 3, 2, 1. All registered contestants vanished at once, arriving in a space specially set aside by the virtual universe. World Zone 49. Sumu appeared on an island with surging ocean waves beside him and a dense forest stretching into the distance. Sumu shifted his feet. The gravity of this world was roughly 10,000 times that of Earth, and the ground beneath his soles was incomparably hard. He looked down at the arm guard on his wrist. Contestant Sumu. Points 0. Rank none. World Zone 49. Time: the preliminary elimination will last 30 days. When the time is over, the entire preliminary ends and victors are decided by the final point ranking. Note: World Zone 49 is a simulation modeled after the Thousand Island Star of the real Qianwu Universe country. The entire world consists of 1,300 islands, and all objects possess a hardness rating of B9. Scoring rules: killing a contestant earns 1 point, and you also gain half of that contestant's points. Ranking rules: the dead still retain their rankings. If your points are high enough even after death, with your preliminary halted and half your points forfeited, you may still place in the top 1,001. So make every second count. Solemn reminder: everyone has only one life. After death, your preliminary ends and half of your points are lost. A detailed leaderboard is attached below. 1,300 islands, over 8.2 billion people. Sumu smiled. That's more than 6 million people per island on average. Now let the games begin. His telekinetic power swept outward. Even under the suppression of 10,000-fold gravity, Sumu's telekinesis could still cover a radius of 100,000 meters. This was because both his Time Beast God avatar and his Purple Extreme Soul Clan avatar had already reached the 9th stage of the universe level. Kill. Everyone within the radius of 100,000 meters was locked onto by him, 1,009 people in total. He was not like Luo Feng, who could afford to wait and act later. Sumu intended to slaughter everyone on this island first, then move on to the next. The number 1 spot of World Zone 49 was destined to be his. Swish, 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 swish. Countless blades shot out from beside him at extreme speed, and every person within the radius of 100,000 meters received a blade of their own. SHHK, SHHK, SHHK. One after another people crumpled to the ground and Sumu's points surged upward like crazy. Contestant Sumu. Points 1009. Rank 1. Moving on. After exterminating all life within the 100,000 meter radius, Sumu flew toward another location. Everyone caught by his telekinetic sweep fell like mowed grass. Not a single person could withstand even one of his blades. Spaceships hovered in circles above the various world zones, their occupants watching the battles below. Su Ming, Fu Wan and the families of Luofeng and Hong were gathered together, also watching the battles below. My big brother is ranked first. A little girl with 2 bun-shaped hair buns atop her head cheered. Beside her, Luohan held her hand, both gazing at a screen in their hands. Uncle Su is the most amazing of all. My dad is still beyond the top 10 million. This adorable girl with bun-topped hair was the daughter of Su Ming and Fu Wan, named Su Qiqi. The couple had originally not wanted to have children, fearing Sumu might feel uneasy about it. In the end, it was Sumu who encouraged them to have a child, and even urged them to have many. Sumu himself had no desire to marry and have children, but he could not simply let the Su family bloodline come to an end. Thus he let Su Ming take on the duty of continuing the line. After all, Su Ming was full of energy and vitality, and there was no worry about being unable to afford raising children. Having more offspring was the proper path. Fu Wan stood off to the side, her belly slightly swollen, clearly pregnant with her second child. Sumu had promised that as long as she gave birth, he would pay for all the expenses of raising the children. Fu Wan had actually wanted to have her own children all along. She had simply been afraid that Sumu wouldn't like it. With Sumu's assurance, everything turned out joyfully for one and all. The members of the Su and Luo families chatted and laughed, while the various nations and forces under the Chenwu Universe country also kept their eyes on the ranking boards of every world zone. That Sumu in World Zone 49 is from our Black Dragon Mountain Empire. He has been first the whole time, and his points are far ahead of second place. Look, his points keep skyrocketing without stopping. He kills people way too fast. Many people flocked to the skies above World Zone 49, locking onto Sumu's position and watching his rampaging slaughter with their own eyes. Those telekinetic flying blades were nothing short of death-dealing lawnmowers. They cut down lives wherever they flew. Even if someone managed to dodge the first blade, they would never escape the second. Sumu's mastery over telekinesis was simply too overwhelming. Who could blame him for having a purple Extreme Soul Clan avatar? The Purple Extreme Soul Clan was originally the most formidable race among soul-type lifeforms, and it studied telekinesis every waking moment. This was simply bullying. Sumu slaughtered with wild abandon, and the spectators above watched in sheer delight. The people of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire in particular erupted in cheers. Even the Empire's emperor and his numerous ministers had all turned their attention to Sumu. This Sumu is too incredible. Ha ha ha. He is the genius of our Black Dragon Mountain Empire. He must be richly rewarded. Sumu was unaware of the outside world's discussions about him. He had already slaughtered everyone on one island, and was now crossing the ocean toward another. That other island was about to witness a massacre of unimaginable brutality. When Sumu descended upon this new island, he's here. The god of slaughter is here. Damn. Why has he come to our island? Run. Countless people were terrified. Sumu's reputation had long since spread. Because of his frenzied slaughter, he was known as the god of slaughter. God of slaughter. Let me cross swords with you. A bolt of thunder came crashing down. This man was one of the strongest on the island, known as Violent Thunder. Go! Sumu pointed with his finger, and 10 flying blades formed a disc slicing through Violent Thunder's body. Then countless more blades shot out, dense and countless, blotting out the sky like a rain of knives descending from heaven. Within a radius of 100,000 meters, every single person was killed. Not one remained. How terrifying. This isn't killing people at all. Even mowing grass on a planet isn't this easy. Being assigned to the same world zone as him is just our bad luck. Sumu's frenzied slaughter even drew the attention of the upper echelons of the Chenwu Cosmic Nation. This Sumu has the potential to break into the top 1000 in the entire universe. Indeed, he has every potential. The potential to join the Virtual Universe Company. However, he is a controller, so it's understandable that he kills quickly. I hope he can enter the Virtual Universe Company. Time flowed on. 30 days passed in the blink of an eye. From the very beginning, Sumu had firmly held the first-place position in the 49th World Zone, never slipping down for even a second. When the time ended, Sumu naturally took first place. His points exceeded the combined total of those ranked second through fifth. Good. Let's go see the Sumu and Luofeng immediately. The two of them are the pride of my Hailongshan Empire. There's also that Hong. Though a bit weaker, he still broke into the top 1000, ranking 834th. They all come from Earth in the Milky Way. If they can enter the top 1000 in the universe, we might as well award the entire Milky Way to them. This reward is quite good. Sumu and the others were teleported out. Impressive senior brother. Killing people is like mowing grass. Lei Shin smiled wryly. I was unlucky enough to run into that savage, otherwise, I should have managed to squeeze into the top 1000. Senior brother and Luo Feng are the truly formidable ones. Hong sighed with emotion. The next stage is the arena finals. You two must work hard. Sumu said to Hong and Luo Feng. Yeah. The two nodded in unison. Time flowed on and soon the day of the arena battles arrived. Because Sumu was the first place in the 49th World Zone, he did not need to participate in the arena battles, and directly obtained a spot to represent the Chenwu Cosmic Nation in the final decisive battle. Luo Feng and Hong however both had to participate in the arena battles. The arena battles were to last an extremely long time. Fully 3 years. Since Sumu did not need to compete, he remained on Earth in secluded cultivation. Earth at this time, owing to the great fame of Sumu and Luo Feng, had drawn quite a number of visitors. With their level of insight however, they naturally could not discover the secret of Earthlings' elevated mental state. The mechanical ray spaceship had long since been collected by Luo Feng. The only secret about Earth that outsiders could still see was the Zerg Hive, but no one dared to provoke that thing. If the Zerg Hive were to awaken, not to mention Earth and the Milky Way, even the Hailongshan Empire would be doomed. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Tomorrow is the day when the top 1000 geniuses from all cosmic nations across the universe face off. Su Ming looked at Sumu. Do your best. Brother, do your best. Su Qiqi snuggled in Sumu's arms. Fu Wan stood nearby holding a little boy of about 2 years old in her arms. Sumu smiled. Dad, Aunt Fu, are you sure you don't want to have a few more children? The great responsibility of expanding the Su family line rests on your shoulders. No more. Fu Wan chuckled. Xiaomu, look at how old Luo Feng's child is already. You can also get married and have children to carry on the Su bloodline. As the eldest son of the Su family, you bear that responsibility. And now you're the idol of all Earth. Know of the entire Hailongshan Empire. Even if you don't marry, you can still have a few children. Sumu chuckled but said nothing. The more he comprehended the primordial laws of the universe, the more immersed he became. Truly, he harbored no such worldly desires in his heart. Comprehending the great Tao of heaven and earth was far more interesting than the pleasures of men and women. Alas! Su Ming let out a deep sigh and said gloomily, Luo Feng's father is already a grandfather. You? After chatting and laughing, Sumu entered the virtual universe and arrived at a floating island together with Luo Feng. The god of slaughter is here. The madman is here too. The top 1000 geniuses selected from the Chenwu Cosmic Nation all greeted Sumu and Luo Feng. Sumu, I hope we can cross hands in the universe genius final battle. Rong Jun the Savage looked down at Sumu, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. They had all witnessed Sumu's slaughter in the 49th World Zone. At that time Sumu had not used any primordial law at all, only the ninefold domain. They refused to believe Sumu had not comprehended the power of the primordial laws. If he was already so formidable without using primordial law power, how terrifying would he be once he used it? Inconceivable. There will be a chance, Sumu said. As he spoke, an immense, invisible pressure descended. All 1000 geniuses turned pale and couldn't help trembling. Except for Sumu. Both his Time Beast God avatar and Purple Extreme Soul Clan avatar had reached the Domain Lord level, so this mere pressure could certainly not affect his will. A giant wearing scale armor robes and a helmet walked over. This person was the leader of the Chenwu Cosmic Nation team, the Immortal Army Master Lord 13. 13 glanced at Sumu and nodded inwardly. To be completely unaffected by his pressure, Sumu's willpower was unmatched. Sumu, Rong Jun, you two are the only ones in our Chenwu Cosmic Nation I am confident won't be eliminated. The Nation Lord places great importance on you. Especially you, Sumu. You might even have a shot at the top 10. Do not disappoint the Nation Lord. Yes. Sumu and Rong Jun bowed respectfully. As for the others, there's not much hope. 13 snorted coldly. Sumu smiled, glanced at Luo Feng, and Luo Feng met his gaze, giving a slight nod. After 13 had spoken a bunch of nonsense, he led everyone teleporting into a brand new plane created in the virtual universe. A vast, boundless continent. To the Chenwu Cosmic Nation team ahead are 1008 towering buildings. Your Cosmic Nation has been assigned to Building 0825. A man in white robes bowing said. Led by 13, the group flew together to the central plaza, surrounded by the 1008 towering buildings. The arrival of the geniuses from Chenwu Universe Country captured the attention of geniuses from other universe countries. Sumu and his companions had watched their battle videos, and they in turn had watched the videos of Sumu and his companions. That must be Sumu, right? Someone said. He fought to first place in the preliminary elimination without using any laws at all. He has certainly stepped across the threshold of the fundamental laws. It's just that no one managed to force him to reveal them. And that Rong Jun is extremely formidable too. The crowd exchanged glances, then followed Shirsan into Building 0825. Everyone received a number card and went to find their own rooms. Sumu's card was number 1. Rong Jun drew number 2. Luo Feng drew number 3. Looking at the card, Sumu could not help smiling inwardly. If 3 people from Chenwu Universe country manage to enter the top 5, I wonder what expression the other universe countries will be wearing. Sumu had come for first place and he was fully confident of seizing it. As for Rongjun and Luofeng, both were also capable of entering the top 5. With 3 of the top 5 spots held by Chenwu Universe country alone, this was probably the finest result since the founding of Chenwu Universe country. Senior brother, let's go out and see the geniuses from the other universe countries. After Sumu and Luofeng had each paid a visit to their rooms, Luofeng came to find Sumu. We can go take a look. Sumu nodded. His familiarity with those geniuses was limited to the original work and the battle videos Chenwu Universe country had shown him. He had never truly set eyes on them. Even though in the original work they had all been left far behind by Luofeng, there were still some who were stronger than Luofeng right now, and those naturally became his opponents. The people from Chenwu Universe country walked over under Sumu's lead. Sumu saw Ai-chan the light sword. A breathtakingly beautiful girl in white feather robes like an angel descended from earth. He saw Jia Laishi the illusion demon totally enveloped in a black robe. And there was also Wu Ka the prince of Mankastar, one of the 3 fools of Taichu. Then there was the pair of genius siblings from the mysterious Aogus planet. The universe described in the original work is vast beyond measure, but Luofeng was after all only one person, so there were many places he had never visited. Sumu thought quietly to himself, since I am already here, I naturally want to appreciate the infinite splendor of the universe. Take for example the renowned Aogus planet, Mankastar, Muzu planet, and other places. The powerhouses of a single planet could rival an entire universe country. Or the golden leaves of the Keela's ancient tree mentioned at the Chenwu auction, as well as the countless strange and wondrous races in the universe. If he did not personally witness the universe's vastness and mystery, his heart would always carry some regret. But this was after all a world where combat power was off the charts, a crises lurked everywhere, and to appreciate those sights one had to possess sufficiently formidable strength. Suddenly the entire plaza fell silent. A handsome young man in white robes with a blood sword slung across his back walked over. Bolan. The death god Bolan. There is no question who is first in the overall standings this time. Although the strength Sumu had displayed was formidable, it was still far from Bolan's. After all, Bolan's comprehension of the fundamental law of space had astonished even many immortals. Though everyone knew Sumu was certainly concealing his true strength, no one believed he could measure up to Bolan. All except Luofeng. Luofeng turned his head to glance at Sumu. In his heart, Sumu was the true well-deserved champion of this genius battle. Sumu felt Luofeng's gaze and smiled back at him. Even with my Mo Sha race clone and Goldenhorn giant beast clone, I still can't match senior brother. Luofeng marveled inwardly. And that's only the fundamental laws of metal and space. Luofeng knew very well that Sumu's greatest strengths lay in the fundamental laws of light and time. But Sumu had told him that he absolutely would not use the fundamental laws of light and time in this battle. If he did, there would really be no challenge whatsoever. As everyone chatted and got to know one another, a voice suddenly invaded their minds. All contestants from the 1008 universe countries gather at the central plaza. All the geniuses rose involuntarily and converged on the central plaza. Sumu's mind jolted and he was himself again. As expected of a universe venerable. Sumu marveled inwardly. His will was unyielding, and on top of that the ZG soul race had advanced to domain lord level. Even so, he had nearly failed to withstand that voice. And this was still within the virtual universe. The Nine Swords Venerable certainly had not used his full strength, otherwise no matter how firm Sumu's will was, he could not have held out, for the gap between their realms was far too vast. Though he had regained his clarity, Sumu still pretended to be in a daze as he followed the crowd to the central plaza, where he joined over 1 million geniuses in forming one enormous phalanx. What happened? After they had formed up, the geniuses suddenly snapped back to their senses. Seeing the 1008 immortals before them, their faces were full of shock and awe. Welcome to the Peak Genius Battle, hosted by our Virtual Universe Company. A gentle voice sounded. A man in a cyan battle robe with purple scales on his head appeared standing midair. The aura faintly emanating from him was enough to make people submit involuntarily. A universe venerable. The Nine Swords Venerable. Each of the 1008 universe countries selected 1,000 contestants, resulting in more than 1 million geniuses. The cyan-robed man stood in the void looking down upon the 1 million geniuses below, and said in a gentle voice, our Virtual Universe Company will choose the strongest 1,000 from among you and draw you into the core of our Virtual Universe Company. You million will contend for these 1,000 slots. The rules are as follows. Tomorrow each of you will enter a separate trial space. Our Virtual Universe Company has prepared over 1 million trial spaces, one for each of you. There are 7 trial towers in total in the trial space. Each trial tower has 7 floors. Begin with the first trial tower. Once you have cleared all 7 floors of the first, move on to the second, and continue until you die and are expelled from the trial space. Based on your performance in the trial space, points will be calculated. Those ranked first through 100 in points will not need further selection, and will be directly absorbed as core members of our Virtual Universe Company, taking 100 slots. Those ranked from 101st to 7300th, these 7200 people, will then engage in an arena showdown for the remaining 900 slots. As for those ranked beyond 7300th, all are eliminated. The cyan-robed man's words left the million geniuses below dumbstruck. This time there were 1,008,000 people in total. In other words, a single trial space alone would eliminate 1,000,000 of them. While the million geniuses were still reeling in shock, a white-robed man appeared beside Sumu. No one had noticed his arrival. Master. Sumu looked at Yuanzhu in astonishment. Yuanzhu smiled slightly. During tomorrow's trial space challenge, you must clear every trial stage using only the gold origin law and the space origin law. Sumu's expression turned grave. He knew of this trial space. It was said to be impossible to clear at the star level, just like the primordial Tongtian mountain. It had not been built to be conquered, but only to set an unattainable target. Of course, it was not entirely unattainable. If one were a genius born once in 10 million epochs, one could naturally clear it. One epoch was 10081 years. 10 million epochs equaled 100 billion years. Yes, Sumu said in a solemn voice. Winning first place in the Universe Genius War was not particularly difficult for Sumu, even if he used only the gold origin law and the space origin law. But clearing the trial space, that was immeasurably more difficult than winning first place in the Universe Genius War. Sumu recalled that Bolin was still far from clearing it. If you achieve it, I will reward you, Yuanzhu said with a smile. Sumu's eyes blazed with light. A reward from Yuanzhu was bound to be something extraordinary. Perhaps he could even ask Yuanzhu directly for an avatar capable of comprehending the space origin law. The time origin law and the space origin law were the high-order laws of this world. The time origin law gave rise to the wind, thunder, and light origin laws. The space origin law in turn gave rise to the 5 origin laws of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. As long as Sumu could obtain something like a Masha clan avatar, that would be enough. He did not need to gather law avatars for every element. Do your best, my good disciple. Yuanzhu vanished once more. Sumu Luofeng and the others returned to building 0825 and waited for the trial space to open. The next morning a voice rang out, everyone please prepare. A collective teleportation will soon send all participants to their respective trial spaces. A clear, pleasant voice echoed through the entire dimensional plane. Senior brother, do your best, Luofeng said. You too do your best. Sumu nodded. In this life Luofeng should be able to go further than in the original account, shouldn't he? A strange invisible force enveloped everyone and teleported all 1008000 geniuses away. Sumu appeared on a colossal meteorite. Ahead of him stood 7 enormous trial towers, each like a great mountain and fully 7 floors high. Sumu looked at his wrist. Participant Sumu Chenwu Universe Country Points 0 rank none trial space location no. 1008000. There were 7 trial towers in the trial space, each with 7 floors. In the first trial tower one could earn at most 10000 points per floor. Clearing all 7 floors successfully would yield at most 70000 points. In the second trial tower one could earn at most 10000 points per floor. Clearing all 7 floors successfully would yield at most 70000 points. In the fourth trial tower one could earn at most 1000000 points per floor. Clearing all 7 floors successfully would yield at most 7000000 points. In the seventh trial tower one could earn at most 100 trillion points per floor. Clearing all 7 floors successfully would yield at most 700 trillion points. Note, once you die the trial is over. There are 2 ways to pass each floor. First, kill every target on the floor, earn the maximum points, and be teleported directly to the next floor. Second, if you do not kill all the targets and you are still alive after 10 days, you will be teleported directly to the next floor to continue the trial. When all participants have died, the trial ends. Below is the leaderboard. I originally intended to cut straight through the trial tower, but since Master has given me a task, I might as well do as Luofeng does. If Yuanzhu had not assigned the task, Sumu would not have bothered cultivating in the trial tower like Luofeng. He would have finished the towers early and been done with it. He could cultivate outside just the same. Since Yuanzhu had assigned the task and promised a reward, Sumu naturally had to fight for it, and find every possible way to complete it. There were 10 days per floor, meaning 10 extra days of cultivation. 1 trial tower meant 70 days. For Sumu, every single day of cultivation brought no small improvement. 1 more day of cultivation meant 1 more sliver of hope for clearing all 7 trial towers. Sumu entered the first trial tower. First floor of the first trial tower, 10,000 ferocious beasts. Blood-haired mammoths. Killing each beast earned 1 point. If he killed them all, he would receive 10,000 points and be teleported directly to the second floor. If he failed to kill them all, he only had to survive for 10 days to be sent to the second floor. Death meant the end of the trial. Go! Sumu manipulated the flying blade arc disc and easily killed 9990 of the blood-haired mammoths, leaving the last one alive before beginning to cultivate. Luofeng was doing the same. Most of the other geniuses, however, charged wildly upward, their points climbing and their rankings soaring. These 2 fellows, Shirsan of the Chenwu Universe Country, looked at Sumu and Luofeng through gritted teeth. As expected of people from the same place, they think exactly alike. How could he not know that Sumu and Luofeng were cultivating in the trial towers? But in his view, what difference did an extra year of cultivation make? It could only be said that his talent was somewhat lacking. He had no idea how vital that extra year of cultivation was for Sumu and Luofeng. The people of the Chenwu Universe country shared his opinion. But Sumu and Luofeng cared nothing for outside evaluations. They only acted according to their own will. As time passed day by day, the two cultivated until the final moment before killing the monsters and moving to the next floor. On the 7th floor, Luofeng also discovered an insect race's mother nest. But since Sumu had long ago told him that there was one on Earth, Luofeng was not as uneasy as in the original account. First trial tower, second trial tower, third trial tower. Sumu and Luofeng advanced steadily while many geniuses had already been eliminated. Whoa! The fourth trial tower. The difficulty has gone up. At the first floor of the fourth trial tower, Sumu smiled. Time to switch weapons. Sumu put away the arc disc and slung a dark golden long staff across his back. The Yenshin divine weapon. Damn. He's only now using his real weapon. The arc disc from before was just for fun. Heavens. He passed the first 3 trial towers while playing around, but I gave everything I had and still couldn't get through the third. It seems the law he comprehends is the gold origin law. He must have comprehended the space origin law too. The geniuses and immortals watching from the outside were astonished. They had not expected that Sumu had been playing around through the first 3 trial towers. Only at the 4th trial tower did Sumu begin to take things seriously. How could they know that even with the Yenshin divine weapon in hand, this was still not Sumu's true strength? Were it not for the restrictions of Yuanzu's task, Sumu would long ago have slaughtered his way through the trial towers using the light origin law and the time origin law. Oh, it seems this little junior brother of mine might be a genius like Kudi. One who appears only once in 10 million epics or even over 100 million epics. On Leitang Island, a golden figure watched Sumu's battle. But even so, why did Master accept him as a disciple? The Lord of Chaos City could not understand it. Even if Sumu was a genius born once in over 100 million epics, it would have been enough for him to take the disciple himself. There was no need for Master Yuanzu to do so. I wonder if Master acted on a whim or if there is another reason. The Lord of Chaos City shook his head. Since Yuanzu had not told him on his own initiative, he had no way of knowing why. Still, you're a lucky little fellow. I can hardly even meet Master yet. You can summon him at any time. The Lord of Chaos City smiled helplessly. Whenever Sumu encountered a doubt he could not resolve, he would ask Yuanzu. Yuanzu would even occasionally appear proactively to instruct Sumu. A privilege not even the Lord of Chaos City enjoyed. Sumu produced the Yen Shinbing, astonishing quite a few people. His ranking and Luofeng's ranking continued to rise steadily. Sumu and Luofeng have entered the 5th trial tower. Both have entered the top 50. These two little fellows are truly formidable. Indeed, especially that Sumu. He wields the Yen Shinbing with such consummate skill. He isn't going to clear all 7 trial towers, is he? That shouldn't be possible. Even Bolin couldn't do it. Bolin couldn't, but that doesn't mean he can't. I now think he is stronger than Bolin. Immortals and geniuses buzzed with discussion. As Sumu's and Luofeng's rankings soared, the two also regained the recognition of the citizens of the Chenwu Cosmos Nation. When Sumu reached the 4th floor of the 5th trial tower, he narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at his wrist. Bolin has already fought his way to the 7th trial tower. In the original work, Bolin was also a formidable genius, but his brilliance was overshadowed by Luofeng. Moreover, with his pride and excessive ambition, he chose the cosmic chaos steel and wasted far too much cultivation time. After all, he was a genius born once in over 10,000 epics, and naturally he possessed extraordinary qualities. In the end, though, Bolin was defeated on the 1st floor of the 7th trial tower, but only after slaying 5612 blood fur mammoths. One should know that a single blood fur mammoth on the 1st floor of the 7th trial tower was equivalent to a genius ranked in the top 100 of the universe genius battle. Bolin alone killed more than 5,000 of them. In other words, he could take out more than 5,000 geniuses ranked in the top 100 of the universe genius battle all by himself. That frightened those geniuses quite badly. The gap was too vast. Meanwhile, the strongest of the geniuses ranked 2nd through 6th had failed on the 1st floor of the 6th trial tower, a full trial tower behind Bolin. It was not merely a floor of difference but an entire tower. I wonder if Sumu can surpass Bolin. At that moment, everyone's gaze was fixed on Sumu. There were only 3 people left in the trial towers. Only Sumu still had any hope of surpassing Bolin. In my view, that's difficult. Indeed, Bolin is too strong. His comprehension of the spatial origin law has reached an extremely terrifying level, especially those thousands of phantom bodies. It's dreadful. I can't even withstand a single move of his. I'm completely outmatched. Many geniuses sighed in dismay. The gap was so vast it was despairing. On the 7th floor of the 5th trial tower, countless insectoids charged at Sumu. With a flick of his finger, 9 small golden swords combined into one golden sword that tore through the void. Wherever it passed, innumerable insectoids fell like mown grass. Yen Shinbing 1st level. Illusory sword style. Everyone recognized the move, and showed no surprise at Sumu's ability to execute it. It would have been strange if he couldn't. Sumu entered the 6th trial tower and 10,000 blood fur mammoths attacked from all directions. The golden illusory sword pierced through the void. No blood fur mammoth could even get within 100 meters of Sumu before being annihilated. Second floor, third floor, seventh floor. He passed the seventh floor of the sixth trial tower too. Will he be defeated in the seventh trial tower? Many geniuses and immortals had begun to grow nervous. Whether he could surpass Bolin would all come down to this. Bolin watched the live broadcast with a blank expression without saying a word. Senior brother will definitely surpass Bolin. Luo Feng was full of confidence in Sumu. If I hadn't been at such a disadvantage in the trial towers, none of you would be my match. The illusion demon Gialazi was displeased. As an illusionist, he was truly at a disadvantage in the trial towers. On the first floor of the seventh trial tower, sky-piercing style, facing countless blood-fur mammoths, Sumu manifested 9 golden illusory swords around himself. Then the 9 swords merged into one, becoming an even larger and keener sword aura that swept across all 8 directions. Blood-fur mammoths comparable to top 100 geniuses of the universe genius battle fell one after another before Sumu. He's already surpassed Bolin. Truly formidable. Could it be? He really can clear all the trial towers. The crowd found it hard to believe. The immortals were even more shaken. If he clears all the trial towers, he's a genius born once in 10 million epochs. Bolin, after all, is merely a genius born once in over 10,000 epochs. Even Bolin couldn't help clenching his fists. Second floor, third floor, fourth floor, 3 golden great swords, 5 golden great swords, 7 golden great swords. Sumu cleared the 4th floor of the 7th trial tower. On the 5th floor of the 7th trial tower, mechanical race puppets. 100 of them. Every mechanical race puppet was stronger than Bolin. Kill. Sumu controlled the golden sword and dense ranks of phantom bodies appeared. I told you, since he has comprehended the metal origin law to such a high level, how could he not comprehend the spatial origin law? His spatial origin law is even stronger than Bolin's. The mechanical race puppets can't hold on. The 5th floor of the 7th trial tower. Cleared. 6th floor. Cleared. 7th floor. Cleared as well. Sumu officially cleared all the trial towers. He did it. He really did it. He is an invincible genius born once in 10 million epochs, far stronger than Bolin. He can become a space venerable. Yes, he is qualified to become a space venerable. Surpassing us won't be difficult for him. Many immortals were stunned, sensing that Sumu's potential was far greater than any of theirs. They did not believe Bolin had the potential to become a space venerable, but Sumu truly did. Provided he did not fall from grace halfway. This kid, the green-robed 9 swords venerable, had been watching the trial all along, his eyes brightening. He can become my disciple. The 9 swords venerable had already taken a liking to the idea of accepting him as a disciple. It wasn't just him. Many venerables and Cosmos nation lords had also entertained the thought. Bolin and his ilk did not stir their hearts. In their long lives they had seen quite a few geniuses born once in over 10,000 epochs. But a genius like Sumu born once in 10 million epochs was far too rare. Taking Sumu as a disciple would guarantee a venerable level right-hand man in the future. Who wouldn't want that? This junior brother of mine is likely to stir many people's hearts. The Chaos City Lord watched, thinking that even he, let alone others, would have wanted to take Sumu as a disciple if the origin ancestor hadn't already done so. But since Sumu was already his junior brother naturally, he could not take him as a disciple. However, I still need to help him. Otherwise, with so many people wanting to accept him as a disciple, he would be torn, and offending any of them would be bad. Universe venerables, cosmic kingdom sovereigns, and even cosmic overlords all wished to accept Sumu as a disciple. Whom should Sumu choose as his master? If he chose one, he would offend another. Thus, only a powerful figure stepping forward to take Sumu as a disciple would deter the others from daring to object. And who was the most suitable person for that role? The Chaos City Lord himself. Of course, he would only pretend to accept Sumu as a disciple. In truth, Sumu remained his junior brother. This would also provide Sumu with a concealed identity. After all, they couldn't tell outsiders that the origin ancestor had taken Sumu as a disciple. If that were to come out, the alien races would likely stop at nothing to kill Sumu. With a thought, the Chaos City Lord sent out multiple emails. What? The Chaos City Lord has taken a liking to him. He wants to accept him as a disciple. The 9 Swords Venerable gave a wry smile. The Chaos City Lord is the supreme authority of our virtual universe company. I have no qualifications to contend with him. Sighing, the 9 Swords Venerable gave up the idea of taking Sumu as his disciple. The other venerables and cosmic kingdom sovereigns who had taken a fancy to Sumu also had no choice but to abandon their intentions. Who could compete with the Chaos City Lord? Senior brother, congratulations. Sumu appeared in the central plaza and Luofeng approached to offer his congratulations. Sumu glanced at Luofeng's ranking. Still third. In the original story, Luofeng had ranked third. Now with Sumu taking up a spot, he was still third. Proof that he was even more formidable than in the original timeline. Sumu is first, Luofeng is third. And they say they come from the same planet. Tisk tisk, I wonder what kind of planet that is to produce such talents. The geniuses from various cosmic kingdoms were filled with emotion. Outside, the Chenwu Cosmic Kingdom had gone mad with excitement. First place, third place, and even Rong Jun in the top 20. All of them hailed from the Qianwu Cosmic Kingdom. 2 of the top 10 were from the Qianwu Cosmic Kingdom. An unprecedented grand occasion for the kingdom. Especially astonishing was Su Mu's conquering of the Trial Tower, something never heard of or seen before. Reward them. The sovereign of the Qianwu Cosmic Kingdom personally issued the decree beside himself with excitement. The Hailongshan Empire meanwhile began preparations to gift Su Mu the entire Milky Way galaxy, and to gift Luofeng a galaxy as well. Su Mu, Luofeng, Rong Jun. Shersan looked at the three with a beaming smile. Su Mu, with your strength, the first place in the Cosmic Genius War is as solid as can be. Shersan treated Su Mu with great respect, knowing that as long as Su Mu didn't fall, becoming an immortal was a foregone conclusion. Not only that, Su Mu didn't even need to become an immortal. He could slay immortals already at the World Lord stage. He had already come to regard Su Mu as an equal. As for Luofeng and Rong Jun, you 2-1 rank 3rd and the other 15th have performed quite well. But I must tell you, this doesn't mean you are stronger than everyone else. Luofeng and Rong Jun nodded in succession. Everyone knew that in the Trial Tower psychic controllers had a huge advantage while martial artists had very little. As for illusionists, they had no advantage at all. But that didn't mean illusionists and martial artists were weak. Real combat was certainly different from challenging the Trial Tower. Unless one possessed overwhelming power. Su Mu and Bo Lan, for instance, had gone much farther than the others, so their strength naturally far surpassed everyone else's. After saying these words of caution, Shersan left. Su Mu, I genuinely want to fight you, but right now I'm not your match. Rong Jun was brimming with fighting spirit, but he knew he was no match for Su Mu. He couldn't even take a single move from him. However, he would not give up. He would work hard, surpass Su Mu, surpass everyone, and kill his enemies. Luofeng, I hope we meet on the arena stage. I will defeat you. Rong Jun left those words and departed. Luofeng smiled and said, I look forward to fighting you. That day all who had been eliminated left, leaving only the final 7,300 geniuses. The next day, the green-robed man 9 Swords Venerable appeared once more, his pressure seizing every soul. He cast a smiling glance at Su Mu. After all, Su Mu was from the cohort he was responsible for. Even though he hadn't been able to accept Su Mu as a disciple, his relationship with Su Mu would be closer than that of the other venerables and Cosmic Kingdom sovereigns. The green-robed man's appearance heralded a new round of battle. Apart from the top 100 in the Trial Tower rankings, the remaining 7,200 geniuses would compete in arena battles. Among them 900 would be selected, and together with the previous 100 a total of 1,000 would enter the Virtual Universe Company. An hour and a half later the elimination round concluded and 900 were chosen. Next, the 9 Swords Venerable announced the rewards. Those ranked from 101st to 1000th would receive 10 Hunyuan units and join the Doomsday Secret Realm. Those ranked from 11th to 100th would receive 100 Hunyuan units and join the Heaven and Earth Secret Realm. Those ranked from 3rd to 10th would receive 1,000 Hunyuan units and join the Primordial Secret Realm. Those ranked 1st and 2nd would receive 10,000 Hunyuan units and join the Origin Secret Realm. Just like in the original story, the Origin Secret Realm was given 2 spots. Even though this cohort's quality was higher than in the original, it was impossible to grant 3 Origin Secret Realm spots. Next came the arena battles among the 1,000 geniuses. The Virtual Universe system would select 100 from the subsequent 900 to battle the original 100 in arena duels. From the victorious 120 would be chosen to contend for the top 10. From the top 10 the 1st and 2nd would then be selected. Everything was left to the Virtual Universe system's judgment. As soon as the rules were announced, they naturally provoked discontent among many geniuses. Why should everything be left to the Virtual Universe system? Senior brother, these rules are quite arbitrary. Completely reliant on the Virtual Universe system. Luofeng whispered. Su Mu raised a finger to his lips and gave a soft shoo. Trust the Virtual Universe system's judgment. Luofeng was slightly astonished. It seemed Su Mu knew the origins of the Virtual Universe system. Su Mu smiled mysteriously. The creator of the Virtual Universe system was his teacher. How could he not know? With the Virtual Universe system's capability, judging the strength of these little ones was naturally no problem at all. Of course, all those who objected were forcibly suppressed. So overbearing, Luofeng remarked. As the second ranked among the 5 great human powers in the universe, how could it not be overbearing? Another day passed and the 1,000 geniuses gathered in the central plaza. The green-robed man 9 Swords Venerable appeared once more. Today you will engage in the final battle. The green-robed man waved his hand and 100 enormous arenas materialized. Su Mu, Luofeng and the others were teleported into them. The silver-white arena stretched 10 kilometers across with a black wire mesh covering the entire battlefield. Su Mu's first opponent was a 4-armed human. Seeing that he was up against Su Mu, he gave a helpless wry smile. If he had met anyone other than Su Mu and Bo Lan, he would have believed he had a fighting chance. Unfortunately, he had drawn a monster like Su Mu. Even his master had said that lasting a single move against Su Mu would count as a success. Whoosh! Just as he was wondering how to survive that one move, a golden sword shot straight through his body. Su Mu won the first battle with ease. Then he won the second just as effortlessly. After those 2 battles, the list of the top 10 was decided. Sumu Bo Lan Luofeng Wuka Rong Jun Ai Chun Long Yun Lancelot Zhang Mo Chen Shui. Once the top 10 were determined, the ranking battles began with opponents matched according to how quickly they had won their previous fights. In other words, the fastest winner would face the slowest winner. Sumu had won the fastest, so his opponent was Rong Jun, who had won the slowest. The corner of Rong Jun's mouth twitched. He had confidence that he could defeat Sumu, but not now. He was self-aware enough to know that his current self was far too far behind Sumu. Not even on the same level. There was not the slightest chance of defeating him. Sure enough, before he could unleash even a single saber strike, Sumu took him out. Sumu, I won't give up. One day I will surpass you. Rong Jun was full of confidence. Keep it up. Sumu smiled. The 2 of them watched the remaining battles for a while. At last the final 5 were selected. Sumu Bo Lan Luofeng Long Yun Chen Shui. Luofeng had not faced Long Yun. Instead he encountered Ai Chun, and emerged victorious. Among the final 5, a round-robin battle was held. Each fighter had to fight 4 battles. The most anticipated battle was naturally the one between Sumu and Bo Lan. Bo Lan bearing a blood-red sword, and Sumu bearing a dark golden long staff stood facing each other on the arena. Both were dressed in white and were exceptionally handsome. Both were recognized geniuses who could enter the primordial secret realm. Without a word, Bo Lan summoned countless phantom bodies. Perish! Sumu called out softly. A giant sword of the heaven-piercing style appeared, and swept across all directions, annihilating every phantom body along with Bo Lan himself. Bo Lan, defeated. His defeat was expected by everyone. Sumu's first place had long been unshakably secure. I lost. Only Bo Lan's thoughts were complicated. He had never imagined losing, but lose he did. Perhaps I took the wrong path. I should not have wasted my time on the time origin law. Bo Lan's understanding of the space origin law was an incomparable match, yet he had also insisted on comprehending the wind origin law, all for the sake of cultivating both the time and space origin laws together. In the original story, Bo Lan only came to his senses after being surpassed by Luofeng. There was no denying that his ambition was immense, but his talent and fortune were clearly not enough to support it. After his defeat by Sumu, Bo Lan began to reflect on himself. Abandon the time origin law and focus solely on the space origin law. If I had not been distracted by the wind and time origin laws, I might well have been able to defeat Sumu, Bo Lan thought to himself. He decided to give up comprehending the time origin law and specialize entirely in the space origin law. Little did Sumu know that his defeat of Bo Lan had made Bo Lan abandon the time origin law decades earlier than in the original story. With that, all the battles came to an end. Sumu won all 4 battles and was truly worthy of first place. Bo Lan had 3 wins and 1 loss, taking second. Long Yun had 2 wins and 2 losses, taking third. There was no dispute that Sumu and Bo Lan would enter the primordial secret realm. Their strength truly surpassed that of most people. Bo Lan, Sumu. I will definitely defeat them, Rong Jun said to Luofeng from beside him. Luofeng glanced at him and said, Then you'd better be prepared to risk everything. Let me tell you. Up to now, senior brother hasn't even used 30% of his strength. Rong Jun's eyes went wide, staring at Luofeng in disbelief. How is that possible? Luofeng grinned. Nothing is impossible. Senior brother still has countless trump cards hidden, but unfortunately no one gets to see them. Not to mention the fact that if Sumu drew the Guangxiao sword, even all 1,000 geniuses combined could not withstand a single strike from him. Rong Jun found it hard to believe, but Luofeng's eyes told him that Luofeng was not lying. And there was no reason for him to lie. After the Universe Genius battle concluded, the Virtual Universe Company began making arrangements to bring the Chosen Ones to Chaos City. Because the distance was so vast, the journey to Chaos City would take a full 3 years. After leaving the virtual universe, Sumu and Luofeng each said farewell to their families, then boarded a spaceship and set off for the headquarters of the Virtual Universe Company. Because Sumu was a genius of the primordial secret realm, his escort was far more luxurious than Luofeng's 1 immortal 10 realm lords and 100 domain lords. He entered the primordial zone of Yuxiang Mountain in the virtual universe. Sumu immediately opened the treasure vault of the Virtual Universe Company to browse. Setting other matters aside, what Sumu wanted most was naturally an avatar with spatial attributes similar to the Masha clan. The Masha clan were energy lifeforms. They had no souls and were immune to soul attacks. Not only could they comprehend the space origin law, but they could also work together with a Ziji Soul clan avatar to explore cosmic secret realms. Truly an ideal choice. As a member of the primordial secret realm, Sumu was directly granted 100,000 points. 10 times more than Luofeng, who was a member of the Taichu secret realm. So many treasures. So many secret arts. This is too precious. Babata was dumbfounded. He could not help thinking of his master Huyen Bo. If Huyen Bo had had such opportunities, he would not have fallen. Huyen Bo was a lone wanderer. To cultivate to a level approaching that of a marquee-level immortal and personally create many soul secret arts, his talent was already quite remarkable. Sumu opened the other special categories section of the treasure vault. What he needed was exactly in this category. Masha clan skin. Immortal level intact, worth 300,000 points. Damn, that's expensive. An immortal level crystal clan corpse, 2 million points TSK. A corpse from the demon race's royal clan. All kinds of treasures left Sumu dazzled. Naturally among them were the spatial attribute avatars he needed. However, they were too expensive. That was one issue. Second, what Sumu truly wanted was an avatar of a special lifeform. The kind of unique lifeform of which only one existed in the entire universe. Although the Masha clan were hailed as the darlings of space and the most powerful assassins in the universe, there were certainly lifeforms even more aligned with the space origin law. Most importantly, everything sold in the virtual universe treasure vault was complete and the lowest priced items cost several 100,000 points. Sumu simply could not afford them. If he could afford it, getting a Masha clan avatar wouldn't be a bad idea. Oh right. Master still owes me a reward. Perhaps I can choose the reward myself. Sumu thought of Yuanzu. He had completed Yuanzu's task and Yuanzu would not be stingy with a few small rewards. Master. Sumu was the one who took the initiative to contact Yuanzu. Yuanzu appeared and chuckled. Such a hurry boy. Afraid I won't grant you a reward. Sumu grinned and said, I knew Master would certainly reward me. Yuanzu replied, First tell me what you need. As long as it's within a reasonable scope, I can provide it. But if you ask for too much, I won't be able to satisfy you. He was not going to hand Sumu something of excessively high value right away. Of course, with Yuanzu bestowing a gift, it would hardly be anything mediocre. Master, I want a remnant of a space-attributed special lifeform, similar to the Masha race. Just a little scrap is enough. Sumu's requirement was remarkably modest. He merely needed a scrap, however incomplete. Yuanzu nodded and smiled. Boy, you actually know about special lifeforms. Sumu was startled for a moment, then promptly began to flatter. Isn't it because I've served under Master for so long? All of it is the result of learning from you. Yuanzu did not dwell on it. He wouldn't believe certain lies from Sumu, but he could not be bothered to debunk them either. What do you think of the 5-colored void ancient serpent? As he spoke, Yuanzu waved his hand, and before Sumu appeared all sorts of information about the 5-colored void ancient serpent. The 5-colored void ancient serpent was quite small, merely the size of an ordinary person's index finger. Its body was cloaked in translucent 5-colored radiance set into the void, as if it were one with the emptiness. Its tiny head was not at all daunting, or on the contrary, it was rather adorable. Not only was the 5-colored void ancient serpent a darling of space, but it also wielded the 5 law powers of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Of course, it still could not compare with the beast god. The beast god was a born lord of the universe, having fused a lower order origin law with a higher order origin law. The 5-colored void ancient serpent, however, though it commanded many origin laws, was unable to fuse them together. Moreover, the 5-colored void ancient serpent was an energy lifeform and had no soul. Good. Thank you, Master. Sumu beamed. Sumu would refuse no void-type special lifeform. As an exceedingly powerful lifeform bearing space origin, attributes the 5-colored void ancient serpent was exactly what he needed. Once you go to the Virtual Universe Company headquarters, the broken scales of the 5-colored void ancient serpent will be delivered to you. Yuanzu said, Keep up the hard work. When you reach universe level, I will have a task for you. Oh, and if you wish to comprehend the time origin law and the space origin law, simultaneously redeem the cosmic codex from the treasury. Thank you, Master. Sumu bowed. After Yuanzu departed, Sumu resumed browsing the treasures in the Virtual Universe Company's treasury. Sumu quickly redeemed some cultivation arts. Babada's eyes glittered as he looked over the various secret arts in the treasury. These are all exceptional goods. Your teacher's soul seal is worth only 10,000 merit points, and you have 100,000. Hurry and redeem them. Redeem all of these. Babada yelled impatiently. Having laid eyes on so many precious secret arts for the first time, he was deeply stirred. Don't be so hasty, Babada. Let's redeem some useful things first. Sumu said with a smile, We can't redeem things carelessly. Right. We mustn't redeem carelessly. I was far too impulsive. Babada had also come to his senses. Merit points are extremely important. We can't squander them. By the way, have you decided what to redeem? I'm redeeming the Cosmic Codex. Sumu directly searched for the Cosmic Codex Yuanzu had mentioned. He had a rough guess about its origin. It must have been written by the Chaos City Lord, and it would be of great help in comprehending the Universe Chaos Steel. This was precisely in line with Sumu's needs, for he was going to choose the Universe Chaos Steel. Damn! A complete set of the Cosmic Codex costs 300 billion merit points. Babada's eyes nearly popped out. Which great figure created this? To think it's this exorbitant! Sumu laughed inwardly and said aloud. I don't know which great figure created it, but since I need to comprehend the time origin law and the space origin law, this is precisely what I need most. Sumu studied it seriously. The Cosmic Codex was divided into 11 volumes. The first volume of the Cosmic Codex was 1,000 merit points. The first 2 volumes of the Cosmic Codex were 10,000 merit points. The first 3 volumes 100,000 merit points. Too expensive, far too expensive. The first 2 volumes alone are already worth your teacher's soul seal. Babada found it hard to accept. The The soul seal which Hu Yanba, master of the Yuma star, had painstakingly created was worth no more than the first 2 volumes of the Cosmic Codex. And those 2 volumes were obviously just building a foundation. By the first 3 volumes, Sumu did not hesitate. He purchased all 3 volumes of the Cosmic Codex at once. 100,000 merit points spent completely. Sumu was not worried in the least. Once he went to Chaos City and took on the heaven-piercing bridge, he could earn even more merit points. There was no need to fear they might not be enough. When it came to the heaven-piercing bridge, Sumu was fully confident. After purchasing the first 3 volumes of the Cosmic Codex, he did not wait long before someone delivered 3 great chests to the doorstep of his residence in the primitive zone of Yuseong Mountain. Sumu carried the 3 great chests into his room. When he opened them, each chest held over 100 translucent books with pages thinner than cicada wings and exceedingly soft. For the next 3 years I'll devote all my time to comprehending the Cosmic Codex. Though Sumu remained aboard the starship in body, his consciousness was connected to the virtual universe, and he immersed his mind and soul fully in the comprehension and cultivation of the Cosmic Codex. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. As the starship left the dark universe, Sumu beheld an utterly colossal continent, the headquarters continent of the Virtual Universe Company. Your Highness. As he walked down the passage, someone was already standing silently at its end waiting. Your Highness, this is an item for you. The man in the lead handed over a small chest. Sumu restrained his excitement, knowing that inside should be the broken scale of the 5-colored void ancient serpent, promised to him by Yuan Zhu. Thank you. Sumu smiled. After watching the 3 leave, he opened the chest. Inside lay a translucent 5-colored scale the size of a finger joint, and he put it away for the time being. Because his true body had not yet broken through to universe level, he had no chance to birth a 3rd avatar. He would go to Chaos City, break through, and then conceive his avatar. Afterwards, Sumu was led into an oval hall. Senior brother. Sumu. Sumu's here. Luo Feng and the others had already arrived, and upon seeing Sumu they all greeted him. In Yuseong Mountain of the Virtual Universe they occasionally gathered together. They got along rather well and were fairly familiar with one another. Everyone broke into various small cliques, chatting idly. It was not until all had assembled that a tall, lean man with crimson eyes appeared. Wrapping everyone in his origin force, he led them all to a bizarre starship. Riding a strange cosmic vessel, led by the 9 swords venerable, the group traversed the cosmic passage, and finally entered the primordial universe. Within the primordial universe, heaven and earth were faintly split apart. Countless strange mystic patterns flowed along the edges of the cracked void, linked by one thread after another with secret patterns drifting on the threads. This was the outward manifestation of the universe's fundamental laws of operation. Only in a place like the primordial universe, still in the epoch of its opening, could one witness the fundamental rules of the universe visibly manifested. It was immensely beneficial for comprehending all kinds of cosmic laws. Before long the strange spaceship flew over an ancient city, and 1,000 geniuses disembarked. Soon afterward a reception envoy came over and told everyone about Chaos City. After the introduction, the reception envoy led everyone to a corridor before the city lord's mansion. There are 52 chaos steels. Each person can choose only one. You have half an hour to make your selection. Murals hung along both sides of the corridor. The crowd viewed them one by one, and Sumu walked directly to the second mural, the Universe Chaos Steel. The image on the Universe Chaos Steel was a planet suspended in the dark starry void. Sumu became immersed the moment he saw it, perceiving the planet turning and carrying a breath of flowing time and space. Time flowed, space rippled. Half an hour passed quickly, and Sumu had looked at only this one image. He did not even glance at the other Chaos Steels. He had long since decided to choose the Universe Chaos Steel, and had even exchanged for the Universe Codex, so naturally, he could not be bothered to look at the others. Which Chaos Steel do you choose? The reception envoy asked. The Universe Chaos Steely, Sumu answered. The Universe Chaos Steel. He actually chose the Universe Chaos Steel. His spatial talent is so high. Choosing the Universe Chaos Steel means he wants to comprehend the fundamental law of time. Truly ambitious. I'm afraid he will waste his time. When they heard that Sumu had chosen the Universe Chaos Steely, some geniuses whispered among themselves. Waste time. Luo Feng heard their words and laughed quietly, wondering what expressions they would wear when they learned that Sumu's comprehension of time was even higher than his comprehension of space. The Universe Chaos Steel. Bolan fell silent. He had originally wanted to choose the Universe Chaos Steel as well, but after being soundly defeated by Sumu, he ultimately gave up and chose the 9 Universe Chaos Steely, the same one Luo Feng had chosen. Moreover, during the 3 years of traveling to the primordial universe, he had poured all his heart into the fundamental law of space, and no longer wasted any time comprehending the fundamental law of time. Perhaps that was a good thing for him, but there was surely still some unwillingness in his heart. After the reception envoy finished the records, he was about to lead everyone to comprehend the Chaos Steels. Sumu quickly said, Envoy, my energy pod has arrived. Can I go and soak in it first before coming to comprehend the steel? Before he arrived, he had applied for an energy pod in the virtual universe, and it had now been delivered. Sumu wanted to raise his genetic energy and telekinetic power to universe level 9th rank first. The higher one's realm, the easier it was to comprehend the fundamental laws of the universe. Go ahead. The reception envoy glanced at Sumu but did not say anything more. After all, each person had 7 days of comprehension time, and could start whenever he wished provided that the chamber containing the chosen chaos steel was unoccupied. Thank you. Sumu promptly left. Your Highness, the energy pod you requested has arrived. 3 black-clad men saluted respectfully. Sumu smiled and said, then let us begin. Sumu casually found an uninhabited room in Chaos City, claimed ownership, moved the energy pod inside and began soaking. He was at star level 1st rank and wanted to soak directly in the energy pod until he reached universe level 9th rank. This process lasted a full 3 months and more. Many things happened during those 3 months. First, aside from Sumu himself, everyone else had comprehended a chaos steel for 7 days and challenged the heaven-reaching bridge. Among them, the best performance belonged to Bolon, who broke through the first 3 levels of the 9-universe heaven-reaching bridge in succession, and failed only when he attacked the 4th. There was one other person who passed a level of the heaven-reaching bridge, Luofeng, who passed the first level of the 9-universe heaven-reaching bridge. As for the others, Rong Jun, Long Yun, and their companions did not pass any level. Even so, Rong Jun was accepted as a disciple by a powerful and ancient cosmic kingdom lord. After all, Rong Jun's origins were not simple. At the same time, everyone also learned that Sumu had been accepted as a disciple by the Lord of Chaos City. However, Sumu had not gone to see the Lord of Chaos City, nor had he formally acknowledged him as master in person. Since it was false from the start, the Lord of Chaos City naturally would not summon Sumu, and Sumu certainly would not run over to pay obeisance. It was enough to have the name attached. Outsiders could not know whether it was true or false. 3 months later, Sumu left the energy pod with both his genetic energy and telekinetic power at universe level 9th rank. Now it can be nurtured. Sumu brought out the broken scale of the 5-colored void ancient serpent to nurture it. It would take only 1 year for the incubation to succeed. Afterwards, Sumu arrived outside the chamber of the universe chaos steel. Before the bronze gate, a benevolent 3-eyed old man stood smiling. Lord Kandri. Sumu bowed slightly. You little fellow, you finally came to comprehend the chaos steel. Many people are waiting to see you challenge the heaven-reaching bridge. As a genius who appeared once in 10 million epochs, Sumu's actions naturally attracted much attention. Many wanted to see which level of the heaven-reaching bridge he could reach upon first entering Chaos City. Since Bolon could pass the 3rd level, how could Sumu be weaker than Bolon? Go in. There is no one inside. Lord Kandri said with a smile. Those who comprehended the universe chaos steel were already the fewest, and the chamber was unoccupied most of the time. Rumble. The bronze gate opened, chaotic chi swirling. After bowing to Lord Kandri, Sumu entered the chamber. Inside the enormous chamber, Sumu saw a giant steel wreathed in chaotic chi. The universe chaos steel contained 11 images in total. The first image was a planet. The second was a gigantic star. The third was a black hole. The fourth was a star system resembling the solar system. The fifth was a vast starry domain similar to the Milky Way. The sixth was an immense star sector made up of countless starry domains. The 11th image was a boundless immense universe filled with endless marvels, countless living beings, and all sorts of secret realms, intricate and intertwined. A single glance gave one the feeling that one's soul would explode. Sumu did not look further. He focused all of his mind on the first image, the planet. At the same time, his Time Beast God avatar and Purple Extreme Soul Clan avatar also ceased their cultivation and concentrated fully on that image of the planet. The planet revolved slowly, suspended in the cosmic void. From its birth to its growth, and then to its decay, the entire passage of time unfolded before Sumu's eyes. Time, space, the universe. Sumu sensed endless profundity from them. Among them, the Time Beast God incarnation had the deepest understanding of the passing of time. In terms of power, even the innate Time Beast God was probably no match for the Chaos City Lord. The Purple Pole Soul Clan incarnation mainly focused on comprehending the spatial source law contained within it. Sumu's true body also focused primarily on comprehending the spatial source law. Only when the two comprehended the spatial source law together could they match the Time Beast God incarnation's comprehension of the temporal source law. Come out. The voice reached Sumu's ears and he stood up. This session of contemplation gave him a deeper understanding of the cosmic codex. Without lingering, Sumu left the secret chamber, came before Lord Kandri, and gave a slight bow. Sorry for the trouble. Lord Kandri smiled. Little one, go and challenge the Tongtian Bridge. Many people are wondering how many levels you can clear. Yes. Sumu first returned to his room, then connected his consciousness to the virtual universe, and arrived on a beautiful island. There were 52 harbors along the edge of the island, and from each harbor an endless long bridge stretched out. There was no one else on the plaza except a figure in a black starry robe with 4 ears and no nose. The figure came over and smiled. Sumu, hello. I am Baffin, the warden of the Tongtian Bridge Plain. Hello, Lord Warden. Sumu bowed. Many people are waiting for you to challenge the Tongtian Bridge. Go ahead, that is the cosmic Tongtian Bridge. There is no one there now. Warden Baffin pointed at one of the bridges. The cosmic Tongtian Bridge has 30 levels. It is the second tallest among the 52 Tongtian bridges. The tallest is the Tongtian Bridge, represented by the giant axe Chaos Steely, which has 32 levels. Then I'm off. Su Mu flew toward the cosmic Tongtian bridge. The warden muttered to himself, I wonder how many levels you little one can clear. Many people are watching your challenge of the Tongtian bridge. The moment you arrived I was to let them know. With a thought the warden instantly sent out more than 1,000 emails. All the geniuses who came to Chaos City with Su Mu as long as they still lived received the email. Even some Immortal Kings Universe Country Lords and Universe Venerables received the emails. Su Mu was going to challenge the cosmic Tongtian bridge. Whoosh! Immediately figures appeared one after another on the beautiful island, including Bolin Luofeng, Rong Jun, and others. I wonder how many levels Su Mu can clear. Rong Jun said he might be able to clear the 4th level. Luofeng said senior brother should have no problem clearing the 4th level. Every 3 levels form a major threshold. From the 3rd to the 4th is harder than the first 3 levels combined. Su Mu divides his attention to comprehend the time source law. Maybe he hasn't even set foot through the door of the time source law and can't even pass the 3rd level. Exactly. Is it really that easy to cultivate the spatial source law and the temporal source law together? Many geniuses refused to accept it, unable to believe how enormous the gap between them and Su Mu was. Su Mu has finally gone to challenge the Tongtian bridge. The Nine Swords Venerable was also paying attention to this. Before him was a live screen showing Su Mu inside the bridge. This junior martial brother of mine. I wonder how many levels he can clear. The Chaos City Lord smiled, and he also had a live screen before him. There were other Universe Venerables as well, all watching the live broadcast of Su Mu challenging the Tongtian bridge. The moment he stepped onto the bridge, the Virtual Universe Company sent Su Mu an email. The email told Su Mu that each time he cleared a level of the Tongtian bridge, he would gain an opportunity to contemplate the Chaos Steel. Moreover, clearing levels would earn point rewards. First level 100 points, second level 200 points, third level 400 points, fourth level 800 points, and so on. Because Su Mu and the others were newcomers during these 30 years, in Chaos City, points earned from clearing the Tongtian bridge were calculated at 10 times the normal rate. In other words, clearing the first level earned 1000 points, the second 2000, the third 4000, the fourth 8000. Clearing the 10th level would grant the law insights of an immortal. Clearing the 18th level would grant the law insights of an invincible king. Clearing the 21st level would make one a universe country lord. Su Mu arrived at the end of the first level of the Tongtian bridge. Before him was a vast cloud of mist, and a voice came from within. Choose your opponent. You may select a warrior, a telekinetic controller, or a telekinetic illusionist. Defeat your chosen opponent to pass the first level of the Tongtian bridge. Telekinetic controller. Su Mu said without any hesitation. A blob of black liquid flew out of the mist and condensed in midair into a mysterious figure wearing a black mask. A translucent orb floated above the figure's head, the size of an average person's head, perfectly smooth and gleaming. The Shujo Divine Weapon, one of the 9 divine weapons of a controller. A controller has 9 divine weapons, 8 of which are forged from a combination of 1 lower-level source law and 1 higher-level source law. The Shujo Divine Weapon, however, was forged from the combination of the 2 higher-level laws, time and space. Its power was the greatest among the 9 divine weapons, and it was also the most complicated and hardest to cultivate. Because Su Mu did not possess the Shujo Divine Weapon, he had not trained in it. However, having the Yanshanbing and the Guangxiao sword was sufficient. Before reaching immortality, they were absolutely more than enough. Once he possessed immortal-level combat power, he would need to acquire better weapons. By then, whether the Yanshanbing, the Guangxiao sword, or the Shujo Divine Weapon, none would be enough. Su Mu carried the dark golden staff Yanshanbing on his back. As for the Guangxiao sword, the opponent on the first level of the Tongtian bridge was not qualified to make him draw it. Kill. Sky-piercing strike. 3 golden swords shot out, easily piercing through the opponent on the first level of the Tongtian bridge and securing victory. So easy. Too easy. An instant kill. Outside, many geniuses were shaken. With only 3 golden swords he had destroyed the enemy. Enough to show how profound his comprehension of the spatial source law was. Next, Su Mu reached the end of the second level of the Tongtian bridge, where an opponent identical to the one on the first level condensed into form. Destroy. 6 golden swords destroyed him. After that, Su Mu reached the end of the third level and again easily killed his opponent in an instant. He's cleared the first 3 levels, now he's going to the 4th. Bolin was defeated on the 4th level. The 4th level is harder than the first 3 put together. Su Mu arrived at the end of the 4th level of the Tongtian bridge, and a silver-robed figure condensed into being. You just entered Chaos City, and you want to clear the 4th level of the Tongtian bridge. Dream on. The silver-robed figure said coldly. Dream or not, you'll know soon enough. Su Mu flicked his finger and countless tiny flying swords merged into a colossal totem pillar, covered in countless mysterious patterns, slamming forward. Yanshanbing 4th form. Supreme skill unadorned. With an earth-shaking rumble, the colossal pillar woven from 1,600 small swords crushed forward, compressing the very space itself as it slammed into the silver-clad figure. With a muffled puff, the silver-clad figure was obliterated. The 4th level of the Tongtian bridge passed. So he really has mastered the 4th level of the Evolution Divine Soldier. He cleared the 4th level of the Tongtian bridge so effortlessly. On the island hundreds of geniuses watched keenly, feeling the immense gap between themselves and Sumu. They could not even pass the first level, yet Sumu possessed the terrifying power to crush the fourth. Berlan could not hold a candle to him. Then the fifth level, the sixth level, Sumu passed them all smoothly. He arrived at the end of the seventh level. At the terminus of the seventh level floated an enormous meteorite. From within it a voice resonated. Choose your opponent. I choose the controller. Sumu chose the controller once again. Only the controller posed the greatest threat to him. A warrior could never even touch him. Nor could an illusionist shake his will. Only the controller could truly contend with him. The meteorite suddenly split apart, and a masked figure appeared clad in a blue battle suit, wielding an illusory void divine weapon. You've just joined Chaos City, yet you've broken through the first 6 levels. Impressive. But with me guarding the 7th, you won't get past me. The blue-clad masked man said coldly. The 7th level is harder than the first 6 combined. Sumu hasn't comprehended the time origin law. How could he possibly pass? Exactly. Relying only on the evolution divine soldier and the space origin law, he definitely can't clear the 7th level. Passing the 6th level was already extraordinary. It's time for him to stop. Many geniuses spoke with sour tones, unwilling to watch Sumu press further, unable to accept it. Heh! Luofeng smiled. Just watch everyone. A mere 7th level and you think it can stop my senior brother? The crowd looked at Luofeng in astonishment, but he said no more. Look at Sumu. That is the Guangxiao sword. On the live broadcast, Sumu still carried the evolution divine soldier on his back, but in his hand now appeared a white glowing sword. So what if he's drawn the Guangxiao sword? It doesn't mean his comprehension of the time origin law is that profound. Someone said jealously. Regardless of the outside clamor, Sumu had already engaged the blue-clad masked man of the 7th level in battle. The evolution divine soldier on his back wildly shot countless beams of golden light in all directions, dazzling like the sun itself. The countless rays converged in midair into 36 golden small swords. The 36 golden swords merged and intertwined, forming a dark golden long sword over 3 meters in length. The 5th form of the evolution divine soldier, space severing. At the same time, the Guangxiao sword in Sumu's hand drew forth countless threads of radiance, interlacing into a hazy, breathtaking beauty. Time itself seemed to halt in that instant, frozen in eternal splendor. The 5th absolute art of the Guangxiao sword, time freeze diagram. A stilling of time itself. Sizzle. The blue-clad masked figure stood frozen in the air as the dark golden greatsword swept across his neck. From beginning to end, he couldn't even react before being killed instantly. The 7th level of the Tongtian Bridge passed. He did it. He cleared the 7th level too. His comprehension of the time origin law is incredibly deep. Indeed, his enlightenment in the time origin law even surpasses his grasp of the space origin law. That means during the universe genius battle, he wasn't even using his full strength. The geniuses smiled bitterly. Sumu had crushed them effortlessly without going all out. The gap was simply enormous. Thank goodness I didn't distract myself trying to comprehend the time origin law. Berlan thought, ruefully glad he had come to his senses. Otherwise the gap between him and Sumu would only have grown wider. At least now he had narrowed it somewhat. No wonder Luofeng said he hadn't even used 30% of his strength. Rongjun finally believed it. Senior brother, you are my goal. Luofeng said silently. Not only were the geniuses shocked. Even the lofty sealed kings and universe venerables were utterly astounded. A genius of 1,000 million eras was truly extraordinary. Sumu, unleashing his full power, continued onward. The 8th level, the 9th level. In the end, at the end of the 10th level, Sumu was defeated. To pass the 10th level was to possess immortal level law comprehension. In other words, in terms of pure law comprehension alone, Sumu had already approached immortality. Of course, in real combat he would still be no match for an immortal. Battle was not only about law comprehension, but also about secret arts cultivation, combat experience, gene energy, spiritual mental strength, and various treasures. If I remember correctly, there are now 5 people in the universe-level primordial secret realm. Apart from Berlan and Sumu, who just joined among the other 3 veterans too, have only reached the 7th level of the Tongtian Bridge, and won the 8th level. Yes, and they've all cultivated for over 1,000 years, while Sumu has only cultivated for a few decades. In the recent genius battles organized by our virtual universe company, over 1,000 sessions within the first 30 years of arriving at Chaos City, 4168 people passed the 3rd level of the Tongtian Bridge. 926 people passed the 4th level. 32 people passed the 5th level. Not a single one passed the 6th. Sumu, having just arrived in Chaos City, has already passed the 9th level. Among all the geniuses in every genius battle, he is absolutely unique. He is not a genius of 1,000 million eras. He is a genius of 1 trillion eras. As expected of the one our teacher values, even more gifted than Kadi. Sumu's name resounded thunderously across the entire human race, and countless high-ranking figures took notice of him. Not only that, even alien races had set their eyes on him. The Zerg. Human Sumu, around 30 years old, Tongtian Bridge 9th level. List him as NO. 1. The moment he leaves the virtual universe company, immediately send our soul-enslaved sealed King Immortal to kill him. The Zerg were unwilling to spend a universe venerable to kill Sumu, but using a soul-enslaved sealed King Immortal was absolutely worth it. The demon race and the mechanical race also issued the same orders. In the far reaches of the universe, the crystal race and the prison race also took notice of Sumu. Various alliances throughout the universe likewise obtained information about Sumu. Sumu left the Tongtian Bridge and appeared on the island. Senior brother, congratulations. Luo Feng was the first to approach, smiling, as he offered his congratulations. Sumu smiled, patted Luo Feng on the shoulder and gave him a look. Luo Feng nodded. He too would work hard. Afterwards Sumu exchanged a few greetings with the others, and then left the virtual universe. Next he would continue comprehending the universe's origin laws, while awaiting the emergence of the five-colored void ancient serpent. His goal was to push his comprehension of the lesser laws to the point of gaining the acknowledgement of the origin laws within his 30 years in Chaos City. That is, the 8 lesser origin laws. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, and light were all to receive recognition from the origin laws. As for the time origin law and the space origin law being greater laws, gaining the acknowledgement of the origin laws was exceedingly difficult. Even the original Luofeng only obtained recognition from the space source law during his world lord period, when he was receiving the stellar tower inheritance, and his demon-slaughtering race clone could use teleportation. Su Mu's talent was even higher than Luofeng's, yet obtaining recognition from the higher order source laws was still not a simple matter. However, once he gained recognition from the lower order source laws, Su Mu would be much safer when undertaking life and death adventure missions in the primordial secret realm. Every life and death mission of the virtual universe company concealed great secrets, so Su Mu naturally did not want to give them up. He was set on exploring them thoroughly. After leaving the virtual universe, Su Mu arrived at the city gate of Chaos City. At the gate stood a massive stone tablet inscribed with information about the third treasure of Chaos City, the Chaos True Spirit. The first treasure of Chaos City was the manifest cosmic rules. The second treasure was the 52 Chaos Monuments. The third treasure was the Chaos True Spirit itself. The Chaos True Spirit, when the universe was in its initial state, the nascent universe would naturally give birth to certain bizarre creatures. These strange-looking beings were provisionally named Chaos Beasts. Each Chaos Beast varied in strength, naturally excelling in some source laws, some mastering many, others few. When a Chaos Beast was killed, it would directly transform into a large amount of Chaos Aura and a green light spot. The green light spot was the core of the Chaos Beast. The beast had no soul, only this life light spot, which was named the Chaos True Spirit. One only needed to draw the Chaos True Spirit into the body, and it would be directly absorbed by the soul. After absorption, the soul would undergo changes, becoming more harmonious with cosmic space. Killing Chaos Beasts was dangerous. Among the 1,000 geniuses, some had already died because of it. This was the first minor danger the geniuses had experienced. Even greater perils lay ahead. Growing to the immortal realm was by no means an easy task. To become a powerful figure among immortals, one had to endure countless hardships. Only one would emerge after countless years. Whoosh! Without the slightest hesitation, Sumu flew to the wasteland outside the city. With his current strength, he had little to fear from Chaos Beasts. Universe-level Chaos Beasts he could slay casually. Domain Lord-level Chaos Beasts were no match for him either. Only World Lord-level Chaos Beasts could pose some trouble. As for Immortal-level Chaos Beasts, there were none. If one ever appeared, Chaos City would immediately dispatch strong experts to annihilate it. There's a wolf-shaped Chaos Beast ahead. Su Mu's mental power swept over a wolf-shaped Chaos Beast, twice the size of an ordinary wolf. Go! The Yenshin weapon flew out 9 small swords, which combined into a golden illusory sword that blasted at the wolf-shaped Chaos Beast's head. With a thunderous boom, the beast's head exploded, and a tiny green light spot drifted out. Su Mu wrapped the green light spot with his mental power, intending to fuse it into the core of his mental power. It won't fuse. Su Mu frowned. This bit of Chaos True Spirit could not fuse into his mental core. The only explanation is that my soul is too strong. It has already exceeded the limit that the Chaos True Spirit can change. Su Mu pondered to himself. The Chaos True Spirit could not continuously alter the soul. Its changes also had a limit. Now that Su Mu's soul had surpassed the limit of what the Chaos True Spirit could change, it was natural that he could not absorb it. It seems this third treasure of Chaos City is useless to me. Su Mu shook his head helplessly. He killed 2 more Chaos Beasts to try again, but still could not fuse the Chaos True Spirit, so he gave up. Instead of feeling disappointed, he was actually very pleased. This showed that the harmony between his soul and the universe had reached an unimaginable degree. This was not a bad thing at all. On the contrary, it was a great blessing. Knowing that he could not absorb the Chaos True Spirit, Su Mu no longer wasted time. He immediately returned to Chaos City and began to quietly comprehend the cosmic laws. Time passed like water, and a year went by quickly. The 5-colored void ancient serpent clone had also been successfully nurtured. Su Mu had the 5-colored void ancient serpent comprehend the metal, wood, water, fire, and earth source laws, as well as the space source law. The time beast god clone comprehended the light source law, and the time source law. The purple extreme soul clan clone continued cultivating the soul. and his true body focused on the wind source law and the thunder source law. He aimed to gain recognition from all 8 lower-order source laws within his 30 years in Chaos City. This was no small matter, but Sumu believed he could accomplish it. If Luo Feng's opportunities could be considered above average in the universe, then Sumu's opportunities could no longer be called opportunities. They were simply cheating. Since he was cheating, he naturally had to hold greater ambitions, otherwise wouldn't it be a waste of the cheat? In the 3rd year of cultivating in Chaos City, Sumu, seated cross-legged on the terrace of Chaos City, was suddenly surrounded by countless white mystic patterns. White light enveloped him, and an immensely vigorous aura of laws descended. His entire person seemed to turn into a white sun, incomparably dazzling and breathtakingly brilliant. Recognition by the light source law. It's the number 1 of the latest genius battle, the once in a trillion era's genius, Sumu. Amazing. Isn't he only universe level? Yet he has gained recognition from the light source law. How terrifying. Countless people in Chaos City were drawn by the descending aura of the source laws, their faces filled with disbelief. Although most of them were stronger than Sumu when it came to talent, they were unworthy even to carry his shoes. Rumble. Space trembled faintly. A white drop of water appeared out of thin air above Sumu's head, fell directly onto his crown, and merged into the origin of his soul. After absorbing this drop of white source law power, a white thread emerged on Sumu's brow as if a third eye had taken shape, their mysterious, boundless, and awe-inspiring. While fusing with the white drop, Sumu's mind stirred, and he split off half his consciousness, entering a vast ocean of white light. This was the cosmic source of the light source law, a place that could be entered only by beings who had obtained recognition from the cosmic source laws. Moreover, after being recognized by the cosmic source laws, the speed of comprehending the cosmic laws became even faster. The gap between him and us is getting wider and wider. The many geniuses had long since excluded Sumu from their competition. When competing among themselves, they no longer counted Sumu, just as if he did not exist. Including Sumu would simply be asking for trouble. Time to visit the Cosmic Chaos Monument once more. Sumu stood up, left the terrace, and went again to the Bronze Gate to comprehend the Cosmic Chaos Monument. News that Sumu had been recognized by the law of light origin had reached all the geniuses of his generation. Although they tacitly refused to acknowledge him as a rival, each of them clenched their teeth and burned with determination, unwilling to fall behind. Compared with the original story, they had all become far more diligent. Yet the immense gap in talent could not be bridged by hard work alone. It could only be narrowed by a fraction. 5 more years passed. A fluctuation of the law of metal origin descended and condensed into a golden sword between Sumu's brows. Sumu smoothly obtained the recognition of the law of metal origin. The people of Hundun City had long grown numb to such matters. No matter how astonishing a feat Sumu performed, it was no longer worth their surprise. Everything seemed perfectly ordinary. And so 30 years of life in Hundun City passed in tranquil cultivation. During that period, Sumu won recognition from the 6 origin laws: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and light. As for the law of wind origin and the law of thunder origin, he was still a bit short, but only a bit. It is time to try the Tongtian Bridge. In the remaining time, Sumu decided to challenge the Tongtian Bridge. If he could pass its 10th level, he would obtain 512000 points, no small sum. He had previously earned 511000 points for passing the first 9 levels of the Tongtian Bridge. If he cleared the 10th, his total points would surpass 1 million. When Sumu arrived at the Tongtian Bridge Island, the wardens swiftly spread word that he would challenge the 10th level. Everyone wanted to see whether Sumu could clear the 10th level within his 30 years in Hundun City, and forge a record with no precedent and no successor. It was well known that passing the 10th level of the Tongtian Bridge demanded an immortal-level comprehension of the laws. Moreover, what Sumu was challenging was the extremely difficult Cosmic Tongtian Bridge. It required his understanding of both the law of time origin and the law of space origin to reach the immortal realm. Even though Sumu had won recognition from the 6 lesser origin laws, the 10th level was still far too difficult. In the universe with so many beings, so many races, and countless star regions that produced an immortal only once in countless years, the difficulty needed no further explanation. The 10th level of the Tongtian Bridge was more difficult than the first 9 levels combined. At present, among the Domain Lord-level Primal Secret Realm members of the Virtual Universe Company, only one had passed the 11th level. The rest were still at the 10th. Moreover, those Domain Lord-level Primal Secret Realm members had cultivated for at least several millennia, some even for over 10,000 years. While the outside world buzzed with speculation, Sumu had already reached the end of the 10th level of the Cosmic Tongtian Bridge. His opponent on the 10th level was a yellow-robed man who still wielded a Void Universe divine weapon. One staff strike to smash heaven and earth. Time halt. Sumu unleashed the ultimate moves of the Evolution Divine Weapon and the Light Sky Sword. The Evolution Divine Weapon transformed into a giant staff and blasted the yellow-robed man to death. Then he passed the 11th and 12th levels with ease. Sumu arrived at the end of the 13th level of the Tongtian Bridge. The 13th level was another enormous choke point. In the original story, Luofeng only cleared it after centuries spent comprehending the Metal Void Beast God statue, and many years of secluded cultivation in Hundun City. However, Sumu's advantage over Luofeng was far, far greater. Luo Feng only had the metal void beast god statue which he pondered and comprehended through his golden horn giant beast. Su Mu however possessed a time beast god avatar. One was a statue, the other was an avatar. The gap between them was like a firefly against the bright moon. Not to mention that this avatar had been nurtured by an incomparably mysterious golden ball of light, and possessed even greater natural talent than the innate time beast god born in the universe. This was only one of Su Mu's advantages over Luo Feng. There were also his own innate advantages, the advantage of the five-color void ancient serpent and the advantage of the purple extreme soul clan. And, Yuanzu, with all those advantages stacked together, Su Mu was effectively cheating. The 13th level of the cosmic Tongtian bridge was set on the surface of a star. After Su Mu selected the controller as his opponent, a masked man in fiery red armor appeared wielding a void universe divine weapon. A universe-level challenger tackling the 13th level of the Tongtian bridge. I have never seen this before. The masked figure in fiery red battle armor said in a low voice, "I hope you can pass, but I will not hold back. I shall unleash the ultimate killing move of the void universe divine weapon. Even an immortal can be defeated." The ultimate killing move of every divine weapon was called Even an Immortal Can Be Defeated, for these weapons were originally the strongest weapons below the immortal level, or otherwise they could not be called divine weapons. Kill. The void universe divine weapon floated into the air like a translucent sun, radiating endless light. Yet this light was not ordinary light visible to the mortal eye. It was the light of time and space. Wherever the light fell, time around Su Mu ceased to flow and space itself froze solid. He seemed like an insect preserved in amber for eons. Break. Su Mu snapped coldly. Vast space-time power surged across his body as countless threads of law interwove. The evolution divine weapon assembled into a giant golden sword, pierced through the void and vanished. At the same time, the light sky sword burst into full radiance, and before the light of time everything returned to primordial stillness. Crack. The giant golden sword smashed the masked warrior in fiery red armor to pieces. 13th level of the cosmic Tongtian bridge. Passed. He made it. He cleared the 13th level as well. To hold 13th level law comprehension while only at universe level. Terrifying. Invincible. An absolutely invincible genius of the human race. Passing the 13th level meant Su Mu had gained law comprehension equivalent to a Marquis level immortal. Of course it was only Marquis level law comprehension. If he truly encountered a Marquis level immortal, Su Mu would certainly be no match. After all, he was only at universe level. At that stage he would be overwhelmingly suppressed by a Marquis level immortal. Relying on law power alone could not possibly let him challenge one. When Su Mu passed the 13th level of the Tongtian bridge, not only was the human race thrown into upheaval, the alien races were likewise shaken beyond measure. Since he began cultivating, barely 60 years had passed before he already possessed Marquis level immortal law comprehension. The alien races loathed him with undying hatred. Were it not for the fact that Su Mu was still in Hundun City, a universe venerable would probably have come to kill him. The insect race activate our sleeper agent. We must kill him whatever the cost. The monster race, once he leaves the virtual universe company and comes out to train, send a universe venerable to kill him. If that venerable dies, I will resurrect him. The machine race. Can the human race produce another Yuan Zhu? We absolutely cannot let him grow. Sending a king immortal to kill him is no longer reliable. Let a universe venerable go. Even if he dies, he will be resurrected. Su Mu's terrifying talent shocked the entire universe and countless races, causing those ancient and mighty beings to think unwittingly of a white-robed man. The white-robed man who had once made them tremble in mortal terror. On the enormous continent floating at the headquarters of the Virtual Universe Company, senior brother, goodbye. Su Mu, see you later. Farewell. Goodbye. The geniuses waved their goodbyes. 30 years in Chaos City had come to an end, and now each of them was heading to his or her own secret realm. Bolin and Su Mu were heading to the original secret realm. Luo Feng, Rongjun, and the others were heading to the primordial secret realm. The rest were going to the Heaven and Earth secret realm and the Doomsday secret realm. You two wait here for a moment. The Venerable will come and take you to the original secret realm. Long Yu Wang stood before Su Mu and Bolin, while the others boarded their spacecraft one after another, leaving the headquarters continent of the Virtual Universe Company and heading to their own secret realms. The 4 secret realms were not located in the same place. If they wished to meet again in the future, they could only do so in the virtual universe. Su Mu and Bolin did not wait long before the familiar Venerable Nine Swords descended. At his side was a bald man in a fiery red war robe, his expression calm. Venerable. Long Yu Wang, Su Mu, and Bolin saluted respectfully. Venerable Nine Swords looked at Su Mu, still sighing inwardly over his failure to take Su Mu as a disciple. If he had taken Su Mu as his disciple earlier and forged a master-disciple bond, their relationship would have been far closer. As for Su Mu's future, countless powerhouses of the human race were optimistic about it. Venerable Nine Swords had never heard of anyone who did not think highly of him. Whether it was the Virtual Universe Company, the Giant Axe Combat Arena, the other 3 great forces, or the Cosmic Nations, all of them were extremely optimistic about Su Mu's potential. Of course, there was one prerequisite: Su Mu must not fall halfway. If he died, everything would turn to emptiness. No matter how lofty his potential, it would all come to nothing. This is Venerable Gi. Venerable Nine Swords introduced the bald man in the fiery red war robe. He and I will protect you on the way to the original secret realm. Originally this task should only have required Venerable Nine Swords alone. But Sumu's talent was too terrifying, and the Chaos City Lord, afraid that foreign races would ambush and kill him en route, had also dispatched his disciple Venerable Gi here, mainly to protect Sumu. With two Universe Venerables protecting them, even if foreign races sent Universe Venerables to intercept them, there was no need to fear any danger. Even if a Universe Overlord came, Venerable Gi's strength would be enough to hold him off. After all, he was the second disciple under the Chaos City Lord. Though not the strongest, his power was close to that of a Universe Overlord. As for foreign races dispatching a Universe Master to assassinate Sumu, that was out of the question. This was, after all, human territory, the home base of the human race's virtual universe company headquarters. If a Universe Master came, he would remain here forever. Whether Sumu would be killed was uncertain, but any foreign Universe Master who dared to come would certainly die. Therefore no foreign race would take that risk. After all, that was a Universe Master. A dead Universe Venerable could be resurrected, and a dead Universe Overlord could also be resurrected. But if a Universe Master died, resurrection would be incredibly difficult. A price that even the strongest being in the universe could not afford. Greetings, Venerable Gi. The three saluted once more. Sumu was slightly surprised inwardly, never expecting the Chaos City Lord to send Venerable Gi to protect him. Venerable Gi likewise looked at Sumu with a smile, countless emotions surging in his heart. He had never imagined that this young fellow, barely 60 years old, was actually his own martial uncle. When he thought of how the Chaos City Lord had told him that Sumu was his martial uncle, Venerable Gi had nearly been dumbfounded. He had cultivated for many years, and his state of mind had long been calm, without a ripple, yet this news still gave him an enormous shock. He had become a disciple of the Chaos City Lord very early in life, and his strength was considerable. He also wielded great authority in the Virtual Universe Company, so naturally he knew that he had a Grand Master suppressed by the source will of the primordial universe. He also knew that the virtual universe was the handiwork left behind by that Grand Master. He had never imagined that the strongest person in human history would accept a disciple in the virtual universe. Still, judging by the talent Sumu had displayed, he was indeed qualified to be a disciple of the origin ancestor. I hope this little martial uncle of mine does not follow in Kadi's footsteps, Venerable Gi said inwardly. Although Kadi's potential was inferior to Sumu's, he was still a genius who appeared once in 10 million epochs. In those days countless people held him in high regard. At the Realm Lord level he could already slaughter Marquis-tier immortals. Once he became an immortal, he would be a supreme powerhouse among immortals, and his chances of becoming a Universe Venerable were also very bright. Unfortunately, in the end he was killed, and killed in a way that made resurrection impossible. Let's go. Venerable Nine Swords was the first to enter an azure sword-shaped spaceship. Venerable Gi followed closely behind. Then came Sumu Bolin and Longyu Wang. Bolin followed behind Sumu, his eyes filled with complex emotions. He knew that Venerable Gi had come to protect Sumu, otherwise there would not have been two Venerables, and from the look of it Venerable Gi was even stronger than Venerable Nine Swords. This also explained why humanity valued Sumu's potential so highly that they would dispatch Venerables to protect him along the way. Bolin was relieved that he had not forced himself to comprehend the fundamental law of time. Otherwise, not to mention Sumu, even Luofeng would probably have surpassed him by now. Inside the azure sword-shaped spacecraft, Venerable Nine Swords smiled. The original secret realm is the closest to headquarters and lies in the same cosmic nation. We are only 30 million light-years away from it. This spaceship of mine can accelerate to 100 times the speed of light in the dark universe, so it only takes 10 days to reach the original secret realm. So fast. Sumu was secretly astounded. A spacecraft at 100 times the speed of light. Even the Virtual Universe Company's F-grade spaceship could do no more than 50 times the speed of light. As expected of a Universe Venerable. Babata shook his head. Your teacher saw a Cosmic Nation Lord make a move only once in his entire life, yet you have two Universe Venerables as bodyguards. Even if your teacher were resurrected, he probably would not qualify to be your bodyguard. Sumu could hear the disappointment in Babata's voice. Babata too had never imagined that Sumu would grow so quickly. In terms of insight into the laws of the universe alone, Sumu was already no inferior to his former master. In status, Sumu was immeasurably above his master. In potential and future prospects, Sumu also far surpassed Huyenbo. Sumu said to himself, Babata, once I have enough strength, I will definitely reverse spacetime and resurrect teacher Huyenbo. Since he had accepted Huyenbo's inheritance, of course, he had to take the responsibility of resurrecting Huyenbo upon himself. He could hardly leave it for Luofeng to do. Really? Babata was excited. Having followed Huyenbo for 60 million years, he naturally shared a deeper bond with him. Of course. Sumu smiled. But don't rush. It will still be a very long time before I cultivate to that level. I believe you will definitely succeed. You are an invincible genius of a billion epochs. No one can compare to you. Babata was filled with confidence in Sumu. After Venerable Nine Swords' brief introduction, Sumu entered the virtual universe, opened the treasure vault of the Virtual Universe Company, and said it's time to exchange for some treasures. Sumu was about to explore secret realms and brave life and death adventures, so he naturally needed ample treasures. Relying solely on the Evolution Divine Weapon and the Radiant Sky Sword would not suffice. The Evolution Divine Weapon and the Radiant Sky Sword were weapons suitable for offense. Sumu also needed defensive armor and treasures that could enhance his speed. In addition, he needed to nurture the Cloud Vine. I currently have a total of 8191000 points. Among universe-level beings, probably none had ever left Chaos City with as many points as he had. This gave Sumu great confidence to explore various cosmic secret realms. Although those secret realms were fraught with danger, he trusted his means of survival. First Isle by this illusory light wings. Before Sumu was an image of a pair of wings that radiated a hazy glow resembling butterfly wings in shape. Although they look a bit feminine, it doesn't matter, so long as they grant great speed. The illusory light wings were a treasure surpassing 5th-tier weapons, yet not quite reaching the rank of a supreme treasure. They were a treasure usable by immortals valued at 1.7 million points. Next Isle by this set of Feather Dragon Armor. Babata was also watching from the side and said, "The Feather Dragon Armor protects you from head to toe, and also defends against spiritual force attacks. With the illusory light wings and the Feather Dragon Armor, even if your teacher were resurrected, it wouldn't be easy for him to kill you." "I'll take it." Sumu looked at it, clicked to buy, and spent another 2 million points. Then he spent 1 million points to purchase the first 4 volumes of the Cosmic Secret Codex. "Buy this one too, and this one, and this one." Sumu and Babata browsed and went on a shopping spree, frantically purchasing treasures to nurture the Cloud Vine and enhance the strength of his 3 avatars. In a single shopping trip he spent 15 million points. Tisk tisk, with all these treasures even your teacher couldn't afford them even if he sold everything he owned. Babata's tone was indescribably complicated. "I never imagined that you would surpass your teacher entirely in such a short time." Sumu chuckled. His advantages were far greater than even Luofeng's, so Huyanbo was even less comparable to him. 10 days later. "We've arrived." They had encountered no danger along the way, evidently because alien races knew that Sumu was protected by powerhouses and did not dare to cause trouble on human territory. Sumu and Bolin stepped out of the cabin, and through the external scene simulation saw 136 enormous stars in the distance. These stars revolved within the void, their trajectories profoundly mysterious. These 136 stars form a spacetime of their own called the Ninth Spacetime, also known as the Wuchen Spacetime. Even a group of Universe Venerables could not force their way in. The Nine Swords Venerable smiled and said, "You will be absolutely safe cultivating inside." The spaceship shuttled into the Ninth Spacetime, and Sumu and the others saw a dazzlingly brilliant continent upon which stood cluster after cluster of palaces. This continent is called Wuchen Continent. The spaceship flew above a stretch of palatial complexes, and the Nine Swords Venerable said, "Sumu, this is where you will stay. Go down now, and from today onward cultivate hard here." "Thank you, Nine Swords Venerable." "Thank you, Gi Venerable." Sumu left the spaceship and descended before the complexes. "Your Highness." When Sumu arrived, a large group of people was already waiting to welcome him. All guards arranged by the Virtual Universe Company for him. The leader of the guard team was a white-haired woman with a curved golden line at the center of her brow and golden pupils. "Finally, I get to see your Highness in the real world." The white-haired woman gave a slight bow. She was a Marquis-level immortal known by the title Golden Pupil Marquis. Originally, when the Virtual Universe Company assigned her as Sumu's guard, she was rather displeased. After all, she was a Marquis-level immortal, not an ordinary one. But now she had no complaints whatsoever, because she already knew of Sumu's terrifying potential. A person like this, so long as he did not fall, would be able to kill her at the World Master stage. How could she dare harbor any dissatisfaction? She now felt that serving as Sumu's guard was an honor. This was a golden opportunity to get close to him. Once Sumu grew powerful, she wouldn't even have the chance to curry favor with him. Sumu smiled and nodded. He had met the Golden Pupil Marquis many times in the virtual universe, so there was no need for pleasantries. "Have the things I purchased been delivered?" Sumu asked. "They've already arrived," the Golden Pupil Marquis quickly replied. "They were delivered a few days ago." The treasures Sumu had purchased were transported through the Divine Kingdom teleportation array to the place closest to the primordial secret realm, and then carried over so naturally they arrived before Sumu did. "That's good." Sumu entered the palace and inspected the various treasures he had bought. As for the treasures meant for nurturing his avatars and the cloud vine, Sumu directly handed them over to handle on their own, while his main body primarily examined the illusory light wings and the feather dragon armor. The illusory light wings were palm-sized butterfly wings. Sumu used his spiritual force to imprint his own mark upon them. A moment later, behind Sumu appeared a pair of butterfly wings that shimmered with dazzling radiance. The wings gently flapped their glow, hypnotic and dreamlike, carrying a trace of enchantment that beguiled the heart and mind. Afterward, Sumu used the same method to leave his spiritual imprint within the feather dragon armor. The silver feather dragon armor covered his body, enveloping him entirely, while the pair of illusory wings fluttered behind his back. Even against an immortal army commander, Sumu felt he now had the strength to fight. These two treasures were worth every point. Sumu nodded to himself. Swallowing the starry sky was after all a resource-driven world, and treasures played an extremely significant role in it. After trying out the two treasures, Sumu connected to the virtual universe again, and challenged the universe-level primordial sacred mountain. His success in clearing the universe-level primordial sacred mountain did not stir much of a commotion because everyone already knew he could clear it with ease. Clearing the universe-level primordial sacred mountain did not immediately award points. Only when he broke through to the World Master stage would he receive a reward of 100 million points. The Domain Lord-level primordial sacred mountain offered a 3 billion point reward. The World Master-level primordial sacred mountain offered a 100 billion point reward. Both rewards could only be claimed after reaching the World Master level. After clearing the universe-level primordial sacred mountain, Sumu did not rush to accept cultivation missions or rush off to life and death adventures. Instead, he continued nurturing his 3 avatars and the Cloud Vine and familiarized himself with controlling the illusory light wings and the feather dragon armor. Half a year passed in this manner before Sumu opened the cultivation missions for the first time. At this moment, the Origin Ancestor once again took the initiative to appear by Sumu's side. Master! Sumu bowed. The Origin Ancestor nodded and smiled. I have come to assign you a mission. Sumu already knew why the Origin Ancestor had come. Please speak, Master. There is a death-defying mission called the Abyssal Purgatory. Complete it within 100 years. The Origin Ancestor said, I will not force you to uncover the secrets of the Abyssal Purgatory. Simply completing the Abyssal Purgatory mission was already extraordinarily dangerous, and to investigate its secrets on top of that was a path from which even an immortal would have no chance of survival. In the original Swallowed Star, the Lianyu Abyss was only mentioned as a lethal-level mission for members of the Yuanshi Secret Realm. Lethal-level missions had an average mortality rate of 90%, but the Lianyu Abyss was extremely terrifying with an average death rate of 99%. One must understand those who dared to take on the Lianyu Abyss mission were already extremely powerful, had completed multiple missions, possessed treasures of their own, and were highly confident. Even so, their mortality rate was as high as 99%. The danger was self-evident. The Lianyu Abyss must hold a vast secret, or otherwise, it would not deserve to rank first among lethal-level missions. Yuanzhu knew the danger of the Lianyu Abyss, yet he still assigned this mission to Sumu. Clearly, Yuanzhu had to believe that the secret inside the Lianyu Abyss would greatly benefit Sumu. Although Yuanzhu did not insist that Sumu investigate the secret of the Lianyu Abyss, even if Yuanzhu had said nothing, Sumu would still have taken the mission and probed into its mysteries. His advantages were tremendous, his treasures numerous, and his ability to preserve his life extremely strong. If he did not investigate the secrets of the various cosmic secret realms, he would indeed be left unwilling to rest. After assigning the mission, Yuanzhu left again. Sumu then turned his attention back to the training missions. There were 5 levels of training missions. Safety level 0 mortality. Normal level 10% mortality. Difficult level 20% mortality. Dangerous level 50% mortality. Lethal level 90% mortality. Within every century, one could accept at most 10 missions. Moreover, only universe-level members could accept training missions. Domain Lords would be sent on external assignments, while Realm Lords would be thrown into outer domain battlefields, or even more dangerous cosmic secret realms to undergo life and death tempering. As a member of the Yuanshi Secret Realm, he could accept at most 3 lethal-level missions. Then, within this 100 years, I will take 7 dangerous-level missions and 3 lethal-level missions. Sumu mused to himself, whether or not I can uncover the secrets behind these training missions, I will give myself only 100 years. Once that time is up, I will break through to Domain Lord and leave the Yuanshi Secret Realm. Sumu had set this limit for himself, he would allow only 100 years. After that, whether or not he had gained anything from the training missions, he would not delay any further, and would break through to Domain Lord directly. There was no need for him to remain stuck at this stage for too long. 100 years. That was enough. If Sumu finished all the missions before the 100 years were up, he would also break through to Domain Lord rather than waste time. I will do the dangerous level missions first. It was not that Sumu dared not attempt lethal level missions first. Rather, lethal level missions were far too time-consuming, so it was better to start with the dangerous level ones. The secrets contained in dangerous level missions were by no means few. Luo Feng's rise could be said to be inextricably linked to the dangerous level mission Shuelua World. The benefits Luo Feng gained from the lethal level mission Emo Mountain were not as great as those he gained from the dangerous level mission Shuelua World. Sumu opened the dangerous level missions. Beep. A warning in red text appeared on the screen. Warning. Warning. Your Highness Sumu, this is your first time accepting a training mission. According to probabilities calculated from numerous cases in the history of our virtual universe company, the mortality rate for accepting a dangerous level mission as your first training mission is as high as 78. 2. Please choose carefully. If you wish to continue, click confirm or otherwise cancel this acceptance of the training mission. Sumu only glanced at the notice, then clicked agree without the slightest hesitation. Aside from lethal level and dangerous level missions, he would not consider any others. Lower level missions had no tempering effect for him and probably held no secrets, so there was no need to give them any thought. Dangerous level missions were the level often chosen by many core members after they had grown confident through numerous trials. The mortality rate was about 50%. Likewise, the greater the danger, the more astonishing the reward points would be. The following is the list of dangerous level missions. 1. Visca Star within the Virtual Universe Company's Yuanshi Secret Realm. 2. Qian Hall within the Virtual Universe Company's Tiandi Secret Realm. 186. Yambing Continent within the Universe Galaxy Bank's Black Hole Secret Realm. There were 186 dangerous level missions, in total 11 of which were in the Yuanshi Secret Realm. More than enough for Suumu's selection. Let's do this one first. Suumu looked through all 11 dangerous level missions in the Yuanshi Secret Realm, and finally chose one called Ruins of the Gushen Temple. In the original work, Luofeng also took this mission. However, the author did not describe the mission process, only mentioning that Luofeng gained some benefits from the ruins of the Gushen Temple. Nothing else was said. In fact, based on Suumu's understanding of the original work, he could certainly have taken the Shualua World mission and the Mo Mountain mission. In the end, however, Suumu did not do so. The rewards of the Shualua World mission were the Shualua crystals and the Beast God statue. A Beast God statue could only be found by chance. Suumu might busy himself for a while, and still fail to obtain it, wasting time instead. Although Shualua crystals were good, Suumu did not need them. He had a golden mass of light to help him elevate his genetic level, so Shualua crystals were of little use to him. As for the Mo Mountain mission, although it contained the inheritance of the Demon Sound Divine General, Suumu did not lack even that. He had a Beast God avatar after all. Why would he care about the Demon Sound Divine General's inheritance? There was no need to make a special trip to the Taichu Secret Realm for it. Suumu carefully read the introduction to the ruins of the Gushen Temple. The ruins of the Gushen Temple lay on a planet called Gushen Star. There stood a vast broken ancient temple, seemingly destroyed by a horrific battle. The planet was also home to the natives of Gushen Star, and countless native experts explored the ruins of the Gushen Temple, hoping to find the secret of the legendary Gushen. After reading the introduction, Suumu already had a rough guess. The Gushen of Gushen Star had most likely been killed or driven away by a powerhouse of the Virtual Universe Company, just like the Beast God in Shualua World and the Demon Sound Divine General in Mo Mountain. He simply did not know what that Gushen really was. Was it a Beast God, or a Divine General, or some other mighty and ancient existence? Like Shualua World, Gushen Star had natives who were extremely hostile toward outsiders, so no technological weapons or special weapons could be brought in. Fortunately, the natives of Gushen Star resembled Earth humans in appearance, except their builds were far larger. The natives of Gushen Star were all extremely tall. They each possessed boundless strength and bodies knotted with muscle. Even newborn infants were 5 meters tall, and they would keep growing taller as their power increased. Like the giant race in Earth novels, they called themselves the Gushen clan. For Suumu, increasing his size was hardly a difficult matter. It was just that his natural build was small, and forcibly expanding it would cause his combat power to decline. Moreover, the ancient god race had no mentalists. Every one of them was a warrior. Transform. Suumu had learned a secret art of size transformation, and took the form of an ancient god 100 meters tall, his body covered in boulder-like muscles, and a white line running across his brow. Within the ancient god race, there were further divisions. The 8 ancient god lineages of metal: wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, and light. Ruined Ancient God Temple Training Mission 1. Gather the blood of a Domain Lord level ancient god from any lineage. Success grants 100,000 points. 2. Gather the blood of Domain Lord level ancient gods from all 8 lineages. Success grants 100,000 points. These 2 tasks are not especially difficult, Suumu pondered. Given Suumu's strength, killing a few Domain Lord level ancient gods and seizing their blood was hardly difficult. The only slightly troublesome part was that after an ancient god was slain, a special aura would seep from its bloodline, covering the killer's soul and shining unceasingly, reminding him that he had killed an ancient god. Of course, when ancient gods slaughtered each other, nothing like that occurred. That special soul aura only targeted those outside the ancient god race. Heh, I'll use the 5-colored void ancient serpent to kill the ancient gods. Let's see how you can possibly find me. Like the Mo Sha clan, the 5-colored void ancient serpent was an energy life form without a soul. The Mo Sha clan was naturally gifted in assassination, but the 5-colored void ancient serpent did not possess the Mo Sha clan's replication talent. Since it had no soul, it naturally didn't worry about being stained by the special soul aura after killing ancient gods. I just wonder what secret is hidden inside that ruined ancient god temple. Suumu could only be certain that the secret had something to do with the ancient gods. As for the exact connection, he had no idea. In any case, he resolved to explore it. If he could uncover the secret, excellent. If not, then so be it. 5 years. Suumu set a limit for himself. He would only give it 5 years. After 5 years, he would leave Gushen Star no matter what, because he had to complete 10 training missions within 100 years, including 3 Doom level missions. So he decided 5 years for each Danger level mission, which added up to 35 years. The remaining 65 years would be devoted to the Doom level missions. If he could uncover the secret ahead of time on certain missions and save time, that would be best. If he failed to uncover any secret in 5 years, then it was time to leave. In any case, within at most a century, he would definitely break through to the Domain Lord level. He would not delay things for too long. Beep. Please confirm acceptance of the ruined ancient god temple training mission. Acceptance successful. Please fill in your departure time. Virtual Universe Company will arrange a spacecraft to take you to Gus Henstar. After accepting the mission and completing the form, Sumu patiently waited for Virtual Universe Company's spacecraft to arrive and pick him up. The ancient god race had no mentalists, so he could not bring out his Yenshin weapon. The Guangxiao sword was more than enough though, or he could take out the Yenshin weapon and simply kill every ancient god who knew about it. He placed all other restricted items inside the five-colored void ancient serpent. His main body carried only a saber and a shield, so as not to attract attention. 10 days later, rumble. A spacecraft landed and Sumu flew up to it. Half a day later the spacecraft left the dark universe. Through the exterior simulation, Sumu saw an enormous planet. This was the largest planet Sumu had ever seen. Bar none. Even a star like the sun would be nothing but a pebble thrown into it. The entire planet was blue as if Earth had been magnified countless times. Sumu looked around Gus Henstar and wondered why was there no watcher outside it like Tianshi Palace. Gus Henstar was as hostile to the human race as the Shulua world. Sumu refused to believe Virtual Universe Company would monitor the Shulua world but not Gus Henstar. Perhaps a watcher was hidden somewhere nearby just beyond his sight. He withdrew his gaze and stopped thinking about it. With Virtual Universe Company around, any true disaster would be handled by them. He only needed to carefully investigate the secrets of the ruined ancient god temple. If he could find them, excellent. If not, he could go elsewhere. Your Highness, we've arrived at Gus Henstar. From here on you're on your own. The bull-headed man in charge of delivering him smiled. Sumu nodded. Open the hatch. The spacecraft hatch opened. Sumu walked out and flew straight toward Gus Henstar. Sumu flew in a bold, swaggering manner, utterly unafraid of being seen by the ancient gods on Gus Henstar. Since they had no mentalists, the chance of detecting him by eyesight alone was extremely low. If he truly had the bad luck to be spotted by the naked eye of some powerful immortal, Sumu would have no one to blame but himself. After flying for more than 2 hours, Sumu shifted his form into a light god 900 meters tall with a white line on his brow. The ancient god race ranked strength by height. Below star level none reached 10 meters. From 10 to 100 meters was star level. From 100 meters to a kilometer was universe level. From 1 kilometer to 10 kilometers was domain lord level. From 10 to 100 kilometers was realm lord level. Anything over 100 kilometers was immortal. In other words, every immortal ancient god's divine body was over 100 kilometers tall. In terms of divine bodies alone, the ancient gods far surpassed humanity. Of course, in the vast and mysterious universe, a 100,000-meter divine body was nothing special. It still feels a bit uncomfortable. Sumu landed on the ground of Gus Henstar and stretched his 900-meter body. Since he was used to being small, suddenly becoming 900 meters tall was indeed rather unpleasant. To the ruined ancient god temple, Sumu turned into a beam of light and flew toward it. For safety, Sumu had landed in an area of Gus Henstar far from the ruined ancient god temple. He did not dare descend directly near it because immortal ancient gods were there, and in great numbers. His chance of being discovered if he landed was extremely high. But Sumu's flight speed was extremely fast, nearly reaching the speed of light, so he did not worry about wasting time. As he flew, he saw a gigantic mountain-like figure tens of thousands of meters high, inhaling clouds and exhaling mist. With every breath it churned the void. Tisk tsk. As expected of the ancient god race, truly tall. This was clearly a realm lord-level ancient god, and Sumu had no intention of provoking him. The realm lord-level ancient god glanced at Sumu. This little light god fellow has decent strength and flies really fast. The passing realm lord ancient god only cast one look at Sumu before looking away, paying him no further attention. Sumu flew past him and quickly put distance between them until he saw 2 towering figures, each several thousand meters tall, locked in battle.